Ascended to the vast and bountiful realm of true immortals, one finds oneself quite at ease. In this celestial domain, as long as one possesses immortal spirit stones indicative of sufficient purchasing power and the requisite qualifications, ascending to the pinnacle of human immortal status becomes merely a matter of time. However, Han Li, burdened by the unsolved murder of Ma Liang and the prohibition of the forbidden arts of spirit refinement, alongside that fabled treasure, the celestial bottle, faces numerous constraints that hinder his progress. Chapter 1. The 9 Transformations Return to True. In the true immortal realm, upon a desolate plain far removed from the bustling cities, an uncanny stillness prevails. The land, barren and yellowed, harbors not a single green plant, save for a few dozen low-tier beasts that frolic in playful pursuit of one another. These creatures, with 3 sturdy limbs, exhibit an unusual steadiness in their movements, characterized by their symmetrical, angular forms 2 short and 1 long. Their horns occasionally emit wisps of chilling air, causing their companions to tremble involuntarily upon contact. Yet, in their frolicsome state, they seem to revel in the play. A few miles away, a rudimentary square altar, roughly 100 feet in size, lies stark against the landscape, its surface faintly inscribed with obscure runes. At the center rests a high platform of the 9th tier, conspicuously empty, save for the occasional wisp of multicolored mist that escapes at intervals, lending an air of mystery. The small beasts, lacking awakened intelligence, dare not approach within 100 feet of the altar. Suddenly, the skies darken, roiling clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by a fierce wind, a harbinger of an impending storm. In an instant, a radiant beam of 7 colors shoots forth from the altar's center, dispersing a golden mist that, while seemingly chaotic, reveals an underlying order upon closer inspection. Golden runes, reminiscent of tadpoles, emerge intermittently, shimmering in a resplendent hue unique to this realm, evoking an inexplicable sense of pleasure. The luminosity persists for the duration of a tea's brewing, during which the nearby beasts, startled, emit cries of alarm, fleeing in a flurry of cold mist. At this moment, merely 2 miles away, an extraordinary 7-sided prism materializes without warning, humming ominously, only to vanish as swiftly as it appeared. Meanwhile, in a small pavilion thousands of miles distant, a remarkably handsome young man, with a slightly pointed forehead and a pronounced nose, suddenly opens his eyes, a glimmer of intense light shooting forth from his half-lidded gaze. At last, you have arrived. Once this is complete, I can return to report and swiftly depart this desolate place devoid of immortal spirit chi. With a flick of his wrist, the young man dispatches several silver stones arranged in formation, which promptly vanish. He then reveals a circular ring densely etched with intricate runes, which orbits his head before seamlessly merging with his being. A look of concentration crosses his face as he deftly performs a hand gesture, making him disappear without a trace from the pavilion. In the blink of an eye, he traverses hundreds of miles, vanishing like a specter, covering vast distances in mere breaths. Before long, the young man stands before the altar, whereupon 2 vibrant streaks, one purple, the other blue, pierce the sky and materialize before him. Li Immortal Envoy, Lon Immortal Envoy, what brings you to this reception platform? He calls out, immediately recognizing their presence. Gao Sheng, it is you who ascends this time. How fortuitous. Should any unforeseen occurrences arise, we shall rely on your assistance, replies the middle-aged man clad in blue satin. Indeed, with your presence, our confidence is greatly enhanced, the man in purple robes concurs. Gao Sheng scratches his head, preparing to inquire about the specifics when his spiritual awareness suddenly detects something, causing him to squint towards a direction near the reception platform precisely where the prism had briefly manifested before vanishing. A glimmer of white appears in his eyes as he seems to glimpse something extraordinary, prompting a puzzled glance towards his companions. It seems Brother Hao has discerned something. Indeed, your Taiji Golden Eye cannot be deceived. We have been tasked to monitor this ascendant. The man in purple, surnamed Li, remarks with a slight smirk. Monitoring the ascendant? Gao Sheng queries, perplexed. Indeed, the circumstances are as follows. Just as Li begins to elucidate, the 7-colored beam from the altar abruptly dissipates with a thunderous crack. Subsequently, the 9th tier platform begins to emanate a faint, multicolored mist, which upon closer inspection reveals an array of indistinct runes. As the mist thickens, it envelopes the platform entirely, obscuring any understanding even from the celestial beings present. Enough. This individual is on the verge of completing the 9 transformations. Return to true. Let us be succinct. The blue-clad envoy states, furrowing his brow at the sight before them. Brother Lon, could it be that this individual is a wanted criminal in the immortal realm? Yet, He has only just ascended from the lower realms. He should not have committed any transgressions. Gao Sheng queries, his mind clouded with confusion. At that moment, the colorful mist thickens further, coalescing into the form of a diminutive figure, its features gradually sharpening, while a larger silhouette begins to envelop it, revealing itself within the haze and spinning involuntarily. The nearby mist gradually merges with the figure, coalescing into flesh and bone, while the figure remains eerily still, as if entranced or unconscious. Brother Hao, you are familiar with the forbidden arts of spirit refinement, I presume? You must also recall how this arcane practice nearly brought ruin to half of the immortal realm? Li inquires, not awaiting a response. Spirit refinement. Gao Sheng's heart races, though his demeanor remains composed as he turns his gaze towards the indistinct figure upon the ninth-tier platform. Indeed, it is the spirit refinement technique. We suspect this individual has practiced one of the immortal realm's several forbidden arts. And thus you employed that surveillance device, arriving here to verify the identity of any ascendant from the lower realms? Gao Sheng interjects, instinctively touching his slightly elevated nose. Precisely. Should he be the one we suspect, he would have reached the third stage of cultivation, the maximum attainable by ascendants from the lower realms, coupled with the capabilities of the spirit refinement technique at this stage. And the 9 transformations return to True, which can reconstruct both flesh and power. It indicates that this individual would be at peak strength. We have little confidence in our ability to eliminate him. Li nods, casting a worried glance at the 9th-tier platform. I comprehend this well. The ascended cultivators possess boundless potential and have always been sought after by the various celestial palaces. Their strength often surpasses that of their peers, which is precisely why our celestial palace has dispatched me to welcome them with great ceremony. Gao Sheng replied promptly. Therefore, I hope Brother Gao can lend his assistance. If we can indeed eliminate this menace in one fell swoop, our chief inspector will surely bestow generous rewards, the Li clan celestial envoy remarked with a smile. At this moment, the usually reticent Lan clan celestial envoy interjected, Brother Gao, Brother Li, he has already reached the 5th transformation. He will soon complete the 9th transformation and return to his true form. We must swiftly arrange the necessary measures to prevent this calamity from escaping. Should any mishap occur, not only will we be unable to account to the chief inspector, but I believe you, Brother Gao, would also find it impossible to explain to your esteemed palace lord. The Lan envoy, seemingly having produced a rusted iron mirror from nowhere, gazed intently at the indistinct image within. Upon hearing this, Gao Sheng's fury became evident as he cast a cold, disdainful glance at the indifferent Lan envoy. A chilling aura enveloped his handsome visage as he raised an eyebrow and retorted icily, Are you attempting to threaten me? At that moment, the Li envoy quickly chuckled, shooting a glare at the Lan envoy while attempting to smooth over the tension with a gentle smile. Brother Gao, that is not our intention. It is the duty of every celestial being in our realms to eradicate those who practice forbidden techniques. Wouldn't you agree? Humph, you all should conceal yourselves for now. Hand over the surveillance artifact to me. Should any anomalies arise, you may reveal yourselves. If all is well, I urge you to depart immediately to avoid disturbing the harmony of our celestial palace and the inspection department. Gao Sheng coldly instructed, his gaze fixed on the 9th-tier platform without turning back. Very well, we shall heed your command. If it were not for the constraints in this welcoming platform, where we can only employ auxiliary techniques without reinforcing prohibitions or formations, we would not find ourselves in such a passive position. The Li envoy replied with a contrite smile, as he flipped his palm to reveal a small compass, no larger than a hand, which shimmered into existence before Gao Sheng. Following a brief exchange of thoughts between the Li and Lan envoys, they transformed into 2 dazzling streaks of light, one purple and one blue, shooting off 100 miles away before spiraling out of sight. Shortly after Gao Sheng cast a glance at the spot where the 2 envoys had vanished, the figure enveloped in rainbow mist atop the 9th-tier platform finally completed its 9th transformation, gradually revealing a clearer silhouette. This figure, standing 7 feet tall, was devoid of any clothing, possessing dark skin and an unremarkable visage. Adorning its hands were 2 rings, one easily identifiable as a storage ring and the other as a spirit beast ring, with no other possessions in sight. The mist began to seep slowly into the platform. At that moment, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed from above as dark clouds gathered densely from all directions. Gusts of frenzied wind swirled in from the surrounding plains, forming a tornado-like vortex. However, curiously, as this vortex approached the altar, it seemed to be restrained by some unseen force, allowing no wind to penetrate. It should be coming to an end, Gao Sheng murmured to himself. Just then, the dark clouds parted, gradually widening to reveal a colossal eye that emerged, only for the opening to snap shut instantaneously, akin to. Chapter 2. The Three Immortals, Part 1. After an indeterminate passage of time, Hanli gradually opened his eyes, greeted by the visage of an exceptionally handsome young man. The owner of this countenance flashed a slight smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and spoke. I am Gao Sheng. Welcome, fellow Taoist, to the northern cold immortal domain upon your ascension. Hanli merely cast a cursory glance at Gao Sheng before redirecting his attention to his own body, swiftly conjuring a set of garments that he donned in an instant. Subsequently, he reciprocated with a gentle smile and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, I am Li Feiyu. I am truly grateful for your warm welcome, my friend. It turned out that many years prior to his ascension, when Hanli sought counsel from Yikong, who was still ensnared in the land of the beginning seal, he had learned of certain fundamental aspects of the immortal realm. He was aware that his cultivation of the spirit refinement technique would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Immortal Realm's monitoring department, necessitating cautious conduct. Thus, upon arriving in the Immortal Realm, he chose to adopt the name of his friend from the mortal realm, Li Feiyu, rather than revealing his true identity. Ah, so you are fellow Taoist Li. Truly, as expected of an ascendant, your physical strength surpasses even mine. I believe great achievements await you in the future. Do not forget about me then. Gao Sheng remarked with a broad grin, causing Hanli to feel somewhat uneasy. After all, he had just arrived in the Immortal Realm, and as a cautious individual, he wished to avoid any actions that might be deemed excessive, responding instead with a half-hearted smile. You flatter me, Gao brother. At this moment, Hanli's thoughts revolved around hastily departing from this welcoming platform to avoid any unnecessary complications, while also seeking to consolidate the condition of his body after the 9 transformations back to truth. Having confirmed that his physical form was unharmed, he noticed the monitoring artifact in Gao Sheng's possession, which bore a striking resemblance to what Yikong had described. A sense of urgency gripped him, and he clasped his hands once more, saying, Gao brother, it seems the spiritual essence here is rather lacking. Shall we relocate? Very well, board my flying vessel. Gao Sheng replied, flipping his palm to discreetly inscribe a faint symbol into the monitoring artifact. However, such an action could hardly elude Hanli's formidable spiritual awareness. Even before Gao Sheng could summon the flying vessel, Hanli had already flicked his sleeve and shot forth like an arrow. Yet, despite Hanli's swiftness, it could not compare to the artifact's extensive sensing range. Soon, an invisible ripple emanated from the artifact, rapidly spreading like the ripples created by a stone thrown into a pond, swiftly reaching Hanli's position. The artifact emitted a sharp sound as it transformed into a blue-green sphere, breaking free from Gao Sheng's grasp and soaring into the sky. At this moment, Hanli realized that his cultivation of the spirit refinement technique had been exposed and that he must immediately vacate the premises, instinctively accelerating his escape. Suddenly, 2 beams of blue and purple light flickered into existence behind him, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear astonishingly close, nearly intercepting his escape. In the next moment, the 2 shimmering figures flanked him on either side, forming a 3-pronged encirclement alongside the pursuing Gao Sheng. Confronted with such circumstances, Hanli recognized that his chances of evading the pursuit of these immortals were slim. He had no choice but to halt and reconsider his strategy. The blue and purple lights came to a standstill, revealing themselves to be the 2 immortal envoys, while Gao Sheng, just a step behind, caught up with them. Fellow Taoists, I, Li, an ascendant from the mortal realm, bear no grievances against you. Why must you pursue me so relentlessly? Hanli queried, despite knowing the futility of the question. Fellow Taoist Li, as an ascendant, you should be accorded great respect by our palace. Unfortunately, your cultivation of a forbidden technique in the immortal realm compels us to apprehend you and turn you over to the monitoring department. Gao Sheng lamented with a hint of regret. Forbidden technique? Hanli mused, caressing the spirit beast ring in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Fellow Taoist Li, based on your earlier actions and reactions, I surmise you were already aware of your cultivation circumstances and knew that the spirit refinement technique is prohibited in our realm. Gao Sheng's handsome face betrayed a fleeting expression of peculiarity before returning to normal. Enough with the pleasantries. Whether he dies sooner or later, he must be captured. The blue envoy interjected impatiently. Indeed, the sooner we apprehend him, the sooner we can report back. The purple envoy added, casting a questioning glance at Gao Sheng, who nodded in agreement. With a flick of his hand, a fist-sized crimson fireball materialized above Hanli, quivering in the air as if struggling, but growing larger with each tremor. Meanwhile, the blue envoy produced a pair of golden short forks that gradually advanced towards Han Li. Gao Sheng, from his eyes, shot forth a white and blue orb, its surface adorned with intertwining white and blue runes, embodying a treasure imbued with a hint of cosmic law. Yet, Han Li remained unperturbed. During his earlier assessment of his condition, he had ascertained that his magical energy was at its peak, even surpassing that prior to his tribulation in the lower realm. Furthermore, his clear spiritual vision allowed him to discern the precise cultivation levels of the three pursuers, sufficient to embolden him for a confrontation. The only concern lay in his unfamiliarity with the terrain. A hasty escape could lead him into an inescapable dead end. Consequently, Han Li unleashed the already refined treasure, the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain, and quietly arranged the Qing Fan's sword array in the vicinity. He then rolled on the ground, his form expanding as the mountain giant avatar materialized before the trio. True spirit transformation? Quite intriguing, Gao Sheng mused. Observing Han Li's transformation into the avatar and recalling the formidable physique he had previously witnessed, a sense of understanding dawning upon him. Resolute in his intent to not merely defend, Han Li launched 3 powerful punches toward Gao Sheng, flinging the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain with all his might toward the purple envoy, while he himself charged at the blue envoy. With a hand gesture, 2 lightning arrows, as thick as bowls, surged forth to meet the advancing short forks. Subsequently, his hands whirled, seizing 2 lightning rods as thick as water barrels, directing them toward the blue envoy, exorcising divine lightning. "This is bad," the purple envoy exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to the purple envoy, who had underestimated Han Li's Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain, Han Li had silently activated the threads of law within the mountain. As the mountain collided with the fireball, the threads of law struck out unexpectedly. The purple envoy, attempting to harness his own power to counteract, was too late. The threads of law severely damaged his fireball, leaving him in a state of disarray, though his vitality remained intact. Meanwhile, Gao Sheng effortlessly deflected Han Li's 3 punches, preparing to unleash his orb, only to be taken aback as azure lotuses blossomed around him. One after another, the lotuses erupted in a dazzling display, rendering him unable to escape the formation. At the same time, the blue envoy found his short forks jolted aside by the lightning arrows. Han Li surged through the gap between the 2 forks like a tempest, wielding the lightning rods as he closed in on the blue envoy, seeking death. With a thunderous roar, the blue-clad celestial envoy gestured with his hands, fingers moving rapidly as he chanted incantations. Gradually, a massive net of earthy hue began to materialize, just as Han Li was almost upon him. The power of the laws. It turned out that the blue-clad envoy had woven the force of the laws into a net as large as a human body, which he then deftly directed to intercept the thunder staff transformed from Han Li's form. Han Li's expression twisted into a snarl. The staff exploded violently under his command. Witnessing this, the blue-clad envoy dared not underestimate the situation, his eyes narrowing as he vanished into thin air. The net of laws, now without its master, slowly began to dissolve, turning a pale yellow. With a fierce shout, the thunderous figure of Han Li struck his chest 3 times. Each strike tightened the surrounding void. And finally, after the third, he swiftly retreated nearly 10 zhong, narrowly escaping the binding force of the laws. Meanwhile, the net of laws began to fade away in the absence of the blue-clad envoy's control. Can you simply hide within the spirit domain? In an instant, Han Li conjured 2 thunderballs the size of a human body, which he hurled forth with a swift motion. One significant reason for his fearlessness in confronting celestial beings was the knowledge that even if they possessed a spirit domain, it was merely for defense and could not be wielded to kill unless cultivated to its ultimate realm. The initial stage of the creation realm was particularly weak in comparison. Boom, boom. One thunderball detonated not far from Han Li, followed by the second, which exploded again, sending a blue figure tumbling out in a rather disheveled manner. How could this be possible? The blue-clad envoy was incredulous. He could not fathom that a mere ascendant could breach even his first-layer spirit domain. It turned out that Han Li's prior conversation with He Kong had included some esoteric techniques. This time, he had infused a bit of his own spatial power into the thunderballs, and by sheer chance, he had managed to force the blue-clad envoy out, though this tactic could not harm his spirit domain. Chapter 3. Battle with the 3 Celestials. Part 2. At this moment, the Li-clad envoy had continuously cast several spells, releasing flecks of law power to momentarily bind the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain before leaping across 100 zhong, escaping the intense pressure of the mountain. He retrieved the heavily damaged fireball, which now bore intricate patterns resembling flowers. Under Han Li's perception, The surface of the Yunhe 5 Extremes mountain erupted in a display of 5-colored brilliance, with streams of law power circulating around its surface, also breaking free from constraint, instantly returning to hover above Han Li's thunderous form. On the other side, the Gao Ascendant had already discerned the flaws in Han Li's sword array. With a commanding shout, he released wisps of law power, slipping through a gap in the array and darting towards the two envoys, his eyes gleaming with a strange light as he fixated on the thunderous figure of Han Li. It seems it is no longer avoidable. The Li-clad envoy's eyes sparked with electricity as he gazed at Han Li as though he were a corpse, causing Han Li to shiver involuntarily. Then, the Li-clad envoy's lips moved as he communicated with the other two, prompting the Blue and Gao envoys to swiftly dart to the sides, forming a pincer attack once more. The Li-clad envoy produced a scroll from his robe, chanting incantations as he released obscure runes. Upon witnessing this, Han Li felt a wave of unease wash over him. The thunderous figure of Han Li took a step back, quickly retracting the sword array and the mountain, aiming directly at the Blue envoy. Han Li continued to weave his spells, finally pulling his hands outward, crafting a silver arc that formed a divine thunder bow from his immense hands. Waves of divine thunder surged from the bow, coalescing into 3 thunder arrows. The moment the arrows formed, Han Li drew the bowstring with one hand, propelling the 3 arrows with a fierce momentum towards the Blue envoy, the arrows faintly imbued with the power of the laws. After the recent clash, the Blue envoy, seeing the unfolding scene, dared not confront it head-on. Yet, under the influence of the law power, he found no escape. Immediately, a piece of dark blue armor materialized and released several swords, which shot forth to meet the 3 thunder arrows. They exploded upon impact, and in that fleeting moment, the Blue envoy spat forth several droplets of essence blood, radiant with golden light. As they burst forth, they released streams of golden halo. Simultaneously, the Blue envoy's body trembled and vanished. The 3 thunder arrows disintegrated upon colliding with the essence blood, creating a tremendous roar as they simultaneously dissolved. The thunderous figure of Han Li revealed a fierce expression, letting out a sky-piercing roar as he surged past the spot where the Blue envoy had vanished, preparing to accelerate his escape. You still wish to flee? Is it not too late? The voice belonged to the Li-clad envoy, who had just activated the scroll. The scroll ascended to a height of 100 miles, swelling in the wind. Slowly, it unfurled, revealing a ghastly female visage at its center. Her pallid face, devoid of color, dripped with fresh blood from her eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, while a symbol of an upward crescent moon with an inverted sword was imprinted on her forehead, creating an eerie spectacle. As soon as the woman emerged from the scroll, her features twisted in agony, enhancing her already terrifying appearance. Her eyes, filled with resentment, scanned the crowd below, but, upon a gesture from the Li-clad envoy, she fixed her gaze upon Han Li's thunderous form, exhaling swirling crimson mist. Though the mist appeared ordinary, it was imbued with a potent force of the laws. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Li's heart sank. The thunderous figure rolled upon the ground and transformed into a spirit bird resembling both a roc and a phoenix, sporting 3 pairs of wings, silver, roc, and phoenix, dazzling in their arrangement. With a piercing cry, it took flight towards a distant horizon. This transformation was a new insight Han Li had gleaned from his experiences, enhancing his escape speed to an extraordinary level. As he continued to absorb the blood essence of various avian creatures, his speed would undergo remarkable changes, making the pursuit of sun and moon a feasible endeavor. He named this transformation the 1000 Avian Change. As Han Li's 6-winged creature flapped, it maintained its prior speed. However, the blood-red mist infused with the power of the laws rapidly spread across the landscape, enveloping Han Li almost instantaneously, prompting even the Gao envoy to furrow his brow at the sight of the scroll's transformation. Meanwhile, the blue-clad envoy also revealed himself, his eyes betraying both astonishment and fear as he glanced down at the severed blue garments beneath him, feeling a sense of trepidation. Under the coercive influence of the law power, Han Li's speed diminished, ultimately forcing him to a halt. As the blood-red mist raged around him, he felt himself being pulled back by the law-infused winds. Something is amiss. With the law power saturating the surroundings, why not seize this opportunity to strike? Such a formidable artifact could not possibly belong to an ordinary celestial being. As Han Li squinted at his surroundings, he quietly probed with his spiritual sense. After a brief moment, a sudden insight struck him. Humph, it turns out this is merely to ensnare my enemies, and cannot inflict any harm upon me. He chuckled. Fellow Taoist Li, it would be wise for you to relinquish any thoughts of escaping this place. Fellow Taoists, I have ensnared them. You may unleash your lethal attacks to eliminate them. Surely, the esteemed lord will bestow generous rewards. Upon discerning the situation before Han Li, the Li surnamed Celestial Envoy let out a hearty laugh. The blue surnamed Celestial Envoy exchanged glances with Gao Sheng before retrieving their respective treasures, cautiously approaching Han Li from both sides. However, after the earlier commotion, they proceeded with heightened vigilance. Han Li cast a cold gaze toward the Li surnamed Celestial Envoy, then glanced at the blue and Gao. That is merely an underdeveloped post-arcane treasure. He then stroked the spirit beast ring adorning his finger. Jiner, destroy the painting scroll. As the words left his lips, a faint golden light erupted from Han Li's spirit beast ring, revealing a 3-foot-tall child amidst the crimson mist. The child's hair was sparse, with only his 2 eyes clearly visible, while the rest of his features remained indistinct, as if he had none. This child was none other than Han Li's gold-devouring insect king, Jiner. Yes, master. Jiner responded as he emerged, immediately darting towards the painting scroll. The surrounding blood-red mist, imbued with the power of laws, proved ineffective against him. Instead, the mist began to thin around him, as if being gradually absorbed, creating an eerie spectacle. From a distance, the Li surnamed Celestial Envoy caught sight of Jiner and involuntarily exclaimed, "The gold-devouring immortal? This child possesses a gold-devouring immortal." Gao Sheng, who was hastening towards Han Li, was taken aback as well, a wisp of white mist escaping from the corners of his eyes. He quickly retorted, "No, it hasn't fully advanced. It's merely a true spirit stage insect king." Upon hearing Gao Sheng's words, the blue and Li celestial envoys regarded Han Li with a trace of fear. Though they had not personally encountered the gold-devouring immortal, a being said to be nearly immortal according to ancient celestial records, they were aware that even a fully fledged golden immortal stood no chance against a gold-devouring immortal of the human immortal level. The legendary devouring celestial monarch, who emerged far beyond the celestial domain, was a product of the gold-devouring immortal cultivation, a being even the celestial emperors dared not provoke. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Li surnamed Celestial Envoy pointed towards the painting scroll, and in an instant, he flashed to its surface. With a twist of his hand, he produced a small object adorned with thorn-like protrusions, its tip resembling rose petals, while the other end bore 2 small, bead-like flower buds, all in hues of blue and green. With a flick of his wrist, the object spun and directly advanced towards Jiner. Seeing this, Jiner slightly raised his eyes, his face twitching ever so slightly. A golden arc erupted from his eyes, hurtling towards the floral treasure. The floral-shaped treasure deftly evaded the golden arc as if it had taken a sharp turn, swiftly closing in on Jiner, releasing a sharp sound as it transformed into a large green net that ensnared him within. Haha, this gold-devouring king is nothing extraordinary, the Li surnamed Celestial Envoy remarked with a smirk. Underestimating him, Han Li, observing the unfolding scene from afar, let out a cold snort. At that moment, due to the constraints of the law's power, Han Li had to transform into a mountain-sized demonic figure, wielding the extreme mountain and the evil-dispelling divine thunder staff, engaging in battle with the blue and Gao. Meanwhile, the Li surnamed Celestial Envoy, reveling in his perceived victory over the ensnared Jiner, suddenly noticed several faint golden arcs emanating from the green net, followed by a thick purple-gold electric arc slicing through the side of the net. With a resounding boom, the entire net exploded, the backlash of the treasure's self-detonation striking the Li surnamed Celestial Envoy. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and had already consumed a pill to mitigate the damage. However, his face turned ashen, muttering to himself that even a treasure of the wood attribute could not contend with it. Before he could recover from his shock, Jiner had already approached the painting scroll, casually releasing 2 seemingly harmless golden arcs towards it. The flustered Li surnamed Celestial Envoy hastily directed several finger points at the painting scroll, channeling his spell into it. The grotesque woman depicted in the scroll immediately unleashed a barrage of blood-red mist towards Jiner and the 2 golden arcs. Just as the arcs were about to strike the scroll, they were barely dissolved by the mist. At that moment, the Li surnamed Celestial Envoy fully comprehended that this ascended cultivator named Li was not someone they could easily capture, even with overwhelming numbers. He summoned his sword and blade treasures one by one, launching them at Jiner and detonating them to obstruct his advance. Simultaneously, he conveyed to Gao Sheng, "Brother Gao, do you have any other treasures to eliminate this child?" Engaged in a fierce battle with Han Li, Gao Sheng understood that the 2 celestial envoys had exhausted their arsenal. He had his own plans and did not wish to pursue a relentless conflict, as this was a war he had never intended to be part of. Thus, he replied, "Brotherly, I do not possess many treasures, and in my view, this person should. Chapter 4. Undercurrents, Brother Han. Are we truly letting them escape? At that moment, a resounding voice echoed in Han Li's mind. This voice belonged to the demon light with whom he had formed a pact. As he sped away, Han Li replied, "Do you have a method to capture them all at once, Brother Demon?" Heh. Although they are merely ordinary human immortals of the second and third stages, combined with my foolish serpent and crab path, we should be able to match them. With you and that insect king, eliminating them should not pose a challenge. The demon light chuckled. Brother Demon, you have not engaged in battle outside. Yet you perceive this situation so clearly. Indeed, if that is their full strength, I would have no qualms about keeping them. However, it seems that the youth named Gao Sheng is not as simple as he appears, Han Li replied contemplatively. Oh, then fellow Taoist Han. You are indeed much more astute than I. Flattery aside, their means of escape are rather peculiar, and I seem unable to catch up with them, Han Li remarked. My friend, you are unaware that this is a type of potential activating artifact from the celestial realm. One must comprehend a certain law of power to harness it and achieve such instantaneous speed. It is said to have been created by a powerful figure from the celestial realm nearly 10 million years ago to protect the younger generation, and later became widespread. The demon light explained. I see. But I wonder, is it easy to grasp this law of power? Han Li asked, intrigued by this life-saving technique. At that moment, another voice chimed in. This law is entirely different from the laws of confinement and destruction that you have already comprehended. It is a new law that typically requires one to be at least a golden immortal to understand. However, with your abilities, I believe you can quickly grasp it upon acquiring the artifact. The speaker was the pseudo-celestial crab Taoist. I understand now. But does this artifact have any drawbacks? Han Li, having faced the intense torment of the spirit refinement technique for nearly 10,000 years, had grown increasingly cautious. He had no need to hastily trigger the tribulation of ascension and force his way into the true celestial realm. But the imminent explosion of his spiritual sea loomed only a few thousand years away after successfully cultivating the third layer of the spirit refinement technique. The methods for the subsequent layers remained elusive, akin to a death warrant pressing against his forehead. This predicament left him without sufficient mana support for the ascension tribulation, resulting in the fracturing of his Xiantian slashing spirit sword. Although he had since received the nurturing of the 9 transformations of true return at the guiding platform, it could never return to its former glory. The instrument in question bears no significant aftereffects upon use, yet its speed does not increase in accordance with one's cultivation level, and it consumes a considerable amount of the power of laws. The crab Taoist spoke calmly. That is reassuring. Brother Mo, Brother Crab, do you possess any insights regarding the northern cold immortal domain? Upon hearing this, Han Li deftly shifted the conversation to inquire about other matters. After gathering some basic information, Han Li took a step forward and could not help but accelerate his flight. Throughout his journey, Han Li beheld an endless expanse of plains, colossal hills, and unfathomable canyons, alongside vast, verdant grasslands that stretched to the horizon, with few encounters of other immortals or formidable beasts. After traveling for half a month without sight of an end, Han Li, prioritizing safety, altered his course and sped away in another direction, deep within a mountainous region of the northern cold immortal domain, where the aura of immortality was so dense it could be transformed into liquid. A vast grassy field, several miles in diameter, flourished with an abundance of extraordinary flora. In the center stood a towering tree, hundreds of feet high. Its trunk, thick enough to be encircled by 100 individuals, bore a wrinkled bark of a purplish-brown hue. Although the tree was lush with foliage, the leaves were diminutive, resembling slender fingers, while the branches, despite the massive trunk, were as thin as a human's finger or arm, imparting an odd sensation to the entire tree. In a shaded area beneath the tree, a peculiar figure with 2 heads was seated in meditation. The left head bore a gentle expression, eyes half closed in contemplation, while the right head wore an aggressive scowl. This strange being was performing hand seals, and dark red runes danced from their fingertips, slowly embedding themselves into the colossal trunk as they floated up and down. I doubt it can hold out much longer, the fierce head remarked with a sinister grin, fixating on a particular spot on the giant tree. Do not celebrate too soon. This domain spirit is no ordinary existence. For it to submit willingly will require considerable time. I fear that if the guardian comes to check, our efforts may be in vain, the gentle head cautioned, glancing at the tree's branches with a grave demeanor. If our plan here fails, the consequences will be quite dire. The fierce head interjected. I certainly hope for a swift success. Were it not for their excessive oppression, driving us to a dead end, we would not have resorted to this. In truth, Peaceful coexistence would be preferable, the gentle head replied, gritting their teeth slightly, deep in thought. Hee, how many such individuals do you think we'll encounter? The fierce head suddenly queried. In my estimation, not too many, but enough to stir some trouble. The two-headed creature continued their discussion, hands never ceasing their intricate movements. As if two individuals were deliberating under the tree. In the heart of an endless ocean, a small island, several hundred miles in circumference, boasted a resplendent palace. Within this palace, there existed a front hall, a main hall, a council chamber, training grounds, a medicinal garden, and an arena, among other facilities. At the center of one grand hall, a young woman clad in ornate robes occupied the seat of honor, flanked by two others, a bald monk in loose robes. Exuding a relaxed yet respectful demeanor, and a handsome man, none other than Gao Sheng, who had previously welcomed Han Li at the portal. What? The soul refinement technique. In this day and age, there are still those who dare to practice such forbidden arts. The monk exclaimed in astonishment, interrupting Gao Sheng's report. That individual is an ascended cultivator. Gao Sheng shot him a glance, prompting the palace woman to feign anger and direct her inquiry to him. What? Are you three unable to subdue a mere newly ascended individual? Gao Sheng hesitated, his words faltering. The palace woman, her eyes glinting with realization, waved her hand. And the three of them suddenly found themselves in a pristine, snowy realm. Has your spiritual domain regressed, Palace Master? Have you descended from the realm of creation back to the realm of origin? But as the young palace woman cleared her throat, the monk promptly fell silent. Subsequently, Gao Sheng recounted the events that had transpired, prompting the palace mistress to ponder deeply. Senior Brother Gao, did you not bring along the wind spear granted by our esteemed master for a millennium? Though it is post-hex, it contains the essence of our master's 1,000-year law of cultivation, which should guarantee a single decisive strike. Seeing the palace mistress lost in thought, the monk quickly interjected. Junior Brother Nyo, while it is indeed our duty to eliminate those who wield forbidden techniques, the moment we deploy the laws contained within the wind spear, much of its effectiveness will be squandered. We are not yet at the point of a life-or-death struggle with this individual. This is not our war. Moreover, that Li cultivator seems to possess other contingencies, and I fear a backlash could lead to our own demise, Gao Sheng articulated. The monk, known as Nyo, attempted to voice his thoughts, but was stopped by the palace mistress. Nyo man, your skills in cultivation are commendable, yet you lack the worldly wisdom that Gao Sheng possesses. His approach is correct. It is best to conserve our strength in the absence of absolute certainty. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the two men found themselves whisked away, leaving the palace mistress alone to mutter about the soul refinement technique, the devouring gold immortal, and the exorcising divine thunder. In a floating, spacious pavilion within a certain city, three individuals found themselves ensnared within a barrier. Among them were the two celestial envoys, Lan and Li, who had recently engaged Han Li in a fierce battle, while the third, adorned in a yellow robe and strikingly handsome, stood with his back to Lan and Li, inquiring with a tone of gravity. You, a second-tier and a third-tier immortal, along with a third-tier aide, were unable to subdue a newly ascended cultivator? Moreover, he managed to escape? Master, the opponent's prowess is overwhelming. Not only does he have the assistance of the devouring Gold King, but he has also likely reached the pinnacle of the true extreme body. Furthermore, he possesses the exorcising divine thunder, which can counter nearly everything. After the post-hex transition, his powers are fully restored, and we have found ourselves rather beleaguered. The envoy namely replied respectfully. It seems I must personally intervene. This practitioner of forbidden arts must be eradicated. Otherwise, should we incur the wrath of above, we will bear the consequences, the leader of the envoys declared. Only you can eliminate him. I am truly inadequate to complete this task and accept the punishment. Lan and Li bowed in apology. Enough. Generally, ascended cultivators from the lower realms possess abilities that exceed their tier. However, this one's power is exceedingly formidable, having mastered the third level of the soul refinement technique. His consciousness can rival my own. You need not feel remorse. You may leave now. With a wave of his hand, the leader dismissed them, and Lan and Li promptly exited, leaving only the yellow-robed overseer behind, who soon vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a barely audible whisper within the barrier. Chapter 5. The natural absolute formation in the blink of an eye. More than a month had passed. Yet Han Li seemed unable to escape the desolate plains of the immortal realm. Before him, there was still no sign of any sentient beings, be they celestial beings, demonic creatures, or even mortals, which left him feeling somewhat distressed. Reflecting on He Kang's description of the immortal realm as a vast wasteland, he could not help but find it strikingly accurate. Even the few entities from the immortal realm, such as the demon light, fire whiskers, and the pseudo-immortal puppet, were equally powerless in this desolation. Should they choose to remain for a period to cultivate, they would find the ambient spiritual energy surprisingly sparse in some barren areas. It was even less than that of the lower realms. Moreover, burdened by the forbidden techniques of his cultivation, Han Li feared that before he could even begin, he would be pursued by the upper echelons of the three immortals, an outcome he dreaded to contemplate. After much deliberation, he resolved to continue onward, firmly believing that he would eventually find a way out of this predicament. Unbeknownst to him, another half-month slipped by. One day, Han Li slipped into a chasm that spanned millions of miles. This gorge bore little distinction from the ones he had encountered previously. Just as he was about to dash across, a wave of unease washed over him, and he sensed faint spatial fluctuations 100 feet away, phenomena not uncommon in lofty mountains. Although exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, his innate caution and composure compelled him to halt abruptly. He released his spiritual awareness, sweeping it across the chasm for miles and the abyss below, squinting his eyes and furrowing his brow as he focused on the source of the spatial fluctuations. Soon, Han Li's eyes widened with contemplation as he observed the spatial disturbances and glanced at the abyss below. He shook his head and muttered, "It is indeed peculiar. But it should not pose a significant threat." Just as he was about to channel his power to advance once more, an eerie, gentle breeze surged from the bottom of the chasm, swiftly enveloping him. Startled, Han Li instinctively cursed his misfortune. In an instant, his internal power dissipated, and his suspended form began to plummet, gradually being drawn into the depths of the gorge by the enigmatic breeze. Even as he descended, Han Li's mind remained clear, though he found himself unable to summon his internal power, as if it had been entirely exhausted. In a moment of desperation, he realized that the consciousness within his sea of awareness remained under his control. Coldly snorting, he began to chant incantations. Immediately, his spiritual thoughts surged forth in torrents, weaving and coiling until they formed a chain. As soon as the chain materialized, Han Li swiftly encircled himself with it and urged it to pull him upward. Although formidable, the chain could not halt his descent, as the strange breeze continued to draw him deeper into the chasm. Han Li considered every conceivable option, including reaching out to the companions within his spirit beast ring. Yet they too were powerless due to their own depleted energy and obstructed movements. Time passed, and Han Li eventually lost all sensation of the pulling breeze, finding himself in a pitch-black void where he could freely circulate his internal power. To his astonishment, the ambient spiritual energy in this place was vastly more abundant than outside, yet he sensed that he had been transported to an unknown realm, devoid of any trace of sunlight. What is this place? The fire serpent, Fire Whiskers, who recognized Han Li as its master, eagerly emerged from the spirit beast ring, exhaling several streams of crimson flames. The fiery serpents danced in the air, illuminating the darkness momentarily. "Be cautious, you foolish serpent, lest you awaken something that endangers us." The demon light, who also emerged, could not resist teasing Fire Whiskers. "Brother demon, do you recognize this place?" Han Li inquired, aware that his understanding of the immortal realm paled in comparison to theirs. However, the flames spewed by Fire Whiskers were abruptly extinguished by a sudden gust of gentle wind, plunging the space back into silence. With the brief illumination, they discerned that they were in an endless expanse of yellow earth, devoid of anything else. "I warned you against recklessness. This is no ordinary space. I've never encountered anything like it." Fire Whiskers retorted defiantly, staring back at the demon light. "Master, did you sense the presence of any other beings, immortals, beasts, or true spirits, upon entering this place?" The pseudo-immortal puppet, Crab Taoist, inquired. "I have observed thoroughly and found no signs of other sentient beings," Han Li replied, ignoring the bickering between the demon light and Fire Whiskers, turning instead to Crab Taoist. "Have you ever heard of formation spirits or the transformation of restrictions into spirits?" Crab Taoist asked after a moment of contemplation. "Formation spirits? Transformation of restrictions into spirits?" Han Li mused. To his knowledge, the spirit race in the spiritual realm consisted of treasures that, over time, developed a modicum of sentience through communion, eventually cultivating into beings. He had never heard of formations achieving sentience. Indeed, formation spirits. In the immortal realm, due to the presence of immortal spiritual energy, not only living beings can attain sentience. Under special circumstances, even inanimate objects and formations can awaken intelligence, Crab Taoist elaborated. "Is it possible for a forsaken place like this to have formations that reach such a state?" The demon light interjected, astonished. "Oh wait, could it be the natural absolute formation?" The demon light exclaimed in sudden realization. Indeed, it is highly probable that this is a formation not crafted by human hands. Crab Taoist replied calmly. Although he could not see, Han Li could sense the astonishment on the demon light's face. While he was not well versed in the natural absolute formation, he understood its implications from its very name. Fire Whiskers chimed in. So this natural absolute formation is spontaneously formed by nature? Heh, aren't you also a product of nature? The demon light chuckled in jest. Years of companionship had rendered Fire Whiskers utterly at a loss against the demon light's antics, and he could only retort occasionally, while Han Li maintained an air of indifference. This type of formation arises from the enduring laws, runes, and incantations of nature, combined with certain spiritual forces, the essence of heaven and earth, and fluctuations of immortal spiritual energy, creating a new set of rules. Over time, these rules absorb and evolve, forming a formation that, with prolonged nurturing by immortal spiritual energy, may indeed develop sentience, Crab Taoist explained further. Just as he finished speaking, the four instinctively gazed toward a particular direction, where a glimmer of light emerged at the far end of the dark space. The light transformed from a point into a line, then expanded into a surface, gradually illuminating the area like the rising sun. Strangely, at that moment, the four beheld a scene utterly different from what their spiritual awareness had previously scanned. A riot of flowers and lush leaves sprang forth from the ground, rapidly covering the entire space in a mesmerizing display, stretching endlessly before them. A flicker of astonishment crossed Han Li's face, and then Crab Taoist continued. Whether this is indeed the rarely spoken of natural absolute formation remains uncertain. Should one truly encounter such a formation, it would indeed be exceedingly troublesome. I have heard tales of one of your esteemed celestial lords being ensnared by a natural absolute formation for 1,000,000 years, nearly succumbing to madness and death. It was only through comprehending the rules within the formation that he managed to escape. The demon light flicked a peculiar flower recently plucked from his hand, contemplating briefly before speaking. In the face of this predicament, Han Li found himself at a loss for words. Despite his cautious journey, he now faced entrapment in a dire situation. After a moment of reflection, he promptly instructed the three of them. Let us each explore a different direction to search for alternative exits. If obstructed, return. If in danger, send a signal. We shall reconvene here after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Without waiting for their opinions, he chose a direction and sped off, while the pseudo-immortal Crab Taoist selected another path. The demon light and the fire whisker exchanged glances before darting off in yet another direction. As he traversed, Han Li continued to behold a landscape reminiscent of a botanical garden, with flowers blooming vibrantly. Though these were not illusions, most were low-tier medicinal herbs, of little use to him. Soon, Han Li was the first to return, followed shortly by the Crab Taoist and the demon light. The last to return, the fire whisker, brought back a ring and tossed it to Han Li upon landing. A sweep of his divine sense revealed it to contain mere celestial spirit stones, ordinary pills, and weapons, likely remnants left by low-tier beings who had perished here. However, the two exquisite jade rings inscribed with maps of the surrounding area provided Han Li with some solace. After sharing their respective findings and finding little progress, they each resumed their recovery in their own manner. 3 days later, invigorated and refreshed, Han Li suddenly surged upward, exclaiming, "Protect me." He then levitated into the air, casting forth dozens of array flags that swiftly settled into their respective positions before vanishing entirely. Subsequently, Han Li resumed his meditative posture, gesturing with his hands to form an unusual incantation. An infinite stream of divine consciousness erupted from around his body, enveloping him like a mist. Gradually, the fog of divine thought thickened, transforming into a fluid that, with the passage of time, condensed into a milky substance, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. As this divine milk flowed with increasing sluggishness, it gradually morphed into a massive sphere, its surface intermittently appearing with cracks. As if on the verge of bursting, the sphere grew larger, approaching nearly 10 feet in diameter, astonishing both the demon light and the fire whisker. Han Li's sphere of divine consciousness endured for nearly the duration of a tea's brewing, when suddenly a muffled sound emanated from within. The immense sphere appeared to be compressed by two colossal hands, flattening significantly in mere breaths, before a barely audible sound emerged. The sphere unleashed a torrent of accumulated divine consciousness, spilling forth in a deluge that spanned thousands of miles, reaching the boundless edge of existence. Those on the ground who were swept by Han Li's divine thought staggered back, their minds ringing with a painful buzz, akin to the sting of needles, lingering long after. Han Li, his complexion slightly pale, kept his eyes shut tight, brow furrowed, as if sensing something. Time trickled by mercilessly, tormenting those trapped in this dire circumstance. 3 days passed, and he remained in the same state, while those below found their mental anguish dissipated, forming a protective formation around him in silence. Day and night continued their relentless cycle, with vibrant flowers blooming during the day, only to revert to desolate dust and barren wasteland by night, evoking a sense of melancholy. Another half-month elapsed, and Han Li remained motionless in meditation, his eyes still closed. Until one day, a month later, the demon light and the others distinctly sensed an approaching wave of energy. The intensity of this wave stirred up strong winds, scattering the blossoms and leaves. The eye of the storm was Han Li, and as the final vestiges of the wave converged, he abruptly opened his eyes and, with a grave expression, remarked, "Thank you, my friends, for your protection. However, I have yet to uncover the secrets to escaping this natural absolute formation." As disappointment flickered across the faces of the demon light and the fire whisker, Han Li continued, "Yet, I believe I have identified several weak points within the formation, which may offer a potential route of escape." Through days of diligent exploration with his divine consciousness, Han Li had thoroughly surveyed every accessible area, gaining a comprehensive understanding of their predicament. It was only under the condition of having trustworthy companions to guard him, coupled with the protective array, that he dared to fully release his divine consciousness. Otherwise, the risk of ambush from unscrupulous individuals would be too perilous. In the ensuing months, Han Li led his companions to each of the identified weak areas, testing every means at their disposal: array attacks, the power of laws, spatial breakthroughs, the golden insect king, and the evil-repelling divine thunder. Each attempt yielded naught but futility. "Are we truly destined to perish here?" the fire whisker lamented, his face a mask of despair. The demon light, equally dispirited, gazed at the pockmarked ground strewn with fallen petals and leaves, devoid of the spirit to jest with him. "My lord, since this natural formation is a product of nature itself, forcing our way through would only yield adverse results. It seems we must instead adopt a strategy of yielding to the natural flow," remarked the pseudo-immortal crab Taoist. Han Li, well-versed in the intricacies of formations, was acutely aware of this principle. Thus, he replied, "Indeed, I am cognizant of this fact. Given our current circumstances, only through deep comprehension can we hope to extricate ourselves from this place." With that, Han Li disregarded the trio and sought out a relatively undamaged garden, where he set up an array. He then laid out all the forbidden formation manuals from the human realm to the spirit realm, along with treasures capable of aiding in the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, and began to study them meticulously. 2 months later, a majestic figure clad in a yellow robe appeared at the mouth of a canyon, clutching a thumb-sized blue gem shaped like a teardrop, its surface shimmering with waves of law. Silently, he released his divine consciousness, channeling energy through the gem as if attuning to something. "Humph. What treasures has this fellow employed to conceal even the faintest trace of his soul fluctuations from my divine refining technique?" With no means to track the man's whereabouts, the figure in yellow had no choice but to turn away, transforming into a yellow rainbow that shot forth. 3 years later, deep within a range of mountains rich with celestial spirit energy, where the essence had transformed into mist, a two-headed creature continued to sit cross-legged before a towering tree hundreds of feet high, hands continually forming incantations. Yet, one side of the tree's branches had turned brittle and yellow. Strangely, the leaves that fell upon touching the ground glimmered and vanished. Behind the two-headed creature, a youth with an eagle beak and a single horn appeared, his eyes sparking with electricity, surrounded by flickering pale blue flames as if to singe his eyebrows. The youth inquired solemnly, "Qi Shuang, it seems your soul-extracting technique is progressing well. How much longer will it take?" "Haha, 30 years will suffice." The creature named Qi Shuang responded with a sinister grin. "Perhaps in 28 years, the entire grand will be completed. By the way, Ying Wan, did you notice the guardian upon your arrival?" Qi Shuang's benevolent head spoke thus. The youth named Ying Wan chuckled coldly. "Rest assured, it will take merely 30 years. It shan't be a hindrance. My only concern is that you might inadvertently harm the divine soul and rouse those ancient monsters, which would indeed be troublesome." Qi Shuang's benevolent head inquired further, "Fear not, I have mastered this method to perfection. Should anything go awry, I would be doomed. By the way, Ying Wan, how many have you gathered? What are their respective cultivations?" "Over 20. There are 2 golden immortals, with the majority being human immortals at the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th stages." "Sufficient. Quite sufficient." 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Li soared through the air, propelled by light in a specific direction, Reflecting on the arduous years of contemplation, he finally comprehended the intricate rules of this natural array. Utilizing the power of space, he managed to escape the array, a feat that would have been implausible had the array possessed a higher intelligence. Following the direction indicated by the jade ring left by predecessors, Han Li continued his flight for nearly half a month. One day, while he was traversing the skies, he suddenly heard a thunderous commotion ahead. His divine sense revealed the source of the explosive sound, a peculiar insect, over 1,000 feet long, covered in grotesque tumors, with limbs as thick as human arms. As it moved, it stirred up a tempest of sand, and its head and tail bore a striking resemblance, resembling the head of a serpent with deer antlers. Apart from this strange insect, a slightly plump young man hovered above, his ears drooping, yet possessing an air of delicate handsomeness. With one hand behind his back, he controlled 7 shimmering silver daggers dancing in the air, occasionally swirling, striking swiftly, and then retreating, appearing remarkably at ease. However, upon closer inspection, Han Li discerned that though the young man possessed the cultivation of a human immortal, he appeared to be only at the initial stage, and his brow was damp with sweat, struggling to evade the insect's onslaught. The insect's limbs seemed to embody the peak of late-stage integration, launching a barrage of attacks that undoubtedly reached the level of tribulation crossing human immortals. Yet, it seemed the insect was not adept at evasion, and should the human immortal choose to flee, it would surely not pose a challenge. The young man, now acutely aware of Han Li standing several miles away, became tense. Under the relentless assault of red and blue electric beams shot from the insect's myriad limbs, his protective aura began to falter, rippling like water disturbed by a stone. Nonetheless, the young man did not call for help or retreat. Instead, with a flick of his hand, he produced a blue elixir, which he quickly consumed. Instantly, his protective aura surged with radiant silver light, expanding significantly. Han Li observed this scene with keen clarity. Sensing no other beings nearby, he flashed his divine sense, then unleashed dozens of azure swords that spiraled toward the insect. He raised his arm, releasing 5 piercing white beams of light that cascaded like misty rain upon the insect, transforming into 5 skeletal figures of ice that lunged at it. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The insect, now hindered by the chilling energy, moved sluggishly, while Han Li's azure swords, empowered by his recent breakthroughs and the nurturing of the 9 transformations on the altar, swiftly severed 2 to 3 dozen of the insect's limbs. The young man, invigorated by this turn of events, channeled his golden aura, his hands moving rapidly, commanding the 7 daggers to dance like silver serpents, inflicting further damage on the insect's limbs. In this dire situation, the insect resorted to wildly flailing its hundreds of arms, even sacrificing some in a desperate attempt to fend off Han Li and the young man, momentarily allowing them to burrow into the ground. Not good. It intends to flee, the young man shouted, preparing to pursue with Earth Escape. Han Li conveyed a silent message, retrieving a gourd from his ring and hurling it toward the insect's vanishing point. In the next moment, the gourd erupted with a cascade of golden sand, which swiftly engulfed the area, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, the young man took a few breaths, contemplating Han Li, ready to speak, when suddenly, the ground nearby trembled violently, and the insect was forced out by the sand, its numerous limbs battered and bruised. Without waiting for Han Li's signal, the young man dashed forward, and the 7 daggers soared to meet him. As he spun in midair, he transformed into a giant over 100 feet long, the daggers lining up to form an enormous golden-silver sword. The giant leaned down toward the insect, wielding the sword with determination, plunging it into the insect's head. Chapter 7. Cold Moon City and the Trading Fair. Thank you, my friend, for your assistance. I am Yu Shao. The soul of this 1,000-foot golden centipede must be retained by me, while all else belongs to you. I hope you will grant this request. The young man, Yu Shao, bowed respectfully to Han Li, lowering his head slightly. He understood that Han Li had contributed significantly to the defeat of the centipede. Without Han Li, he would have been unable to achieve this. Yet, the soul of this creature was essential to him, hence his earnest plea. I am Han Li. Everything shall proceed as you wish, Han Li replied calmly, returning the gesture. He was indifferent to the gains and losses involved, not bothering to collect the centipede's remains. Instead, turning to inquire, did you come from a nearby city, brother Yu? Oh, you are from afar? Could it be that? Yu Shao seemed to recall something. Han Li interjected, I am merely a wandering cultivator, unfamiliar with the local environment. Oh, I see. I possess a jade ring that details the geography and landscape of the surrounding area, including perilous locations. I hope you will accept it. Yu Xiao quickly grasped the implication and shifted the conversation. Having said that, Yu Xiao handed Han Li the exquisite jade ring and suggested, "If you find handling the centipede troublesome, and trust my word, I can assist you with the matter in Cold Moon City. And you may return with the spirit stones afterward." Han Li accepted the jade ring, his divine sense sweeping it to grasp the terrain. And upon learning of the return to Cold Moon City, he agreed, "Then I shall trouble you, brother Yu." Afterward, Yu Xiao collected the remains of the centipede. Han Li inquired, "Are you returning to Cold Moon City immediately?" "Indeed, I came specifically for this centipede. Now that it is done, I shall return," Yu Xiao replied. Thus, at Han Li's suggestion, the two set off toward Cold Moon City. Cold Moon City may not be the largest among other cities in the celestial realm, but to Han Li, it surpassed any grand city he had encountered in the spirit realm. As Han Li traversed his journey, he gleaned specific details about Cold Moon City from Yu Xiao. The most formidable cultivators in the city barely reached the third or fourth stage of the human immortal realm, with the majority being of lower tiers, such as integration and refining void. Most notably, Han Li discovered that the city lacked any immortal inspectors, categorizing it as a minor city as per He Kang's description. Another point of interest was that, despite its modest size, Cold Moon City possessed a teleportation array capable of connecting to nearby major cities, a rare feat for such a small locale, albeit at a considerable cost. Before entering the city, Yu Xiao hastily introduced Han Li to a suitable lodging spot and then departed. Han Li began to observe the largest city he had encountered thus far. There was no specific overseer within the city. However, it operated under its own set of rules, complete with various restrictions and defensive arrays. Additionally, dozens of small teleportation arrays had been established to facilitate travel, requiring only a few high-grade spirit stones for use. Though the streets were not perpetually bustling, they were populated enough, with numerous shops teeming with customers. In a secluded corner, Han Li discreetly altered his appearance, changing his attire and suppressing his cultivation level before entering a relatively large shop. A rather mature-looking shopkeeper greeted him warmly. "What can I assist you with, esteemed guest? May I see your catalog of items for sale? I am particularly interested in manuals and techniques. Also, do you offer exchanges for immortal spirit stones?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted, and with a broad smile, he presented the relevant records. As a newly ascended individual, Han Li was eager to learn about the fundamental aspects and current conditions of the immortal realm, focusing on acquiring various manuals and texts. He also exchanged some of his superfluous items for immortal spirit stones and other useful goods. "Do you not sell any forbidden techniques?" Han Li inquired directly after the shopkeeper completed several transactions. "Forbidden techniques." The shopkeeper's expression flickered, yet he appeared seasoned enough to maintain composure. Lowering his voice to repeat the question, after exchanging glances with Han Li, he asked, "What specific forbidden technique do you refer to?" "The divine refinement technique," Han Li replied, unreservedly and with calm conviction. "The divine refinement technique? Is that the one for cultivating divine consciousness?" The shopkeeper queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Indeed, practicing such a forbidden technique is a path of no return." The shopkeeper, though low in cultivation, did not hide his concern as he regarded Han Li. A bitter smile crossed Han Li's face. He was already on a proverbial ship of thieves, and no matter how treacherous the path, he had to continue onward. His expression hardened as he stated, "I am well aware of that. Do you have it or not? I sincerely apologize, but this shop does not possess that technique." The shopkeeper reiterated, "Then, to your knowledge, where might I find such a technique?" "I fear that such a technique may not exist even in this city. Perhaps some underground trade fairs or larger cities might have what you're seeking." After hearing the shopkeeper's response, Han Li departed and, upon inquiring at several other larger shops, received the same answer. He resigned himself to retreating to his designated lodging. Not long after Han Li exited one of the shops, the shopkeeper promptly retrieved a communication talisman, inscribing a few lines before sending it off. Meanwhile, within a secret chamber of a grand estate in Cold Moon City, a beautiful woman sat gracefully on a mat. With eyebrows like crescent moons and eyes resembling phoenixes, her striking red lips sparked desire, and her flowing purple skirt enhanced her allure. "Oh, a mere nascent soul cultivator aspires to practice the divine refinement technique? How unfortunate that your cultivation is insufficient, otherwise." The enchanting woman closed her eyes once more, resuming her meditation. 3 days later, Han Li awaited Yu Xiao at his lodging, receiving the immortal spirit stones he had exchanged before Yu Xiao took his leave. However, he also brought news of an upcoming trade fair in 2 months, where some cultivators of human immortal rank and above would participate in a high-end trading event, igniting a glimmer of hope in Han Li. In the ensuing 2 months, Han diligently solidified his true immortal body, dedicating a fragment of his divine soul to familiarize himself with the manuals and texts he had gathered from various shops, thereby obtaining a preliminary understanding of the northern cold immortal domain. He discovered a particular artifact, known as the moon-chasing ring, which could harness the power of laws to facilitate teleportation. However, he was dismayed to find that none of the shops offered it for sale. For a cultivator, 2 months passed swiftly. On this day, Han ventured out to a specialized teleportation shop, exchanging some high-grade spirit stones to be transported to a vast venue. This venue spanned at least 100 miles, featuring various medium-sized markets catering to lower-tier nascent soul cultivators, mid-tier transformation and refining void cultivators, and high-tier great ascension cultivators. Upon his arrival at the teleportation array, he noticed over a dozen similar arrays bustling with activity, all hastily constructed for the duration of the trade fair. As Han stepped out, a strikingly attractive woman approached him, holding a resonant artifact. "Esteemed senior, please follow me to the high-end trading event." She gestured towards a specific direction. Although Han did not suppress his cultivation, it was evident that she was merely a transformation cultivator, likely capable of discerning his level due to the artifact in her possession. He followed her promptly, arriving at a larger venue. A towering stone wall immediately captured his attention. This wall recorded the names of high-tier cultivators willing to exchange items or seeking specific goods, along with their respective room numbers. Although the details were not inscribed, a sweep of divine sense revealed everything clearly. "Please, make yourself at home." The woman offered a slight bow before departing. Han received a token for his room, but had no items to trade, so he merely scanned the inscriptions before entering his room to meditate. As Han examined the stone wall, he noticed that a few individuals were seeking exchanges for items as prestigious as the Xiantian and post-Xiantian, prompting a wry smile. He then retrieved his token, inscribing a request for the moon-chasing ring before resuming his meditation. After a short while, Han remained vigilant for any changes on the stone wall, but nothing of interest materialized. Suddenly, a sky-blue bird whizzed into his room, chirping before disintegrating into thin air. Realizing someone wished to see him, Han activated the token's restriction, causing the nearby light barrier to vanish. In an instant, a girl clad in blue entered, possessing initial stage human immortal cultivation. Her flowing long dress contrasted with her youthful visage, while a red ribbon was tied around her wrist, accompanied by a small bell. She wore a bright smile, albeit one that seemed somewhat immature. Chapter 8. Fair, Wanchan. I am Han. May I inquire your name, fair maiden? Call me Fair. Before Han could finish, the girl in blue interjected. You seek the moon-chasing ring, yes? What can you offer in exchange? This left Han momentarily stunned, but he soon regained his composure. What does Miss Fair require? I am unsure of what I need. Just show me everything you possess, and if I deem it sufficient, I shall trade with you. This Fair truly left Han at a loss, lacking a clear objective. Did she truly expect him to present all his belongings? Found himself at a loss for words, caught in a tense atmosphere as he locked eyes with Fair. After a moment, she blinked and spoke again. Seeing how troubled you are, if you agree to one request of mine, I will give you the moon-chasing ring. A request? What sort of request? Was bemused by this seemingly childish girl, hoping to send her on her way as soon as possible. Well, I haven't thought of it yet. Can we decide later? Fair said with a slight smile as her eyes twinkled. At that moment, contemplated how this girl's unique approach to life could actually lead her to the realm of immortals, leaving him somewhat baffled. That won't do. What if your request in the future is something I cannot fulfill? I would risk breaking a contract and facing the tribulation of my heart demon. Immediately refused. Rest assured, my request doesn't require your heart demon's oath. If you find my request unfeasible, I can provide another until you can comply. What do you say? As soon as Fair finished speaking, the red ribbon on her wrist began to sway unexpectedly. Her expression shifted to one of tension as she said, All right, let us leave it at that. I will give you the moon-chasing ring, and we shall meet again. With a gentle flick of her finger, a silver ring, slightly larger than her palm, appeared before. She then lightly stepped away, leaving behind a melodious laughter that echoed throughout the room. After a brief conversation lasting less than half a tea time, was utterly bewildered, pondering the true nature of Fair. Yet, he had at least acquired a magical artifact. As for his promise to her, he hadn't sworn an oath to his heart demon, so it was not a significant concern. Subsequently, utilized his waste token to unlock all restrictions and casually set up another restrictive array, meticulously examining the moon-chasing ring in his hand. The silver ring possessed a texture reminiscent of neither gold nor jade, feeling exceptionally smooth and warm, distinct from ordinary. Upon closer inspection, The ring's surface bore intricate silver patterns that flickered and faded, teasingly elusive yet inextricably bound to the ring itself. The complexity of the silver script far surpassed any other talismans he had encountered. Attempted to refine it using but upon contact, the runes were repelled, unable to merge. Similarly, his attempt to employ the blood recognition technique yielded no results, leaving him at a loss. However, through this ordeal, was able to ascertain that the moon-chasing ring given by Feyre was indeed legitimate, and as stated in the manuals, it required a specific activation method. Over the next 2 days, consciousness expanded, enveloping the entire moon-chasing ring, gradually comprehending its essence. Meanwhile, the number of visitors to the upper-tier rooms surged, with dozens arriving. Most at the level, while only 4 or 5 were true immortals, kept these developments firmly in mind. Awareness caught sight of a transaction item name on the stone wall, and he opened his eyes wide, murmuring in realization. During his previous perusal of Immortal Realm texts, he had not only focused on the refining techniques, but had also familiarized himself with various cultivation methods. That was among those he needed. Understanding that insights into laws could not be easily grasped, decided to set aside the moon-chasing ring for now and focus on other matters. With a flick of his sleeve, he withdrew his consciousness and the array, contemplated the ring one last time, shook his head, and stored it away. He retrieved his waste token, enacted a spell, and left his room, hastily making his way to the chamber that sold the. Upon reaching the door, flicked his finger, sending a bolt of azure lightning to a stone plaque beside the entrance, which promptly swung open. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. "Greetings, Senior. I am Wanchan." A middle-aged man, clad in a white robe and appearing somewhat aged, bowed respectfully. "I am," replied, noting the man's cultivation was merely at the level, and acknowledging his bow with a slight nod. "Does Senior wish to provide an item, or do you require something from me?" Wanchan inquired with deference. "Do you possess the? So you seek a cultivation technique. I have a variety of, whether for cultivation or artifact refinement." Wanchan began, but swiftly interrupted. Realizing he was rambling, Wanchan lowered his head, saying, "I apologize, Senior. I do possess the. Please take a look." He then handed over a jade ring the size of a finger, accepted it, and, releasing his consciousness, examined it closely. His brow furrowed as he remarked, "This is indeed but it seems incomplete. Forgive me, Senior. This is merely a portion of the complete techniques for the 1st to 5th stages are within my ring. I held back due to concerns about." "How many spirit stones?" interrupted, quickly grasping Wanchan's intent. Understanding the cue, Wanchan ceased his explanation. Their transaction swiftly concluded, and the complete was safely stored in his ring. "Friend 1, do you possess any specifically for cultivating consciousness?" inquired, shifting the conversation. "Cultivating consciousness. May I ask your cultivation level, Senior?" Wanchan, unable to discern cultivation, continued to respond with enthusiasm. "Senior, cultivating consciousness can be quite challenging for practitioners like us. I only have one technique, but its enhancement is minimal, yielding less than a 30% increase, and the cultivation time spans a millennium." Wanchan pondered briefly before responding. A mere 30% increase is indeed of limited utility. Do you have any other that significantly enhances consciousness, even if it's more challenging to cultivate?" Asked after a moment of contemplation. Wanchan's eyes darted around nervously, as if sensing something amiss, then took a deep breath and said, "If you seek substantial enhancements for consciousness, perhaps that would suit you." Yes, it's a forbidden technique in the Immortal Realm. Its enhancement essentially anticipates the boosts in consciousness that come with future cultivation. It's said that upon reaching the 7th level, one can achieve the pinnacle of consciousness, capable of defeating top-tier and severely wounding ordinary, even obliterating the consciousness seas of typical, rendering them senseless. Wanchan recounted various rumors from the Immortal Realm in one breath, stirring excitement within, as he had encountered similar tales in ancient texts. After a brief pause, Wanchan continued, "However, the cultivation of the divine refinement technique is not something just anyone can undertake. It requires a robust physical body and an immense investment of time. Those who successfully reach the 7th level are exceedingly rare. The vast majority succumb to madness and death due to their consciousness seas being unable to accommodate such vast mental energies. Do you possess the techniques for the divine refinement?" Han Li inquired immediately after listening. "Do you require them, esteemed Senior?" Upon receiving Han Li's nod, Wanchan's lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice. "Senior, I only have the methods for the first 3 levels, and they are not with me at the moment. I must retrieve them from elsewhere." Hearing Wanchan's transmission, Han Li shook his head in disappointment, opting to leave the room without further comment. Do you wish for the complete techniques of all 7 levels? Han Li did not respond verbally, but nodded in acknowledgement. Senior, please keep this communication artifact safe. Once I locate the 7th level of the divine refinement technique, I will notify you. As long as you remain within the northern cold immortal domain, this artifact will reveal itself. Rest assured, the rewards will be most generous. After speaking, Han Li turned without a backward glance, swept the artifact into his sleeve, and vanished from the room in a flash. Chapter 9. The tea house transaction. Han Li departed Wan Chan's chamber without immediately returning to his own. As he cast a sidelong glance at the towering stone wall, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if someone were secretly observing him. He had previously learned from Yu Xiao that there were no golden immortals or supervising celestial beings in this place, thus he felt no need for concern. However, considering the impending small-scale human immortal transaction in Cold Moon City, he chose not to confront this unseen observer and wandered thoughtfully along the stone wall. Yet, the feeling of being watched was profoundly uncomfortable. After taking several steps, he sensed that the observer showed no intention of ceasing their scrutiny. Whether it was overconfidence in their ability to remain undetected or reliance on some unknown backing, they persisted until Han Li approached his own room. At that moment, Han Li's irritation flared uncontrollably. He could no longer tolerate the intrusion. A murderous intent surged within him, and he silently manipulated his hands, summoning a tremendous wave of mental energy from his consciousness. Break. Suddenly, an invisible yet tumultuous wave surged forth from Han Li's consciousness, hurtling toward a specific direction. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from a nearby room, followed by an anguished cry. It hurts so much. Fortunately, some restrictions within the room mitigated the sound, or else the entire high-level trading venue would have been filled with cries reminiscent of ghostly wails. The sight of this individual clutching their head and writhing in agony would surely become a subject of ridicule. The attack Han Li unleashed was a mental assault, enhanced after mastering the 3rd level of the divine refinement technique, which he named the God Strike, even against ordinary human immortals 1 or 2 levels higher. This mental attack could disperse their consciousness if they were caught off guard, leaving them incapacitated and unable to reconstitute their mental energies without the aid of special artifacts or elixirs for at least a month. This restraint was a deliberate choice by Han Li to avoid creating enmity. Once the God Strike was executed, Han Li entered his own room, activated the restrictions, set up a formation, and delved into the acquired Transcendence Ascension technique. The Transcendence Ascension technique is one of many cultivation methods in the celestial realm. Having existed for countless eons, it has been refined through the ages, making it particularly suitable for human immortals of levels 1 to 5. For those with formidable physical bodies, it yields exceptional results, prompting Han Li to seek out this method after reviewing relevant celestial texts. Of course, the trading venue was not conducive to cultivation, so Han Li merely perused the essential notes and prepared the required formations and medicinal supplies. Meanwhile, in another room, the middle-aged man injured by Han Li's God Strike repeatedly slapped his forehead in frustration. Despite the lingering pain in his consciousness, clarity returned to his mind. What is this young upstart? To disperse my consciousness at such an early stage means he must possess some enhancing artifact. Rubbing his thick beard in contemplation, he retrieved a crimson elixir from his storage ring and swallowed it whole. This is a significant loss. Attacked by a junior 2 levels below me, if word gets out. How will I maintain my reputation in Cold Moon City? Muttering to himself, a faint red mist began to rise from his forehead, gradually coalescing and entering his consciousness. Slowly, the once dulled mental energy began to regain its vitality, though full recovery would still take 2 to 3 days. In the following days, Han Li remained sequestered in his room until one morning, a message prompted him to hastily exit and leave the venue. After traversing several teleportation arrays, he arrived at an exceptionally tranquil tea house. Fellow cultivator, it seems you are new to Cold Moon City. Ah, judging by your cultivation, could it be that you are an ascended immortal? An elderly man, appearing around 70 or 80 years old, yet possessing the strength of a 2nd-level human immortal, welcomed Han Li with a smile upon entering the tea house. Ah, I am merely a wandering cultivator who happened upon your esteemed city, Han Li replied with a chuckle. Following this, Han Li and the elder exchanged smiles and took a seat together. It was unclear whether the tea house had been cleared in advance, or if it catered exclusively to immortals, but there were no other patrons present except for an ordinary-looking young man, also at the initial level of human immortality. As Han Li and the elder enjoyed their spiritual tea, they engaged in casual conversation, with Han Li deftly navigating the dialogue. The elder, perceiving Han Li's evasive responses, skillfully shifted the conversation to some anecdotes about the celestial realm, while the young man across from them remained silent, pouring himself tea. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman entered. With brows like crescent moons and eyes resembling phoenixes, her crimson lips ignited a flurry of thoughts. Clad in a flowing purple gown, she exuded an alluring charm. Upon entering, her gaze locked onto Han Li, her eyes igniting with a flicker of crimson fire, akin to a predator spotting its prey. And she did not look away for some time. Han Li glanced at the woman, feeling an overwhelming sense of weakness and enchantment, as if entranced. However, a surge of clarity erupted within his consciousness, and a faint mental strike jolted him back to awareness. He quickly averted his gaze from the woman. Giggle, giggle. The moment the woman noticed Han Li's retreating gaze, she erupted into melodious laughter and, arching an eyebrow, remarked, "Your refined mental energy is quite impressive. Yet you are merely at the initial stage. How could you so swiftly evade my charming technique? You are destined for greatness. Han brother, this is Miss Mei Mei. She means no harm. Please forgive her." The elder quickly intervened to smooth over the situation. Regaining his composure, Han Li met Mei Mei's gaze again. She was a third-level human immortal, but Han Li perceived something unusual about her, though he could not discern it clearly. After a brief moment, he withdrew his gaze, saying, "It is nothing. Miss Mei Mei is practically a senior to me. It is not excessive to seek her guidance." Han Li was not a petty individual, and since he had not been insulted, he merely smiled in response. However, the enchanting Mei Mei gazed at him with a rather peculiar expression. Following this, a round of pleasantries ensued as two more individuals entered the tea house, a strikingly beautiful young woman and a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar. The last to enter was a burly man with a thick beard, whose eyes widened in surprise and anger upon spotting Han Li. Han Li sensed the scrutiny directed at him. The man, named Shuri Wei, was the one who had previously wounded him with a spiritual attack, and judging by his lively demeanor, it seemed his injuries had mostly healed. The elder present noticed the unfriendly exchange between the two and broke the tension with a hearty laugh, announcing, "Esteemed friends, everyone who should be here has arrived. We shall now commence our celestial exchange meeting. Please present any items for open trade. Other transactions can be conducted in the hidden spirit space later." As he spoke, the elder raised his hand and cast a spell, enveloping the entire tea house in a golden aura, rendering it invisible to those outside. Han Li had little to offer from the celestial realm, no treasures, artifacts, or elixirs, so he observed quietly from the side. However, when the scholar-like man produced a flower devoid of leaves, his interest was piqued. The flower had only a bud, stem, and roots, with faint runes shimmering on the bud. Upon activating an unknown spell, 3 purple leaves rapidly sprouted from its branches. "Is that the leafless lotus you have there?" inquired a young boy who had remained mostly silent throughout the proceedings. "Indeed, it is the leafless lotus. When used in alchemy, it significantly boosts the advancement chances for those of us at the human celestial level by a third, and it can be utilized by cultivators of any tier." The middle-aged man replied confidently, "But it appears that this leafless lotus lacks sufficient potency." The young boy expressed his skepticism. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and pondered before responding. "I am aware of that. Hence, its valuation is somewhat lower. Were it not for the fact that the elixirs made from it can only be used once, and I am in urgent need of a specific artifact, I would have waited for it to grow a 4th leaf before harvesting. What a pity. Had it been a 4-leaf leafless lotus, I would have secured it immediately. But with 3 leaves, its efficacy is at least halved. I think I shall pass," the boy replied, disappointment etched on his face. "Would you care to examine this herb for its suitability?" Han Li interjected. Having recognized the herb as strikingly similar to one he had collected in the glacial moon realm years ago, upon further inspection with his spiritual sense, he was nearly certain of its identity. He then produced a small brocade box with a flick of his fingers, removing the seal to reveal an identical leafless lotus. At that moment, the beautiful Mei Mei smiled and remarked, "The runes on Han Dao's box are quite peculiar. They do not seem to belong to our celestial domain." Han Li was taken aback, not expecting such a question. After a moment's thought, he countered, "Which celestial domain does Miss Mei believe I hail from?" The enchanting Mei Mei fell silent, her expression revealing a mixture of curiosity and amusement as she continued to scrutinize Han Li. Meanwhile, the young boy activated the spell on the leaves, revealing they were indeed 4 in number, and he beamed as he asked, "What item does Han Daoist wish to trade?" Han Li's expression turned serious, and he replied, "That depends on what treasures my friend can present." After pondering briefly, the young boy retrieved 3 items from his storage ring: a golden umbrella, a brocade box containing an elixir, and a talisman crackling with lightning energy. Han Li glanced at the golden umbrella, noting it was merely an ordinary celestial treasure, of little use to him at present. The talisman, being a consumable lightning attribute item, was similarly insignificant. He then flicked his finger, casting a spell to open the brocade box. A pungent, nauseating odor wafted from the box, accompanied by eerie wails as it opened. "This is the heavenly destruction pill," the boy exclaimed, gazing intently at the box, before communicating telepathically with Han Li. The demonic energy contained within this pill is exceptionally pure, making it highly suitable for demonic cultivators seeking to refine their inner energy. "I noticed you carry traces of true demonic energy, hence." Han Li was taken aback. This individual could discern his past cultivation in demonic arts, showcasing remarkable perceptiveness. However, Han Li had moved beyond that phase and felt no interest in demonic elixirs, shaking his head in refusal. He then turned to the middle-aged man who had previously presented the 3 elixirs and said, "I am quite interested in those 3 forging celestial pills you showcased earlier. Might you be willing to part with them?" Han Li's prior observations of the transactions had opened his eyes to the treasures and elixirs circulating in the celestial realm. Even lesser artifacts were not withheld from trade, as the participants sought to acquire their desired items, though successful transactions were rare. The forging celestial pills, primarily used by body cultivators in the celestial realm, would greatly benefit Han Li's physical training. As He Kong had once stated, every increment in physical strength, while not entirely eliminating the dangers of the soul-devouring technique, could significantly delay its catastrophic effects. The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of suspicion as he gazed at Han Li, asking, "Are you attempting to mock me, Han Daoist?" As he spoke, he unconsciously clenched his fist. Han Li immediately pointed at the golden umbrella before the young boy and added, "Do not rush, my friend. I noticed your keen interest in this umbrella. I believe it would make a suitable item for you. We could arrange a trade, and if any value remains unmet, we can supplement it with celestial spirit stones. What do you say?" Upon hearing Han Li's proposal, the middle-aged man was initially taken aback, but then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Your words are not without merit. I had my eye on this celestial treasure since the last exchange meeting, but I was unable to offer a satisfactory price at that time, which is why I sought it again in this gathering." The young boy glanced between Han Li and the middle-aged man, smiling as he remarked, "A mutually beneficial arrangement, indeed." Subsequently, the boy provided Han Li with additional celestial spirit stones, taking the 4-leaf leafless lotus, the heavenly destruction pill, and the lightning talisman before hastily apologizing and leaving the tea house. The middle-aged man stored the boy's golden umbrella, while Han Li carefully examined the forging celestial pills before placing them in his storage ring. As the trading continued with fervor, the elder stroked his chin and announced, "Well, the first half of this celestial exchange meeting has concluded. You may now proceed to my hidden spirit space." Han Li's heart raced. He suspected the elder was not referring to his own spiritual domain. Given the elder's cultivation at the human celestial second tier, even possessing a first-tier spiritual domain would be a significant achievement, let alone enhancing it with additional functionalities. As Han Li paused in contemplation, the elderly man casually produced an exquisitely crafted miniature house. Its intricate details, even when magnified 1,000-fold, would still reveal the vivid carvings of dragons and phoenixes adorning its surface. Wisps of white smoke rising from the house further enhanced its aura of mystery. "Wait, do any of you fellow cultivators possess items for a concealed transaction?" At this moment, Shuriwei raised her hand to stop the elder, who was about to perform a hand seal, and inquired pointedly, "Shuriwei, you have participated numerous times. Is this question still necessary?" "It is for the sake of safeguarding our respective secrets." The elder reluctantly withdrew his hand gesture, brushing aside Shuriwei's hand. "Indeed, if there are no items to exchange, we can proceed to leave shortly. If you have urgent matters to attend to, Shuriwei, feel free to depart. We will not insist." The young woman interjected, "No worries. My matters are not pressing," Shuriwei replied, stroking her beard. "Very well." Following this, the elder tossed the miniature house into the air and executed a hand seal, causing the house to expand dramatically, almost filling the entire room. A surge of spiritual light enveloped the area, and with a dull thud, Han Li found himself within a small chamber. This chamber was modest in size, roughly 3 zhang square, and aside from a floating jade ring, the only other feature was a silver stone wall directly in front of Han Li, upon which the words "Concealed Spirit Transaction" were inscribed. Subsequently, Han Li unleashed his spiritual consciousness, delving into the jade ring to glean some fundamental aspects of this concealed space, only to discover that, despite his formidable spiritual power, he was unable to extend it beyond the confines of the chamber. As the name suggested, this concealed space was designed to hide participants, allowing transactions to occur in an alternate realm thus preventing any observant individuals from recording the exchange of high-value or illicit items, providing security for both parties involved. At that moment, Hanli noticed several lines of text gradually materializing on the silverstone wall. Xiantian Golden Halberd, a damaged, aggressive, innate treasure. Crimson Gold Dragon Soul. Upon seeing these words, Hanli comprehended the significance of this concealed space at a deeper level. While the Xiantian treasures were not as rare as during the spiritual realm, they were certainly not commonplace items. If they fell into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could spell disaster. As for the Crimson Gold Dragon, it was a noble among the true dragon lineage, one of the purest-blooded true dragons. The value of its soul was unimaginable. Moreover, the heavenly realm forbade the refining or trading of celestial souls, especially from a race with formidable strength. Should such information become known, the consequences of soul extraction and refinement were too dreadful to contemplate. Next, the silverstone wall revealed an item that intrigued Hanli immensely. Phoenix blood. This phoenix blood was precisely the true spirit blood Hanli required for his transformation. Acquiring this blood would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Hanli then performed several hand seals, inscribing them onto the silverstone wall, and initiated discussions with the individual possessing the phoenix blood. As anticipated, the demands of the other party were beyond Han Li's immediate capabilities, thus he had no choice but to set it aside for now, awaiting future opportunities. Subsequently, no other items requiring concealment appeared on the stone wall. With Han Li's final hand seal, a flash of spiritual light enveloped him, and he reappeared in the tea house. Haha, it seems all of you fellow cultivators have made some commendable gains. The elder's wrinkled face quivered as he clasped his hands together in greeting. Not bad. Thank you for your warm hospitality. I shall take my leave. The middle-aged man was the first to bow and exit. Thank you for your invitation. I too shall bid farewell. The young woman, following closely behind the middle-aged man, also offered a bow. Han Li returned a salute to the elder and was about to express his farewells when Shuriwe, who had been standing by, interjected with a smile. Han Daoist. Since you are new here, I would like to challenge you to 3 exchanges. How about it? Shuriwe's proposal took both the elder and the beautiful woman Mei Mei by surprise, as they turned their curious gazes toward her and then scrutinized Han Li anew. Han Li was not taken aback. He merely regarded the ambitious Shuriwe with a knowing smile, aware that only they understood the underlying dynamics between them. Chapter 11. The challenge. Just as Han Li was about to respond, the elder quickly interjected with a laugh to ease the tension. Shuriwe, this seems rather inappropriate. Oh, it's merely a friendly exchange, not a life-and-death struggle. What's wrong with that? Shuriwe scratched her beard, feigning innocence. Shuriwe, your 3rd-tier cultivation level is far above that of a 1st-tier human immortal. Competing against such a disparity would not reflect well on you if word got out. The elder urged. I am but a rough and ready individual. Why should I fear the idle gossip of others? Besides, in Cold Moon City, who would dare speak ill of me? Shuriwe laughed heartily, exuding confidence. At this moment, the woman Mei Mei spoke up. A simple exchange of techniques should pose no problem, especially with the 2 of us watching. I trust Shuriwe will not act out of line, right? Shuriwe? Seeing Mei Mei incite rather than dissuade the challenge. The elder shot her a disapproving glance, about to speak again when Han Li raised his hand slightly to silence him, coldly asking Shuriwe, are you genuinely seeking to impart lessons to me? Haha, I wouldn't dare to claim that, merely hoping to learn a thing or 2 from you. Shuriwe replied with a grin. Then how shall we proceed with this contest? Han Li continued to question coldly. Each of us will take 3 turns, and any injuries sustained shall be borne by ourselves. How does that sound? Shuriwe's smile faded, her gaze now icy, as if regarding a doomed adversary. The elder, realizing that these 2 must have some unresolved grievances, understood that his words would be of little use and chose to remain silent. Such an intriguing notion of any injuries shall be borne by ourselves. Han Li suddenly burst into laughter, casting a sidelong glance at the coldly observing Shuriwe. Since you have this intention, I shall gladly accompany you to the end. Excellent. Then let us meet at the Northern Competition Arena in 3 days. Do not make me wait. Shuriwe laughed exuberantly, her confidence radiating as she strode out of the tea house with a flamboyant flourish of her sleeves. Meanwhile, the elder expressed a hint of regret. Taking a moment before addressing Han Li, Han Daoist, you need not assert yourself out of momentary impulse. The gap between you and her is indeed vast, and such bravado may endanger you. Han Li did not respond immediately, but the beautiful woman Mei Mei chimed in with a smile. Han Daoist is not as incapable as you portray. I believe we will witness an extraordinary contest. You, Mei girl, truly thrive on chaos. The elder shot her an annoyed glance. Han Li turned his gaze toward the direction where Shuriwe had vanished, stating, as cultivators, we inherently defy the heavens. Moreover, should Shiryue's provocation be met with retreat, it could lead to dire consequences during future tribulations, even if one escapes the 9 heavens' divine thunder. One cannot evade the backlash of inner demons. Turning back to the two, he declared, "Please do not dissuade me. My mind is made up. We shall meet in 3 days." As soon as the words were spoken, Hanli had already exited the tea house, taking measured steps towards a certain direction. Inside the tea house, Mei Mei and the old man exchanged silent glances before departing in their own ways. That evening, within a secret chamber of a grand mansion in Cold Moon City, a beautiful woman clad in a purple dress paced restlessly, seemingly contemplating a pressing matter. This woman was none other than Mei Mei, the one who had nearly brought shame upon Han Li at the tea house. However, her current demeanor was one of worry, starkly contrasting the spirited attitude she had displayed earlier in the day. "What's the matter? Does sister truly wish to seek that person's assistance?" A youthful voice suddenly echoed from a corner of the chamber, soft yet resonant. Mei Mei was not taken aback by this and replied without much thought. "Do you doubt his capabilities? As a nascent immortal, his power must be limited, wouldn't you agree? Although I have not engaged with him directly. If even someone like you from the eclipsed moon lineage considers him insignificant, could this Han fellow truly be remarkable?" The youthful voice responded again. "Just because he held his ground in the contest against eclipsed moon does not mean he is to be underestimated, especially since his spiritual consciousness is not something an ordinary nascent immortal can compare to." Mei Mei pondered for a moment, recalling his various actions and expressions, before responding earnestly. "What do you mean by that? Do you believe the quantification or enhancement of spiritual consciousness is easy? At the very least, one must possess a physical form comparable to ours to achieve even minor progress in refining spiritual consciousness. From what I observed this morning, his spiritual consciousness likely surpasses that of eclipsed moon and may even exceed my own, which is built on a naturally high foundation." After brushing a strand of hair from her neck, Mei Mei continued, "Oh, I hope that is the case, for I truly wish to escape this tedious little city." The youthful voice replied, seemingly relieved, "Just be patient. His true strength will be revealed in 3 days, and you shall see if sister has misjudged him." Mei Mei confidently gazed into a dark corner of the chamber, responding without hesitation. Giggling, "Sister better be prepared. If this person is indeed so formidable, what will we do if he is unable to break the restrictions?" The youthful voice shifted the subject. "Sister, you are mistaken. If he truly accepts my invitation to break the restrictions, his strength may be on par with mine. Even with you, who is still recovering, we could at most defeat him but not slay him. Why provoke such a formidable foe? If we do not seek him, we need not consider the subsequent matters at all," Mei Mei articulated with a raised brow and a thoughtful expression. "Haha, sister's considerations are meticulous. I truly cannot compete with you in such matters. No wonder even grandfather favors you." The youthful voice offered a compliment. "Do not flatter me. If it were not for my inability to refuse you back then, leading to that incident, we would not be trapped here for over a millennium. Even if we managed to return smoothly, I cannot fathom the extent of grandfather's punishment." Mei Mei replied, half annoyed. "With sister backing me, a century of facing the wall would be tolerable. It would be a chance to comprehend the spiritual realm, and you must certainly help me." The youthful voice playfully pleaded. "Among the 3 of us, you are the most reckless. Your intelligence matches mine, yet you have yet to comprehend even the foundational level of the spiritual realm. No wonder grandfather does not allow you to wander alone." Mei Mei gently chided with a light laugh. "Sister seems to have achieved perfection in the foundational realm, but entering the realm of creation is not so simple. After contemplating for a century, I shall soon catch up to you." "Hee," the youthful voice declared. "You are truly dreaming." "I hope so, but do not let grandfather and me down," Mei Mei replied with a serious expression, before both resumed their playful banter, chatting until the early hours of the morning. In the midst of towering mountains, where the ethereal energy thickened into mist, the two-headed creature Qi Shuang remained seated before a colossal tree. Both heads fixed their gaze upon the majestic tree as their hands continuously formed incantations. Suddenly, both heads simultaneously emitted a resounding howl that echoed through the mountains, causing Qi Shuang to involuntarily rise into the air. "Have you completed your soul gouging technique?" The hawk-faced youth Ing Wan, standing behind, inquired coolly. "Hee, regrettably yes," Qi Shuang replied, still focused on the tree. "Perfect. Before we search for those individuals, help me ascertain whether this person still resides in the northern cold immortal domain and their exact location," Ing Wan urged, his excitement palpable as he retrieved an exquisite jade ring from his storage ring, offering it to Qi Shuang. "This cannot be done. If the Lord of the Alliance learns of my private investigation, neither of us will escape unscathed," Qi Shuang declined, not taking the ring. It's merely a matter of checking where this person is. It won't take much time. Can you not lend a hand? Ying Wan pressed. Hee. So you've been standing idly here for nearly 30 years for this? I thought you were here to protect me, Qi Shuang's evil head remarked. And with a flick of his mind, he delved into the jade ring. Qi Shuang's benevolent head remained silent, observing the scene, while the evil head pondered momentarily before saying, "Ah, so it's her. Ying Wan, you truly are devoted." Ying Wan remained silent, standing quietly beside them, while both heads of Qi Shuang closed their eyes in contemplation. Silver spirit pill. Ying Wan's eyes gleamed with cold intensity. How unfortunate, he muttered, revealing only a few words. At this, Qi Shuang's heads opened their eyes simultaneously, sharing a laugh. Good, I will assist you, considering your sincere feelings. Subsequently, Ying Wan retrieved a jade box inscribed with several talismans from his storage ring and tossed it to Qi Shuang, who accepted it without hesitation. Qi Shuang then turned and performed a series of intricate hand signs, directing them into the colossal tree. She is currently in Frosty Sky City. You will need to locate her specifics on your own, Qi Shuang conveyed, a vast expanse unfolding in his spiritual consciousness, pinpointing a radiant spot amidst uneven structures. Excellent. Thank you, fellow Taoist Qi. I shall depart immediately, Ying Wan exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he vanished without a trace. It is time to search for those individuals. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves without a voice before the Lord of the Alliance, Qi Shuang concluded. It turns out that Shuriwei hails from Cold Moon City, yet he has chosen the uncommon path of the mysterious immortal, focusing on physical cultivation. Hanli, previously uncertain about how to advance his own physical training, found himself filled with anticipation for the impending duel after hearing this. After a brief exchange, Mei arrived, and after some light-hearted banter, Shuriwei gracefully made his entrance. Upon seeing Hanli, he unabashedly remarked, "Dao friend Han, you are indeed punctual." Hanli merely responded with a calm inquiry, "Dao friend sure, shall we commence now?" Shuriwei paused for a moment before saying, "Hold on, we are still lacking some spectators." The elder present immediately understood the implication, his expression changing as he exclaimed, "Dao friend sure, why must you do this?" Hanli felt a flicker of annoyance but quickly suppressed it, regarding Shuriwei with a faint smile and remaining silent. It is rare for us in Cold Moon City to have an immortal level competition. It would be beneficial for some juniors to observe and perhaps gain insights for their own progress, Shuriwei continued with a beaming smile. Mei turned her gaze towards Hanli, who met her eyes with calmness before addressing Shuriwei, "As the host wishes, let us proceed as you see fit." With that, Hanli disregarded the others and made his way briskly to the arena. The elder shook his head and followed, while Mei felt a surge of delight. Her smile radiant as she floated into the arena, and Shuriwei activated a communication talisman before joining them. The arena was vast, unlike anything Hanli had ever witnessed. It was not situated in a separate space, but rather solidly built upon a patch of yellow earth. Its edges encircled by an intricate array of seals to prevent any accidental harm from fierce combat. Naturally, the arena required maintenance, and Hanli and the others had to pay a fee in celestial spirit stones before entering. Before long, Hanli, who had been waiting in the center of the arena, spotted Shuriwei approaching swiftly. He asked, "Do you truly wish to humiliate me in front of everyone?" Shuriwei smiled slightly, and Hanli continued, "I fear you may not achieve your goal. Ah, Dao friend Han, after your surprise attack that wounded me, this is a chance to redeem myself. Do you think I would fall to you again in a fair contest?" Shuriwei chuckled, stroking his thick beard. "Today, I agreed to this duel only to prevent the accumulation of your inner demons, which might disturb my own state of mind." Before Hanli could finish, Shuriwei surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Enough chatter. Our audience is assembled. We can begin." Hanli glanced at the elder and Mei in the distance, then surveyed the numerous cultivators Shuriwei had forcibly invited, and with a sardonic smile, asked, "How shall we compete, Dao friend sure?" Shuriwei was taken aback by Hanli's counter-question regarding the competition format. His smile faded, and a sinister look appeared on his face as he curtly replied, "We shall strike with our magical power, physical strength, and mental force, one blow each." Hanli pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well. I shall abide by your words." Shuriwei's expression softened, and he said, "Then you may strike first." "As you command," Hanli replied, rolling on the ground and instantly transforming into a three-headed, six-armed, furry demon resembling a colossal mountain gorilla. He pounded his sturdy chest, summoning the primordial five elements mountain. True spirit transformation. Post-hexagonal heaven. Excellent, Shuriwei exclaimed. He then slapped his forehead, and a figure resembling him jumped out, his nascent soul. Both Shuriwei and his nascent soul spewed forth countless obscure runes, conjuring a towering giant to match Han Li's demon. As Shuriwei and his nascent soul merged into the giant, it radiated with spiritual light, and a shimmering, golden-hued aura enveloped it. The giant brandished a silver shield, densely covered in golden inscriptions. Observing the spectacle, the elder murmured to himself, a shield that can withstand the full force of a golden immortal's 3 strikes? It seems Shuriwei is not as careless as I had imagined. This battle is becoming intriguing, Mei commented lightly, her eyes fixed on the unfolding contest. The elder shot her a disapproving glance before refocusing on the duel, recognizing the importance of comprehension and insight at the immortal level. Though not his own battle, the potential for enlightenment was not beyond reach. Meanwhile, Han Li was not in a hurry to attack. He transformed the primordial mountain into a colorless, conical shape. Gradually, he extended his hands outward, shaping a thunderous bow crafted from the exorcising divine thunder. Pulling back, he infused the bow with a torrent of energy, creating an arrow as thick as a person's embrace. As he chanted incantations, the illusory mountain swiftly approached, shimmering silver light enveloping the arrow's tip. Exorcising divine thunder. Both the elder and Shuriwei exclaimed in unison, while the surrounding cultivators began to murmur among themselves. Mei's expression shifted to one of seriousness, followed by delight as she quietly remarked, "Good. This young man possesses exorcising divine thunder." With a thunderous shout, Han Li's demon released the arrow, infused with the power of the primordial mountain, hurtling towards Shuriwei's giant with a thunderous roar, its grandeur overwhelming. Shuriwei, fully aware of the inevitability of the arrow under the laws of power, showed no sign of panic. Instead, he summoned a 5-colored talisman and fiercely compressed it, activating it to unleash a formidable golden serpent that lunged at the incoming arrow. In an instant, the golden serpent was obliterated by the exorcising divine thunder wrapped around the arrow, yet its momentum remained undiminished as it continued its relentless approach towards Shuriwei's giant. Faced with this dire situation, Shuriwei hastily summoned over a dozen sword-type treasures, detonating them in front of the arrow, but it barely slowed its advance. With a resounding crash, the arrow collided with Shuriwei's 3 immortal shield, unleashing a violent wave of law and spatial fluctuations that left Shuriwei's face flushed and pale, his magical power momentarily disrupted, nearly causing him to stumble. The ground beneath them was gouged out, leaving a crater spanning 100 feet. Han Li swiftly recalled the primordial mountain, while Shuriwei took a moment to reflect on Han Li's formidable attack, realizing the depth of his capabilities and understanding why Han Li had been so confident. The elder, witnessing the earlier scene, turned pale with shock, pondering that if he were in Shuriwei's position, he might not escape unscathed. Mei maintained her smile, revealing little surprise. But internally, she began to formulate her own strategy. "All right, Dao Franchur, it is your turn," Han Li said, keeping his demon form intact, breathing slightly heavier but composed. "Your methods have indeed surprised and delighted me, Dao Friend Han. It appears I must reveal some of my own techniques, lest I find myself in a difficult situation today." Shuriwei briefly inspected the Sanxian shield in his possession and noted that it bore several cracks from the recent strike, though they were reparable. Despite feeling a pang of regret, he managed to respond with a restrained smile. "Then allow me to witness the prowess of fellow Daoist Shur." Han Li maintained his composure as he spoke. "Very well." Upon finishing his words, Shuriwei abruptly ceased his incantation, transforming the colossal figure back to its normal size. With a flick of his hand, he summoned 100 talismans from his storage ring. The actions of Shuriwei left the onlookers perplexed, as he began to layer the familiar activation runes upon each talisman. Subsequently, the 100 talismans floated above his head at his command. What does he intend to do? The observing elder wondered, but Mei articulated the thought. Perhaps he aims to unify 100 strikes into one. Oh, no wonder he gathered the 100 common attack talismans together. The elder grasped Shuriwei's intention with Mei's hint. It appeared that Shuriwei was preparing to simultaneously activate all 100 talismans, a feat typically unattainable in regular combat, demanding not only mental focus but also the fleeting opportunity to strike, as opponents would not simply stand still to receive an attack. However, such a method was indeed applicable in this contest of skill. As Han Li observed Shuriwei's stance, he also sensed the exchange between the elder and Mei. Quickly comprehending Shuriwei's intentions, he braced himself, fully focused and attentive. At that moment, Shuriwei had readied both the talismans and the activation runes, and he warned Han Li, Fellow Daoist Han, you must be cautious." With that, Shuriwei raised his hand sharply, and a radiant arc of colors emerged from his palm. The 100 talismans were swiftly elevated, followed closely by the activation runes that he had previously prepared, which darted into the talismans in the blink of an eye. The air was suddenly filled with a cacophony of alarming sounds, as the collective noise from the 100 strikes resonated, causing ripples in the protective spiritual light surrounding the elder and Mei Mei, leaving the elder astonished. The 100 talismans contained formidable powers of wind, thunder, lightning, metal, wood, cold, and ice. Each talisman alone could unleash the full force of a typical Great Ascension cultivator's strike, and when combined, their might was truly formidable. Although Han Li displayed no overt signs of fear, he marveled at Shiyue's ingenuity in devising such an offensive maneuver, which he had not encountered before. He immediately shifted his expression, subtly performing a hand gesture to retract the illusory giant ape, returning to a more human form. With a swift motion, he transformed into an extraordinary beast with a serpent's head, a turtle's body, and dragon claws, an embodiment of the Xuanwu transformation from his 12 transformations. True Spirit Xuanwu transformation? How intriguing. Shiyue's eyes widened in surprise upon witnessing Han Li's Xuanwu form, but he quickly regained his composure, shouting and waving his hands in a cross-like fashion. He proceeded to channel several strands of formless fluctuations into the tempestuous assault of talismans. It appeared that Shiyue intended to infuse his attack with the power of laws, seemingly aiming to recover the slight loss of face from earlier. The observing elder remarked with intense interest, "Now this is becoming interesting." Shiyue's actions did not escape Han Li's attention. The Xuanwu he had conjured suddenly emitted a purple-gold silhouette, a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms wielding 6 distinct weapons, exuding a fierce aura akin to a malevolent deity. This was the manifestation of Han Li's cultivation, the venerable sacred golden body. As soon as the venerable sacred golden body appeared, it began to swing its 6 arms in a continuous dance, gradually forming 3 towering golden whirlpools before the onlookers. One of the golden figures began chanting a spell, and the 3 whirlpools converged, their combined force threatening to consume and obliterate all in their vicinity. One of the golden figures spoke, "Golden light of the hollow whirlpool." This amalgamation, towering over 10 zhang, released a series of crisp sounds as it surged toward Shiyue's 100 strikes, and at the moment it was unleashed, the venerable sacred golden body appeared to shrink by nearly a quarter, vanishing into the Xuanwu's form. Han Li, undeterred, summoned the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain, and the Xuanwu's serpent head spoke, releasing a beam of spiritual light that struck the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain. "Fellow Mei, do you recognize this golden figure and its connection?" The elder inquired, fixated on the venerable sacred golden body. "I'm not entirely certain, but it seems somewhat familiar. It appears to be related to his earlier giant ape transformation." Mei Mei replied, also intrigued by Han Li's manifestation, yet equally puzzled by its origins. The golden light of the hollow whirlpool was one of the most critical secret techniques of Han Li's venerable sacred golden body, having reached a higher level before his tribulation. In the blink of an eye, the golden light collided with the overwhelming force of the 100 strikes, producing a series of piercing clangs, followed by muffled sounds reminiscent of a distant storm, escalating into a cacophony of strange noises and gusts of wind, seemingly unstoppable for the moment. Yet soon after, an imperceptible wave emanated from Shiyue's 100 strikes and was drawn into the golden light, which began to visibly shrink at an alarming rate as it struggled to consume the 100 strikes. At this moment, an invisible force from the Yuanhe mountain surged forth, clashing with the golden light, causing a ripple of unseen energy to expand outward. The 2 forces of law, along with Han Li's golden light, swiftly dissolved into nothingness. The remaining might of Shiyue's 100 strikes, now diminished to less than half, struck Han Li's Xuanwu form. Instantly, a shrunken version of a mountain giant ape manifested within Han Li's body as the 100 strikes impacted the Xuanwu, releasing a wave of invisible spatial fluctuations that resonated across the horizon, compelling even the great Ascension cultivators outside to unconsciously activate their protective spiritual light. Clearly, Han Li's cautious approach proved successful, as the Xuanwu transformation absorbed the diminished force of the 100 strikes, leaving only a few dozen faint spiritual markings upon its shell, which then vanished entirely. What a formidable Xuanwu! Even the 100 strikes could not breach its defenses. The elder exclaimed in admiration. Had it not been for the earlier golden whirlpool absorbing much of its power, I doubt this Xuanwu could have emerged unscathed from the 100 strikes, Mei Mei assessed. Indeed, this initial clash is so thrilling. I wonder how the ensuing battle of physical and mental strength will unfold. The elder nodded thoughtfully. Let us continue to observe, and we shall find out, Mei Mei replied, a charming smile gracing her lips. Looking at Han Li, who had retracted his true spirit Xuanwu form, Shiyue smiled. Fellow Taoist Han's techniques are truly remarkable. Such diverse transformations of true spirits are rare indeed. I wonder how you would respond when encountering the corresponding true spirit races in the future? Respond. Han Li murmured to himself, momentarily lost in thought. Enough of that. Let us now contend with our physical prowess. Shuriwa declared, shifting the conversation's focus. Han Li was acutely aware that overthinking would yield no benefit at this moment. He composed himself and coldly inquired of Shuryu, how shall we proceed with the contest? We shall engage in a physical confrontation. I believe you possess some expertise in physical cultivation, Han Dao friend. Such a contest should allow us both to gain insights, Shuryu replied without hesitation. Oh, sure Dao friend must have already attained the body of a mystic immortal. In such a contest, it seems your chances of victory are quite substantial. Han Li remarked with a hint of sarcasm after a brief contemplation. Does Han Dao friend intend to alter the rules, or shall we cease here? Shuryu asked. Though somewhat displeased, he maintained a serious demeanor. I am not one to shy away from challenges. Since Sure Dao friend wishes to leverage your strengths for victory, I shall gladly accompany you in this endeavor, Han Li responded, hoping to glean some enlightenment from Shuryu's mystic immortal physique. Very well. I assure you I will show restraint, Shuryu declared promptly. With a gesture, he enlarged his form, transforming into a towering giant of 100 feet. His formidable presence instilling a sense of dread. The giant fixed his gaze upon Han Li as though regarding a mere corpse. Without uttering a word, Han Li rolled on the ground, manifesting a similarly towering demon form before Shuryu. As Han Li readied himself, Shuryu's giant vanished in a flash, reappearing before him in an instant, launching a punch that howled through the air towards Han Li's face. Reacting instantly, Han Li raised his massive, furry fist, rotating it before him, forming a small vortex of wind around his fist. He then arched his arm and retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom. Both combatants were jolted by the force of their strikes, their bodies trembling slightly, with Han Li taking a half step back. Given this situation, it appears difficult for Han Dao friend to gain the upper hand in this physical contest, an elder observing from afar remarked. I would not be so certain. Han Dao friend treads a similar path as the mystic immortals, albeit with distinct differences. His physique bears a remarkable resemblance to the true extremity form, suggesting he has also reached a transformative state, implying a parity between them. Mei observed intently, noting the nuances of Han Li's demon form. At this moment, slightly disadvantaged, Han Li's demon struck his chest and swung his fists vehemently at Shuryu. The force behind his punches was no less potent than Shuryu's initial strike. With a cold grunt, Shuryu did not attempt to defend. Instead, he extended his arms downward, meeting the oncoming attack with his chest. Boom. Another resounding explosion echoed as both were shaken by the force, their bodies swaying, and their garments fluttering wildly, resulting in an even contest once more. Excellent, Shuryu bellowed, then propelled himself upward with a swift motion, his arms outstretched, launching a heavy strike toward Han Li. The power accompanying his attack caused the surrounding air to tremble, and subtle, imperceptible waves of energy began to emanate from his arms. Is he secretly employing the power of the laws? Han Li pondered, a spark of realization igniting within him as blue light flickered in his eyes. He discerned Shuryu's intentions and resolutely summoned his own understanding of the laws to counter. Where their fists met, an unexpected silence enveloped the scene, yet observers like the Elder and Mei noted the ripples in space extending to the edges of the arena, even causing the barriers to tremble ominously. Most alarmingly, the collision of their fists tore open a dark space approximately 10 feet wide, from which a gale erupted, forcing even the strongest among them to stagger back several steps. Chapter 14. The Duel with Shuryu. Part 2. Their clash of law powers, combined with their immense spiritual strength, was capable of rending the very fabric of space. Truly astonishing. The Elder stared at the two with a look of disbelief, finally managing to speak after a moment. This Han Dao friend is indeed not comparable to an ordinary early-stage celestial. It seems this fierce battle will yield no clear victor today. Mei echoed his sentiments, her brows furrowed in surprise as she nodded repeatedly. At this juncture, the dark space torn asunder by Han and Shur gradually began to merge back together, as it was not situated at a weak point in the dimensional fabric. The fierce winds emanating from it began to dissipate as they momentarily paused their battle. Han Li, in his demon form, clenched his fists and addressed Shuryu. Sure Dao friend, shall we continue our physical contest? It seems that while our paths in physical cultivation differ, we cannot truly restrain one another. Continuing the battle would yield no further clarity. Let us conclude this contest, Shuryu proposed, having realized he had not gained a significant advantage. Agreed. The two reverted to their normal forms, contemplating the merging space before them in a moment of epiphany, the arena falling into a hushed stillness, save for the whisper of the wind and the uneven yellow sand beneath their feet. After a brief silence, Han Li broke it. "Sure, Dao friend. How shall we conduct the next contest of spiritual consciousness?" Emerging from his reverie, Sure you responded, "Han Dao friend. We shall each take one turn attacking with our spiritual consciousness, without the use of protective artifacts, allowing me to witness the true extent of your spiritual prowess." To this day, Sure you remained unconvinced that Han Li's spiritual consciousness could surpass his own. Upon hearing this proposition, the observing elder interjected with urgency, "Sure Dao friend. This contest of spiritual consciousness is of a different caliber than the previous two. Should you strike too hard, it could damage your celestial foundations. Please proceed with caution." Mei Mei approached, her gaze fixed intently on the two, as if she had something to say but held back. "Fear not, though I may be 2 ranks lower. I am confident of returning unscathed from this contest. Thank you for your concern." Han Li clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to the elder. "Excellent, excellent," Sure you concluded, gesturing for the elder, and Mei Mei to step back a considerable distance. Subsequently, Han and Sure retreated to 100 feet apart, seemingly in unison. Sure you stood with arms relaxed and eyes closed, appearing to enter a meditative state, while Han Li floated cross-legged in midair, also with his eyes shut, projecting an air of calm and composure devoid of any sign of impending conflict. The waves of spiritual consciousness are elusive and cannot be easily perceived by sight. Only those with a similarly expansive consciousness can comprehend the movements of the opposing force. However, releasing one's spiritual consciousness in such a contest would invite dire consequences unless one possessed a vastly superior consciousness or an exceptionally high intensity of spiritual energy. Thus, at this critical juncture, the observing elder and Mei Mei merely observed silently, locking their own consciousness tightly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. In the midst of this intense contest, the poised Mei Mei subtly began to move her fingers, conjuring dozens of faint runes from her sleeves. With a flick of her finger, these runes coalesced into a miniature illusionary array. Her fingers then delicately traced a ring, discreetly summoning a finely crafted, small compass. All while the elder remained blissfully unaware. The arena remained eerily silent, and Sure Yue, with a silent incantation, summoned forth a surge of consciousness from his sea of divine awareness. Under his command, his thoughts surged like a dragon or a flood dragon, racing forward. In Sure Yue's mind, he believed that despite the considerable gap of 2 levels below him, even if the opponent's consciousness had been enhanced, it would be impossible for it to surpass his own. In the face of absolute power, the opponent could not muster the means to instantaneously amplify their consciousness. Thus, his own thoughts would undoubtedly overwhelm the young man named Han. As soon as Sure Yue released his consciousness, Han Li was already aware of it. With a swift motion from his sea of divine awareness, a fierce beast resembling a qilin materialized, rushing to meet the oncoming torrent of Sure Yue's consciousness, which took the form of a flood dragon. The dragon's massive maw clamped down on the qilin's neck, while the qilin, struggling fiercely, clawed at the dragon, showing no signs of weakness. For a time, the two engaged in a fierce struggle, resembling 2 swirling clouds in combat. As the battle intensified, Sure Yue could sense the stalemate, and he couldn't help but admire the opponent's extraordinary consciousness, which was beyond that of an ordinary beginner in the realm of human immortals. The earlier strike that had injured him must have been executed without external enhancement. Yet, as he observed the flood dragon devouring the qilin with apparent ease, a smile involuntarily crept onto Sure Yue's face. Han Li remained seated in a meditative posture, displaying little concern, silently directing his qilin to engage the flood dragon, and the battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch. The elder, Mei Mei, and other spectators outside the arena could not perceive the unfolding developments, but judging by their expressions, it was clear that Sure Yue, a 3rd-level human immortal, had the upper hand over the novice Han Li, causing some of the great immortals to breathe a sigh of relief. The struggle between the flood dragon and the qilin continued, with both beasts tightly entwined, and under this stalemate, the qilin began to diminish in size. Sure Yue, watching coldly, maintained his smile, but suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched, revealing a sinister grin. Just as the 2 beasts clashed, an invisible flying dagger, undetectable to others, darted past the 2 creatures and rushed towards Han Li, nearly reaching his forehead and coming within a hair's breadth of his divine awareness. Seeking death, Han Li thought, his powerful consciousness having already captured every move of Sure Yue. As Sure Yue's mental dagger shot out from his sea of awareness, Han Li was fully aware and chose to let it unfold. When the dagger approached him, he unleashed a bolt of consciousness, shooting an arrow of thought that struck the approaching dagger, obliterating it in an instant. I intended to conclude this peacefully, but you seek death. Han Li silently raged. He then murmured softly, and his sea of divine awareness surged forth like a tidal wave, forming a crescent-shaped blade that shot toward Shuriwe. How is this possible? Shuriwe exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just as he cried out, Han Li's crescent blade reached the side of the flood dragon, swiftly pivoting to cleave the dragon in half. The flood dragon, now under Shuriwe's control, had no time to react as the blade severed it, and Han Li's Qilin, invigorated, lunged at the dragon's remains, viciously tearing into it. Shuriwe's face turned pale with shock, and in a moment of mental connection, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to comprehend the reality of the situation, the flood dragon, in a mere breath, had succumbed to the combined assault of the Qilin and the crescent blade, leaving Shuriwe in utter despair. At that moment, Han Li's Qilin and crescent blade paused only briefly before surging towards Shuriwe, intent on completely dismantling his sea of divine awareness. Realizing the severity of his situation, Shuriwe understood that his consciousness had been critically weakened and could not withstand another assault. In a moment of desperation, he cried out, Han, my friend, stop. I concede. Please stop. He then retrieved a small, milky white bowl from his storage ring, activating its runes which quickly coalesced into an invisible stone wall, blocking the Qilin and the crescent blade, while he stepped back, retreating 10 miles. A fierce glint appeared in Han Li's eyes as he regarded the fleeing Shuriwe with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. He turned his gaze to the invisible wall, commanding, break. With that, the Qilin and the crescent blade lunged, biting and slashing at the wall, which shattered under the assault. In mere moments, the wall reverted to the milky white bowl, which shattered with a resounding crash, scattering into dust that vanished into the wind. The onlooking elder was left speechless, having witnessed that the small bowl was a rare artifact specifically designed to counter divine consciousness, which even at his peak, he could not have destroyed in such a short time. Meanwhile, Mei Mei, without uttering a word, swiftly approached Han Li, her smile unwavering as she remarked, giggle. Since Shuriwe has conceded, I believe we should let this matter rest. What do you say? Han Li, pleased with the mediation, retracted his consciousness and nodded, saying, I had no intention of continuing this contest with Shuriwe. Since you have spoken, let today's events conclude here. I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall meet again another day. With that, a blue glimmer flickered in Han Li's eyes as he suddenly cast a peculiar glance at Mei Mei. Then, with a gentle step, he did not bid farewell to anyone and departed the arena via the teleportation array, returning to his abode. Chapter 15. The invitation of Mei Mei. Han Li's hasty departure from the arena was motivated not only by a desire to avoid further pointless entanglements with Shuriwe, but also by a newfound insight gained during their confrontation. Thus, he rushed back to his residence, eager to transform this rare enlightenment into practical application. Unbeknownst to him, a month had passed swiftly, during which nearly 10 visitors, all of significant cultivation, had come to his dwelling. It was unclear whether they were drawn by admiration or other motivations, but Han Li had dismissed them all with a fragment of his soul left outside. However, on this particular day, a visitor arrived, prompting Han Li to pause his contemplation, retract the protective formations in his secluded chamber, and summon back his fragment of the soul to welcome the guest. The newcomer wore a flowing purple dress that swirled gracefully, exuding a fragrant aroma that was both pleasant and refreshing. Her enchanting phoenix-like eyes invigorated the spirit, and her exquisite visage compelled Han Li to avert his gaze. Fairy Mei has graced my humble abode. It is indeed an honor. May I inquire what brings you here? Han Li said with a slight bow, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. The visitor was none other than the beautiful Mei Mei. After they settled into their respective seats in the parlor, her smile remained radiant, and memories of the duel with Shuriwe flooded back to her as she gazed at Han Li. In her secret chamber, Mei Mei retrieved a small magical artifact, one that she had covertly employed during the previous contest of skills. With a gentle flick of her finger, a beam of violet light surged into the artifact. Sister, you have confirmed 3 times. Do you know the origins of this boy? And how his spiritual consciousness and physical form could attain such astonishing strength? The youthful voice from within the chamber echoed once more. After the prior confirmations, it was clear that if he were not a golden immortal or even a celestial monarch concealing his identity, he must have practiced the forbidden techniques of our entire immortal realm. Mei Mei remained fixed on the artifact before her, her expression unusually grave as she responded, Indeed, it is this forbidden technique. Once one achieves even a modest level of mastery, their spiritual consciousness can surpass that of their peers, making it entirely possible to contend even across realms. At that moment, she observed a small orb within the artifact, which, after a slight nudge from her, soared upwards as if attempting to ascend into the air. However, with merely another flick of her finger, she subdued it, contemplating. I cannot disclose this information just yet, otherwise it will become exceedingly difficult to find a suitable individual. The youthful voice softly remarked. It seems sister does not wish to report on the forbidden technique. Of course not. Reporting this matter would not aid in rescuing your sister, so why should we engage in such a thankless task? The youthful voice continued. Fortunately, this heaven-defying forbidden technique is not something just anyone can cultivate. Otherwise, our kin's inherent advantages would vanish entirely. Mei fell silent, lost in thought, and the voice ceased as well, leaving the chamber enveloped in an eerie stillness. After a while, Mei finally spoke. This Hanli boy should be able to assist us in breaking the restrictions. I will seek him out soon. For now, preparations must be made. I hope this time we can successfully dismantle the barriers and rescue your long-ensnared sister. Since sister has made her decision, I shall hasten to restore my core to 7 or 8 parts. That way, sister may have a bit more support. The youthful voice had noticeably lost its playful tone, revealing a newfound determination. I absolutely cannot use your core. Otherwise, your path to immortality will be fraught with obstacles, perhaps even rendering further advancement impossible. Sister, this matter was instigated by me. It need not be debated further. You should focus on your own recovery, and I will handle everything else. Mei clenched her teeth, her expression grave. Sister. Subsequently, Mei disregarded the voice and began to peruse some array manuals from her storage ring with meticulous attention. The tale of Taoist Han's resounding victory over the Moon Devourer has already spread throughout Cold Moon City, becoming common knowledge. Even ordinary mortals can recount it. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to be granted an audience with such an esteemed Taoist. Mei graciously extolled. Truly, I am humbled. For I am but a fortunate soul, Hanli responded with a wry smile. Do not be so modest. Though your cultivation is merely at the initial stage, your magical prowess and physical might are certainly not inferior to the Moon Devourer's. Moreover, your spiritual consciousness managed to compel it to concede. Such talent is truly remarkable. While Mei's flattering words might have been well received by others, they elicited only a bitter smile and a sense of helplessness from Hanli. Fairy Mei, please do not jest. I am curious as to the purpose of your visit. After a brief moment, Hanli cleared his throat and asked earnestly. Mei, however, did not rush to speak, but instead scrutinized Hanli once more, taking her time before finally asking. Though your physical strength can rival that of the Moon Devourer, it is not the orthodox path of immortality. You must not be cultivating the formal body refinement techniques of our immortal domain. Am I correct? Hearing this, Hanli fell into contemplation. His physical cultivation indeed drew from various schools of thought. Having practiced no fewer than 5 different methods to enhance his physique and consumed numerous elixirs for body refinement, the arduous journey was not something he could easily share. Upon this reflection, Hanli's expression shifted, and he furrowed his brow, replying, What do you mean by that, Fairy Mei? Nothing significant. I merely believe that if you cultivated along the orthodox path, you could reach even greater heights. Here, I have 2 immortal refinement pills, which should enhance your physical cultivation. Please accept them. Mei replied with an unusually relaxed demeanor, producing 2 exquisite jade boxes from her storage ring and placing them on the table with a smile. Hanli inspected the 2 immortal refinement pills that Mei presented. They were identical to those from their prior transaction. Frowning, he responded, Fairy Mei, what is the meaning of this? While these pills are indeed excellent, I already possess some. Shouldn't you clarify your intentions? You worry too much. I simply wish to request a small favor from you. Mei's smile broadened. Hanli's gaze turned cautious as he regarded her. After all, her demeanor during their previous encounter had been shrouded in ambiguity, leaving him with lingering doubts. Please, let us discuss the matter at hand so I can ascertain whether I am able to assist. With that, Hanli gently pushed the 2 jade boxes containing the pills back toward her. Regardless of whether you assist me, those 2 immortal refinement pills are yours to keep. A small token of friendship, Mei said with an unwavering smile. Hanli's expression turned serious as he replied, Fairy Mei, you are lowering yourself to befriend me. I fear I am unworthy of such an honor. It seems that unless we clarify this matter today, you will not accept the pills. As Mei spoke, her fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, and after a brief silence, she finally explained, Taoist Han. The situation is thus. My sister and I accidentally triggered a restriction at an ancient immortal site outside Cold Moon City. She has been trapped within for nearly a millennium. Although she attempted to break the restriction herself, she was unable to do so, and thus sought your assistance, hoping you could help liberate her. Upon hearing this, Hanli immediately replied, "Why not invite the Moon Devourer and others? With their cultivation and experience, they should far surpass my abilities." Mei Mei paused, contemplating, then responded, "You are unaware. This restriction cannot be broken by mere brute force. I have a method to leverage the power of formations to suppress part of the restriction, but the remaining portion is exceedingly difficult to dismantle." As she spoke, her smile faded, and Hanli listened intently, sensing that she was about to disclose something crucial. "As for the remaining portion of the restriction, I have struggled to find a solution until that day when I witnessed your battle with the Moon Devourer, which gave me hope." "Oh," Hanli muttered to himself, repeatedly recalling his actions from that day. As he remembered the girl's movements, his skepticism grew. "Your spiritual consciousness is indeed powerful, far exceeding my expectations. With your prowess, you could pierce through the formation's core and sever its connection to the restriction. Coupled with your exorcising thunder, I believe the restriction can be easily resolved," Mei Mei explained earnestly. "Do you truly hold such confidence in my abilities? May I take some time to consider this?" Hanli inquired. "The essence of the mind differs from that of the physical body and its magical powers. However, each departure from the sea of consciousness carries inherent risks, especially when entering a formation." After a long contemplation, Hanli refrained from responding immediately to Mei Mei. She expressed, "Of course, I do not intend to reclaim the 2 immortal refining pills here. If you are willing to lend your assistance, I shall bestow upon you a more beneficial cultivation manual after our success. I hope you will consider this earnestly." "A manual?" Hanli mused aloud. Subsequently, Mei Mei took her leave, agreeing to return in 3 days, while Hanli, disinterested in further contemplation, stored the pills away and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in deep thought. Chapter 16. Yushana, is it him? On the following day after bidding farewell to Mei Mei, Han Li's abode welcomed another celestial cultivator, one whose familiarity rivaled that of Mei Mei. Upon lifting the restrictions, he welcomed a slightly stout young man with drooping ears and a somewhat delicate appearance, Yu Xiao, whom Han Li had encountered on his journey to Cold Moon City. Yu Xiao appeared haggard, his once delicate features now bearing the marks of hardship and wear. Before Han Li could extend his customary pleasantries, Yu Xiao spoke first. "Han Dao Yu, I beg your pardon for this abrupt visit. Dear brother Yu, you worry too much. I owe you my gratitude for your guidance during our previous encounter. Otherwise, I might still be lost on the way to this city." Han Li replied with a light chuckle and a wave of his hand. "My visit is indeed presumptuous, and I seek your understanding." Yu Xiao continued, fully aware that his words hinted at deeper matters. Han Li kept his silence, smiling at the slightly anxious Yu Xiao, who then continued, "Han Dao Yu, my beloved daughter has fallen victim to a sinister plot. Although she is safe, she remains in a deep slumber, unaware of her surroundings. I surmise that her sea of consciousness is bound by an insidious restriction. I have no means to assist her. I have heard that you were able to defeat the Moon Eater with your own mind. Thus I hope you can lend your hand once more. My daughter and I shall forever be indebted to you." Upon hearing Yu Xiao's plea, Han Li fell into a prolonged contemplation, while Yu Xiao gazed at him with a tense expression, as if fearing that a moment's distraction would result in his disappearance. Han Li understood that engaging in a conflict with the Moon Eater could lead to numerous complications, and he had originally intended to leave the city for a secluded location to refine himself. However, it seemed that such intentions would have to be postponed. After a moment of reflection, Han Li raised his gaze to Yu Xiao and inquired, "What is the cultivation level of your daughter? How did she come to be attacked? What measures have you taken to resolve this crisis?" Han Li did not immediately agree to Yu Xiao's request. Instead, he sought further clarification. "My daughter has only recently entered the Great Ascension stage, and I cannot ascertain how she was attacked. I only know that she was ambushed while seeking opportunities outside. She sent a message with a talisman, but by the time I arrived, it was too late, and no high-level beings were present in the vicinity." Yu Xiao recounted after a brief moment of contemplation, revealing hints of sorrow that contrasted sharply with his usually jovial demeanor. "I have scoured numerous texts, yet I cannot discern what went awry. Even with the assistance I received a month ago in capturing the 1,000-legged golden silkworm, employing secret methods to awaken my daughter proved futile. Now, I can only hope that you might assist me." While Han Li pondered this, Yu Xiao continued, "I have exhausted all means for my daughter. In these circumstances, if you can awaken her, I vow to undertake 3 tasks for you, regardless of time or place. And I shall not go back on my word. Your words carry great weight, but I am merely a wandering cultivator. I cannot accept such a heavy oath. My concern is that my inability may delay the opportunity to save your daughter," Han Li replied, feeling the weight of Yu Xiao's promise. which, though seemingly simple, bore immense significance. Such an oath, once agreed upon, would bind him as firmly as a master-servant contract until the 3 tasks were fulfilled. Yu Xiao gazed at Han Li, his eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and worry. Seeing this, Han Li finally replied, I can visit your daughter and assess her condition. But whether I can resolve her crisis remains uncertain. The promise of 3 tasks is unnecessary. Upon hearing Han Li's agreement, Yu Xiao could hardly contain his joy and eagerly invited Han Li. I must express my gratitude. Is there anything else of importance for you? At this moment, I have no pressing matters. I will accompany you, but I still cannot guarantee I will be able to resolve your daughter's plight. Han Li said with a faint smile, to which Yu Xiao responded with renewed enthusiasm. Of course. Of course. Thus, Han Li accompanied Yu Xiao as they departed his abode, traversing through 2 teleportation arrays to arrive at a residence in the southern part of the city. Though not extravagantly opulent, the estate was far from ordinary, featuring pavilions and corridors that exuded elegance and charm, complete with protective formations and various restrictions. Upon entering the estate, Yu Xiao led Han Li directly to the rear courtyard, where they entered a tranquil abode. A young girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18, lay quietly on a small bed. The room was simply adorned, furnished only with bamboo tables and chairs, some gauzy curtains, and a few drapes above the bed. Han Li's attention was drawn to a painting of mountain birds on one wall. The focus of the artwork was not on the mountains or the water, but rather on a soaring silver rock, its majestic flight depicted with striking realism, the crimson hues behind it seemingly imbued with real fire, and upon closer inspection, one could almost hear a soft, melodious chirping. Han Daoyu, this is my daughter, Shanair. I implore you to take great care, Yu Xiao said, pulling Han Li from his reverie. Han Li approached to examine the young woman closely. She wore a black ensemble, her complexion pale, eyes gently closed, lips slightly parted, and strands of hair cascading softly beside her face, hinting at a faint smile. Han Li discreetly formed a hand seal and softly chanted, sending a wisp of consciousness from his sea of awareness into the body of Yushan. As Han Li's consciousness navigated within her for a moment, he encountered no abnormalities. However, upon brushing against Yushan's sea of consciousness, he was abruptly repelled, involuntarily exclaiming softly, Han Daoyu, what have you found? Yu Xiao, hearing Han Li's barely audible murmur, inquired eagerly. How peculiar. Her consciousness actively resists external intrusion. She should be fine. Han Li stroked his chin, deep in thought, while Yu Xiao gently nodded, seemingly aware of his daughter's condition. After a lengthy pause, Han Li lifted his head and asked, Yu Daoyu, might I inquire who the mother of this young lady is? At this question, Yu Xiao's brow furrowed immediately, and he hesitated for a long while before he could respond. Could you kindly elaborate on the specifics of the day you rescued your daughter? Han Li seemed to possess some inkling of the circumstances and thus intended to refrain from pressing further. He shifted the topic to inquire about the events of that day. Yu Xiao was keen to conceal certain details, yet witnessing Han Li's willingness to evade the matter, he began to recount the events in detail. On that day, upon receiving the message from Shanair, as Yu Xiao recounted the particulars of the rescue, Han Li listened intently, probing for finer details while simultaneously reflecting quietly. It was only after Yu Xiao had fully articulated the situation that Han Li relaxed his brow and spoke. Do not be anxious, my friend. If I am not mistaken, your daughter must have sealed herself. What? Sealed herself? Yu Xiao could scarcely believe his ears, his mouth agape in astonishment. A comical sight indeed. Indeed, I surmise she may be preparing for a breakthrough, Han Li affirmed, nodding. He then turned and found a bamboo chair to sit, continuing, your wife, the mother of Shanair, is not of our human race, is she? Yu Xiao did not respond, merely gazing silently at his daughter on the couch, lost in thought. Han Li, sensing the gravity of the moment, refrained from intruding, instead directing his gaze back to the painting of birds and mountains, deep in contemplation. After a while, Yu Xiao shifted his gaze back to Han Li and inquired, Han Daoist, why do you believe my daughter has sealed herself? Dao friend, your daughter must be a descendant of some ancient true spirit. It is said that their inheritors are bestowed with certain techniques or divine abilities, which require the inheritor to attain a particular realm. Your daughter may have just broken through to that realm, allowing her to set up a formation before losing consciousness and sending a message to you. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why the assailant did not kill her outright, but chose to spare her life. Han Li elaborated after a brief pause. If this is indeed the case, then I must congratulate you, my friend. Your daughter is on the verge of entering a rapid growth phase, and perhaps in the not-so-distant future, she will surpass both you and me, Han Li added, having contemplated the implications of his words. He chose not to pursue the subject of Shanair's mother further, and Yu Xiao offered little resistance, feeling increasingly confident in his suspicions. Ultimately, after Yu Xiao expressed his gratitude repeatedly, Han Li showed no intention of lingering and departed from Yu Xiao's residence, swiftly returning to his own abode. Chapter 17. A thought becomes immortal. 2 days swiftly passed. Han Li, comfortably seated on a stone bench in his dwelling, awaited the arrival of Mei Mei, who appeared with a radiant smile. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Mei Mei, in her characteristic light-hearted manner, remarked, "Han Daoist, you appear well. It seems that even in just a few days, your magical prowess has advanced somewhat." Reflecting on the recent days, aside from his visit to Yu Xiao, he had also dealt with several major visitors, nearly overwhelming himself. Had it not been for his appointment with Mei Mei, he might have already left the city in search of a more tranquil place to cultivate. You jest, my friend. Mere days for us cultivators are but a drop in the ocean. How could there be any significant advancement in magical power? Han Li replied with a wry smile, feeling rather powerless. With your talents. Han Li interrupted, Mei Fairy, let us set aside the niceties. You have come seeking assistance, have you not? Mei Mei showed no displeasure at his interruption, instead chuckling lightly. Hee. May I inquire about your thoughts on the matter? Han Li shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his voice. I fear that I may not be up to the task, and thus it would be inappropriate for me to participate. His polite refusal did not seem to surprise Mei Mei. Maintaining her relaxed demeanor, she pondered briefly before shifting the conversation. Han Daoist, how much do you know about the cultivation of divine consciousness? Han Li's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he was taken aback. Looking at Mei Mei with a semblance of amusement, I would be eager to learn more. With a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, Mei Mei continued. Do you know of the concept of becoming immortal through a single thought? Becoming immortal through a single thought? Han Li was momentarily taken aback. The literal interpretation seemed almost incredulous. Yes, becoming immortal through a single thought is the cultivation of divine consciousness. Mei Mei's explanation aligned with Han Li's thoughts, yet it was something he had never heard of before. He realized that since Mei Mei had introduced such a term, she would likely provide further clarification. As expected, she continued, the vast majority of cultivators focus on the quantity of divine consciousness in their training, seldom attending to its quality. I can offer you a manual left by our ancestors that details how to forge and strengthen your divine consciousness. In terms of divine consciousness alone, you would be able to challenge a golden immortal even at the initial stage of human immortality and remain undefeated. After a brief pause, Mei Mei added, of course, this notion of becoming immortal through a single thought is merely a legend recorded within the manual. Whether it can truly be achieved depends on your fortune. Han Li's mind whirled at the prospect. The very notion that divine consciousness could lead to immortality was an extraordinary idea, far beyond his current comprehension. Moreover, if the cultivation method was indeed so simple, it would not be so obscure. After pondering for a long while, Han Li was about to speak when Mei Mei interjected. You are concerned about the difficulties and limitations of cultivation, are you not? You need not worry. Cultivating this manual requires an exceptionally robust physique. Along with the aid of various elixirs, the requirement of a strong body alone excludes over 80% of cultivators. The remainder are often hindered by various conditions, which is why so few are aware of this manual. Ah, I see. Might you disclose some of the other requirements for this manual? Han Li inquired, shifting his focus to the specifics. To achieve mastery of this manual, one must at least be at the level of a celestial sovereign, and the conditions are not something one encounters casually. In this small cold moon city, it is impossible to find even one of the required conditions, Mei Mei replied, her smile unwavering. Han Li furrowed his brow, realizing that the manual was of little benefit to him at this stage. I believe, Mei Mei, seemingly unable to tolerate Han Li's refusal, promptly interrupted, presenting another condition. Would this celestial essence pill sway your decision? With that, she turned her palm, revealing an exquisitely crafted silver box that appeared on the table. Han Li, upon noticing, gently flicked it, causing the surface inscription to detach. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the lid of the box slowly opened. An invigorating breeze wafted forth, and Han Li peered inside to find a pale blue pill, emanating billowing white mist, exuding an overwhelming essence of celestial energy. Han Daoist, I believe you are familiar with this celestial essence pill. It contains nearly all the celestial energy of a beginning human immortal. Once consumed, it can restore your magical power completely within a short period, Mei Mei explained. Observing Han Li's expression, Han Li had indeed learned of the celestial essence pill from Ling Jia, recognizing it as a staple among those with some status in the realm of human immortals. Although such pills existed in Cold Moon City, they could not be acquired with mere celestial stones. Mei Mei continued to persuade, Taoist Han, I possess only one immortal spirit pill, and you are well aware of its immense value. Inviting you to take action with this pill is a reasonable exchange. Since Han Li's arrival in the North Cold Immortal Domain, he had struggled without any valuable items, leaving him unable to procure essential medicinal pills or magical artifacts. Thus, upon Mei Mei's invitation for assistance, he saw an opportunity to gain some tangible benefits. After careful consideration, he replied, Fairy Mei, regardless of the outcome of this rescue, the Immortal Yuan pill will belong to me, and I require a copy of the secret manual you mentioned. Additionally, should any unforeseen danger arise during the rescue, I retain the right to withdraw if I find myself unable to cope. What do you think? To Han Li's surprise, Mei Mei did not immediately agree. Instead, she responded, Taoist Han, while the other conditions are acceptable, the secret manual is indeed a treasure of my clan and should not be disclosed. How about I owe you a favor instead? Han Li's expression tightened at her words, tinged with anger, but upon reflection, he acquiesced. Very well. When do you intend to set out? Hearing Han Li's affirmative response, Mei Mei's face lit up with delight. The sooner, the better. It will take at least a month to reach our destination from here. Shall we depart tomorrow? Han Li had no objections. Subsequently, Mei Mei handed him a small compass, roughly the size of a palm, and instructed, Taoist Han, this artifact is for communication. As long as you are not trapped in an inescapable situation, you will be able to receive my messages within the North Cold Immortal Domain. Please keep it safe. It may bring you unexpected surprises and perhaps even save your life. In Mei Mei's eyes, Han Li detected a hint of allure, concealing a barely perceptible, enigmatic smile. After examining the artifact with his spiritual sense, he found nothing unusual. It was merely an ordinary communication compass, and thus stored it away. After exchanging a few more polite remarks, Mei Mei took her leave, returning to her secluded chamber via the teleportation array. Upon her return, a youthful voice echoed again, Sister, that secret manual is the lifeblood of our clan. How could you possibly reveal it so casually? Mei Mei replied with a serious expression, For you, sister, any price is worth paying. We have already arranged for a replacement. Haven't we? The youthful voice persisted, but what if that Han fellow agrees right away? What will you do then? After a brief pause, Mei Mei answered, I haven't thought that far ahead. I already stated that rescuing you is my top priority. Everything else can wait. The youthful voice fell silent, allowing Mei Mei to focus on preparations within her storage ring for the impending rescue. In Han Li's residence, he set up a barrier and suddenly inquired of the crab Taoist within the spirit beast ring, Brother Crab. Have you ever heard of the concept of becoming an immortal through a single thought? Master, I have never heard of such a rumor, replied the crab Taoist coldly. After receiving similar negative responses from the demon light and firebeard, Han Li fell into deep contemplation. A night passed without incident, and the next day, Han Li welcomed Mei Mei. After several teleportations, they finally arrived outside the city, boarding Mei Mei's inconspicuous yet swift crimson flying boat, racing towards their destination. Fairy Mei, your flying boat may seem unremarkable, yet its speed is commendable. At this pace, we should arrive in less than a month. Han Li observed as he took in the lush greenery surrounding them, a stark contrast to the desolation he had previously encountered. Hee. Taoist Han seems even more impatient than I am. A month is neither too long nor too short, Mei Mei replied with a charming smile. Since we have ample time. As a wandering cultivator, you must have had some extraordinary experiences. Would you care to share a few tales? Han Li smiled wryly at her question, waving his hand dismissively. My experiences are nothing noteworthy, truly unremarkable. He then excused himself to a secluded compartment within the boat, seeking solitude for meditation. Mei Mei, with a fleeting glimmer of something strange in her expression, gazed into the distance, her thoughts swirling. A month passed swiftly, and one day, as Han Li was gazing into the distance, a flicker of light sparked in his eyes, prompting a soft exclamation. Mei Mei, noticing his reaction, also looked ahead, involuntarily gasping. Chapter 18. Unexpected interruption. Seeing Han Li's response, Mei Mei's expression changed dramatically. She hurriedly said, Taoist Han, do not be alarmed. That person is not with us. Han Li cast a wary glance at Mei Mei before turning his gaze back to the distance, where a blue figure stood atop a towering mountain. Clad in a blue robe and resembling a scholarly figure, the individual's back was turned to them. Yet Han Li could distinctly sense a chilling aura emanating from him, which sent shivers down his spine. Peak human immortal. Han Li discerned the individual's cultivation level and felt a jolt of apprehension, causing his protective spiritual light to involuntarily manifest. Upon witnessing this, Mei Mei silently cursed her misfortune and quickly executed a spell to halt and retract her flying boat. Peering into the distance, Mei Mei realized they were perilously close to the ruins of an immortal, likely detected by this peak human immortal. Anxiety gripped her as she considered her next steps. Although Han Li maintained a calm exterior, he understood the gravity of the situation, instinctively distancing himself from Mei Mei. The blue-robed scholar, situated less than 100 miles away, appeared oblivious to Han Li and Mei Mei, remaining steadfast atop the mountain, gazing into the distance without acknowledging their presence. Fairy Mei, do you know this person? Han Li inquired coldly after stepping back a few paces. The highest cultivation level displayed in Cold Moon City is merely the 3rd tier. This individual has reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, so he is likely not from Cold Moon City. I do not recognize him. Mei Mei replied after a moment of contemplation. Then what about our mission? Han Li pressed. Taoist Han, we have already established the importance of our mission. It is imperative that we proceed. Allow me to approach and inquire further, Mei Mei replied, her demeanor turning serious as she flew forward to land on a slightly lower mountain peak behind the blue-robed scholar. She bowed lightly and announced, I am Mei Mei from Cold Moon City. I greet you. However, the blue-robed scholar seemed to ignore her entirely, remaining in a meditative state without a hint of response. Mei Mei, realizing the futility of her efforts, felt powerless against someone of his superior cultivation level and could only wait patiently with her head bowed. Time trickled by, and after half a day, the blue-robed scholar still showed no sign of acknowledgement. Just as Mei Mei prepared to bow again, a hearty laugh erupted from him. So that is how it is. The scholar in the blue robe turned around, discovering Mei Mei nearby and Han Li in the distance, and exclaimed, Who are you? This place belongs to me now. You must leave at once, or I shall not be courteous. The scholar's face was lined with deep wrinkles, making him appear quite aged, a stark contrast to his youthful attire. However, the malevolence emanating from him was something Mei Mei had rarely encountered. Hearing his words, her heart sank. She knew that engaging in conflict with him would be futile, yet she refused to give up and replied, Esteemed friend, I have already set up a protective array around this mountain range, which rightfully belongs to me. I hope you can understand. Oh, so it is a formation established by a celestial being. I have pondered over it for quite some time. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to reclaim this mountain range? A peculiar expression flitted across the blue-robed scholar's face as he countered. Indeed, this is my place for cultivation, and I have demarcated the area. I hope you can comprehend my position, Mei Mei cautiously responded. Yet, I sense that this area is not merely a place for cultivation. There seems to be some hidden treasure within, the scholar remarked, a hint of malice flickering across his features. Upon leaving the celestial ruins, Mei Mei had expended considerable effort to establish numerous formations in the vicinity and concealed them with various illusions. However, she sensed that this individual had inadvertently seen through her defenses. Shifting her gaze, she proposed, If you do not believe me, you may accompany me inside to take a look. The blue-robed scholar observed Han Li, who remained suspended in midair, and noted his initial human immortal cultivation level. Meanwhile, Mei Mei was merely at the 3rd stage, which he deemed not a significant concern. After a moment's contemplation, his expression turned serious as he warned, Do not deceive me, or you shall regret it. Mei Mei maintained her composure and replied, Of course, I shall take you inside to see. This is merely my place for cultivation. With that, she retrieved several differently colored flags from her storage ring, conveyed a few words to Han Li, waved the flags, and shot forth like a purple rainbow towards a certain location in the mountains. The blue-robed scholar furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, and then followed after her. Meanwhile, Han Li, upon receiving Mei Mei's message, expanded his consciousness to survey the surrounding area for miles, finding no anomalies. He then set up a formation nearby and began meditating to recuperate. Esteemed friend, you have seen for yourself. This is indeed just an ordinary place for cultivation, not the hidden treasure you speak of. I hope you can understand, Mei Mei stated as she guided the blue-robed scholar through the mountains, which revealed nothing of particular significance. However, the scholar did not appear eager to depart and chuckled, Why have you brought a mere initial stage human immortal with you? Mei Mei, feeling a surge of anger, replied coldly, That seems to have nothing to do with you. I kindly ask you to leave. Upon hearing her words, the scholar's malevolence surged forth, sending a chill down Mei Mei's spine. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and continued, Do not be hasty. I do have urgent matters to attend to. 3 months from now, in the Clear Wind Pavilion of Cold Moon City, I will host a banquet to apologize to you. Would that be acceptable? Seemingly sensing something, Mei Mei unconsciously infused her words with a hint of charm. Is this true? If you require it, I can swear a heart demon's oath. She added with a light laugh. That will not be necessary. Very well, I shall wait for you in Cold Moon City. As soon as he finished speaking, The blue-robed scholar transformed into a blue shadow and sped away from the mountains. Just as the scholar departed, a youthful voice echoed, "Sister." Before the voice could finish, Mei Mei coughed lightly to interrupt, swiftly casting several spells that entered her own body. "This person wishes to inscribe a mark on me. Unaware that I am the progenitor of this matter," Mei Mei coldly muttered after completing her incantations. Subsequently, she retrieved a black-purple arrow from her storage ring and began chanting incantations. The arrow floated above her head in response to her words. Then she bit down, and as she uttered the final characters, the arrow spun rapidly, emitting a burst of colorful light that enveloped her entirely. Next, a pale blue orb began to rise from her hair, while Mei Mei, dripping with sweat, inscribed a series of sealing runes to completely bind the orb. After completing the actions, she felt utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing to the ground, her complexion pale and drenched in sweat as if she had just emerged from a rainstorm. Looking at the sealed orb, Mei Mei snorted coldly before stowing it away, changing into another set of clothes, and consuming a pill to quietly recuperate. "Sister, that lecher is truly detestable. Do you really intend to host a banquet for him?" "Ah, it is nothing serious. When the time comes, I shall simply purchase a few female cultivators from the shops to present to him. Do you think we three sisters are truly afraid of such a brute who cannot even comprehend a simple formation?" Mei Mei scoffed at the departing blue-robed scholar's direction, laughing coldly. "True, but his malevolence is quite heavy. He is not to be underestimated." "Sister, it would be wise to exercise caution," her companion cautioned. "That is not your concern. Just focus on your recovery," Mei Mei replied with a serious expression. "Well, I have also taken a moment to check the restrictions of the ruins. They seem largely unchanged. Whether we can succeed in the rescue depends entirely on that young man." Han. After the blue-robed scholar left, Han Li immediately noticed and silently praised Mei Mei's adept handling of the situation. Upon seeing Mei Mei approach, he swiftly dismantled the formation and greeted her. "Your methods of handling matters are truly remarkable, Mei Xianzi," Han Li began. "Ah, it is nothing. We must hurry. If that man changes his mind and returns, it will be difficult to manage," Mei Mei replied with a gentle smile. "Very well, lead the way, Mei Xianzi," Han Li said, and the two of them shot forth like a purple and a green rainbow into the mountains. Chapter 19. The Celestial Ruins Within the Mountain Range. The peaks rose continuously, each higher and more imposing than the last, with countless sheer cliffs. Han Li and Mei Mei soon arrived at a particularly steep cliff. "Oh, Mei Xianzi, what is this?" Han Li inquired, gazing at the towering cliff before them. The mountains were steep and the bizarre stones abundant, much like many cliffs he had encountered before. However, Mei Mei did not respond immediately. Instead, she examined the stone wall and smiled at Han Li without uttering a word. Noticing her silence, Han Li emitted a soft hum, his eyes shimmering with a blue light as he focused intently on the cliff. Within moments, he remarked, "Your illusions are indeed superb, Mei Xianzi. Had I not cultivated my vision through fortunate opportunities, I would not have discerned the intricacies within. Oh, I have mentioned before that Han Dao Yu is no ordinary initial stage human immortal. Today, you continue to astonish me," Mei Mei replied with a smile. The speaker perceives that this illusion is indeed a stroke of luck, yet it is a rare opportunity to gain entry. "I kindly request the fairy to lift the restrictions she has imposed." Han Li chuckled lightly, waving his hand with a wry smile. "Hee. Then I shall reveal my modest skills," Mei Mei replied, her delicate fingers weaving intricate spells that even Han Li found difficult to comprehend. With a gentle flick of her fingers, the incantations embedded themselves into the stone wall before them, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, a deep sound echoed as the stone wall before them began to ripple like water disturbed by a stone, followed by a flash of silvery light, revealing a narrow path akin to a winding trail. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Han Li exhibited little astonishment. Instead, he raised his hand and smiled at Mei Mei, saying, "Fairy Mei, please, you go first." Mei Mei graciously accepted his invitation, smiling back at him before stepping lightly onto the narrow path, with Han Li following leisurely behind. Yet, his consciousness remained vigilant, attuned to the surroundings. The path's length exceeded Han Li's expectations, as it took them the duration of a meal to traverse its entirety. He observed that the path was carved from blade and sword, evidently crafted not long ago. Seemingly aware of Han Li's thoughts, Mei Mei chuckled. Do not rush. My friend, we have not yet entered the Immortal Ruins. It took me several days to cover the site with a grand formation and create this passage, to prevent it from being discovered by those with ulterior motives." Han Li offered no response, merely nodding as he continued to follow her, his consciousness unwavering. After a short while, they reached the end of the narrow path, which culminated in a breathtaking waterfall, sparkling like silver, stretching nearly half a mile wide and soaring into the clouds, its height seemingly endless. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Han Li smiled and remarked, "Fairy Mei, this waterfall is so peculiar. Do you not fear it will attract undue attention?" Hee. Han, do you not need to examine it more closely? Mei Mei's eyes twinkled as she smiled at him. Upon hearing her words, Han Li immediately expanded his consciousness, channeling his mana into his eyes. The waterfall appeared strikingly real, its cascading force exuding a palpable pressure, the sound of water droplets hitting the ground resonating with clarity, accompanied by a refreshing mist that enveloped him, making him feel as if he were amidst magnificent mountains and waters. Han Li gazed at the waterfall for a long time, unable to discern any flaws, and began to murmur to himself, "Hee. To deceive Han is indeed no simple feat. You need not force yourself too much. The illusion here originates from a secret tradition of my clan, and it is understandable that your current cultivation level cannot perceive it at a glance," Mei Mei explained, raising her hand to sweep it, causing a seven-colored rainbow to rush overhead. In an instant, the silver waterfall vanished without a trace, revealing a small palace before Han and Mei. The palace was flanked by 8 massive silver pillars, each thick enough for 3 people to embrace. They stood uniformly in front of the palace, adorned with various runes that flickered in and out of visibility, depicting lifelike images of birds and beasts, giving the impression that they could slowly move, imbuing the scene with an indescribable majesty. Atop the palace, a creature resembling both a fierce serpent and a dancing silver dragon loomed, gazing down with an air of superiority, adding to the palace's grandeur. Peering through the silver pillars, the interior was shrouded in a mysterious haze, and even Han Li's consciousness was restrained from penetrating further. "Fairy Mei, is this yet another of your illusions?" Han Li scrutinized the palace but could discern nothing, prompting him to turn to Mei Mei with a question. "Hee. This is indeed the immortal ruins I spoke of. Here, under the suppression of the formation, illusions are difficult to cast," Mei Mei replied with a gentle smile. Han Li stepped forward eagerly, only to find, as Mei Mei had said, that the flow of mana within him suddenly slowed, making it challenging to invoke any spells. "Where is the fairy sister trapped? How shall I assist?" Han Li retreated a few steps, then inquired further. "Do not fret, Han. Allow me to suppress the palace's restrictions first, and then I shall explain everything in detail," Mei Mei said, reversing her hand to retrieve 7 dark purple flags from her storage ring. After a slight activation, the flags raced towards the palace. The 7 flags surged, growing to about 10 feet in height, and swiftly shot between the 8 silver pillars. As Mei Mei pronounced the incantation, the flags shimmered brilliantly, transforming into 7 giant seals, each the size of a small house, which pressed firmly between the pillars. "Excellent. The method you employed to suppress the restrictions here is remarkably clever." Han Li marveled silently at Mei Mei's display of skill. "Hee. It appears that you two are quite knowledgeable in formations, Han. I humbly offer my modest skills," Mei Mei said, her gaze towards Han Li briefly revealing a hint of curiosity. "I merely possess a superficial understanding." Han Li chuckled wryly. Subsequently, Han and Mei walked directly between the 2 silver pillars, yet Han Li, with a tinge of concern, remarked, "Fairy Mei, it seems your flags cannot completely suppress the combined restrictions of these beast pillars. It appears somewhat unstable." Mei Mei smiled at Han Li and explained, "Han, this palace's door restrictions are ancient and their power is not what it once was. I believe they will hold until we depart. Fairy, given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to ensure these restrictions are thoroughly suppressed," Han Li replied, waving his hand as dozens of formation flags surged forth, swiftly reaching the tops of the silver pillars. As Han Li chanted incantations, the flags suddenly vanished from sight. Looking back at the 7 seals, their light flickered continually. Yet they now exhibited far greater stability than before. Mei Mei did not intervene but nodded, smiling. "You are indeed meticulous, Han. No wonder you stand above the rest." "How embarrassing. It is merely a result of time's demands," Han Li replied, waving his hand dismissively, before turning to examine the now thoroughly subdued palace door restrictions, his earlier unease dissipating. Upon entering the palace, the atmosphere was strikingly different from the mist outside. Before them lay a row of 5 small houses, with a lush green hill rising quietly behind them, exuding an air of tranquility and antiquity. Han Li expanded his consciousness, attempting to penetrate the houses, but was met with the subtle barriers surrounding them. As for the hill behind, aside from a small portion of land that was impenetrable, he found no abnormalities. "Han, what are your thoughts on these houses?" Mei Mei asked first. Han Li scrutinized the 5 houses, finding no peculiarities. They appeared to be ordinary residences and meditation spaces. After a moment's contemplation, He responded, "What do you mean, fairy? Is there treasure hidden here?" Mei Mei merely smiled sweetly, saying nothing further, and walked towards the leftmost house. Raising her hand to cast 2 spells. Instantly, the house shimmered with a flash of light, and a small orb appeared atop its roof, neither gold nor silver. The fairy. Before Mei Mei could respond, Han Li's eyes twitched, and he murmured to himself, "Such pure celestial spiritual energy. Indeed, Han Daoist possesses remarkable discernment." With a swift motion, Han Li approached, perhaps due to Mei Mei's spell breaking the barrier, allowing his consciousness to permeate the room, sensing everything within. Inside, apart from a few meditative orbs, there were only 2 jade chairs, and on the wall hung an imposing piece of calligraphy, its strokes vigorous and powerful, though Han Li regrettably could not grasp its meaning. At that moment, Mei Mei smiled and said, "Han Daoist, the purity of the celestial spiritual energy here is truly rare in the Cold Moon City region. This is likely due to the spirit-gathering formation present, although it cannot be taken away. However, with your understanding of formations, the insights you might gain here are undoubtedly invaluable." "Fairy, you flatter me excessively," Han Li replied after a moment of thought. "As someone well-versed in formations, you surely know that such sudden enlightenment is not easily attained. It may take mere days, or, at times, even hundreds of years to comprehend even a fraction of it. Do you wish for me to squander my time here?" As soon as Han Li finished speaking, he walked directly into the room, retrieving a small jade slip from his storage ring. He waved it towards the calligraphy on the wall, and a flicker of light passed through, embedding a silver glow into the slip. "What are you doing, Han Daoist?" Mei Mei, observing Han Li's actions, seemed to realize something and was about to speak out to stop him when a crisp explosion echoed. Bang! The jade slip in Han Li's hand suddenly exploded. Fortunately, the force was not overwhelming, and Han Li, having anticipated this, activated his protective spiritual light, completely shielding himself from the blast. Indeed, this celestial calligraphy is remarkably profound. It seems to facilitate the smooth flow of one's meridians, bringing immense comfort. "I once attempted to copy it, but all my efforts ended in failure," Mei Mei remarked with a wry smile. Han Li shared her sense of helplessness. As she had said, the calligraphy contained immense cultivation insights, and to comprehend it would be a significant boon. He then attempted to embed the calligraphy into the jade slip, but also met with failure, leaving him feeling quite regretful. Han Li pondered the origin of this place, uncertain of the celestial powers that had left such treasures behind. Although unassuming, everything left here was of exquisite quality, including the refined formation within the room, which could not have been created by an ordinary formation master. Observing Han Li's various attempts, Mei Mei couldn't help but sigh in contemplation. After a long gaze, Han Li finally sighed lightly and turned back to Mei Mei, asking, "Fairy, are the other rooms similar cultivation spaces?" Mei Mei glanced at Han Li and then turned to the other small rooms, stating earnestly, "Han Daoist, while the other rooms are similar, this central room holds something slightly different." Han Li did not fully believe her, instead requesting that Mei Mei deactivate the barriers one by one so he could examine them thoroughly. After doing so, he reluctantly approached the central room. "Even you, fairy, cannot break through this barrier?" Han Li inquired after observing it closely. Mei Mei raised her hands slightly, shrugged in negation, and fell into deep thought. Han Li, seizing the opportunity, realized that each of the 4 rooms contained beneficial items for cultivation, and naturally, the central room would also have its unique attributes. However, what Han Li did not anticipate was that the time and effort Mei Mei had expended to breach the barriers of the 4 rooms was not something she could sustain in such a short period. With a quick incantation, Han Li's consciousness enveloped the room, gradually embedding itself into the formation. Time passed, and Mei Mei did not rush to stop him. Instead, she observed closely, as there were still many areas for mutual enlightenment between them. After a brief period, Han Li abruptly waved his hand, retracting his consciousness. The external barrier formation is indeed extraordinary. Unless one resorts to brute force, comprehending its intricacies cannot be achieved in just a few days. "Then, shall we proceed to break the barrier for my sister?" Mei Mei asked, her smile fading slightly. "Certainly. I hope to fulfill the fairy's wish," Han Li replied, clasping his fists in respect. Following this, Han Li closely followed Mei Mei as they circled around the 5 rooms and swiftly ascended a verdant hill. Gazing up at the sky, which appeared shrouded in a thick mist, on the hill's backside, a silvery pillar, resembling neither snake nor dragon, suddenly appeared before Han Li and Mei Mei. This pillar was far less massive than the one outside the palace, standing about half the thickness of a human body and half a zhang tall, resting on a small formation platform. The black, glossy characters floating above bore a resemblance to those in the room. Another illusion? Han Li murmured to himself. Indeed, you are correct, Han Daoist. My sister is trapped within this illusion, making escape exceptionally difficult. It took me nearly a century to discern its secrets, Mei Mei explained with a smile. Showing no signs of concern. There is no time to waste. You may begin breaking the barrier, Han Li asserted earnestly. All right, Mei Mei agreed, raising her hand to summon several hundred array flags that instantly manifested. As she chanted incantations, the flags unfurled in the wind, descending steadily according to the formation's rules, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The phrase falling death array echoed in Han Li's mind, the familiar voice belonging to the crab Taoist, the false immortal. Han Li maintained his composure but stroked his chin, whispering, Do you recognize this array, Brother Crab? The crab Taoist's cold voice replied slowly, This array, while not commonly seen in the celestial realm, is indeed an extraordinary formation I have encountered before. I do not know its specifics, but I understand that those trapped within can even eliminate enemies of equal rank. Hearing this, Han Li was immediately alarmed. He swiftly turned, lightly stepping back 100 zhang, casting a fierce gaze at Mei Mei, whose expression appeared somewhat tense. Mei Mei continued to weave her incantations, her demeanor slightly tightening, as if sensing Han Li's fury. She quickly clarified, Han Daoist, while this array possesses the capability to eliminate foes, I have made slight modifications. It is only meant to suppress the celestial barrier and poses no threat to you. Reflecting on the peculiar events during their journey, Han Li felt a chill run down his spine. First, there was a celestial being of the highest order appearing unexpectedly in the mountains, seemingly dismissed with a few words. Next, she laid down a barrier meant for enemy extermination. Han Li's doubts deepened. This array is indeed solely for suppressing barriers. If you still have concerns, you may accept this control flag for the formation, Mei Mei stated, suddenly launching a small arrow toward Han Li, which halted about 10 feet in front of him. Meanwhile, Mei Mei continued to perform her incantations, evidently needing to channel her spiritual power to maintain the array's operation. Han Li, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, raised his hand and grasped the command flag, which now rested in his palm. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the flag was a deep purple-black hue, with the character charm intricately engraved at the end of the flagpole. The surface of the flag was adorned with a myriad of intricate runes, undoubtedly indicative of its controlling nature. Subsequently, Han Li focused his mind into the flag, discovering that the array within was identical to the one he had previously encountered, the falling slaughter array. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed in Mei Mei's mind. Sister, this person is too suspicious. We should seek another. No. If we let this opportunity slip, it may take millennia to rescue your sister. Mei Mei responded with a slight movement of her lips. Sister, can you endure? Do you require my inner elixir for support? No need. Continue your healing. Mei Mei replied once more. Han Li gazed at Mei Mei from a distance, the command flag now tucked into his robe. With a gentle push of his foot, he floated beside her and coldly inquired, What does the fairy require me to do? Mei Mei forced a smile and pointed towards the silver pillar. Friend Han, please look. Following her gaze, Han Li discerned a silver lock hovering in the air, its runes pulsating violently, soon becoming indistinct once more. Is this the core of the array? Indeed. As long as you can concentrate your spirit, you may enter the core, and then my sister can be released, Mei Mei affirmed. Han Li did not immediately acquiesce, but instead gathered his magical power into his eyes, causing a blue radiance to erupt, allowing him to peer through the silver lock. Within, he vaguely perceived a small array platform, the heart of the array. That must be the core of the formation, Han Li murmured softly. Meanwhile, Mei Mei began to sweat profusely, her magical energy depleting rapidly. Gritting his teeth, Han Li unleashed a torrent of spirit from his consciousness, muttering incantations that condensed into strands of divine thought, silently penetrating the silver lock. The silver lock, covered in a dense array of runes, surged towards Han Li's strands of divine thought, swiftly engulfing them. His brow furrowed as he maneuvered his strands, darting left and right, but they seemed lost in the labyrinthine runes. Suddenly, with a decisive clench of his jaw, he spoke the word divide, and his strands split into two, each racing in different directions, only to be quickly overrun by more runes. Feeling a surge of frustration, Han Li summoned another wave of spirit from his consciousness, invoking a divine arrow that shot toward the silver lock. This time, the arrow was larger, drawing the swarm of runes toward it. Meanwhile, the previously divided strands merged back into one, swiftly escaping the onslaught of runes and diving into the silver lock. Inside the exceedingly strange silver lock, a blue figure stood with arms crossed, gazing upward as if observing something. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Han Li. having been formed from his consciousness as it breached the barrier of runes. In this self-contained space, the figure surveyed the endless void surrounding it, unable to detect even a single rune. Looking down, it saw a 3-foot square platform upon which a graceful female figure sat cross-legged, eyes closed, seemingly unaware of Han Li's presence. As Han Li's consciousness circled the platform, he walked slowly, lost in thought, until he finally halted after several rotations. At that moment, both Han Li outside the silver lock and the figure within simultaneously began to weave a strange incantation, one so intricate that even Han Li found it challenging to grasp. After multiple attempts, Han Li finally managed to successfully complete the incantation, unleashing a powerful shout. With a pointed finger, he launched the carefully crafted incantation into the silver lock, while his consciousness pressed it onto the platform. At that instant, a sound akin to metal striking metal echoed from the silver lock, followed by the delicate voice of a woman. "Sister May, at last, you have arrived to break the array." The woman within the silver lock sat up abruptly, her eyes scanning the surroundings, but she could find no trace of anyone, not even Han Li's consciousness. Eventually, she lowered her head in disappointment and resumed her meditation. Meanwhile, Mei Mei, hidden behind a nearby hill and maintaining the array's operation, shed tears of joy upon hearing her sister's voice. "Second sister, are you well?" However, the figure within the silver lock showed no sign of acknowledgement, continuing to exhibit a demeanor of profound disappointment. Han Li's consciousness, meanwhile, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Fairy Mei, it appears this restriction remains unbroken. Allow me to contemplate further." Mei Mei nodded firmly, understanding that this critical juncture required undivided focus to achieve success. Thus, Han Li's consciousness resumed its meticulous observation of the simple, yet unpredictable platform. Time continued to flow, and Han Li remained intensely vigilant, noting the subtle changes in the array and the figure upon it. Suddenly, both Han Li and his consciousness within the silver lock began to weave a new incantation, similar yet distinct from the previous one. This time, the incantation was flawlessly executed, and as Han Li launched it into the silver lock, the figure within embedded it onto the platform. A brilliant silver light erupted, and the female figure materialized in front of Han Li's consciousness. "Ah, you are," she began, her voice sweet and melodic. Han Li's consciousness bowed slightly and replied, "I am Han Li, honored to meet the fairy." The woman, dressed in a flowing blue gown with rosy lips and fair skin, bore a resemblance to Mei Mei and returned the gesture with a gentle smile. "Thank you, friend Han, for your rescue. Are you the ally my sister summoned?" Han Li nodded and responded earnestly, "If you are well, it is best that we depart at once." "Ah." Han Li's consciousness suddenly reacted. You are. Hee. Friend Han has discerned my condition. To be honest, the 1,000-year confinement has allowed me to cultivate in peace. I have long since broken through my previous bottleneck, but should I exit the array now, it may provoke heavenly tribulation, potentially endangering you as well, the blue-clad woman explained with a gentle smile. Clearly, Han Li was taken aback. At the moment of facing the heavenly tribulation, if anyone nearby intervened, that person would suffer a tribulation corresponding to their own level, which would be even more severe, akin to divine punishment. Han Li was indeed unwilling to take such unnecessary risks. Although the sound from outside could not penetrate the silver lock and the array platform, Mei Mei, outside, was fully aware of everything. She immediately addressed Han Li, saying, "Taoist Han, you can bring her out without hesitation. I anticipated that she was trapped at the second-tier bottleneck, so I incorporated some restrictions into this falling saber array to delay the heavenly tribulation she would face upon her release." Han Li nodded in acknowledgement. After receiving Mei Mei's confirmation, he conveyed the situation to the woman in the blue dress through his divine sense. The woman smiled in delight. Han Li then simultaneously executed a similar spell and embedded it into the silver lock, infusing it into the array platform. Unexpectedly, a small teleportation array appeared on the array platform within the silver lock. The woman in blue looked at Han Li with joy and said, "Allow me to assist you." Taoist. Without waiting for Han Li's signal, she casually pulled, and a protective light barrier, resembling a droplet of water, enveloped Han Li's divine sense. With a flicker, they both stepped onto the teleportation array. The woman in blue smiled gently, excitement barely concealed on her face, and unleashed a pure celestial spiritual power that activated the teleportation array. In an instant, both figures vanished without a trace from the array platform, far from the immortal ruins. In a boundless sea with blood-red waves crashing violently, an elderly woman stood on a massive stone, leaning on a dragon-shaped cane. Suddenly, her wrinkled eyelids struggled to open, revealing a glint of cold light in her eyes as she began to mutter to herself. Did that little girl leave just like that? How will I refine my avatar's soul now? After a deep breath, the old woman continued with great difficulty. This boy has quite the comprehension. It's a pity he's in a male body. Otherwise, refining him into an avatar's soul would have been splendid. She chuckled sinisterly, then coughed several times, muttering, "Once my avatar is complete, I will certainly capture you alive to serve as my attendant." Ha ha. Her laughter echoed, and the nearby seabed was devoid of any creature daring to approach. On a lush hillside, several dozen feet away from Han Li, the figures of the woman in blue and Han Li's divine sense suddenly materialized. The protective barrier surrounding Han Li's divine sense dissipated instantly, and his divine sense darted like a small arrow into his body. You are only at the initial stage of cultivation? The woman in blue gazed at Han Li in disbelief, prompting him to repeatedly express his embarrassment. Afterward, he turned his gaze to Mei Mei, the woman in blue, and excitedly leapt toward her, only to be halted by her stern gaze. Mei Mei, still performing a spell, said with some excitement, "All right. I have finally freed you from your 1,000-year predicament. Here is a map of the area. I have marked a suitable location for your tribulation. You should go ahead, and I will come to protect you shortly." With that, Mei Mei shot forth a jade ring, which the woman in blue caught with one hand. Suppressing her overwhelming excitement, she nodded, "Yes, Sister Mei, I shall go first." The woman donned the jade ring and, after a brief pause, transformed into a blue streak of light and darted away. Once she had distanced herself, Mei Mei dismantled the falling saber array, consumed a medicinal pill to recover, and excitedly approached Han Li, her voice trembling slightly. "Thank you, Taoist Han, for your tremendous assistance. Hee. I have also benefited greatly from this," Han Li replied with a chuckle. "By the way, Fairy Mei, you should hurry to protect your sister." "Taoist Han, do you not wish to leave now?" Mei Mei inquired with a bright smile, seemingly catching on to something. "Indeed. Since there is a good place for cultivation ahead, I intend to seize this opportunity to solidify my progress." Han Li gestured toward those rooms in reply. "Then I shall not insist. If fate allows, we shall meet again." Mei Mei glanced toward the rooms, pondered for a moment, then responded. After a respectful bow, she turned and swiftly departed. Once she had gone far, Han Li murmured, "I hope removing that final restriction will yield some unexpected treasures." He took a few steps and soon arrived at the front of one of the 5 rooms, casually waving out over 100 array flags, surrounding himself and the room with a small-scale array formation. Standing before the house, Han Li contemplated for a while, silently recalling the runes he had comprehended within the silver lock and on the array platform. When the moment was ripe, he successfully pinched out a complex rune. Break. Han Li lightly flicked his hand, sending the rune he had recently comprehended into the house before him. Instantly, a silver light burst forth, and the bamboo door of the house swung open. Chapter 22, The Battle of the Heart Demon, Part 1. Faced with this situation, Han Li felt excited yet refrained from rashly entering. Instead, he expanded his divine sense into the small house to observe the situation. It seemed that once the house's restrictions were lifted, the limitations on his divine sense were also terminated, revealing everything inside the house. The room itself was sparsely furnished. Aside from a wall adorned with paintings similar to those in the other rooms, the most striking feature was a half-spherical light orb in the center, radiating brilliance and emitting black and white runes that Han Li could not decipher. The surface of the semicircular orb shimmered with a myriad of 7-colored glows, and under its illumination, Han Li's previously heightened emotions abruptly settled into tranquility, placing him in a state of relaxation. After a prolonged period of calm, the radiant light surrounding the half-spherical orb suddenly erupted into a flurry of black and white runes, which swiftly transformed into a terrifying giant claw that lunged toward Han Li. Yet, Han Li remained motionless, observing the unfolding scene with an air of indifference. "Master." A slight sting pierced Han Li's mind, accompanied by the cold voice of the crab Taoist. Tinged with urgency, Han Li's eyes sparked with intensity, radiating a blue light, as he noted the impending giant claw. With a gentle step, he retreated, leaving behind only a series of afterimages in his wake. The giant claw missed its target, but did not relent. In the next moment, the hand formed from black and white runes flickered slightly, unleashing a torrential downpour of countless black and white symbols, leaving Han Li feeling utterly powerless. He hastily attempted to perform spells, but his protective spiritual light failed to activate. Even his thoroughly mastered thunder transformation was rendered useless, and the powers of his inner Xian Tian Yuan and the 5 Extremes Mountain were also inaccessible. Finally, even the creatures connected to his spirit beast pouch could not be reached. In the depths of despair, Han Li could only rely on his formidable physique. Akin to the true essence of a transcendent being, as he relentlessly struck the void around him. Yet, his efforts seemed to yield little effect, as the black and white runes merely momentarily faltered against the force of his punches, before surging towards him once more. Gradually, the space surrounding Han Li became inundated with these runes, and despite the strength of his body, he found himself utterly immobilized in this claustrophobic realm. The multitude of runes enveloped him completely, and he eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, and Han Li slowly awakened in an abyss of darkness. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was struck by the realization that he occupied an empty space, floating aimlessly, devoid of any ground beneath him or sky above. To make matters worse, he found himself completely unclothed, and his ring was nowhere to be found. A sudden jolt surged through his mind, causing a sharp pain to pierce his consciousness, and he became fully alert. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, prompting him to compose himself and scan his surroundings. Though some external possessions had vanished, his internal powers and consciousness remained intact, and his celestial body was unharmed. Yet, the uncertainty of his situation left him feeling increasingly despondent. After what felt like an eternity of fruitless attempts to reach the edge of this void, he began to contemplate the possibility of being trapped in a dire predicament. As he calmed his thoughts, he tried to recall the details of his prior experiences, particularly those within the house. At that moment, a familiar figure materialized not far from him, coldly observing him as if he were a dying man, sending chills down his spine. In this hostile environment, Han Li was determined to avoid provoking an unnecessary adversary. Upon realizing the presence of this figure, he steeled himself for confrontation. The figure, however, seemed uninterested in responding, continuing to fixate on him. Yet, the image reflected back to Han Li from his own consciousness was astonishing. "You are me?" he realized, as he beheld an alternate version of himself clad in a familiar azure robe, standing in a posture that was unmistakably his own. The doppelganger regarded Han Li with a smirk, instilling an unsettling sensation within him. Han Li addressed the figure. "Who are you, and why do you impersonate me?" "I am your inner demon, and today I shall usurp your place," the figure declared with a laugh. Han Li's heart raced. He had not undergone tribulation. So from where had this inner demon emerged? The demon laughed heartily. "Do you think my emergence is contingent upon your tribulation? My existence is perpetual. You simply failed to perceive it." Han Li was taken aback. The entity seemed to comprehend his thoughts, rendering it a formidable opponent. "Today, I shall seize your position," the inner demon proclaimed, suddenly leaping into the air. A colossal, pristine hand descended upon Han Li, accompanied by strands of multicolored cold flames that bore down on him. Even before the hand reached him, an overwhelming chill enveloped the vicinity, warping the surrounding void. Startled, Han Li recognized the inner demon's initiative in attacking him. Yet, he remained composed, retaliating with 3 swift punches. Though the strikes had yet to reach their target, the force of his punches conjured a fierce whirlwind, crashing against the demon's colossal hand with a thunderous roar. Both Han Li and the inner demon were forced back several paces. "Today, I swear to eliminate you," the inner demon bellowed, rolling into a transformation into a monumental mountain-sized ape, charging toward Han Li with immense strides, delivering a powerful blow. Understanding that combat was inevitable, Han Li rolled to the ground, summoning a resplendent phoenix before the giant ape. The phoenix let out a triumphant cry, unleashing a burst of radiant light from its beak, colliding with the giant ape's fist. Surprisingly, the impact was eerily silent. Han Li had maximized the spatial abilities of the phoenix, creating a rift that not only countered the inner demon's formidable punch, but also trapped its right arm in the tear, rendering it immobile. In that fleeting moment, Han Li's phoenix spread its wings and unleashed 3 waves of searing flames, propelled by a fierce wind toward the trapped giant ape. The flames engulfed the creature's body, and the phoenix shot 2 golden rays directly at it, singeing much of its fur. "Humph! You think this trivial maneuver can defeat me? Not a chance." The inner demon roared, morphing into a black-winged celestial phoenix, soaring gracefully through a golden haze, swiftly disappearing from Han Li's sight. Moments later, it reappeared 100 feet away, unleashing several torrents of freezing flames as it circled above. Clearly, the inner demon was equally adept at utilizing spatial techniques to escape. "Huh, truly worthy of my original form, you can unleash multiple strikes without a moment's thought. Do you believe you can evade me?" The black-winged phoenix taunted, darting directly toward Han Li, igniting itself in fiery brilliance, transforming into a blazing firebird that warped the very fabric of the void. With a cold snort, Han Li rolled again, summoning a legendary beast resembling a turtle with a serpent's head, the Xuanwu. Just as it emerged, the black-winged phoenix approached, The two collided with a resounding clang, akin to metal clashing, creating a rift in the void the size of a basin, sending both entities tumbling back dozens of feet. The inner demon's black-winged phoenix lost some of its tail feathers, while Han Li's Xuanwu bore deep gashes on its shell from the intense impact. Yet, Han Li did not yield to retreat. The Xuanwu pivoted slightly, and a majestic true dragon appeared, summoning winds and rains that cascaded around it. As the dragon emerged, droplets of peculiar golden rain fell, sizzling upon contact with its form. In an instant, Han Li urged the dragon forward, launching it toward the black-winged phoenix. Just as the inner demon's phoenix stabilized, Han Li's dragon reached it, causing the demon to recoil in surprise, retreating several dozen feet. However, in that fleeting moment, Han Li's heart stirred as he coldly regarded the retreating black-winged phoenix. Ah, I see. Han Li had activated his divine mind strike, unleashing a piercing thought that surged into the inner demon's consciousness. The true dragon transformed by Han Li had already pursued its target. Yet the black-winged heavenly phoenix spun gracefully and effortlessly morphed into the form of the tortoise, directly confronting the dragon's strike. Bang! The colossal impact caused another rift in the fabric of space, inflicting varying degrees of damage on both entities. Han Li, unable to contain his astonishment, exclaimed, "How is this possible?" At that moment, the surface of the tortoise, formed from the heart demon's essence, shimmered with golden light, effortlessly repelling the dragon's corrosive rain. Chapter 23, The Battle of Heart Demons, Part 2, The piercing thought attack, which had almost always guaranteed victory, returned empty-handed. Han Li's eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the reality that victory in this battle seemed utterly unattainable. Since you believe you cannot defeat me, you might as well concede. From now on, this body shall be under my control. The heart demon Han Li mocked him, bursting into laughter, as if sensing that Han Li was already a defeated foe and that victory was assured. The outcome is still uncertain, Han Li retorted coldly. He swiftly retracted the true dragon's form and rolled on the ground, transforming into a towering, terrifying demon god. As the demon god emerged, it extended its fingers, releasing 3 strands of electric light that swirled and danced. With a firm grip, the demon god twisted its hand, launching 3 small arrows that shot directly toward the heart demon Han Li's forehead. Did you truly believe I was merely a corporeal manifestation of the demonic path? I too possess the exorcising divine lightning. In response, the heart demon Han Li transformed into a demonic figure, casually flicking his fingers to release 3 small lightning spheres that collided violently with Han Li's arrows. Hiss! The clash of the exorcising divine lightning resulted in a brilliant flash of golden light as the energies annihilated each other, dissolving into nothingness. Han Li scoffed, pulling back his giant hand, and from the lightning bow, 3 brilliant golden arrows surged forth, racing toward the heart demon Han Li. You cannot harm me. The heart demon Han Li laughed heartily, easily deflecting the 3 arrows with the exorcising divine lightning. Han Li continued to unleash a barrage of 12 arrows, all of which were effortlessly neutralized by the heart demon Han Li. However, when the heart demon Han Li attempted to counter Han Li's 13th arrow with the exorcising divine lightning, he found himself unable to withstand its force, the arrow piercing perilously close to his chest. Impossible. You have deceived yourself. The heart demon Han Li was caught off guard as the exorcising divine lightning arrow struck him, exploding with a deafening bang. This arrow, empowered by the ritual of lightning, created a massive hole in the chest of the heart demon Han Li's form, nearly obliterating the nascent soul within. It turned out that Han Li had anticipated the heart demon's ability to perceive his thoughts, devising a clever plan of continuous attacks while secretly embedding a thread of law within the exorcising divine lightning arrow. By the time the heart demon Han Li realized what was happening, he was ensnared by the power of the law and could only endure Han Li's strike. You are too cunning. It seems this hatred will not be resolved until you are utterly destroyed. The heart demon Han Li suddenly flashed with insight, and his perforated chest miraculously healed, though his size was slightly diminished. With a swift movement, the heart demon Han Li charged toward Han Li, conjuring the unity of 5 Peaks Mountain into a shimmering silver spear, which he gripped tightly, aiming a fierce thrust at Han Li. Han Li smirked, conjuring the unity of 5 Peaks Mountain as well, hurling it forcefully toward the heart demon Han Li. As the mountain rushed forward, the heart demon Han Li directed his silver spear, effortlessly deflecting the mountain into the air. Just as the spear was poised to pierce Han Li's throat, an alarming signal flashed in his mind. Trouble. The heart demon Han Li found himself ensnared by an invisible force emanating from his own body. halting the spear just inches from Han Li's throat. The power of the law. The heart demon Han Li felt a jolt of apprehension, but remained composed. Instantly, a minuscule figure within the demon god's form executed a spell, causing the silver spear to emit a thread of invisible energy that rippled outward. In that brief moment, a pair of silver wings unfurled from his back, allowing him to swiftly retreat several hundred feet, his expression grave as he regarded his opponent. "You truly are worthy of being my original self," the heart demon Han Li finally uttered, acknowledging the resemblance. "It would be wise for you to surrender, lest we both suffer and leave an opening for others," Han Li observed coldly, contemplating the demon god before him. "Hee. The outside is already sealed. No one will interfere. Today, it must end with either your death or mine," the heart demon Han Li declared, raising his hand to unleash a thread of invisible energy that surged toward Han Li. The power of the law. Han Li, discerning the heart demon Han Li's seemingly gentle action as a manifestation of the long-understood power of the law, responded by summoning his own thread of law. When their energies collided, there was no response, yet a small dark surge emerged at the point of contact, distorting the surrounding space. The heart demon Han Li, unfazed, rapidly unleashed several threads of law to assault Han Li. Although Han Li felt at a disadvantage, he knew that withstanding this power with his body would be futile. So he reciprocated with his own law, resulting in a stalemate between the two. After numerous exchanges of their respective powers, the area around them was engulfed in dark surges that refused to dissipate. Suddenly, Han Li's eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded the heart demon Han Li with a half-smile. As he gestured with his hands and chanted incantations, a net woven from threads of law materialized, hovering in the void. The law net? The heart demon Han Li's expression shifted, relinquishing his arrogance as he began to weave a nearly identical net of law. Han Li's eyes shone with azure brilliance, and just as he spoke the word go, his net began to advance toward the heart demon Han Li. The heart demon Han Li's face twisted with malice as his protective aura surged, and with a flick of his finger against the net, the restraints of the law upon him disintegrated. In mere moments, the two invisible nets collided, creating a deafening roar as a colorless, shapeless vortex erupted at their point of contact. A fierce wind, akin to a gale, spiraled violently, rapidly expanding into a massive vortex. Both Han Li and the heart demon Han Li found themselves at its mercy, their bodies uncontrollably drawn toward the swirling maw. Han Li was not surprised by this development. After all, both were equally adept in their understanding of the law, their energies complementing one another. However, he was acutely aware that he must not be the first to be engulfed by the vortex. Thus, he rolled on the ground, transforming into a colorful phoenix that let out a resounding cry. With a burst of brilliance from its beak, it tore a rift in space and swiftly slipped through. The heart demon, Han Li, transformed into a black-winged phoenix, swiftly traversed the void, evading the vortex of calamity triggered by the force of the laws. However, this vortex did not diminish in intensity due to their escape. On the contrary, it expanded, soon enveloping a vast expanse of the void. Meanwhile, hidden within the rift of space, both Han Li and his heart demon counterpart were incessantly subjected to the tearing force of spatial gales. Even a robust physique like Han Li's could not withstand the strain for long. Outside, the vortex grew increasingly ferocious with the passage of time, compelling the two to endure the torment of this rift space. At this moment, the heart demon, Han Li, still sensed through his mind that the true Han Li, in another space, remained in the form of a colorful phoenix, enduring the same tempest of gales. Thus, he continued to navigate through the fierce winds as a black-winged phoenix. Before long, the heart demon, having expended a tremendous amount of magical energy, began to show signs of exhaustion. Yet, through his mental connection, he perceived that Han Li appeared to be in an even worse state. As he continued to endure, the heart demon noticed that his phoenix form had lost all its feathers and that his magical power was nearly depleted. However, Han Li still maintained a mental link with him and seemed to be in relatively good condition. With a roar directed skyward, he proclaimed, "How could I possibly be defeated? I will not lose." In the final moments, the heart demon's magical power was entirely exhausted, and the merciless gales tore through him, shattering him into fragments in an instant. Han Li, sensing the heart demon's demise, abruptly dissipated the image of the colorful phoenix within his heart. Though his transformed body bore countless scars, his true form remained unharmed. Fortunately, the heart demon's intellect was not particularly high. Otherwise, defeat today would have been inescapable. Han Li exhaled deeply, but the chilling winds surrounding him sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, within his transformed body, a diminutive figure of a few inches in height was energetically manipulating an obscure rune with both hands. This rune resembled the one depicted in the hanging scroll within the small room. After several failed attempts, Hanli finally succeeded in forming the rune, a cold smile gracing his lips as he flicked his finger, injecting pure celestial energy, causing him to vanish from the rift of gales in an instant. Chapter 24. The journey of the heart. Time passed, and Hanli awoke amidst the incessant, chaotic chirping of birds. Surrounding him was a small bamboo shelter, where he lay on a rudimentary bed. The bed was simply constructed, its mosquito netting slightly yellowed, clearly having been left to dry for an extended period. The room was furnished with various farming tools such as hoes and sickles, and one wall prominently displayed a scratched copper mirror, worn with age. Above the mirror, a small nail held a white piece of rice paper, adorned with bold black characters, the brushstrokes revealing the hand of a master, yet appearing incongruous in this humble setting. Startled awake, Hanli realized with dismay that the celestial energy and the profound powers he had once mastered were now completely inaccessible. Furthermore, the rings he usually wore on his fingers had vanished without a trace, and fear began to wash over him, turning his face pale. What kind of place is this? As he racked his brain for memories of the events leading up to this moment, nothing came to mind. Suddenly, a little girl bounced into the room, causing Hanli to gasp in shock. "Big brother, you're awake? Little sister, how can it be you?" The girl, not tall and sporting a little ponytail, wore an innocent expression that could not conceal her delicate features. Upon closer inspection, Hanli recognized her as his younger sister, whom he had grown up with many years ago, leaving him astonished. "Hee, big brother, is it strange to see your little sister?" Overwhelmed with surprise, Hanli was further touched when she pouted, feigning innocence. He smiled warmly and replied, "How could it be? I'm very happy." The girl quickly approached the bed, tugging at his arm, playfully demanding, "Brother, let us go play. You haven't played with me in so long." Hanli was momentarily taken aback, as memories of their childhood flooded back, bringing tears to the corners of his eyes. She was the one he cherished most dearly, the companion of his joys and adventures before he embarked on the path of cultivation. Unable to resist her charm, he reluctantly followed her outside into a vast meadow adorned with lush greenery and blooming flowers. Somehow, she had acquired a small butterfly-catching device, and she gleefully chased vibrant butterflies around him, occasionally tossing small stones his way, her laughter infectious. Hanli found himself swept up in her joy, momentarily shedding the burdens of his past as they frolicked together. The little girl seemed tireless, playing with wild abandon, leaving Hanli dusty yet exhilarated. The sky above was a perpetual blue, and they enjoyed the sunny day for what felt like an eternity. Finally, after a spell of play, Hanli was accidentally tumbled into a patch of flowers, and he paused, feeling a genuine happiness he hadn't experienced since his journey began. Yet, as he gazed at the endless azure sky, a deep sigh escaped him as he fell into contemplation. "Brother, come chase me. Brother, play with me. Brother, you're ignoring me, wah?" But Hanli remained oblivious, lost in his thoughts. Just then, he heard his sister's desperate cry. "Brother, help me. Brother." Snapped from his reverie, he looked up to see a burly man, unknown to him, gripping his sister's delicate neck and pulling her backward. The sight of her face turning red and then pale, her voice weakening, spurred Hanli into action. He swiftly picked up a dry twig and, with a press of his palm, propelled himself off the ground. "Brother." Her voice grew faint, and Hanli dashed toward them. "Let her go," he shouted. But the brute continued to retreat, his grip unyielding. Despite Hanli's desperate pursuit, he could only maintain a close distance, unable to close the gap. "Release her, or I will extract your soul." Despite his fervent chase, he found himself unable to catch up, and thus the standoff persisted, lasting for what seemed like an eternity as they traversed several hills. Gradually, fatigue set in, and Hanli felt as if his legs were no longer his own, his pace slowing. Strangely, the kidnapper also began to slow down, and his sister's complexion grew more ashen, appearing to have lost consciousness, her breathing barely perceptible. Given the circumstances, Hanli paused, his thoughts racing. Seeing the other party had also stopped, he took a couple of deep breaths and urgently inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Gazing at the exceedingly ordinary face before him, Hanli could not recall where he had seen it before, though it bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. The imposing figure opposite him remained silent, merely observing him and glancing at the unconscious girl beside him, seemingly at a loss for words. Once Hanli had regained his breath, he suddenly lunged towards the burly man. Although Hanli had a martial arts background, as he was about to make contact, the man swiftly released his grip and retreated several steps. Hanli quickly supported the girl who was about to fall to the ground. A cold sweep of his gaze revealed that the burly man had vanished without a trace from the expansive grassy field. When he adjusted the girl in his arms, his eyes widened in astonishment. The one lying on the grass was none other than Ziling, whom he had parted ways with in the demon realm. A fleeting encounter that still lingered in his mind. Dressed in a flowing violet gown, her hair danced in the wind, evoking a myriad of fanciful thoughts. Her unparalleled beauty stirred something deep within Han Li. Ziling, seemingly unaware of her surroundings, gracefully bowed to Han Li and said, "Young Master Han, I pay my respects." The moment Han Li touched her soft arm, he felt as though he had encountered something forbidden, causing a slight tremor within him. "Ziling, is it truly you? How did you come to be here?" Han Li's heart raced, and he struggled to focus on her. "Young Master Han, do you not welcome me?" Ziling replied with a coy smile, her enchanting gaze fixed on the visibly excited Han Li, turning the questions back on him. "No, that is not what I meant." Han Li stammered, feeling increasingly flustered as Ziling's radiant smile and captivating presence left him at a loss. "Young Master Han, do you miss me?" she inquired softly, stepping closer, her voice a gentle caress. Han Li was utterly bewildered, unable to approach her or push her away. He diverted his gaze to the endless expanse of flowers and grass, searching for something else to focus on. "Young Master Han, our meeting here is fate. Do you not agree?" Ziling moved closer, her hair brushing against his face, making his cheeks flush with warmth and an inexplicable yearning as her delicate fragrance enveloped him. Just as Han Li felt overwhelmed with emotion, a sudden clarity pierced through his mind. "Ziling, please, do not act this way." He gently pushed her away, his face still flushed, calmly stating, "Ziling, our hearts are aligned on the path, but now is not the time for such personal matters." Ziling glanced around before returning her gaze to Han Li, leisurely responding, "Young Master Han, we are in the realm of true immortals, having achieved our goals. Is it not appropriate to discuss our affections?" Han Li's expression hardened as he replied coldly, "This place is not where we seek our desires. You are merely a manifestation of my inner demons." Ziling chuckled lightly. "The great path is devoid of emotion, and we cannot foresee the future. When joy is at hand, we must seize it. Otherwise, when calamity strikes, all will fade into nothingness." A wave of realization washed over Han Li, and he understood why he was here and what she represented. He waved his hand, saying, "Ziling, you must go." Upon finishing his words, he turned away, and the figure of Ziling dissipated like ash in the wind, fading from sight. In the following moments, many significant figures from Han Li's life appeared before him. Li Feiyu, Nangong Wan, Yuan Yao, and others. However, having seen through the illusion, Han Li dismissed them all and strode back into the room. Inside, Han Li faced the hanging paintings on the wall, tracing their shapes with his fingers while silently reciting incantations. Suddenly, a brilliant white light emanated from the paintings, enveloping him completely, and in the next moment, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 25, Blue Glaze. In the next instant, Han Li's consciousness expanded significantly, and he became acutely aware of the rich spiritual aura surrounding him. With a surge of mental clarity, he found himself once again in front of the small room within the immortal ruins. He realized he had never truly entered the room, but had experienced a dramatic transformation between reality and illusion. At that moment, Han Li's sensory perception sharpened, dispelling the vague sense of oppression he had previously felt, allowing his mind to attain a more tranquil state. Closing his eyes, he began to mentally traverse the sights and experiences of the immortal realm. In a flash of inspiration, he deftly reversed his hand, revealing a smooth jade ring, slightly larger than his palm. This silver ring, with a texture reminiscent of neither gold nor jade, was the moon-chasing ring gifted to him by the mysterious girl, Feier. Han Li did not immediately open his eyes, but instead enveloped the ring in his expansive consciousness. The vastness of his mental energy ebbed and flowed, thoroughly immersing the ring. Until, after a brief moment, a subtle fluctuation, imperceptible to the naked eye, sparked within the moon-chasing ring. Upon sensing this, Han Li felt a surge of joy. This fluctuation was something entirely new to Han Li, a phenomenon that, while vastly different from the principles of destruction he had previously grasped, bore significant similarities. The principle of breaking through. Han Li meticulously absorbed this elusive power, its essence gradually embedding itself within the moon-chasing ring. Suddenly, a silent wave emanated from outside the room, and Han Li found himself atop a small hill several miles away, his eyes bursting open with delight at the sight before him. It seemed that this principle of power required a calm mind and focused intent to be fully realized. The groundwork laid before had proven beneficial. However, the path to understanding this principle was far from straightforward, contrasting sharply with the seamless understanding he had achieved with the principle of destruction. Contemplating this, Han Li felt an invisible thread of law weave itself from his consciousness back into the moon-chasing ring. With a flicker of brilliance, Han Li inexplicably returned to the front of the small room. He gazed intently at the quaint house, his mind irresistibly drawn to the paintings within. Rubbing his chin, he bit down lightly, closed his eyes, and once again sank into deep contemplation. Ah, this place is indeed a haven for calming the mind and refining one's inner state. Han Li suddenly opened his eyes, unknowingly murmuring to himself. He scanned his body with his consciousness, discovering that his meridians flowed freely, his magical energy was abundant, and the lingering unrest within his heart had vanished entirely. This room was truly remarkable. Yet he pondered the potential consequences should he fail to emerge from this state of mental refinement. As Han Li pondered deeply, he realized that had he truly succumbed to defeat or obsession during the battle against his inner demons, the consequences would have been drastically different. However, after refining his mental state, he was now on the cusp of reaching the initial pinnacle of human immortality, with only time standing in his way. This thought brought him immense relief, yet he was acutely aware that the pivotal aspect of his cultivation, the several inscribed paintings, could not be taken with him. As Mei Mei had indicated, without them, his future cultivation would be far less effective. Ultimately, Han Li chose to memorize and comprehend the paintings within the chambers one last time before departing. The journey ahead was largely unobstructed. The restraining flag set by Mei Mei remained intact, merely enveloping the area in an illusionary array, perhaps with the hope of retrieving them in the future. A streak of azure light, embodying Han Li, shot forth from the mountains, spiraling slightly before darting towards Cold Moon City. Along the way, he attempted to summon the moon-chasing ring, but was frustrated by the intricate nature of the laws of power, struggling repeatedly to successfully perceive the newly understood void-breaking principles. Consequently, he summoned the demonic spirit sacred boat, slightly concealing and shrinking it, before swiftly continuing his journey to Cold Moon City. The demonic spirit sacred boat soared for over 10 days, still half a month's travel from Cold Moon City. Under a clear sky and blazing sun, a blue figure suddenly appeared several miles ahead of the boat, followed by a silver arc that dashed towards it without warning. At that moment, Han Li was meditating in a secluded chamber within the boat, caught off guard by a jolt of his consciousness that alerted him to the external presence. He quickly sprang to his feet and dashed to the bow, just as the silver arc struck the vessel. A thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the protective barriers Han Li had set around the sacred boat to tremble violently, with the surrounding water rippling back and forth before finally settling. Upon inspection, Han Li noted that while the hull remained undamaged, the protective barriers had been utterly destroyed, and without repairs, he could not withstand a second strike. Thus, he promptly retracted the demonic spirit sacred boat. When he looked up, he saw a figure clad in blue robes, resembling a scholar, grinning maliciously at him. Akin to a predator eyeing its prey, Han Li recognized him as the blue-robed scholar who had been exploring the immortal ruins. The scholar's fifth-tier human immortality cultivation sent a shiver through Han Li's heart. Unable to locate that Mei girl. I suppose I'll have to settle for you as my appetizer, seeing as you're alone, the blue-robed scholar muttered to himself. A vicious glint in his eyes that sent a chill even through Han Li. Maintaining his composure, Han Li looked up and inquired, "Why do you wish to destroy my artifact?" "Heh, destroy your artifact? Spare me the trivialities. Today, you shall leave your immortal soul behind. There is no other option." The blue-robed scholar laughed maniacally, his age-worn features adding to his sinister visage. "Are you not concerned about violating the strict laws of the immortal realm? Do you not fear the pursuit of the immortal inspectors?" Han Li countered, still calm, though a subtle unease flickered in the depths of his consciousness. "Humph. What do I care for the immortal inspectors? I, Lan Liao, fear no one. Once I capture you, who will know it was I? Ha ha. You might as well resign yourself to death." As Han Li realized that conflict with this individual was unavoidable, he regarded him with a sardonic smile and coldly stated, "Are you truly prepared to attack? Huh. I'll even let you have 3 moves. Do you think you can escape my grasp?" The blue-robed scholar, Lan Liao, cackled, his fangs bared, his terrifying demeanor akin to that of a demon. "Very well, then I shall accept your challenge." Han Li responded, bending his palm, and with a flick, conjured a bolt of exorcising thunder that was as thick as a bowl and over a yard long, which soared towards Lan Liao, followed by 3 more arrows that he launched in a triangular formation. Exorcising thunder. Excellent. Lan Liao's eyes narrowed as he perceived the incoming attack. He attempted to evade, but found himself trapped. The power of the laws had already been embedded in the first arrow, and Lan Liao, forced to withstand the fierce exorcising thunder, was left with no choice. With a bellow, Lan Liao produced a small yellow shield, its surface intricately engraved with silver runes. As he spun it, the shield expanded dramatically, enveloping him within its protective embrace. The first exorcising thunder arrow struck the surface of the colossal shield with a resounding impact. To his astonishment, the shield remained unscathed, and even the embedded law threads vanished in a flash of light. Han Li's heart raced at this unexpected turn. After the primordial heaven, the following 3 exorcising thunder arrows surged forth with tremendous force. Boom! The shield emitted a deafening roar, its protective radiance so blinding that even Han Li could scarcely look upon it. As the light scattered, Lan Liao retrieved the shield, inspecting it closely, only to find a minuscule crack etched upon its surface. Furious, he glared ahead, but Han Li had vanished without a trace. Curse him! It dawned on Lan Liao that Han Li had sensed the inevitability of their conflict and had woven an invisible thread of void-breaking laws into his consciousness. As the initial arrow struck Lan Liao's shield, Han Li had already embedded the void-breaking thread into the moon-chasing ring, vanishing hundreds of miles away in a flash, then again, and again, until he had escaped over 10,000 miles in mere breaths. After exhausting the power of the void-breaking laws, Han Li retracted the moon-chasing ring, rolling on the ground and transforming into a creature resembling a 6-winged spirit bird, part phoenix, part rock, and swiftly darting in a specific direction. Humph! You think you can escape? Lan Liao's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the fading silhouette of Han Li, gritting his teeth in rage. He sensed Han Li's location and immediately shot after him. Despite the distance between them, Han Li knew escaping unscathed was far from assured. Given the vast disparity in their abilities, a principal reason for his decision to flee rather than confront. Glancing back, Han Li noted that Lan Liao was rapidly closing the distance between them. Though the gap was slight, it was merely a matter of time before he would be caught. Han Li focused on the newly comprehended void-breaking laws within his consciousness, hoping for a miraculous escape. Chapter 26. Overcoming Lan Liao as the Blue Master summoned me. Was it to flee or to engage? A voice, distinctly feminine, echoed in Lan Zhao's mind, clearly originating from the enormous bird, the rock. However, Lan Zhao remained fixated on the figure of Han Li ahead, responding with a sense of urgency. Quick, help me catch up to that person. The rock's enormous black and white eyes, akin to human fists, narrowed in scrutiny as it expressed an involuntary hint of doubt, swiftly replaced by a surge of fear. With a sharp cry, it communicated back to Lan Zhao, Master Lan, what kind of true spirit is that? It seems neither human nor avian, neither rock nor phoenix, yet its speed is remarkable. Could it possibly be a mutated phoenix rock? As the voice faded, a palpable fear gripped the rock, as if confronted by its greatest nemesis. Merely an ordinary celestial being, who knows nothing of the flight of birds. Lan Zhao's attempt at reassurance failed to alleviate the rock's trepidation as it gazed ahead at the distant figure of Han Li, the lingering dread still evident in its heart. Hurry! If this person escapes or returns to Cold Moon City, I shall shatter your soul plate. Upon hearing Lan Zhao's threat, the rock's wings trembled twice, its speed faltering slightly. After all, the destruction of the soul plate would mean the loss of any chance at reincarnation. The rock murmured to itself, I fear. Humph, do you not fear me? Lan Zhao retorted, enough of this idle chatter. Transform quickly. The rock, having noticed Lan Zhao's displeasure, suppressed its innate fear and, with a powerful cry, took to the sky. In an instant, it unleashed a burst of faint red light from its wings. Moments later, the massive rock let out a piercing cry, circling several times above Lan Zhao before transforming into a crimson haze that plunged into Lan Zhao's body. At that moment, the blue robe Lan Zhao wore was violently torn into countless fragments by the sudden expansion of his form. Instantly, he morphed into a fearsome specter with disheveled hair, elongated ears, slanted eyes, and a gaping maw, the pair of wings sprouting from his waist granting him even greater speed than before. From the moment the rock appeared until Lan Zhao's transformation into a fearsome ghost, Han Li sensed everything clearly, but due to his unfamiliarity with the laws of space, he found it nearly impossible to escape under such dire circumstances. Though anxious, he felt utterly helpless. As the specter of Lan Zhao closed the distance, Han Li calculated that Cold Moon City was still at least 10 days' journey away. Entering the city was no longer an option, and while a confrontation seemed inevitable, he lacked confidence in his chances. Yet, an idea sparked in his mind, and he continued to race forward. I shall catch you and extract your soul to avenge my lost heavenly shield. As Lan Zhao's thoughts raced, he quickly closed the gap, and within 3 hours, he was merely 100 miles from Han Li. From a distance, Lan Zhao bellowed, "Hey, little Han, you might as well accept your death, haha." Han Li ignored the taunt, showing no intention of slowing down. He continued to channel his power into his 6 wings, striving with all his might to escape. While his consciousness remained vigilant of Lan Zhao's every move, his protective aura contracting to mere inches around him. Haha, since you do not intend to exhaust my 3 moves, I shall not hold back. At that moment, Lan Zhao's ghostly visage revealed throbbing veins, and blood dripped from his gaping mouth, quickly enveloped by the crimson mist from his wings, creating an eerily beautiful display. As Lan Zhao approached within 10 miles of Han Li, the latter's transformation continued to propel him forward. With a swift gesture, Lan Zhao conjured a red spear, exclaiming, "Take this." As soon as the words left his mouth, the spear began to spin rapidly, unleashing a deep crimson vortex that surged toward Han Li. Anticipating the attack, Han Li unleashed 3 blue rainbows from his avian tail, which met the crimson vortex head-on. The collision was almost soundless, distorting the surrounding space momentarily, before both the crimson vortex and blue rainbows vanished without a trace. "Little Han, take another hit," Lan Zhao called out, launching a second firestorm that Han Li effortlessly neutralized. "Humph, this little Han seems intent on stalling. Does he have allies nearby? No. I must stop his escape at once." As Lan Zhao contemplated, he spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto the red spear, chanting an incantation. The spear transformed into a blazing serpent, charging fiercely toward Han Li's colossal avian form. With a mere thought, Han Li's form shimmered with spiritual light, and a miniature 5-colored mountain materialized in his beak, the Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain he had cultivated. As the mountain surged forward, Lan Zhao's ghostly visage revealed both surprise and delight, only for his expression to harden in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the fiery serpent lunged at the Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain, but Han Li, with a swift incantation, released a rune that caused the mountain to grow in size. "Hee, what of the Yuanhe 5 Extremes? It shall be mine." With a grin that betrayed his glee, Lan Zhao made a gesture, causing the fiery serpent to radiate intense light, ripples coursing through its body as it momentarily suppressed the mountain's expansion. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Zhao reveled in his triumph, but as he prepared to act, he caught sight of an anomaly within the serpent's maw, causing his heart to skip a beat. The half-human-sized mountain effortlessly escaped the serpent's grasp, and as Lan Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, he exclaimed, "The power of the laws? His Yuanhe 5 Extremes can condense the power of the laws." Incredulity filled his voice, and as he gazed at the mountain that had retreated a short distance, a dazzling halo flickered around it, prompting another exclamation of alarm. "This is bad." At that moment, Han Li executed a series of hand seals, and as he uttered a rune, the Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain, seemingly frozen before the fiery serpent, erupted in a burst of multicolored light, surging toward the serpent with immense force and rapidly expanding. Caught off guard, Lan Zhao frantically gestured in an attempt to counteract Han Li's formidable power, but he found himself powerless to halt the impending clash as the Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain enveloped the fiery serpent within its radiant aura. In a mere few breaths, the fiery serpent was utterly obliterated by the radiance of the 5 Extremities mountain, its remnants scattering like crimson mist, while the mountain itself vanished in an instant. Retreating back to the unseen form of Han Li, the site where the serpent had been destroyed flickered with chaotic spiritual energy, leaving behind only a swirling mass of scarlet powder. Upon witnessing this, the expression of Lan Liao darkened, and he could not suppress a spurt of crimson essence from his lips, his escape speed noticeably slowing. How infuriating! Han Li sensed this moment and felt a surge of satisfaction. His opponent's overconfidence had afforded him this precious opportunity. With a jolt of his spirit, he channeled his magical energy towards the direction of Cold Moon City with renewed urgency. Behind him, the malevolent specter of Lan Liao appeared considerably diminished, his heaving chest betraying his heavy breaths. This humiliation demanded retribution, and with a furious roar, he recklessly pursued Han Li's fleeing form. The distance between them, once widening, now began to close. Han Li sensed the intensifying malevolence emanating from Lan Liao, whose skin was gradually taking on a purplish hue. It seemed that neither party would rest until one was vanquished. Despite this, Han Li remained focused on his escape. Yet he soon realized that Lan Liao had closed in to within 100 miles. Suddenly, Han Li's scattered consciousness detected something peculiar, prompting an involuntary gasp of surprise. Chapter 27. Reunion with Feyre. In the vast expanse ahead, a magnificent creature adorned in hues of purple, blue, and red soared gracefully through the skies. Its head resembled that of a phoenix, its body akin to that of a dragon, with a tail like a phoenix's plume and a pair of majestic wings. As Han Li gazed intently, he discerned a young woman in blue standing upon the creature's head. She was none other than Fei, the girl he had encountered at the trading fair. Han Li murmured to himself, pondering that while Fei's origins were shrouded in mystery, her graceful demeanor was in stark contrast to the sinister visage of Lan Liao, making it improbable for her to be an ambusher. He resolved to continue his flight unabated. From a distance, Han Li let out a long whistle and called out to Fei, "Flee quickly." To his astonishment, Fei did not heed his warning. Instead, she raised her hand towards the creature beneath her, and it veered in Han Li's direction. In the blink of an eye, Han Li, transformed into his thousand beasts form, approached Fei. Upon seeing her, he rolled to revert to his human guise, swiftly standing before her with a hint of urgency on his face. "Fei, why do you not heed my warning to leave?" he inquired. Fei, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, countered, "Oh, are you truly a spirit being?" "Fei, this thousand beasts transformation is merely a technique of mine, but the pursuer behind us is not someone we can confront. It would be wise for us to retreat," Han Li replied, acutely aware that he owed her a favor. If he were to abandon her now, it would surely haunt him. "Who is pursuing us?" "Fear not. With me here, no one shall harm you," Fei assured, causing Han Li to feel a mixture of embarrassment and admiration. He could not fathom how she had ascended to such heights. Yet he could not dismiss the possibility that she possessed some inscrutable backing. As Han Li contemplated this, he felt the oppressive malice approaching from behind. He turned to see Lan Liao, the grotesque specter, glaring at him with venomous intent. "Han, you can run no longer. Prepare to meet your end," Lan Liao bellowed, casting a disdainful glance at the radiant creature and then at Fei. "Huh, you think a mere true spirit and a fledgling celestial can compel me to withdraw? Not a chance. Who do you think you are?" Fei responded coolly, her gaze steady on the hideous apparition of Lan Liao. Enraged, Lan Liao vanished in a flash, appearing atop the phoenix with incredible speed. He brandished a pair of short rods and a dagger, launching a vicious assault towards Fei. The rods and dagger transformed into streaks of scarlet energy, hurtling toward her with ferocious intensity, incinerating the surrounding celestial energy. Yet, Fei remained unfazed. With a delicate flick of her fingers, she unleashed several talismans towards the phoenix, which let out a resounding cry. Vibrant auras surged forth to meet Lan Liao's onslaught. As the two forces collided, a cloud of crimson smoke erupted. Han Li observed in astonishment as Lan Liao's attacks vanished, while Fei's creature unleashed a fierce gale that nearly sent Lan Liao reeling backward, his wings flapping furiously to regain balance. "Is that the power of laws? You can wield it so freely?" Lan Liao murmured, aware that his treasures were far from ordinary, yet he relaxed, dismissing the apparent low level of his adversaries. "Very well. You two shall not leave here alive today," Lan Liao roared, slamming his nearly purplish-black chest. A massive banner began to rise from his forehead, unleashing a cacophony of anguished wails. The wind howled, whipping Han Li and Fei's garments into disarray, their spiritual lights flickering wildly. As the banner unfurled, Han Li felt an unprecedented malice emanating from it, adorned with strange inscriptions reminiscent of the golden and silver texts he had seen before, yet distinctly different. The banner depicted numerous ferocious beasts and malevolent figures, their phantoms spreading across the surrounding landscape for hundreds of miles. Han Li, sensing the imminent threat, discreetly urged Fei to retreat, yet she offered no indication of compliance. Realizing escape was unlikely, he steeled himself, silently invoking a protective layer of divine thunder around him. Casting his gaze forward, Han Li gasped in horror, whispering, "The treasure of the later Xiantian." Recognizing the artifact before him, he felt a surge of dread and began to weave intricate gestures, channeling the power of laws to envelop the surrounding void. "Han, you have shattered my spirit. This girl is oblivious to the danger she faces. Today marks your demise," Lan Liao declared, as the space around them darkened with ominous clouds, sunlight unable to penetrate the gloom. Suddenly, four colossal headless corpses emerged from the banner, each towering over 10 feet, shrouded in layers of inky darkness. Their eerie forms manifesting grotesque, claw-like appendages that advanced toward Han Li and Fei with deliberate slowness. In an instant, Fei reduced her phoenix to match her own size, and with a soft murmur, the creature circled twice before diving into her body. In the next moment, Fei's delicate brows slightly furrowed, her teeth clenched, and her lips pressed together. To her astonishment, a small, semi-curved horn sprouted atop her head, accompanied by dozens of floating feathers that emerged from her hairline. Not only that, but the previously smooth skin of her arms began to shimmer with thin scales. Ultimately, An exceptionally beautiful pair of phoenix wings gradually unfurled from her sides, presenting her as a resplendent, human-like phoenix, striking and proud. As the headless corpse drifted closer, Phi gently blew from her mouth, summoning a pink shield and a blue pattern long knife into her hands. She maneuvered gracefully amidst the two headless corpses, each radiating a foul aura and wielding chilling bone blades, effortlessly dodging their attacks. Meanwhile, Han Li's gaze sharpened as he lightly rubbed his ring, releasing a towering shadow that spiraled forth, accompanied by a hearty laugh. Huh. These wicked beings are precisely to my taste. This shadow was none other than the sorceress entity known as Mo Guang. With a wide mouth, he unleashed an exceptionally frigid black flame that swiftly enveloped one of the headless corpses. A chilling scream echoed, and the corpse was utterly consumed by the black flames, reducing it to mere nothingness. However, at that moment, Mo Guang closed his eyes, his face etched with extreme disappointment, and exclaimed, "This creature is impure. Bring forth something better." Subsequently, Mo Guang unleashed 3 more black flames, disregarding any pleasantries with Phi, and swiftly consumed the remaining 3 corpses, leaving not a trace behind. It turned out that while Lan Liao pursued Han Li, Mo Guang had already been eager to emerge from the spirit beast ring. Upon witnessing the appearance of the headless corpses, Han Li had no choice but to summon him, and in mere moments, the sinister entities were all dealt with. Seeing this scene, Han Li offered a faint smile to Phi, while Lan Liao seethed with fury, biting his teeth as he spat several mouthfuls of crimson, darkened blood, splattering it onto the flag before him. "Let you witness the might of my 1,000 souls banner before you meet your end." Upon seeing the blood Lan Liao had expelled, Mo Guang's eyes widened, and he chuckled. "Your blood is too wasteful. Why not sacrifice it to me instead? It might grant you a chance at reincarnation." Han Li, observing the situation, felt uncertain, yet upon seeing Mo Guang's confident demeanor, he breathed a little easier. Then, under the darkened sky, the 1,000 souls banner unleashed hundreds of vengeful spirits, each more grotesque than the last, their malevolence palpable. Upon closer inspection, Han Li noted that nearly all these spirits possessed significant spiritual pressure, their combined strength formidable. Mo Guang's eyes gleamed with surprise and delight as he opened his mouth wide, releasing a torrent of dense black flames while silently chanting an incantation. Suddenly, he erupted into a blazing inferno of black and purple flames, charging toward the spirits. As the black flames met one of the spirits, it instantly ignited into a small sea of fire, incinerating the creature into oblivion within moments. Meanwhile, Mo Guang's form charged recklessly, piercing through several beastly spirits. Advancing deeper into the fray, and within a few exchanges, he had already burned away a significant number of them. Witnessing this spectacle, Phi, resembling a phoenix, narrowed her eyes and instinctively pouted as she observed Mo Guang's chaotic rampage. Lan Liao, upon witnessing this scene, was filled with both astonishment and rage. In a fit of determination, he bit his lip and swiftly cut off his own wrist, which fell into the air and vanished into the 1,000 souls banner. Chapter 28. Repelling the enemy. Realizing Lan Liao had severed his own wrist, Han Li understood that the situation had become dire, and he quietly began to weave a complex incantation. Suddenly, before the 1,000 souls banner appeared a colossal beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a bull, its sleek black form gleaming ominously. Its forelimbs bore claws as sharp as a dragon's, while its hind limbs resembled those of a fierce feline. Upon its emergence, the beast bit down on Lan Liao's severed wrist, savoring the taste, and it spoke in human tongue. "Heh, little Lan, what formidable foe compels me to act? It better not be something trivial." Following this, the beast tore apart one of the spirits with its claws, devouring it whole. Lan Liao's complexion paled even further as he performed a hand gesture, causing an identical wrist to reappear in place of the severed one. After a brief moment of movement, he pointed at the frantically scurrying Mo Guang and shouted, "You must help me eliminate this fiend." "Heh, now that's more like it." Mo Guang replied without turning back, rolling his tongue as he retracted the earlier flames and examined their potency before exclaiming. At that moment, the dragon-headed, bull-bodied beast transformed, shrinking down and taking on a human form, touching the small, deformed horns atop its head in fury. "Who dares to speak so boldly in my presence at the dragon's forge?" Mo Guang halted, while the surrounding spirits, having witnessed his power, kept their distance from both him and the beast named Long Yao, instead directing their attacks toward the seemingly weaker Phi and Han Li. "How dare you? A mere spirit artifact, speaks so arrogantly," Mo Guang retorted, provoking Long Yao's ire. The beast unleashed a torrent of crimson and purple flames that surged toward Mo Guang. Unfazed, Mo Guang countered, pulling his hands apart and casually sweeping them, unleashing a wave of black flames that rushed forward. The clash of the half-red, half-purple flames with Mo Guang's black flames created a fierce conflagration, incinerating any nearby spirits as if they were mere kindling. As for Fei, she too found herself inexplicably unhindered by the spirits, wielding her blue-patterned long knife with effortless grace as she parried the multitude of incoming attackers. Han Li, utilizing his Dispel Evil Divine Thunder, found that the spirits could not approach him at all. Lan Liao, witnessing this unfolding scene, felt a pang of anguish, his eyes narrowing with malicious intent as he muttered, "I'll start with you, Han." With that, he silently recited an incantation, vanishing without a trace, only to reappear above Han Li's head, 100 feet in the air. He then executed a hand gesture, sending countless invisible waves surging towards Han Li from all directions. Having anticipated this, Han Li sensed the incoming energy and quietly thought, the power of the laws. He lightly pointed 2 fingers, causing the prepared force to vibrate violently before exploding outward, shattering the approaching waves of law-based energy. Just as Han Li felt a moment of relief, he sensed a glimmer of murderous intent from Lan Liao, who was rapidly performing an incomprehensible incantation with his hands. Before Han Li could react, it was already too late. Lan Liao pointed at him, and Han Li was suddenly overwhelmed by an uncomfortable sensation, unable to move further away. This is certainly not an ordinary manifestation of the power of confinement. Could it be the law of space? Han Li pondered, immediately rolling on the ground and transforming into a resplendent phoenix, its beak gently releasing a stream of colorful mist. To his astonishment, the tearing force of the mist did not come to fruition. Instead, it wavered several times before vanishing without a trace. "Humph, Han brat, today is your day of demise," Lan Liao shouted, pulling a crimson orb from his robe and launching it towards Han Li. Instantly, a fiery inferno engulfed an area with a radius of 100 feet, within which flames of extreme cold and extreme heat flickered, resembling a crimson fireball gracefully dancing from a distance. The demonic light disregarded this spectacle, while Fei found herself ensnared by a multitude of soul demons, unable to approach. Her anxious demeanor evident as she narrowly escaped having 1 or 2 of the soul demons seize the opportunity to invade, thanks to the overwhelming protective spiritual light surrounding her. With a determined bite of her lip, Fei was about to retrieve something from her storage ring when she noticed some changes within the massive fireball. At that moment, Han Li had transformed, his body enveloped in flames, soaring through the fiery sea like a bird in flight. An immortal bird? He can change like this? Fei displayed an expression of utmost surprise, and upon closer inspection, she noticed a small crimson figure appearing beside the immortal bird, voraciously devouring the various flames of both cold and heat. Before long, the area surrounding Han Li was devoid of flames, while the small crimson figure now held a red orb, the very fireball that Lan Liao had previously launched. With a sudden gulp, the figure swallowed the orb whole. "All right, Firechild, return." The firebird, residing within an invisible sphere, spoke in human language, prompting the crimson figure to shoot into the firebird's form and vanish without a trace. At that moment, Han Li had reverted to his human form, gazing at Lan Liao from a distance with a bemused expression. Lan Liao, too, fixed his gaze on Han Li, having already sustained some damage to his true essence. Maintaining the confinement of the law was no easy task, and most importantly, he had no more effective means to deal with Han Li, who was trapped within. Despite Han Li's attempts to employ various methods to escape the confinement, he remained certain that Lan Liao was indeed wielding the law of space. Observing Lan Liao's prolonged inaction, Han Li began to piece together the situation. Sure enough, after a brief moment, Lan Liao withdrew his hand that had been pointing at Han Li, and Han Li rolled on the ground, transforming into a colossal demon god, beneath whose feet appeared a small area of protective divine thunder. Subsequently, Han Li emitted a fierce grunt, causing the protective divine thunder to instantly coalesce into the shape of a teleportation array. With a swift motion, he vanished without a trace. Although Lan Liao had retracted the law of space, he remained vigilant, observing Han Li's movements. Han Li's piercing strike aimed at Lan Liao's sea of consciousness, and with some caution, it caused only a minor sensation akin to an icy sting. But in the next moment, Han Li disappeared right before Lan Liao's eyes. Leaving him aghast, he quickly ignored the pain in his sea of consciousness, releasing his divine sense to discover that Han Li, now transformed into a demon god, loomed above him, one hand wielding a massive mountain several times larger than himself, the other brandishing an exceptionally thick lightning spear, bearing down with overwhelming force. Lan Liao quickly propelled himself backward, and with a swift motion of his fingers, he drew a rift in space and slipped into it. At that moment, a vertical fissure opened between the eyebrows of Han Li's demon form, revealing a peculiar eye, the Eye of Annihilation. This eye emitted a powerful beam of light that struck the rift Lan Liao had created. Lan Liao stumbled out, his expression one of disarray. Barely able to react before Han Li's lightning spear darted toward him, accompanied by the massive mountain in the other hand, crashing down with immense pressure. Lan Liao's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he looked up, only to see his body flicker with crimson light as Han Li's mountain and lightning spear pierced through his demonic form. The five-colored radiance of the mountain enveloped him, reducing his body to mere fragments. Even the nascent soul within him vanished without a trace. Yet, Han Li's expression turned peculiar at this moment. The next instant, a figure emerged several miles away, seemingly relieved. Indeed, it was the demonic figure of Lan Liao. His complexion had shifted from deep crimson to pallid, his chest heaving violently. Struggling to contain his fury, while the once menacing flag of 1,000 souls above him had lost much of its ominous aura, all manifestations of his palpable fear. A substitute puppet. Han Li had not anticipated that this individual possessed a set of substitute puppets or similar artifacts. He sighed internally, lamenting the missed opportunity, as he chose not to pursue any further. Even though his opponent had sustained injuries to his true essence, the moment for a decisive strike had slipped away. Today, consider yourselves fortunate. We shall meet again. Lan Liao, still intent on salvaging his pride, slightly gestured to summon the dragon kiln and retrieve the flag of 1,000 souls. He then recognized the direction and sped away, leaving Han Li and Fei Er, who had reverted to their true forms, exchanging glances. Fei Er quickly glanced at the magical light preparing to return to Han Li's spirit beast ring and spoke to him. Taoist Han, I want him. As she spoke, she pointed at the magical light, her eyes reflecting a hint of compassion. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but the magical light widened its eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Who are you to claim me? What gives you the right? I want you. And considering the debt of gratitude from earlier, how many spirit stones, or what will you offer in exchange? Fei Er's response ignited the magical light's fury, causing it to erupt in layers of black flames as it shouted, Don't think that just because he owes you a favor, you can do as you please. I won't fall for that. I could easily annihilate you right now. Han Li finally grasped the situation, stifling a wry smile and clearing his throat, half-threateningly persuading the magical light to retreat. He then bowed to Fei Er, saying, Miss Fei Er, his origins are certainly not trivial. Chapter 29. Gathering of Heroes. Time swiftly passed, and Han Li awoke to a chilling voice. Master, this is no place to linger. We should depart swiftly. The speaker was the false immortal crab Taoist. Han Li remained silent, abruptly opening his eyes and casting a glance towards the direction Lan Liao had fled, before shooting towards the direction of Cold Moon City. Meanwhile, remnants of shattered artifacts and countless pits were left behind, which would eventually return to tranquility after 3 to 5 years. Within Cold Moon City, Han Li deliberated carefully and concluded that it was best to leave promptly. After all, being targeted by an enemy of such a significantly higher tier was not a favorable situation. He tidied up briefly before departing his residence, heading directly to a large shop in the southern part of the city. Upon entering the shop, without further ado, Han Li inquired of a low-tier young man who appeared to be around 17 or 18. Does your shop have a teleportation array that reaches other major cities? The young man beamed at Han Li and warmly remarked, Esteemed guest, welcome to Jiuxiong Pavilion. Please have a seat. Our establishment is renowned as the finest in the city and holds a distinguished reputation throughout the North Cold Immortal Domain. Han Li, not waiting for him to finish, cleared his throat twice. The young man, quick to perceive Han Li's impatience, tactfully halted his speech, awkwardly scratching the back of his head before continuing. May I inquire which grand city you wish to visit? Having gathered information from nearby maps, Han Li was aware of several substantial cities. However, due to the presence of the supervising celestial emissaries, some central cities were far from being ideal choices. An admonition from Hekong during his time in the spirit realm still lingered in his mind. Which cities does your shop service? Han Li inquired as he took a seat on a long bench. The young man promptly produced a vibrant green cloth from his storage bag, elegantly unfurling it across the table. Esteemed guest, our Jiuxiong Pavilion services all the locations marked on this map. Han Li examined the intricately hand-drawn map depicting the distribution of cities within the North Cold Immortal Domain, encompassing nearly all major and medium-sized cities, each marked with specific symbols. Is this Yaoyu's city the largest city governed by the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace? Han Li pondered aloud. The young man nodded enthusiastically, gesturing towards Yaoyu's city on the map. Indeed, esteemed guest. Yaoyu's city is the seat of our Golden Invitation Immortal Palace and is the largest city. To reach Yaoyu's city, you will need to teleport twice, which, of course, incurs a considerable cost. Han Li acknowledged this with a simple "oh," prompting the young man to continue his explanation. To access other cities, one must first teleport to the nearby Tianshuang city and then transfer from there. Han Li shot him a glance, contemplating, before asking, "Can we teleport now?" The young man, grinning sheepishly while scratching the back of his head, replied, "If you wish to depart immediately, it is possible, but it requires a substantial amount of celestial spirit stones. However, if you wait until the end of the month to travel with other companions, the cost would be significantly reduced by less than a third." After inquiring about the exact amount of celestial spirit stones required, Han Li, after a moment of contemplation, decisively stated, "I have chosen to depart now." The young man's face lit up with joy as he led Han Li to the back hall, where he exchanged a few words with a middle-tier cultivator who resembled a shopkeeper. The shopkeeper approached Han Li with a broad smile, bowing respectfully as he collected the requisite celestial spirit stones. The young man then guided Han Li to a spacious area. This open space was eerily silent. Although it was bathed in sunlight, an invisible barrier rendered the external world unaware of the happenings within. Spanning several miles, the area was adorned with flickering spiritual lights, at the center of which lay 8 small, peculiar arrays encircling a large teleportation formation, spacious enough to accommodate over 100 individuals. Han Li's gaze flickered with blue light as he recognized the central formation as a large teleportation array, although the purpose of the surrounding smaller arrays remained unclear. Noticing Han Li's look of uncertainty, the young man did not step forward but instead bowed slightly, explaining, "Esteemed guest, it seems this is your first time using a large teleportation array. The 8 peripheral arrays serve to stabilize the teleportation process. You will understand their efficacy once you arrive." After delivering his explanation, the young man gestured invitingly. Han Li scrutinized the setup and, finding it as the young man described, stepped into the center of the teleportation formation. From seemingly nowhere, the young man produced a small white jade token, offering Han Li a reassuring smile as he tapped the token. With a resounding boom, Han Li was enveloped in a crimson glow, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Left behind, the young man muttered to himself with a wry smile, "This individual is of such a high caliber, yet seems to have never encountered a basic teleportation array. How peculiar. Whatever the case, this will earn me a good number of spirit stones." In an instant, Han Li found himself in a spacious room, the radiant glow dissipating swiftly. He examined himself, feeling no discomfort or abnormalities, akin to the intercontinental teleportation in the spirit realm, yet experiencing no adverse effects. Han Li couldn't help but marvel at the profound intricacies of formations in the true immortal realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, a middle-aged man clad in black approached him, clasping his fists in greeting. "Welcome, esteemed senior, to Juxiong Pavilion in Tianshuang City." Han Li nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to engage further, and exited the establishment without delay. Meanwhile, deep within a cluster of towering mountains, where the celestial aura was so dense it formed mist, a 2-headed creature named Qi Shuang sat quietly before a grand tree. His eyes were tightly shut, and before him floated over a dozen silver tokens, resembling neither gold nor jade, occasionally emitting a faint buzzing sound. At that moment, an invisible wave rippled across one of the tokens, causing it to plummet to the ground. After a brief interval, another token experienced a similar fate. As the last token fell, Qi Shuang's benevolent head furrowed in concern, muttering, "This soul-devouring technique is excessively draining on my true essence. I would not wish to employ it unless absolutely necessary." Suddenly, an imperceptible wave passed over the final token, causing Qi Shuang to weaken. Beads of fine sweat appearing on his body. The malevolent head of Qi Shuang, raising an eyebrow, remarked, "Oh, this young man has teleported, and fortuitously, he has arrived at Tianshuang City?" Gasping for breath, Qi Shuang's benevolent head responded, "Tianshuang City? Isn't that where Ying Wan is searching for someone?" "Indeed. It appears that this matter does not require my report. I shall leave it to him to handle. The rest we shall discuss upon returning to the main alliance." The malevolent head smirked. "Let us proceed with this plan. He should possess a complete set as well," replied Qi Shuang's benevolent head with a solemn expression. "He. If Ying handles this well, all is well. But if he fails, I doubt he will have an easy time in the alliance. Haha." The benevolent head frowned at the malevolent head's words, but said nothing in response. The malevolent head continued, Let us relay this message immediately. Subsequently, Qi Shuang patted his waist, and an exquisite compass materialized in his hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qi Shuang inscribed something on the compass, gesturing with his hand to cast several spells, sending an invisible wave in a specific direction. Following this, he stowed the compass away and swept his hand over the fallen tokens, causing all of them to vanish without a trace. The malevolent head then inquired, "There are only 13 here. I wonder how many others are scattered across different immortal domains. Even counting Ying Luan, there are fewer than 50. It seems we need to devise more strategies. This matter no longer requires our consideration. Arrangements have already been made. It would be prudent to find a reason to extricate ourselves when the time comes, lest we risk becoming mere cannon fodder." Qi Shuang gently stroked Shan Shou's chin, responding with a tone of earnestness. "Indeed, you speak the truth. However, it is still premature to discuss this. We should strategize on how to address the imminent challenge before us." Qi Shuang gestured towards the towering tree in front of them. His eyes widened with intensity as he declared, "Oh, of course, we must restore it to its original state. If those old fellows discover what we've done, they will surely uncover our involvement, and even the leader may not be able to shield us." Shan Shou gritted his teeth, his words laced with determination, though fear was evident in his demeanor. "It seems we have no other choice." Subsequently, Qi Shuang waved his hands, casting numerous spells towards the majestic tree, while retrieving a small box from his storage pouch. As soon as the box was opened, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. With a gentle breath from Qi Shuang, tendrils of verdant mist emerged, gracefully rushing towards the towering tree. In less than half a tea's time, the seemingly withered leaves gradually regained their lush green hue, and several tender shoots sprouted from the tree trunk. Qi Shuang surveyed the surroundings, finding no abnormalities, and with a flicker of thought, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 30. Linger. Tianshuang City, a medium-sized city within the northern cold immortal domain, spans an expanse nearly half the size of the spirit realm continent. Traversing from one end of the city to the other would take an ordinary person with celestial powers a month of continuous flight. Hence the multitude of teleportation arrays established throughout the city. Before a small teleportation array, a youthful boy with an eagle-like beak and a single horn hurriedly emerged. His eyes sparkled like lightning, surrounded by flickering azure flames. As he strode forward, he muttered to himself, "Has Qi Shuang made a mistake? It seems impossible to find her here." The boy, ignoring the low-tier cultivator who bowed to him, continued his soliloquy. "In the past, being in the same city allowed us to sense each other's approximate location. Now that I have traversed all directions, why is there no trace of that connection?" Stepping out of the small courtyard and into the bustling crowd, the boy squinted his eyes, suddenly halting mid-stride, causing nearby mid- and low-tier cultivators to divert their paths. The boy then erupted into a thunderous shout, "Linger, where are you?" At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ears, "Young master, do not be overly agitated. She may have teleported away, or perhaps she is deliberately concealing her soul fluctuations." The boy's eyes widened, and disregarding his surroundings, he retorted, "Impossible. She just leveled up recently. Why would she leave in such haste?" This eagle-beaked boy, referred to as young master, was none other than Ying Luan, who had rushed to Tianshuang City. Frustrated by his inability to find her, he radiated a fierce aura that sent several nearby low-tier cultivators flying several yards away. A few were even left coughing blood, nearly losing their spirits in the process. "Young master, do not let your temper get the best of you. Be cautious of the celestial inspectors. A century of confinement would be disastrous." Upon hearing the cold voice's warning, Ying Luan's aura momentarily flickered. He scanned the chaotic scene around him and, with a smirk, silently chanted a spell, disappearing before the astonished crowd. Meanwhile, the celestial inspectors, arriving half a meal's time later, saw no significant disturbances and swiftly vanished in a flash of light. In a small secret chamber, Ying Luan pondered deeply when a wave of azure light suddenly emanated from his ring, followed by a sharp, alert sound. After a brief moment, he leisurely turned his palm, and a faint curtain of light began to rise before him. Gazing at the clear characters and the image of a certain cultivator appearing on the curtain, his expression grew grave. If Han Li were to witness this moment, he would undoubtedly be enraged by the unexpected emergence of his likeness. What is Qi Shuang attempting? To issue orders to me without justification, believing himself to be a figure of great importance. Ying Luan muttered in indignation, only to be interrupted by the cold voice once more. "Young master, he has his own backing. You cannot ignore this. If the leader were to take offense, it would not bode well." Ying Luan's eyes narrowed in fury as he angrily swiped away the curtain of light, declaring, "Qi Shuang has always viewed me with disdain. He has taken my kindness, yet seeks to harm me. I shall seize the opportunity to make him pay. The cold voice continued, young master. The priority now is to manage this situation, ensuring he finds no excuses. Ingwan nodded slightly, but with a dismissive air replied, how difficult can this be? He is merely a celestial being. Surely I can handle him. Young master, do not underestimate them. Their spiritual consciousness is exceptionally strong, perhaps even rivaling your own. While eliminating them may be straightforward, fulfilling the leader's task requires finesse, the cold voice advised. Ingwan nodded again, speaking earnestly, Linger, I owe you much over these years. Without you, I might not have reached this point. One day, when the time is right, I will ensure you acquire a splendid form, allowing you to roam the world freely. Linger expressed her gratitude for the young master's generous promise, then shifted the conversation back to their mission. Let us discuss how to successfully complete this task, Linger remarked, her voice still cold, devoid of any visible excitement. Ingwan responded enthusiastically, yes, I shall heed your guidance. Thereafter, Ingwan and Linger began devising their subsequent plan. Amidst the bustling streets, Han Li, clad in a long blue robe, strolled leisurely, seemingly aimless yet at ease. Only days prior, upon arriving in Tianshuang City, he had sensed an indescribable gaze upon him, a sensation he had never experienced since entering the Immortal Realm. After investigating in a small inn without discovering anything unusual, he decided to let it go. Now, having suppressed his cultivation to the void refinement stage and altering his appearance, he entered a small pawn shop. A sharp-looking shopkeeper in his 30s approached him, smiling as he asked, are you here to purchase or pawn materials? Without preamble, Han Li stated directly, do you have any manuals on spirit refinement? Spirit refinement? The shopkeeper repeated, lowering his voice in disbelief. Indeed, that is precisely what I seek, Han Li affirmed. The shopkeeper, flustered, hastily shook his head, no, please, try elsewhere. With a dismissive wave, the shopkeeper gestured to show Han Li out. Sighing softly, Han Li exited and turned into a narrow alley, where he waved his hand to change his appearance once more, heading straight for the next establishment. As Han Li walked, he muttered to himself, the name of the forbidden arts of the spirit refining technique is indeed formidable. These shopkeepers are quite peculiar. The moment they hear about the spirit refining technique, they dismiss customers without hesitation. Having changed his appearance, Han Li traversed both sides of Tianshuang City, entering 5 small shops, yet he could not glean any information regarding the spirit refining technique. Lost in thought, he found himself stepping into another inconspicuous little shop a few streets away. Inside, there were few patrons, and he was greeted by a fair young girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18, possessing only the cultivation of the core formation stage. Han Li was about to ask her a question directly when a young woman in her 30s rushed in, addressing the girl, young lady, do you have any golden leaf grass? The girl promptly offered a slight bow to Han Li as an apology, then turned to the woman, responding, esteemed senior, though our shop is modest, we have plenty of golden leaf grass. How many would you like? The woman's cultivation surprisingly matched Han Li's current nascent soul stage. Yet he paid it no mind and took a seat on a nearby small chair. The woman, appearing quite anxious, replied, 10 stalks. Yes, please wait. The girl called out loudly to the back, Father, 10 stalks of golden leaf grass. As a voice responded from within, the girl turned back to the woman with an apologetic smile and then approached Han Li, inquiring, esteemed senior, what items do you require? The spirit refining technique. What? The spirit refining technique. Upon hearing Han Li's words once more, the girl, who had finally understood, offered a bitter smile and replied, esteemed senior, we are merely a small shop. How could we dare to sell such a coveted item? I implore you to forgive us and seek elsewhere. Han Li nodded, realizing further inquiries would yield the same response. It was unnecessary to press her further, so he smiled gently, prepared to leave. At that moment, however, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. Friend, I possess the spirit refining method you seek. Han Li's spirit surged with excitement as he scanned the surroundings, noticing no unusual individuals outside the shop. The young girl, however, had already hurried away, and her father in the back was merely at the core formation stage, perhaps even less capable than his daughter. Han Li's gaze settled once more on the woman. When he initially mentioned the spirit refining method, he had noted that she showed no surprise. Perhaps her urgency had clouded his judgment. Yet now, as he scrutinized her, he perceived that her form seemed shrouded in a misty haze, making her difficult to discern clearly. The girl, now serious, watched Han Li with apprehension, as if fearing he might act out of line. Han Li chose not to say anything further, offering her a final smile before exiting the little shop. Chapter 31. A reunion with Gao Sheng deliberately slowing his pace. Han Li crossed two intersections and soon noticed someone hastily pursuing him from behind. "Friend, please wait." It was the young woman, who smiled brightly at Han Li and nodded before sending him a telepathic message. "Do you truly require the spirit refining technique?" Han Li felt a surge of joy. Although this was not the scenario he had envisioned, his long-sought spirit refining technique seemed to be within reach. Yet, he turned coolly to look at the woman, merely nodding slightly. "Which level of the spirit refining technique do you require?" The woman did not appear displeased. Instead, she smiled gently and inquired telepathically. Han Li contemplated her words before responding. "Are you suggesting we negotiate here?" "Haha, look at my eagerness. Let us go to a nearby tavern." Even the inspecting immortals would find it difficult to infiltrate there unnoticed, she replied with a hint of embarrassment. Subsequently, Han Li and the woman made their way to a quaint tavern for wine and tea, entering a private room where they each set up a barrier. The woman spoke first. "Which level of the spirit refining technique do you seek?" Han Li's expression turned serious as he gazed intently at the woman before questioning. "It seems you do not possess the complete set of the spirit refining technique?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "To be honest, I only carry the first 4 levels of the spirit refining technique. The rest are not with me. If you desire them, I can retrieve them within a month." Han Li pondered for a moment before responding calmly. "Ah, I see. Then I shall purchase these 4 levels of the spirit refining technique first. You may bring the rest for trade 1 month from today. How does that sound?" The woman was overjoyed, her smile radiant, though after a moment, she composed herself and asked, "How many spirit stones can you offer?" Han Li raised a hand, producing a spirit stone which he placed on the table, stating nonchalantly, "I merely wish to copy the method. It poses no harm to you. 1 spirit stone should suffice, and for the remaining 3 levels, I will offer another spirit stone at that time. How does that suit you?" "No problem. We shall transact at this price." The woman promptly accepted Han Li's spirit stone, producing 4 emerald rings that she handed to him. Han Li examined each one and replicated them using his own blank rings. After securing her rings, the woman bowed gratefully, saying, "Thank you, esteemed friend. We shall meet again in a month." Han Li made no attempt to detain her, watching as she vanished into the crowd before retrieving the 4th level of the spirit refining technique ring and scrutinizing it carefully. Meanwhile, the woman who had just completed the transaction hurriedly left the tavern, turning left and right before using a teleportation array to enter another small tavern, where she transformed into a youth with an eagle-like nose. "Hee, Linger, this time we should be able to evade detection, right?" "Master, I cannot sense the external situation, but it appears to be successful for now. Will you still trade for the remaining spirit refining technique in a month?" "Of course not. That fellow will likely think I was merely delayed by some matter and won't suspect anything," the youth replied. "Master, I am merely concerned whether the spirit refining technique will indeed be as the leader described, which remains uncertain." This person was Ying Luan, who now patted his chest and laughed heartily. "That method is foolproof. As long as he cultivates as instructed, all will be well." "Haha, then I congratulate you, Master Ying." Linger's voice remained cold, devoid of any sign of joy, yet Ying Luan was elated, laughing heartily and ordering several fine wines from the table. On Han Li's end, he had stored the rings back into his storage ring and gazed upward into the void for a long while, lost in contemplation. "Master, there seems to be something off about that woman. Could there be some hidden agenda?" The cold voice of Xie Daoren resonated. Han Li paused, then replied, "Brother Xie, I too sense something amiss. That woman does not appear to truly possess nascent soul cultivation, yet I cannot discern the reasons behind it." Xie Daoren then asked, "Have you thoroughly verified whether the spirit refining technique is a scam?" Han Li chuckled bitterly, responding, "Haha, Brother Crab, this refining technique is indeed an extraordinary method. Even within the realm of true immortals, how could I perceive its elusive aspects? This technique bears no flaws, but it seems rather unsuitable for my current stage of cultivation. I believe it would be prudent for the master to exercise caution. Let us wait until we have gathered all the refining techniques before proceeding." With that, Han Li fell into deep contemplation once more. In the ensuing days, under the guise of concealing his cultivation level, Han Li utilized the celestial spirit stones and other materials left behind by Mao Yang, exchanging them in numerous large shops for the materials and elixirs he currently required. However, during this time spent outside, Han Li sensed that he was being watched. Yet, his observer possessed exceptional skills. Whenever he attempted to trace the source, the stalker vanished without a trace, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. A few days later, while Han Li was wandering aimlessly at a market stall, he cast his mental perception around to see if anything warranted his attention only to unexpectedly encounter someone he preferred not to meet. Upon sensing this individual, Han Li promptly turned and headed toward a large door, only to be confronted by an exceptionally handsome young man, who greeted him with a slight smile. Friendly. How have you fared? Han Li's expression turned cold, and he unleashed his spiritual pressure, glaring at the young man with fierce intensity. Friend Gao, do you still wish to take my life? This striking young man was none other than Gao Sheng, the first true immortal Han Li had encountered upon his arrival in the True Immortal Realm. Gao Sheng quickly waved his hand, concealing the spiritual pressure surrounding Han Li, allowing the lower-tier cultivators nearby to relax instantly. He then smiled and transmitted his voice. Friendly, please do not make a scene. It would be of no benefit to either of us. Han Li snorted coldly, recognizing his own lapse in composure, and withdrew his overwhelming spiritual pressure, preparing to make his exit. Friendly, my actions that day were purely out of necessity. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Gao Sheng hastily walked to Han Li's side and said. Han Li chose to ignore him, for not only was Gao Sheng of a higher tier, he was also aware of Han Li's cultivation of the refining technique. Should he inform the city's supervising celestial envoy, escaping would become an insurmountable task. Gao Sheng continued to transmit. Friendly, I assure you, I bear no ill intentions. If I did, I could simply raise my voice in the sky, rather than engage in this farce. Upon hearing Gao Sheng's words, Han Li remained exceedingly irate. Reflecting on the events of that day, he felt a lingering discomfort. Are you attempting to threaten me? Han Li turned to Gao Sheng with a sardonic smile, coldly retorting. Gao Sheng maintained his cheerful demeanor as he transmitted. Friendly. I originally intended to invite you to join us at the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace. My actions that day were not my true desire. This reunion is serendipitous. I hope we can share a few drinks to dispel past grievances. What do you say? Han Li continued to regard Gao Sheng with icy indifference, pondering how they had recently been at odds, and now he was being invited to drink together. It was an incongruous notion, leading him to dismissively wave his sleeve and reply, Impossible. Farewell. With that, Han Li stepped out of the market stall, but Gao Sheng seemed undeterred, pursuing him and inquiring through his thoughts. Do you require the Dragon Gua pill for your advancement? Han Li was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of these advancement elixirs, yet they were often scarce, either unavailable or not purchasable with celestial spirit stones. Earlier, he had consulted various texts, discovering only a few suitable elixirs for ascending to the immortal stage near Tianshuang City, one of which was the Dragon Gua pill, primarily made from the herbal ingredient. Evil Dragon Gua. Seeing Han Li halt, Gao Sheng hastily approached his side, continuing to transmit. Friendly. I have arranged with several others to harvest the evil Dragon Gua in the Lianjin mountain range 10 years hence. If you were to join us with your exorcising thunder, our efforts would surely yield greater results. Han Li refrained from voicing his intentions, yet Gao Sheng persisted. You are at the third layer of the refining technique, correct? By coincidence, I possess the fourth layer of this technique. If we successfully obtain the evil Dragon Gua, I shall gladly present you with the fourth layer. Despite Han Li's silence, Gao Sheng turned slightly towards him and simply stated, I hope to see you at the Xianhui slope outside the city in 10 years. Farewell. With that, Gao Sheng turned and departed, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Han Li pondered for a long while before letting out a deep sigh and shaking his head. Temporarily setting the matter aside, he retraced his steps several times, utilizing a concealment talisman for a portion of the journey, before finally finding an inn to take shelter in. A month swiftly passed, and Han Li arrived at the tavern as promised, yet he did not encounter the woman he had been waiting for. After some deliberation, he decided to set aside the refining technique he had acquired for the time being. Chapter 32. Xuanyi Zi, just as Gao Sheng had suggested. If he truly wished to eliminate Han Li, all it would take was a message to the city's supervising celestial envoy. In that case, 1 or 2 golden immortal inspectors would arrive, making escape impossible. Thus, after careful consideration, Han Li resolved to remain here for a time longer. He had also learned that a trading event would be held in Tianshuang City in a month, and he wished to see if anything suitable could be found, as celestial spirit stones were not the optimal choice for transactions. Consequently, Han Li lingered in Tianshuang City for another month, rarely venturing outside, each time proceeding with caution. However, as the month elapsed, the sensation of being observed did not reoccur, bringing him a quiet sense of relief. One day, Han Li concluded his meditation and departed his lodgings early, hastily making his way to a quaint bamboo and wooden chamber on the lower floor. A young boy, around 13 or 14 years old, approached him with a beaming smile. Esteemed guest, to which destination would you like to be transported? Han Li cast a cursory glance at him and inquired, Can you take me directly to the trading venue? The boy eagerly nodded several times, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes." Then, he asked Hanli, "Would you like to activate the teleportation array yourself, or shall we operate it for you in exchange for spirit stones? I can activate it myself." Hanli replied tersely, stepping inside. However, upon noticing the boy's displeasure, he chuckled and tossed a few low-grade spirit stones to him. Disregarding the boy's excitement as he entered the chamber, the room was modest yet adorned with various runic prohibitions. At its center lay a teleportation array capable of accommodating 6 or 7 individuals simultaneously. Hanli stepped onto it with practiced ease. Just as he was about to adjust the destination for the teleportation, he heard a commotion outside. Listening closely, he discerned that someone was eager to use the teleportation array. But the boy had blocked their path. A middle-aged man forcibly shoved the boy away. Hanli glanced over and saw the boy in response. Hanli cast a furious glare towards the door as the middle-aged man entered the small room. Observing Hanli, who had merely reached the late stage of the transformation realm, the man grinned menacingly and shouted, "Kid, get down here at once. I have use for you." However, Hanli chose to ignore him. With a mere flick of his fingers, he adjusted his destination. The middle-aged man, enraged by Hanli's disregard, glared fiercely and swiftly waved his hand, sending a sharp purplish light hurtling towards Hanli. Hanli had already assessed the restrictions within the room. Knowing that this man's power would not cause any significant disturbance, he took a few steps forward, positioning himself at the center of the teleportation array, regarding the middle-aged man with a bemused expression. As the purplish light approached, it astonishingly vanished upon contact with Hanli's body, producing neither sound nor even a ripple of spiritual energy. The middle-aged man was left utterly stunned, and just as he was about to act again, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his mind, causing him to collapse to the ground like a rag doll. Hanli then raised his hand and directed a streak of azure spiritual light towards a small magical restriction in the corner of the teleportation array. In the next moment, Hanli had vanished without a trace, leaving the middle-aged man unconscious. Months later, upon regaining consciousness, he was left in a state of utter madness, subsequently taken away by a low-ranking celestial inspector. At that moment, Hanli found himself in a bustling location, surrounded by numerous mid- to low-tier cultivators. Occasionally, a higher-level cultivator would emerge, only to be promptly escorted to the VIP area by some female cultivators wielding magical artifacts. Yet, Hanli had no intention of immediately seeking the company of higher-tier cultivators. Upon exiting the teleportation array, he leisurely strolled through the various stalls set up by mid- to low-tier cultivators. Of course, he did not inspect every stall in detail. Instead, he would release his consciousness to briefly scan a location before moving on to the next. Before long, in less than 2 hours, Hanli had examined all the stalls, finding no items of value but gaining a certain understanding of the lower structures within the celestial realm. Eventually, Hanli retracted his magical suppression, and 2 attractive female cultivators approached him, leading him through a large magical restriction into a magnificent hall. This grand hall, resplendent in gold and brilliance, was largely created through magical formations and illusions. Among the hall's features, a floating dark golden sphere immediately caught Hanli's attention. It hovered in midair, emitting flickering light. Aside from providing illumination, the sphere displayed details of various precious items, including rare treasures and unique materials. Upon closer inspection, Hanli realized that this sphere was indeed a magical treasure, exuding an aura of mystery. He gestured for the female cultivators to leave and began to explore the hall alone. The layout of this immense hall was not dissimilar to the high-level trading venues in Cold Moon City, with seemingly endless small rooms that conveyed a sense of grandeur. Each room was labeled with items for sale or items needed, and at the corners of the hall were 4 unique small doors. According to the female cultivators, these doors led to another space known as the Outer Domain, designed for higher-level cultivators and immortals to test their offensive and defensive magical artifacts. Before long, Hanli found himself standing before a small room, quickly drawn in by the items listed for sale: the 4 Phantom Desolation Formation, the 7-fold Celestial Confinement Formation, the Golden Spear Sword Formation, and the Dust Emperor's Moon Concealment Formation. Since entering the human realm, Hanli had dabbled in formations, possessing considerable knowledge. Although he was not a master, his expertise was respectable. The auxiliary effects of these formations could, at times, surpass those of magical techniques and treasures. Thus, he paused briefly, raising his hand to shoot a streak of azure light into the magical restriction on the door. With a flash of spiritual light, a resounding voice echoed from within, "Senior, please enter." Hanli was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and stepped inside. There, a young man dressed as a scholar, somewhat wooden in appearance, stood up from a wooden chair. With a slight bow, he said, Junior Xian Yitzi pays respects to Senior. Before Han Li stood a young man of the great ascendance level, whose magical power seemed recently upgraded. Yet Han Li could discern that he had remained at this stage for quite some time. Please, have a seat, Han Li said with a faint smile. Taking a seat on one of the chairs without hesitation, the young man, Xian Yitzi, also sat down and asked first, does Senior wish to purchase some formations? Or do you require my assistance with the restrictions? Han Li regarded the young man with an enigmatic smile, contemplating for a moment before responding. First, tell me how you discerned my celestial cultivation level. Xian Yitzi appeared somewhat bewildered, but upon seeing Han Li's slight smile, he suddenly understood. Could it be that Senior is referring to this small magical artifact in my possession? He then flipped his hand, revealing a small double-sided compass that floated towards Han Li. Han Li received it, carefully observing the compass before placing it on the table, smiling as he remarked, to modify a compass in such a manner shows considerable finesse. Now, tell me more about the formations for sale. Xian Yitzi, elated by Han Li's praise, immediately began to present various small formation discs, meticulously explaining each one to Han Li. After listening to Xian Yitzi's introduction, Han Li displayed a satisfied smile, but added, your knowledge of formations indeed reaches a commendable level. However, if you could enhance the defensive formations in terms of time and concealment, I believe their effectiveness would improve significantly. Upon hearing Han Li's advice, Xian Yitzi promptly stood and bowed once more, saying, thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will certainly study this in detail and repay you in the future if I succeed. With a slight wave of his hand, Han Li proceeded to purchase a supporting formation, the sevenfold celestial confinement formation, before swiftly leaving the room. As he walked, he reflected, this young man's understanding of formations is truly high, but if he becomes too engrossed in this, he may find it difficult to connect with the path of immortality, potentially following the same path as those in the human realm. Subsequently, Han Li wandered through the remaining rooms, but found nothing to his liking, ultimately deciding to leave without attending the subsequent celestial trading event. Given his unique status, he wished to avoid attracting the attention of celestial inspectors, which could lead to fatal consequences. Chapter 33, Tianyin Pavilion. Tianyin Pavilion, a name of elegance, is situated within the vibrant Tianshuang city, a place brimming with celestial spiritual energy. Many cultivators of the celestial tier in Tianshuang city choose this location as their training ground. Even those with merely great ascendance cultivation would come here to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth, striving for further advancement. After leaving the trading venue, Han Li utilized a nearby teleportation array and soon arrived at this place. As he stepped out of the small room where the teleportation array was located, he felt an unprecedented surge of celestial spiritual energy flowing around him, invigorating his entire being. Even a few breaths of the rich atmosphere could alleviate any lingering discomfort within him. What Han Li beheld was an ethereal spectacle, with countless wisps of celestial aura wafting gracefully like willows. In the lofty skies, numerous nameless birds soared freely, while on the ground, hundreds of exotic flowers bloomed, their fragrances invigorating the spirit. Coupled with the delicate mist formed from the celestial essence, the scene resembled an unparalleled paradise. At that moment, a graceful young woman, aged around 15 or 16 and in the nascent soul stage, approached with a lightness in her step, having just stowed away a small magical artifact. With a refined countenance, she smiled and inquired, esteemed immortal, may I ask if you have come to advance your cultivation or to comprehend the mysteries of heaven? The title esteemed immortal made Han Li's heart skip a beat, for such words were typically reserved for those of the emperor immortal rank. Nevertheless, he smiled mildly and countered, little girl, what is the difference between advancing cultivation and comprehending the mysteries of heaven? The young woman responded with a gentle smile and a slight bow, continuing, esteemed immortal, advancing your cultivation certainly requires a substantial concentration of celestial aura. We shall select a suitable location for your practice. However, if you wish to comprehend the mysteries of heaven, a tranquil place will suffice, as other environmental factors are not of great concern. Han Li listened intently as the young woman paused briefly before elaborating. Of course, if you require a specific environment, we will do our utmost to accommodate your needs to ensure your satisfaction. Understanding that such unique provisions would undoubtedly come at a cost, Han Li pondered for a moment before asking, little girl, how many celestial spirit stones are required for these locations? The young woman promptly began to explain, esteemed immortal, our Tianyin Pavilion is directly subordinate to the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace, fortified with stringent defenses that can completely disregard external disturbances. Even the inspecting immortal envoys would find it exceedingly difficult to intrude. As for the celestial spirit stones required for advancing cultivation, it is an annual fee. She continued detailing the costs for all the available locations. Although Han Li maintained a composed demeanor, he realized that he could not afford such expenses and replied with a smile, "I only require a simple and quiet place." The young woman, well-versed and perceptive, wisely refrained from further recommendations. With a simple acknowledgement, she turned and gestured invitingly. As they walked, Han Li inquired, "Little girl, are there truly other companions advancing their cultivation here?" The young woman lowered her head slightly and replied, "Esteemed immortal, advancement is indeed not feasible. If this mountain were struck by lightning a few times, our business would be untenable. However, you may refine your understanding here, but must depart once you have gained insight. We can also select a location suitable for your advancement against calamities, provided you pay the requisite celestial spirit stones." Thus, the graceful young woman and Han Li conversed as they traversed a long bridge, crossed several small ravines, and ascended over 100 stone steps. Arriving before a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, Han Li gazed upwards, enveloped in a thick mist of celestial aura that swirled around the mountain. Occasional flashes of prohibition runes flickered in and out of sight. It was no wonder such a mighty mountain existed. Han Li saw nothing nearby, likely due to the layers of restrictions surrounding it. Amidst the clouds, Han Li surveyed the surroundings and noticed several structures built halfway up the mountain. They appeared quite simple from the outside, but the runes inscribed upon them brought a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, near the peak, a small, fiery tornado slowly drifted in front of one of the houses, its azure glow revealing faint, intangible ripples that Han Li could not decipher. The young woman, noticing Han Li's pause, did not urge him onward, but patiently waited nearby, her expression still adorned with a gentle smile. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li resumed his stroll over the white stone tiles until he reached a stone door imbued with prohibitions. The young woman, following closely, produced a white jade token, and with a flick of her finger, a green light shot forth, striking a small magical seal on the stone door. The door creaked open, revealing a vast, empty hall that spanned several miles, devoid of any presence. Han Li scanned the space and noted two small single-person teleportation arrays on one side, while the opposite wall displayed a series of shimmering, crystalline ice plates arranged in a ladder-like formation, each marked with corresponding sequence names. Most of these ice plates were semi-transparent jade, with a few exhibiting a hint of red or blue. Upon closer inspection, Han Li discerned something significant. As the stone door gradually closed, adorned with a swirl of runic colors, the young woman bowed and said, "Esteemed immortal, according to your needs, please leave a mark on the surface to obtain the corresponding prohibition token. Then, simply provide the celestial spirit stones to me, and you may proceed to your cultivation location to comprehend the mysteries of heaven." "Leave a mark?" Han Li muttered cautiously to himself. "Esteemed immortal, this mark will automatically dissipate upon your departure, leaving no trace behind. Please rest assured." The young woman quickly reassured him. Han Li then selected a room, lightly flicking his finger to leave a mark on one of the lower ice plates. The plate hummed in response, its spirit light momentarily glowing a pale blue. Subsequently, a crisp sound echoed as a palm-sized, green jade token adorned with two red ribbons materialized before them. Han Li raised his hand, curled his fingers slightly, and the jade token was grasped into his palm. After a brief examination, he handed it to the young woman along with the corresponding celestial spirit stones before striding towards one of the teleportation arrays. At that moment, the young woman, as if recalling something, hurriedly reminded him, "Esteemed immortal, you have set a term of 10 years. Please ensure to complete your tasks or renew your term within that period, or our pavilion's restrictions will automatically expel you. Please remember this." Han Li nodded slightly, embedding a magical formula into the green jade token. In an instant, a flash of spiritual light enveloped him, and he vanished from the hall. The next moment, Han Li found himself in a small stone cottage, surrounded by a spacious residence containing several cultivation chambers, a medicinal garden, and a reception area. Han Li closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings, and noted that the celestial aura here was even stronger than in the initial location. Nodding in satisfaction, he stepped out of the small stone cottage. After unlocking all the prohibitions on the jade token, Han Li added several additional restrictions before transplanting some herbs from his storage ring into the medicinal garden. He also left a strand of divine thought in the celestial bottle for cultivation, instructing the likes of the crab Taoist and Firebeard not to enter the medicinal garden. Once they had each found a secluded chamber for their cultivation, Han Li entered his own chamber and retrieved a box. Celestial Refinement Pill. Han Li gently blew on the box, dispelling the prohibition runes, and took out the pill for a meticulous examination. Confirming its authenticity, he swallowed it without hesitation. A month passed, and Han Li consumed a second celestial refinement pill. After 2 months, he awakened from a state of clarity and enlightenment. Upon a careful examination, though the changes were not overtly pronounced, the strength of the physical body had undoubtedly improved, and the vitality coursing through the meridians had grown increasingly dense. It was time. Han Li casually summoned a small jade ring, his consciousness instantaneously enveloping it as he began to recite the mystical ascension technique, the incantation flowing smoothly from his lips. His hands did not remain idle. He swiftly arranged several pre-prepared magical tools and restrictions. Following the path of the mystical ascension technique, Han Li commenced the refinement of his own magical essence. As the tools activated, a small vortex imbued with celestial energy gradually formed within the secluded chamber, drawing in the surrounding ethereal essence as well. At that moment, had there been an observer scrutinizing Han Li's condition, they would have noticed a faint, colorless aura slowly coalescing on the surface of his body, rising gently from the ground to envelop his head before spiraling back into the crown of his skull, creating a continuous cycle. If one were to observe closely, they would discern that this delicate aura expanded incrementally with each cycle, albeit faintly, its growth appearing almost periodic. Throughout this process, Han Li maintained a calm demeanor. However, each time the aura expanded, a slight tremor would involuntarily flicker across his face. 3 years passed, and as the aura expanded further, Han Li's brows involuntarily twitched, though his expression remained composed. Another 3 years elapsed, and with each expansion of the aura, a noticeable twitch of his facial muscles accompanied it, revealing a growing seriousness. Yet another 3 years passed, and the aura had completely enveloped Han Li like a cocoon. With each expansion, he clenched his jaw, and a hint of anguish was etched upon his countenance. Chapter 34. By appointment in the center of an endless ocean. A resplendent palace stood on a small island spanning several hundred miles. In the central hall of this magnificent structure, a young woman adorned in palace attire occupied the throne, while a handsome man stood before her. This was Gao Sheng. Reporting to the palace master, the boy practicing forbidden techniques appeared in Tianchuang City several months ago. I received your subtle hint that day, and I come to report now. Please give your orders. Gao Sheng bowed slightly, hands respectfully clasped as he addressed the woman. She raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting momentarily before she furrowed her brow and coldly inquired, "Is he the one who practices the spirit refinement technique and has ascended?" Gao Sheng dared not raise his head, but just as he was about to speak, he felt a blur before his eyes, and he found himself enveloped in a world of white, where snowflakes drifted down without a chill. He realized he had entered the palace master's spiritual domain and promptly replied, "Reporting to the palace master, the person I mentioned is indeed the Ascendant, the one with the surname Li." "Humph, the one with the surname Li? He is not even named Li." The palace master abruptly turned away, her tone icy. Gao Sheng lowered his head further, his hands trembling as he stammered, "Forgive me, palace master. I beg for your forgiveness." As he finished, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, but an unseen force steadied him just in time. "This is not your fault. If I had not specifically sought divination regarding this individual, I would have been unaware of his peculiarities." The palace master's voice softened slightly, and as she spoke, Gao Sheng's anxious heart began to ease. "However," she sighed, "you need not worry. Perhaps soon you shall no longer be bound to my service." Upon hearing this, Gao Sheng's heart raced, and he reflected on his recent actions, finding no transgressions. Thus, the relief he had just felt began to wane. "Though he does not bear the surname Li, I am still unable to discern who he truly is or from which realm he ascended. You should proceed with your tasks," the palace master stated suddenly, leaving Gao Sheng momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend. He could only respond, "I understand." Subsequently, Gao Sheng found himself back in front of the hall, and the palace master turned to him, gazing for a moment before speaking. "How prepared are you for the competition with the Silver Flame Immortal Palace?" Seeing that the palace master had shifted the topic, he bowed. "We are nearly ready. And I assure you the competition with the Silver Flame Immortal Palace will not disappoint you." "Let us hope so." The palace master waved her hand, dismissing him without allowing for his farewell, and murmured to herself, "It seems I must undertake this journey." Her words carried a sense of helplessness, coupled with a grave expression that hinted at despair. Within the secret chamber of Tianyin Pavilion, Han Li's aura continued to expand, and his expression grew increasingly pained. As the final layer of aura spiraled into the crown of his skull, Han Li clasped his hands together, concluding his practice of the mystical ascension technique. This technique was indeed formidable, as even my robust physique, comparable to the true essence of the body, could not endure any further. How can ordinary cultivators persevere? Han Li mused, lifting his gaze to see the sweat born from his suffering coalesce into mist that enveloped the chamber. He then waved his hand, dispelling the mist, and changed into a fresh set of garments. It is true, my cultivation of the mystical ascension technique begins at a higher level, thus demanding more from my body. Consequently, the results of my cultivation should surpass those of my peers. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Han Li's face as he swept his hand, collecting all the magical tools he had employed. Yet, the memory of the arduous training lingered uneasily in his mind. Had it not been for the 2 prior immortal elixirs as a foundation, the last 3 years of these 9 would have been exceedingly difficult to endure. However, as Han Li assessed his magical essence, he realized he had made considerable progress since his ascension, now entering the mid-stage of the human immortal realm. Given time, advancing to the later stages would not pose a challenge. With a light leap, Han Li shook off his discomfort and retrieved the jade token, opening the restrictions to exit the secret chamber. Scanning with his consciousness, aside from the demon light, he found Taoist Crab and Firebeard, among others, meditating in cultivation. The demon light seemed to sense Han Li's emergence, flashing before him and exclaiming, "Your magical essence has indeed improved significantly." Han Li offered no further remarks, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The demon light, understanding his cue, transformed into a streak of black light and darted into Han Li's spiritual beast ring. With a few gestures, Han Li entered the herb garden, which he had previously fortified with several restrictions. "Thank you for your hard work," Han Li said to a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, clad in a green robe. The man then vanished, leaving the celestial bottle floating in midair. Recollecting his spirit, Han Li carefully assessed the progress of the herb garden over the past 9 years. He was particularly pleased to find that the celestial bottle had remained compliant and had no intention of escaping. Under its nurturing, more than 10 four-leaf lotuses had emerged during these years, a source of great joy for Han Li. Initially unaware of the significance of the four-leaf lotus, he had only maintained the original 3 plants until reaching the true immortal realm. However, now recognizing their importance, he was eager to cultivate additional specimens to gain an advantage in future transactions. Regarding the other herbal plants that could be cultivated anew, Han Li did not overlook any, as the abundant celestial aura accelerated their maturation at a pace far surpassing that of the spirit realm. With the decade-long period having arrived, it was time for him to embark on the ascent. Unless he encountered a golden immortal, departing should pose no problem. Thus, Han Li hastily secured all the unfinished herbal plants and, accompanied by the other crab Taoists, stepped onto the teleportation array outside his abode, departing in haste. In the blink of an eye, Han Li found himself amidst a vast forest in Tianshuang City, stretching for thousands of miles. He glanced upward, calculated the time, and determined he had ample opportunity. Fixing his gaze in a particular direction, he soared forth with all his might. Before long, Han Li located the nearest teleportation array and swiftly exited Tianshuang City, racing towards a certain direction outside the city. The Huixian slope, rather than being merely a slope, resembled a mountain range, serving merely as the base of a gently sloping gigantic mountain. Here, there were no swirling sands, only rugged rocks, said to be remnants left by some ancient powerful beings. Upon nearing this vicinity, Han Li sensed the presence of other celestial-level cultivators from a distance, and upon approaching, he recognized that it was none other than his companion for the ascent. In the distance, a grand hexagonal pavilion, intricately carved, came into view, adorned with vivid dragon motifs. At its center, several wooden chairs and a uniquely designed table were arranged, where Gao Sheng busied himself with a wine bottle and cups, pouring for himself. As Han Li hovered 10 miles away, Gao Sheng smiled and downed another cup of wine. Han Li's eyes shimmered with a bluish light as he surveyed the surroundings before retracting his expansive consciousness and shot forth towards the now standing Gao Sheng. Cupping his fists in salute, "I apologize for my tardiness. Dao friend Han, you are well." Gao Sheng replied with a smile and a wave. The title of Dao friend took Han Li by surprise, yet he also felt it was to be expected. They exchanged smiles and both took a seat. "Dao friend Han, do you find the wine to your liking?" Gao Sheng asked, pouring himself another cup with a gentle smile. Han Li regarded him with a half-smile, and after a moment, replied with a serious tone, "The contents of the cup bear no benefit for individuals like us." Gao Sheng, having already consumed another cup, burst into hearty laughter and refilled his small cup, saying, "You are mistaken, my friend. This is drunken heart wine. Ordinary beverages indeed hold no effect. But the celestial wine crafted from thousand-year berries through the essence of celestial springs is an entirely different matter. Han Li maintained his enigmatic expression, choosing not to respond further, and the two fell into a somewhat awkward silence. It was not that Han Li was taciturn, but rather he had yet to free himself from the events of decades past. Gao Sheng, similarly troubled, felt the weight of the unspoken tension and could only slowly empty the wine bottle. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from afar, filled with excitement. Haha, Gao Sheng, you have indeed arrived early. Han Li had long noticed a blue rainbow approaching steadily, though not swiftly, gracefully descending after a slight turn. Before them stood a tall, robust man clad in blue, with thick brows and large eyes. Dao friend Lan Luo, you are not late. I am the initiator of this gathering, hence my early arrival, Gao Sheng proclaimed, draining his glass and swiftly stowing away the wine. After a century, it seems you have made little progress, the blue-clad man, Lan Luo, remarked, striking a sensitive chord with Gao Sheng, who responded with a bitter smile while gesturing toward Han Li, who had also stood. This is Dao friend Han, who is accompanying us to acquire the evil dragon reed. Dao friend Han. Lan Luo's gaze shifted to Han Li, as if sensing something unusual, his brow furrowing. Is there a problem, Dao friend Lan? Han Li asked curiously, as a hint of coldness flickered in his mind upon observing Lan Luo's peculiar demeanor. Dao friend Han, you are merely at the initial stage of human immortality. This journey may pose some difficulties for you, Lan Luo replied, a glimmer of concern crossing his features. Gao Sheng quickly interjected, lightening the mood. Do not underestimate him, for I have suffered greatly at his hands. He cast a wry smile at Han Li before turning back to Lan Luo. Oh, is he truly that formidable? It seems I must find an opportunity to learn from him. Lan Luo responded with a hint of eagerness, while Gao Sheng awkwardly smiled at Han Li, who regarded Lan Luo with a bemused expression. Han Li had no words to offer in retort, but Gao Sheng swiftly changed the subject. Dao friend Lan, how prepared are you for the upcoming competition between our two celestial palaces? I would say I have about an 80% confidence. Though it depends on who I face. If I encounter Tao Yu from your celestial palace, then I shall have to concede. Lan Luo analyzed nonchalantly, gazing skyward. Dao friend Lan's confidence is commendable. I estimate my chances at a mere 50%, hoping my opponent is not too strong, Gao Sheng remarked, wiping away the remnants of wine on the table before looking at Lan Luo. Meanwhile, Han Li remained detached, prompting Lan Luo's curiosity to turn towards him. Dao friend Han, will you be participating in this competition? What are your chances? Han Li was oblivious to the details, pondering how to respond when Gao Sheng interjected, Dao friend Lan. Han Dao friend is a wandering cultivator, unlike us who are bound by our affiliations, hence he may not be well informed. Lan Luo regarded Han Li with an indecipherable expression. Understanding Gao Sheng's point, he then inquired, why not join our Silver Flame Celestial Palace? With your talents, you could surely flourish within our ranks. Seated comfortably, Han Li continued to regard Lan Luo with a bemused expression, while Gao Sheng replied, if Han Dao friend were inclined to adhere to the palace's constraints, he would have joined our Golden Invitation Celestial Palace long ago, and it would not be your place to suggest. Han Li found himself disinterested in the banter between the two, closing his eyes and retrieving a ring inscribed with records to peruse. Seeing Han Li's disinterest, Lan Luo and Gao Sheng took their seats, and after a brief discussion, they procured another flask of drunken heart wine, engaging in light conversation while pouring. Soon after, they were joined by two others, a monk-like figure named Niu Man and a graceful maiden, Xen Luer, clad in a beige dress. Her bright eyes and radiant smile reminiscent of a water lily emerging from a pond. Upon encountering Han Li, the burly Niu Man fixed an oddly intense gaze upon him, as if fearing he would vanish in the blink of an eye. In contrast, Xen Luer offered a polite nod to Han Li without saying much more. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the five, Gao Sheng raised his hand to cast a restrictive formation and began discussing the acquisition of the sinister dragon grass. Gao Sheng, how do you propose we divide our tasks? Who will distract the guarding sinister dragon? Lan Luo glanced at Gao Sheng and then at the others. Initiating the inquiry, Niu Man quickly interjected, it will naturally be you and Gao Sheng. Among us five, you two have been in the third tier the longest. I have only just entered the third tier, while Xine Xianzi and Han Daoyu are merely at the second and initial stages. It's clear that the responsibility falls to you two. Lan Luo shot a sidelong glance at Niu Man and replied, that one do. All three of you are from the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace, while I alone hail from the Silver Flame Immortal Palace. What if complications arise, and we can't sort things out? Upon hearing Lan Luo's words, Gao Sheng's smile instantly faded, and his expression darkened as he coldly regarded Lan Luo. He then restrained the eager Niu Man from speaking and, after a brief pause, responded with a semblance of cordiality, Lan Daoyu. Your words imply a lack of trust in us. If that is the case, then perhaps our collaboration is unwarranted. Gao Sheng, what do you mean by that? Lan Luo's eyes flashed with anger, yet he did not immediately rise to depart. Gao Sheng continued, in truth, Lan Daoyu, you have already utilized the sinister dragon grass for your advancement. Should you use this primary ingredient again, it may not be entirely without effect, but it would be of little benefit. Gao Sheng then raised his hand to halt Lan Luo, who was about to retort, and continued. Your true intention is to exchange this primary ingredient along with other rewards for the Huangling San, is it not? Huangling San, Niu Man muttered. While both Han Li and Exine Luer seemed to hear this name for the first time, Lan Luo's face turned pale with shock as he looked toward Gao Sheng, visibly agitated. However, he quickly regained his composure and coldly retorted, and if so, are you planning to inform on me? Han Li raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Gao Sheng, who, seemingly unfazed, replied in a light-hearted manner. Though I am not a paragon of virtue, I am certainly no treacherous scoundrel. However, even I can roughly deduce the situation. How others might perceive it is beyond my knowledge. Lan Luo, shaken, fell silent in the face of Gao Sheng's calm demeanor. Gao Sheng continued, originally, I had intended, as Niu Daoyu suggested, for you and I to jointly distract the sinister dragon, allowing the two of us to procure the sinister dragon grass. He gestured towards Niu Man and Exine Luer before swiftly shifting his focus. But now, with Han Daoyu's involvement, our plan can be adjusted. Han Li attentively listened to Gao Sheng's words, realizing they were primarily about him. He cast a knowing glance at the others before turning his attention back to Gao Sheng. Lan Daoyu, do you know what the sinister dragon fears most? Gao Sheng seemed to deliberately inquire, to which Lan Luo, with a deep expression, reluctantly responded, the power of lightning. What of it? Indeed, it is the power of lightning that it most dreads, and coincidentally, Han Daoyu possesses the rare exorcising divine thunder from our true immortal realm. What do you think? Gao Sheng spoke in one breath. Lan Luo was taken aback once more, while Exine Luer revealed a look of astonishment, though Niu Man appeared unperturbed. Han Li offered a slight smile without uttering a word. Once the others had calmed down, Gao Sheng continued, thus, the key to obtaining the sinister dragon grass lies with Han Daoyu. Therefore, I propose that Han Daoyu and I be responsible for distracting the dragon while the three of you retrieve the grass. Afterward, we can discuss the division of spoils. What say you, Han Daoyu? Gao Sheng's final sentence, seeking Han Li's agreement, caught Lan Luo off guard. Han Li pondered for a moment, and the others showed no signs of urgency. After inquiring about the specifics of distracting the dragon, he replied, I can take on the task of distracting the dragon, but I must first secure a share of the acquired sinister dragon grass. The remainder can then be evenly divided among the five of us. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing Han Li's proposal, aside from Exine Luer, who nodded in agreement with a smile, Lan Luo, Gao Sheng, and Niu Man began to deliberate. Shortly after, Gao Sheng spoke first. I have no objections to Han Daoyu's suggestion. After all, given the risks involved, this condition is quite reasonable. Niu Man glanced at Han Li and then at Gao Sheng, readily agreeing. Lan Luo understood that without Han Li's exorcising divine thunder, he would have to undertake the task of drawing the dragon's attention, making this arrangement more advantageous. With all parties in agreement, Gao Sheng lifted the restrictions, summoned a large flying artifact named Black Rain Boat, and the group found their respective quarters aboard. The Black Rain Boat sped toward a certain direction beyond Tianshuang City. Chapter 36. The arrival of the supervising immortal envoy as the Black Rain Boat carrying Han Li and the others vanished into the horizon. A colorful glow shimmered a dozen miles from the hexagonal pavilion at the foot of Huixian Slope, revealing a small figure in midair. Surprisingly, he has not yet collapsed. This is quite unexpected. Has he seen through my intentions, or has he not yet begun his cultivation? The speaker was a youth with a single horn. His mouth curved like a hawk's beak, distinctly different from an ordinary human. At that moment, another voice interjected, Young master, I believe he has yet to commence his cultivation. Do not forget, once one begins, unless they achieve completion, they cannot stop midway. I hope that is the case. He gazed toward the direction where the Black Rain Boat had vanished, then turned back to look at Tianshuang City. With a determined grit of his teeth, he transformed into a stream of colorful light and pursued the direction the Black Rain Boat had taken. Inside one of the secret chambers aboard the Black Rain Boat, Han Li was meticulously contemplating how to accomplish the necessary tasks while keeping himself out of danger, for the sinister dragon, having rested for years, was not something even a golden immortal would dare to provoke lightly. In another secret chamber, the robust Lan Luo paced restlessly, occasionally glancing around. Enveloped by nearly invisible restrictive runes, he began to mutter to himself, "Heh, I've unexpectedly encountered such a rebellious individual. Their rewards are substantial, but I cannot afford to fall out with Gao Sheng just yet. How should I manage this?" Lan Luo lowered his head, deep in thought, before a sinister smile flashed across his face as he reversed his hand, producing a white talisman. "Do not blame me for being ruthless. I have lingered in the third tier for far too many years. If I do not find a way to advance, achieving the golden immortal status will be an insurmountable challenge." After contemplating this, Lan Luo coldly smiled in a certain direction, inscribing several ordinary characters upon the talisman. With a subtle incantation, the talisman transformed into wisps of smoke before completely dissipating without a trace. At last, Lan Luo burst into hearty laughter, his mirth brimming with self-satisfaction and exuberance, akin to witnessing a radiant golden immortal paving the way ahead. After a considerable while, he finally composed himself from his overwhelming joy and began to meditate in solitude. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, Gao Sheng observed Niu Man and Exine Lure seated before him on the ground. Niu Man broke the silence first, addressing Gao Sheng, "Senior brother Gao, are you truly intent on luring that lad with the surname Han into the clutches of the evil dragon?" Gao Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Niu Man, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Junior brother Niu, do you sense something amiss? Or do you possess a more prudent suggestion?" Niu Man, still avoiding direct eye contact with Gao Sheng, rubbed his smooth scalp and gravely remarked, "You reported to the palace master that even with the combined strength of 3 higher-ranked celestial beings, we could not capture him and had to retreat. Are you not concerned about being ambushed by him in this collaboration?" Exine Lure, astonished, glanced at Niu Man and then focused intently on Gao Sheng, nervously tugging at her hair as she inquired, "Senior brother Gao, is this individual truly as formidable as junior brother Niu suggests?" Gao Sheng closed his eyes, recalling the battle of that day vividly, its echoes lingering in his mind. After a prolonged silence, he fixed a serious gaze upon the two and solemnly warned, "I speak the truth. If we encounter him alone, those who can flee must do so first and alert our fellow brothers nearby for assistance. We must not engage in conflict with him." Both Niu Man and Exine Lure were taken aback by his words. Gao Sheng continued, "In truth, there is no need for you to fear him. Though he is cunning and deeply entrenched in his schemes, he is not a bloodthirsty individual. Just heed my words." Niu Man, momentarily stunned, regarded Gao Sheng with a hint of skepticism, retorting, "I find it hard to believe. Even if the differences between the top 3 ranks of our celestial beings lie merely in the density of their true essence, should we cross paths, I still wish to test him." Gao Sheng sighed heavily, his expression earnest. "Junior brother Niu, do not act recklessly. This is my sincere advice. Had we found ourselves in a life-and-death struggle with him back then, it would have been our demise, not his. Am I clear?" Niu Man remained unconvinced, pursing his lips, while Exine Lure listened attentively, her expression unchanged. After a period of silence, Exine Lure spoke up, "Junior brother Niu, senior brother Gao's words are indeed wise. You would do well to remember them." Niu Man shot a glare at Exine Lure, who smiled sweetly in return, and continued, "Brothers, this evil dragon is of utmost importance to us celestial beings. Why not relocate it to the celestial palace? Then we would not have to take such risks." Gao Sheng coughed lightly and replied, "Junior sister Exine, did you not consult the relevant texts upon your arrival?" Exine Lure managed a wry smile, and Gao Sheng shook his head before elaborating. "This idea has been considered by powerful beings before. Once, an adept attempted to transport an entire area of dozens of miles into a celestial pearl, only to find it devoid of any medicinal efficacy. Despite seeking other methods, they could not succeed, which is why formidable prohibitions were established in that mountain range, to prevent the evil dragon from straying and to deter others from coveting it." At this moment, Niu Man chuckled foolishly and interjected, "Hee. You know that advancement is not solely reliant on elixirs. Without comprehension of the heavenly, life, and human paths, even 1,000,000 elixirs would yield no progress." "Understood." Exine Lure nodded at both Gao Sheng and Niu Man, a faint smile adorning her face. Gao Sheng sighed again, stating, "I initially did not wish to invite Lan Luo, but I feared that Han might not honor his agreement, hence the gathering of 5 of us. Let us hope we all depart and return together." Upon hearing this, both Niu Man and Exine Lure exchanged glances, a hint of concern flickering across their faces before they fell silent, each entering into a meditative state. As time passed uneventfully, half a month flew by like an arrow. One day, the Black Rainbow reached its destination, the Lianjin mountain range. The The puppet responsible for reconnaissance aboard the Black Rain boat gently tapped a small magical restriction at its waist, causing a white sphere to materialize in the chamber where Gao Sheng and the others were. Gao Sheng seized the sphere, and with a slight squeeze, it vanished without a trace. After a moment of concentration, Gao Sheng's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He leapt to his feet, prompting Nyoman and Xian Luer to notice his unusual behavior. Xian Luer quickly asked, "Senior Brother Gao, what is the matter that has you so flustered? Indeed, there should be no ferocious beasts here. What could cause you such alarm?" Nyoman added. Gao Sheng quickly replied, "It is the inspecting celestial envoy." Xian Luer scoffed, her demeanor unchanging. "What is the issue? We have nothing to hide. We can simply deal with them directly." Nyoman, initially indifferent, suddenly felt a jolt of realization at Xian Luer's mention of hiding, and he turned to look at Gao Sheng, who was deep in thought. Without hesitation, Gao Sheng declared, "You handle this first. I must take my leave." With that, he vanished from the chamber, leaving Nyoman and Xian Luer exchanging bewildered glances. Nyoman, shrugging his large sleeves, suggested, "Let us go meet whoever is attempting to intercept our vessel." With a puzzled expression, Xian Luer nodded in reluctant agreement, and they made their way out of the chamber and onto the deck of the Black Rain boat. As they emerged, they encountered Lan Luo, who was striding confidently towards them. The three exchanged nods of acknowledgement and stood on the deck, gazing at a rather diminutive flying vessel approaching them. At that moment, a wisp of mist appeared in Han Li's chamber. He did not open his eyes, but raised his hand to signal, instantly recognizing someone had come to visit. With a flick of his finger, the mist shimmered, and Gao Sheng materialized before him. Before Gao Sheng could utter a word, Han Li regarded him with an enigmatic smile and inquired, "Have you invited others?" "Wait, they are the inspecting celestial envoys." Han Li's expression tightened, anger flaring within him, as he was about to interrogate Gao Sheng. However, Gao Sheng preemptively explained, "Do not be alarmed, Han Daoist. They may merely be passing through. If they discover you are hiding aboard my vessel, I too will not escape unscathed." Although Han Li's anger had not dissipated, he refrained from risking a glance at the newcomers, aware that the peculiar soul fluctuations of his spirit-refining technique might easily be detected by a specialized magical artifact, making escape even more challenging. Seemingly sensing Han Li's intent, Gao Sheng's consciousness swiftly extended beyond the vessel, granting him a clear view of the situation outside. A moment later, a faint smile of resignation appeared on his face as he murmured, "Oh, it is actually them." Chapter 37. The true fourth layer under Han Li's scrutinizing gaze. Gao Sheng hesitated to disclose the identities of the visitors. However, as Han Li's expression darkened further, Gao Sheng could not help but smile wryly. "Han Daoist, it is still those two inspecting celestial envoys." "What?" Han Li seemed to have not fully comprehended what Gao Sheng had said, and in a fit of agitation, he called out, causing a surge of intense spiritual fluctuations to emanate from behind him. Gao Sheng nodded slightly and responded calmly, "It refers to those two supervising immortals from the 9th level platform that day." Han Li certainly understood who Gao Sheng was referring to, but he found the matter rather perplexing. With a hint of a bitter smile, Gao Sheng stated seriously, "Friend Han, you need only wait here. They cannot enter this place." Han Li, however, was entirely unconvinced and quickly regained his anger, retorting, "If they insist on coming in, I believe you would be powerless to stop them, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find me." Though he did not voice the latter part of his thought, Gao Sheng understood and offered an awkward smile, saying, "Friend Han, do not be angry. Since you accepted my invitation, it is only logical to consider both your interests and my own." Subsequently, Gao Sheng turned his palm, and a gilded talisman floated into his hand. With a faint smile, he addressed Han Li, "This talisman of concealment is of little use in ordinary circumstances. But if one merely wishes to hide without acting, even a golden immortal would find it difficult to detect. If you feel it necessary, you may activate it." Han Li accepted the talisman without hesitation, scrutinizing it for a while before putting it away. As Gao Sheng bowed to Han Li, preparing to take his leave, Han Li stopped him. "Friend Gao, you did not mention that such circumstances would arise. It seems our agreement must be amended." "Agreement?" Upon hearing Han Li's words, Gao Sheng's heart skipped a beat, his mind racing as if recalling something. He then smiled and said, "You mean this?" With that, a delicate jade ring appeared in Gao Sheng's hand. Before he could make a move, Han Li tightened his grip, and the ring was already in his possession. "It makes sense. If an unexpected situation arises, you would certainly leave first, so it is only reasonable to provide it to you in advance." Han Li infused his consciousness into the jade ring, and his expression changed momentarily before returning to normal. With a slight twist of his wrist, the ring vanished without a trace. What? Is there a problem? Han Li did not pay heed to Gao Sheng's inquiry, merely shaking his head. After scanning the surroundings and finding no other issues, Gao Sheng bowed and took his leave. Han Li responded with a nonchalant nod, and Gao Sheng disappeared in a flash. Han Li reinforced the restrictions on the boat and took out 2 jade rings, swiftly embedding his consciousness into both. His expression shifted as he muttered to himself, as expected. The woman did not give me the genuine 4th-level refining technique. It turned out that the item Gao Sheng had just given him was the coveted 4th-level refining technique he had sought in vain, and at that moment, a cold voice echoed in the secret chamber. How does the master know that what was just given is indeed the official 4th-level refining technique? The speaker was none other than the crab Taoist. Han Li gazed up at the sky for a while before analyzing. This immortal Gao Sheng is quite astute and meticulous. There is no reason for him to deceive me regarding this matter. In contrast to the unknown woman, I find Gao Sheng's intentions clearer, so I trust that what he provided is indeed the 4th-level refining technique. After a pause, he continued, moreover, this refining technique seems more suitable for my cultivation at the 3rd-level completion. The previous one appeared to belong to the 5th level. The crab Taoist reiterated. Master should reconfirm this, as practicing the wrong technique can be detrimental. Han Li merely nodded, then stored the 2 jade rings away, lowering his head in deep thought. At the bow of the black rainboat, Gao Sheng's figure flickered and appeared beside Neo Man. They exchanged a knowing smile and turned to gaze at the 2 individuals on the small flying artifact, one clad in blue satin attire, the other in a purple robe. The blue-clad figure was the Blue Immortal, while the one in purple was the Li Immortal. The Li Immortal bowed to the crowd on the black rainboat and said, Esteemed friends, we happened upon your vessel during our patrol and wish to greet you. We hope you will not take offense. Gao Sheng was about to respond when Lan Luo interjected, Esteemed immortals, we have a few bottles of drunken heart wine. You are welcome to join us for a drink. As she spoke, Lan Luo shot a sidelong glance at Gao Sheng, a flicker of a mischievous smile crossing her face. Gao Sheng noticed and steeled himself, bowing his hands in greeting. Yes, yes, a bit of humble wine. We hope the esteemed immortals will grace us with your presence. Afterward, Gao Sheng subtly communicated to Lan Luo, be cautious with your words. Lan Luo smiled back at him, while the 2 immortals in midair exchanged smiles. Dismissing their flying artifact and gracefully descending to the bow, Gao Sheng raised his hand, summoning a large table and several wooden chairs, and on the table sat the precious, dwindling bottles of drunken heart wine he had acquired with great difficulty. After some pleasantries, Gao Sheng poured the wine generously. Lan Luo took the lead in asking, What brings you esteemed immortals here? The Blue Immortal waved his sleeve and downed a small cup of drunken heart wine, while the Li Immortal sighed and replied, To be honest, we do not know the reason. We were merely dispatched to observe the situation in the Lianjin Mountains and report any issues. Indeed, I was just about to comprehend a secret technique, but now I must defer that, the Blue Immortal lamented. The Li Immortal shot him a glance and replied, So, where are you headed, Gao Taoist? After a moment of contemplation, Gao Sheng answered candidly, Red Melt Lake. Could it be for the evil dragon Reed? The Li Immortal inquired curiously. Gao Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, and the Li Immortal regarded him with a hint of envy. Gao Sheng cleared his throat and stated, Li Taoist, you have already consumed the evil dragon Reed. This primary herb seems to only work once. I am well aware of that. But I envy the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace's offerings, which are far superior to our own, the Li Immortal remarked, downing the wine in his cup as if losing patience for slow savoring. Gao Sheng smiled gently, saying, There is nothing much to it. Each has its merits. And I need not enumerate your advantages. With that, Gao Sheng and the Li Immortal shared a knowing smile, followed by hearty laughter as Gao Sheng continued to refill their cups. Before long, the group had polished off 2 bottles of drunken heart wine, leaving Gao Sheng feeling a pang of regret. He had intended to use this opportunity to bid them farewell. Yet, the usually taciturn Blue Immortal spoke up again, Gao Taoist. Do you have any news regarding the ascended individual we jointly eliminated last time? The Li Immortal was taken aback by the Blue Immortal's sudden mention of that day's events and cast him a sidelong glance. Gao Sheng was momentarily startled, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his face before he returned to his usual demeanor. Touching the rim of his cup, he replied calmly, No, if we have any news, we will certainly inform you. Recalling that day, the Blue Immortal had been the most disheveled in his battle against Han Li, largely due to his weaker cultivation being deliberately exploited by Han Li. Should they meet again, he would undoubtedly seek to extract the soul and refine the spirit of that individual to alleviate his lingering resentment. Upon hearing this, Gao Sheng immediately began to counsel, Dear Lan, do not cling too tightly to this matter, for it may truly weaken your resolve, making the path to advancement exceedingly troublesome. The Li's surnamed Celestial Envoy also chimed in. Heed Gao's advice, for excessive obsession will only harm your foundation. Following this, Gao Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with the Li Envoy, who then stood to bid farewell with a respectful gesture. Lan Luo, eager to speak again, was silenced by a glare from Gao Sheng and retreated into silence. Observing Lan and Li, the two celestial envoys piloted their flying artifact away, while Gao Sheng and Niu Man both heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lan Luo broke the silence, inquiring, "Why hasn't Han come out yet?" "Han is currently in seclusion, refining divine thunder. Do you wish to be the one to attract danger?" Lan Luo was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Gao Sheng, meanwhile, executed several incantations, prompting the Black Rain vessel to swiftly resume its journey toward the predetermined destination, as each of them returned to their respective chambers. Chapter 38. The emergence of strange beasts. The Lijian mountain range, a seemingly ordinary name, conceals many unstable zones within. Should any cultivator below the celestial tier enter without familiarity with the surroundings, they are likely to become lost, with their very soul cards fading or even shattering into oblivion. As Gao Sheng and Han Li's Black Rain vessel reached the mountain's edge, they concluded their meditative practices and gathered at the vessel's forefront, scanning their surroundings with keen attention. Upon entering the Lijian Mountains, the Black Rain vessel noticeably slowed, shimmering with a vibrant display of spiritual energy waves. Han Li observed closely, realizing that Gao Sheng had inexplicably deactivated all protective barriers aboard the vessel, and there seemed to be some indistinct, invisible fluctuations passing through, which Han Li chose not to dwell upon. At the bow of the Black Rain vessel, Han Li's consciousness returned to Lan Luo, who occasionally cast curious glances his way before quickly averting her gaze. He refrained from reacting, opting instead to continue observing the nearby situation. "Senior Brother Gao, there are indeed numerous spatial rifts here. Do you know where they lead?" Exine Luer intently watched a large shadow nearby, resembling a massive eye, and turned to Gao Sheng with her question. Gao Sheng merely smiled slightly, glancing at the ever-vigilant Niu Man, who bore a somewhat comical yet tense demeanor, and replied with a teasing tone, "Hee, Junior sister seems quite familiar with this. Your comprehension of the laws of space surpasses mine by a significant margin. How could you be unaware of this?" Upon hearing this, Exine Luer's cheeks flushed slightly, and after pouting, she solemnly stated, "Senior Brother Gao, it is merely a means of self-preservation. You know I do not pay much attention to those texts. I have missed many opportunities, having focused solely on my cultivation." Gao Sheng smiled at Exine Luer and said, "Very well, it is no trouble to share, though I fear it may disturb the other cultivators." He then glanced at the others nearby. Lan Luo appeared indifferent, while Niu Man maintained his serious demeanor, and Han Li simply smiled in agreement, indicating no objections. Thus, Gao Sheng began his elaborate explanation. These spatial rifts can lead to any known realm. The darkness within serves as a transition space, and the fierce winds within are something many cultivators have encountered. They are not something an ordinary practitioner can withstand. Without a solidified body, even a golden immortal would find it challenging to endure for even a brief moment. As Gao Sheng spoke, the others listened with varying degrees of interest. Han Li naturally absorbed every word, as there might be insights he had yet to encounter, enhancing his understanding. Gao Sheng's knowledge of the spatial rifts exceeded Han Li's expectations, and he spoke for the duration of half a tea time. Exine Luer appeared to be captivated, and after a moment, she interjected, "Senior Brother Gao, since these spatial rifts can consume many cultivators, what kind of ferocious beasts or strange entities have emerged from them?" Gao Sheng, who had been gazing at a spatial rift approximately 30 feet long, glanced at Han Li with an oddly amused expression before bursting into laughter. Exine Luer, perplexed, held her breath, staring at Gao Sheng with a face full of questions, while Han Li turned to look at Gao Sheng, sensing an undercurrent of mischief. Gao Sheng chuckled and continued, "I have heard tales that the sinister dragon residing here emerged from a spatial rift, and intriguingly, there was a weak point in the space near the edge of our celestial palace where thousands of gold-devouring insects appeared, led by several half-step insect kings. Within a few months, they devoured a small city, and it took considerable effort from our celestial palace to subdue and seal them." Upon hearing Gao Sheng's tale, Han Li and the others displayed varied expressions. At that moment, Lan Luo smirked, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes, and pressed for clarification. "Senior Gao, how do these stories relate to Han?" Gao Sheng wore a mysterious smile, glancing at the amused Han Li before turning back to Lan Luo, responding with a grin. "Dear Lan, that question is not one you should direct at me." Han Li chuckled, attempting to smooth over the situation, then turned his attention away. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lan Luo shifted her focus to the surroundings. However, Xian Luo persisted. Senior brother Gao, can those gold-devouring insects truly disregard the fierce winds within the spatial rifts? Of course. Their bodies are nearly indestructible. Gao Sheng nodded, but then noticed Han Li's expression seemed off. Expanding his consciousness, he suddenly detected strands of dark energy wafting from a distant spatial rift nearly 100 miles away. Given that spatial rifts can consume consciousness, though the loss is minimal, the occupants of the Black Rain vessel dared not extend their awareness too far. Thus, Gao Sheng redirected his focus to Han Li, noticing some peculiar signs. Lan Luo, Neo Man, and the others were drawn in by Gao Sheng's words, all fixated on the peculiar dark energy. True demonic energy, Lan Luo exclaimed first. Upon hearing this, Gao Sheng formed a hand sign and executed a spell, causing the Black Rain vessel to halt abruptly, hovering several dozen miles from the strange spatial rift. What is so peculiar about this? It is merely a few wisps of true demonic energy, Gao Sheng remarked, casting a sideways glance at Xian Luo. Then turning to Lan Luo, I am not entirely certain of this. Do you truly believe it is true demonic energy? Lan Luo, with a slight twitch of his nose and a nod of affirmation, stated confidently, Esteemed Taoist Gao, my cultivation of the five senses was not achieved without effort. I have encountered this true demonic aura in my past, and I can assert that it is indeed genuine. Han Li chose to remain silent, as the disparity between demonic energy and true demonic energy was vast. He merely gazed thoughtfully, his hands clasped behind his back as if pondering something. Senior brother Gao, should we inform the sect about this situation? Xian Luo seemed to grasp the gravity of the matter, promptly voicing her opinion. Gao Sheng stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. His expression serious as he replied, let us wait a moment longer. We shall act if any abnormalities arise. At that moment, Xian Luo deftly flipped her slender fingers, and a pink, slightly larger than her palm, circular ring hovered above her hand. Han Li's gaze flickered with a blue glint as he recognized it as a moon-chasing ring. Neo Man cast a skeptical glance at her, while Gao Sheng remained focused ahead, dark tendrils of energy gradually drifting into the spatial fissure, slowly vanishing from sight. As the last vestige of true demonic energy dissipated, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Lan Luo, unable to contain his eagerness, turned to Gao Sheng and said, Esteemed Taoist Gao, the true demonic energy has vanished. We should circumvent it and swiftly retrieve the sinister dragon grass. Gao Sheng nodded slightly, but upon glancing at the others, he noticed a peculiar expression on Han Li's face. Taoist Han, have you discerned something amiss? Gao Sheng inquired, his gaze tinged with curiosity. However, he found that Lan Luo and Neo Man were also fixated on him. Han Li, unperturbed, replied, Esteemed Taoist Gao, simply observe the skies above us, and you shall understand. Upon hearing this, Gao Sheng and the others were taken aback. Swiftly casting their gaze upward, their expressions shifted, revealing varying degrees of concern, particularly Xian Luo, whose grip on the moon-chasing ring caused it to emit an invisible ripple. There, not far ahead in the boundless void, a colossal dark silhouette emerged from a fissure measuring several meters in length, soaring freely amidst the winds. This massive creature bore the head of an ox and the body of a goat, its 10-meter wings fanning the air vigorously, while its tail resembled that of a phoenix. Adorned with 3 plumes, its bizarre appearance reminiscent of certain lower-tier true spirits. What is that? Xian Luo was the first to voice her confusion, while Gao Sheng and Neo Man, equally bewildered, could only shake their heads. Gao Sheng then unleashed a flurry of formation flags, but at that moment, Han Li hastily waved his arm, about to utter a warning, yet it was already too late. The Black Rain boat shimmered with spiritual light, instantly enveloped in a swirling tricolor halo. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, akin to a clap of thunder, echoed through their ears as the ox headed, goat-bodied beast ceased its circling and dove toward the Black Rain boat, where Han Li and the others stood. Chapter 39. The Golden Slaughter Principle. It became apparent that Han Li had already noted the reflection of the Black Rain boat within the beast's black eyes, and Gao Sheng's actions had ignited the creature's curiosity, making any attempts to halt it too late. Faced with the descending beast, Lan Luo and the others turned pale, as Gao Sheng swiftly formed hand seals, and the Black Rain boat trembled, preparing to flee, but it was already too late. Boom! The creature crashed into the Black Rain boat, sending forth a tidal wave of spiritual energy that surged several meters high, vibrant lights dancing chaotically. The entire Black Rain boat was thrust downward toward the ground by the force of the impact. The beast pressed against the boat, its ox head relentlessly battering the vessel's protective barriers, while its tail's 3 plumes swirled with colors, striking the barriers with relentless force. Amidst a rapidly intensifying whirlwind that shook the Black Rain boat, even against its stabilizing enchantments. Seeing the protective light flickering violently, Han Li and the others realized that the Black Rain boat could not withstand much longer. As fierce gusts of wind whipped about, Gao Sheng, though maintaining a facade of calm, was filled with rage and urgency. "Retreat," he bellowed, and at that moment, a small teleportation array appeared beneath their feet, whisking Gao Sheng, Han Li, and several others away without hesitation. In the next instant, the protective barrier of the Black Rain boat was torn apart by a golden wave emanating from the beast's horns, leading to its complete dissolution. The creature's spiritual light flickered as it landed upon the bow of the Black Rain boat. Han Li, Gao Sheng, and the others seemed to be transported randomly, but remained within a few hundred miles of the Black Rain boat. Gao Sheng swiftly executed a spell, sending forth a purple light toward the Black Rain boat, still hoping for a final attempt to reclaim it. However, as soon as the purple light approached the vicinity of the Black Rain boat, the beast let out another ferocious roar, unleashing a sharp wave that completely engulfed the purple light. Gao Sheng, undeterred, silently chanted a spell, blowing towards the direction of the Black Rain boat, causing it to shrink to the size of a fist and dash towards him. Upon seeing the vessel vanish, the beast erupted in fury, letting out another deafening roar, as a golden thread sprouted from its horns and flew towards Gao Sheng and the Black Rain boat. This delicate golden thread, though seemingly weak, swiftly closed the distance and almost caught up to the Black Rain boat. In response, Gao Sheng, with a dismissive flick of his finger, sent forth a similar golden arc towards the approaching golden thread. "No, it is the Golden Slaughter Principle," exclaimed Neo-Man, whose booming voice could be heard even from 100 miles away. "Is this the Golden Slaughter Principle?" Han Li mused, stroking his chin, deep in thought. Upon hearing Neo-Man's warning, Gao Sheng's expression changed drastically, abandoning all thoughts of the Black Rain boat. He swiftly pressed his hands together and pulled outward, intently chanting. An invisible thread instantly emerged from between his fingers, rapidly darting towards the opposing golden thread. A sharp sound pierced the air as the two threads collided, resulting in a burst of black spots amidst the darkness. Even Han Li, situated over 10 miles away, could discern the fierce winds swirling within those spots. In the midst of the sharp sound, the once flying Black Rain boat was abruptly swept away by an invisible wave, dissipating into scattered hues that vanished into the wind. Gao Sheng's heart ached at the loss, yet when he turned to the ox-headed, goat-bodied beast, he felt neither disappointment nor anger. Instead, it merely hovered in place, showing no inclination to pursue Han Li and the others. This left Han Li and the others in a state of astonishment, yet they refrained from provoking the creature, aware of its unpredictable power in wielding the principles of law. Han Li, Gao Sheng, and the others regrouped, encircled within a temporary colorless barrier. Lan Luo, seemingly unperturbed, was the first to suggest, "Friends, this creature lacks intelligence. Even though it can harness the power of law, it poses little threat. Together, we should be able to vanquish it." Gao Sheng continued to gaze at the otherworldly beast that lay several dozen miles away. Despite the destruction of his dark rain vessel by this creature, he displayed little excitement, calmly expressing, "Friend Lan, the sudden appearance of this beast in this area is unprecedented. Can you guarantee that no other creatures of its kind are lurking in the nearby void? Furthermore, if the strength displayed by this beast is not its full capability, what then?" Seeing Gao Sheng's disapproval, Lan Luo turned to Han Li and inquired, "What do you think, friend Han?" Han Li, with an impassive expression, glanced at Lan Luo and then at Gao Sheng, pondering for a moment before responding, "Friend Lan, Gao's words are not without merit. Let us first address our current matters. If this beast remains afterward, we can formulate a strategy then, shall we?" Lan Luo understood well that the remaining Neo-Man and Exanlure were inclined to follow Gao Sheng's lead, so he did not voice any objections. After a brief discussion, the group quietly retreated, while the beast with a cow's head and a sheep's body continued to wander nearby, showing no intention of leaving. After a brief respite, a colorless phantom appeared 1,000 feet above the beast. Observing the creature soaring below, the phantom halted abruptly. The figure took on the appearance of a young boy with a long horn protruding from his head. After scrutinizing the beast below, he muttered to himself, "I did not expect such a ferocious creature to exist here, yet it seems to possess a low level of intelligence. Could it have emerged from these spatial rifts? If I report this to the leader, it may redeem my earlier failures." The young phantom then scanned the surroundings and, finding no other oddities, hurried toward the direction in which Han Li and the others had flown. Unbeknownst to them, they were being tracked. After 2 days of swift flight, they quickly crossed the border of the Lianjin mountain range. On that day, 5 streaks of light passed over a dark green marshland. Suddenly, one of the streaks came to an abrupt stop, spiraling in midair before diving downward. It was Xian Lure, and upon sensing this occurrence, Han Li and the others also halted, albeit with some confusion. Not long after, they observed Xian Lure hovering above a massive rock, intently focused on something. Although Gao Sheng and the others were unaware of her intentions, they patiently waited. In a brief moment, Xian Lure produced an exquisite red wooden box, dispersing several talismans from it with a breath. Subsequently, a droplet, resembling neither water nor solid, began to levitate, and with a gust of wind, transformed into a diminutive colorful phoenix, spiraling above Xian Lure's head. Although Han Li maintained a neutral expression, he clearly sensed the exceptionally pure aura of the celestial phoenix within the tiny creature, prompting a hearty laugh from Yeoman Ha. This girl has finally found her desired mount. Gao Sheng inquired, puzzled. Yeoman gestured below, saying, "You'll find out soon enough. Haha." In the next moment, the miniature colorful phoenix flapped its wings several times, sending forth layers of light blue ripples. With a sharp cry, these ripples rapidly spread across the entire marshland, releasing a powerful celestial phoenix aura that even Han Li and the others, far beyond, could distinctly perceive. At that moment, Xian Lure smiled, her consciousness extending outward. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in her eyes, and her pearly white teeth were revealed as she swiftly vanished, appearing several miles away. Then, raising her hand, she struck downward with what seemed an incredibly fierce blow, yet it was utterly silent. Even the grasses below merely swayed slightly in the wind. After her strike, the ground erupted in a rolling wave of yellow earth, with one wave following another. Suddenly, a small yellow figure dashed forth, speeding towards the horizon. Han Li focused intently, realizing the yellow figure resembled a featherless phoenix chicken. Despite its appearance, it flew swiftly, yet it was no match for the celestial-level Xian Lure. Within mere moments, Xian Lure caught up, raising her hand to deliver a powerful strike at the phoenix chicken. With a piercing cry, the chicken vanished into a spatial black hole that appeared before it. Trying to escape? Xian Lure exclaimed, launching an object that emitted a black light, striking the phoenix chicken that had retreated into the black hole. The creature tumbled out, only to be captured firmly in Xian Lure's grasp. Satisfied, Xian Lure examined her prize for a moment before performing a few hand seals and sealing it within several talismans. Just as she returned to her companions, Yeoman exclaimed, "Sister, you truly acquired this original chicken without any effort." "Hee. Thank you, brother." Xian Lure replied with a radiant smile. Gao Sheng then asked, "Is this original chicken you captured one with a 30% chance of maturing into a phoenix?" Xian Lure nodded, but Gao Sheng scoffed, "We have reached celestial levels. This creature holds no value for us. I fail to see your purpose in keeping it. I just like it." Xian Lure retorted, dismissing the others as she sped along the original path. Han Li and the others exchanged a knowing smile before following suit. Chapter 40. Injured Ingwan. Han Li and his group of 5 continued their flight forward, each member displaying a myriad of expressions. Xian Lure beamed with joy, feeling that the journey had not been in vain. In contrast, Gao Sheng and Yeoman appeared pensive, while Lan Luo was lost in thought, sending a portion of his consciousness outward to survey their surroundings. Having crossed the edge of the Lianjin mountain range, filled with spatial rifts, Han Li's consciousness had nearly entirely left his body. Suddenly, his light of escape circled several times above a colossal peak, and when it retracted, he found himself hovering in midair, gazing intently at a distant direction, his eyes flashing with an azure glow. The vigilant Gao Sheng was the first to notice the anomaly, swiftly circling back to hover a short distance behind Han Li. He regarded him with curiosity and squinted toward the direction he was observing, yet saw nothing unusual. "Friend Han, have you detected something amiss?" he inquired. As Lan Luo and the other 3 returned, equally puzzled, Xian Lure joined in, asking, "Did you notice that beast following us? Or is there another formidable foe?" After speaking, she scanned the surroundings with a wary expression, her protective aura shimmering incessantly. Upon hearing their words, Lan Luo also expanded his consciousness, his eyes clouded in white mist. But after a prolonged search, he could discern nothing out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the silent Han Li formed a hand gesture, producing a small arrow, no longer than a human hand, which shimmered with golden light, revealing faint invisible waves concealed within, exorcising divine thunder. "So it is this thunder," Lan Luo muttered to himself. Han Li raised his gaze, coolly observing the distance, anger gradually manifesting on his features. With a slight, cold smile, he arched an eyebrow, flicking his finger, sending the lightning arrow racing toward the direction of his focus. The lightning arrows appeared to be displeased, yet the sharp sound they produced as they sliced through the air was incessant. The onlookers, their minds fully engaged, strained their eyes to discern the intentions of this individual. Han Li. The lightning arrows, with their swift breaths, had already traveled 100 miles in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lan Luo was the first to be taken aback, followed by Gao Sheng, who seemed to sense something unusual, his eyes betraying a hint of chill. In that very moment, the crowd could clearly see, 1,000 miles away, a colorless phantom suddenly manifesting in midair above a small peak. From this phantom emanated a swift purple rainbow, directly targeting the encroaching lightning arrows. Han Li's gaze intensified, a cold smile lingering on his lips, while Gao Sheng remarked, "This person's cultivation surpasses ours. Yet he is exceedingly overconfident." Beside them, XN Luer turned to Gao Sheng, about to inquire further, when they saw the lightning arrows collide with the obstructing purple rainbow. The impact was silent, yet the purple rainbow vanished without a trace, and the lightning arrows, seemingly erratic, accelerated towards the phantom. Meanwhile, Lan Luo caught an almost inaudible sound emanating from the phantom. The power of the laws. However, the phantom, unfazed, casually raised a hand, summoning a gigantic hand several times its own size to strike down upon the lightning arrows, a faint, imperceptible wave accompanying its movement. In the next moment, Han Li's evil-repelling lightning arrow was firmly grasped in the phantom's hand, and the onlookers could see the brilliance emanating from the phantom's eyes, a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. At that instant, Lan Luo exclaimed, "Everyone, this individual wields the laws with such mastery. He must be a golden immortal. We should retreat at once." With that, she darted toward the direction they had initially intended to go, while XN Luer activated her pre-prepared moon-chasing ring. Swiftly keeping pace with Lan Luo, Gao Sheng and Niu Man exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and hurried after XN Luer and the others. Han Li, after a moment of contemplation, let out another cold laugh. His consciousness surged, and he executed the 1,000 birds transformation, pursuing them closely. The phantom, now holding Han Li's lightning arrow, looked at the retreating figures, and as it lowered its head to examine the arrow closely, it suddenly shouted, "Not good." Boom. The evil-repelling divine lightning arrow in the phantom's grasp merely rolled slightly before exploding, unleashing countless waves of golden and silver energy that radiated from the center, sending the unprepared phantom flying over 10 yards. In that instant, the golden and silver waves pierced through the phantom's protective spiritual light, incinerating its silken robe and exposing its scaly chest. The ornament that had hung from its chest was reduced to ashes, and several hairs on its forehead were singed, leaving it in a state of disarray, filled with rage. It was precisely due to the phantom's formidable physicality and the activation of its protective spiritual light in response to the combat that it managed to endure. Otherwise, Han Li's modified evil-repelling divine lightning arrow, imbued with the power of laws and a touch of soul control, would not have merely singed its garments. This infuriates me. If I do not eliminate this child, how can I quell my rage? With that, the phantom waved its hand, and a flash of colorful light appeared, revealing a youth with an eagle's beak and a single horn. This was Ingwan. He abruptly struck his body with a palm, causing a brilliant display of colorful light, and summoned a beast with the head of an eagle and the body of a fish, adorned with the wings of a roc. With a single flap of its wings, Ingwan was propelled forward, disappearing over 100 miles in an instant, leaving only a flurry of feathered afterimages behind. With another flap, he reappeared 100 miles away, gaining considerable distance in mere breaths. Ahead, Lan Luo and her companions were desperately employing their techniques to escape, quickly traversing mountains, valleys, and dense forests, until they reached a small cliff with a luminous barrier. The cliff was characterized by its bizarre, jagged stones, with sharp, protruding edges unlike any ordinary cliff. Before long, Han Li caught up with the group, smoothly retracting the 1,000 birds transformation and appearing beside Gao Sheng and the others. Gao Sheng had already taken out a small formation plate and a flag from his pocket, continuously manipulating the formation with incantations flowing from his lips, embedding them into the plate. At that moment, Lan Luo turned her gaze from Gao Sheng to Han Li, smiling faintly as she said, "Taoist Han, your senses seem more acute than mine." Han Li regarded him with a half-smile, not responding, but gazing anxiously toward the direction they had come from. Earlier, while observing the phantom Ingwan, Han Li had recognized its concealment technique as somewhat familiar, rapidly connecting it to the woman who had sold him the counterfeit fourth-level refinement technique. Infuriated, he had hastily resorted to lethal means to dissuade her, not anticipating the emergence of a formidable enemy far beyond the realm of mere mortals. As Han Li strained his eyes, he saw the phantom's transformed beast rapidly approaching with its powerful wings, yet Gao Sheng still seemed to be preoccupied with breaking the restrictions. Meanwhile, the transformed eagle-beaked youth Ingwan, now in human form, glared at Han Li with unbridled fury, seemingly ignoring Neo Man's respectful greeting. His rage palpable, as if he would devour Han Li whole. The others trembled in fear, their protective spiritual light flickering incessantly. After a moment, Ingwan, still seething with anger, finally spoke in a measured tone. What of the golden invitation Immortal Palace? I could annihilate you all without anyone knowing. Upon hearing this, the group at the cliff felt a chill in their hearts, each one adopting a stance of readiness for battle. Ingwan's eyes glinted, a strange look crossing his face as he coldly pointed at Han Li, commanding, "You, take my strike." Han Li's heart raced. A strike from this golden immortal was no trivial matter, and should he employ all the laws he had mastered, it could very well cost him his life. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "If your strike carries the power of the laws, I would be unable to withstand it." Before he could finish, Ingwan burst into laughter, then sneered, "Huh? Do you think I need to use the power of the laws to deal with you?" Han Li reconsidered. If Ingwan's strike did not incorporate the power of the laws, he had an 80% chance of withstanding it. And now, having no room for negotiation, he finally replied, "Very well. I shall accept your challenge." At this moment, Han Li found himself with no choice. Even if the five of them combined their strength, they could not contend with a golden immortal, making this strike unavoidable. In the background, Gao Sheng had completed the process of lifting the restrictions, and if they so wished, they could easily enter the grand formation, barring this golden immortal from following them. Gao Sheng informed Han Li, who merely shook his head with a wry smile. After all, refraining from retaliating against the opponent now would only lead to dire consequences in the future. Chapter 41. Surrounding way to rescue Zhao with a sudden movement. Han Li appeared several hundred feet away from Ingwan, who remained visibly furious yet maintained an air of composure. Below, Gao Sheng had already communicated with the forbidden formation, promptly transporting the remaining individuals into the confines of the barrier. Even though Lan Luo was somewhat reluctant, Gao Sheng still utilized the power derived from the formation to forcibly send her inside, while he remained outside, attentively observing the unfolding situation. Upon seeing Han Li standing in front of him, Ingwan's expression twisted into a grimace, and he expelled a crimson small halberd from his mouth, which instantly expanded to about 10 feet in length with a gust of wind. Han Li, upon seeing the blood-red halberd, noticed a faint crimson mist emanating from its tip, revealing it to be an innate treasure of the Xian Tian lineage. Startled, Han Li immediately rolled on the ground, and in a swift motion, manifested a 100-foot-tall demon god before Ingwan. "Humph! You are impatient to live, daring to refine true spirit blood." Ingwan gazed at Han Li's demon god, a cold smile spreading across his face as he laughed instead of becoming angry. Han Li was taken aback. The accusation sounded familiar, but he quickly regained his composure. With clarity in his mind, he summoned the Five Extremes Mountain, a grand five-colored mountain. "Oh, the later Xiantian? Interesting, but do you believe it can withstand my strike?" The demon god, embodying Han Li, looked down at the diminutive Ingwan and declared, "I will test it." "Very well. I shall oblige you." Ingwan, far from enraged, grinned and leaped into the air, delivering a fierce thrust at the towering demon god. A torrent of crimson waves surged toward Han Li, their might astonishing, filled with a murderous aura unlike anything he had ever encountered. These crimson waves did not consist of mere blood or blood mist. Rather, they were obscured golden characters, inexplicably transformed into a crimson hue. The elemental energies of heaven and earth roiled tumultuously toward Han Li, their overwhelming force capable of moving mountains and parting seas effortlessly. Although the oncoming wave was formidable, Han Li remained unfazed, gripping the Five Extremes Mountain with vigilance. He gently blew upon it, causing it to swell 100-fold. Preparing to meet the crimson tide, the five-colored radiance from the mountain also surged forth to confront the mighty wave. While it appeared slightly disadvantaged, it was not an insurmountable task to withstand. However, Han Li's expression tightened as a surge of invisible fluctuations rushed toward him, threatening to invade his sea of consciousness, as if intent on obliterating him. Mind attack? A thought flashed through Han Li's mind, But the dire circumstances left no room for contemplation. The powerful consciousness within his sea of awareness surged forth to counter Ying-Wan's mental assault. Indeed, possessing the refining spirit technique, he found it impossible to decisively gain the upper hand in such a short time. If he could not shatter his opponent as consciousness, returning home would prove difficult. Ying-Wan, thinking along these lines, unleashed a torrent of mental energy, manifesting as weapons of various forms to attack Han Li with fervor. Unyielding, Han Li fashioned his mental energy into strong shields to defend himself. However, he found himself in a passive position, unable to sustain the defense for long. Ying-Wan, seemingly unsatisfied with merely suppressing Han Li, caused the crimson halberd to vanish in a flash, reappearing above the demon god's head to strike down with ferocity. Han Li's heart raced as a vertical line opened between his brows, revealing a black and white eye that shot forth a beam of dark light, momentarily halting the descent of the halberd. Simultaneously, Han Li's expression shifted. The five extremes mountain surged upward, while invisible fluctuations from within it coiled around the halberd, temporarily binding it. Seeing this, Ying-Wan displayed a hint of surprise, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He attempted to retract the halberd, but the entanglement of the laws made it exceedingly difficult to escape without exerting his own power. Thus, Ying-Wan's halberd had been restrained by Han Li's five extremes mountain and its threads of law. Nevertheless, Ying-Wan was unconcerned. Confident that Han Li could not harm his halberd, his focus shifted back to the mental struggle between himself and Han Li. Han Li managed to temporarily bind the crimson halberd, but his greatest worry remained. His mental power appeared inferior to Ying-Wan's. Should his opponent unleash their full mental force, defeat was inevitable, leading to the collapse of his consciousness and subsequent madness. A flash of inspiration struck Han Li. The demon god he embodied slightly retracted his mental energy while simultaneously performing hand seals, sending invisible fluctuations racing toward the five extremes mountain. Ying-Wan, unable to comprehend the scene, was taken aback as Han Li's manipulation of the laws ensnared his treasure, the crimson halberd. In that moment, Ying-Wan could no longer remain indifferent, exclaiming, "What are you trying to do?" Han Li, however, offered no reply. With a thought, additional threads of invisible law emerged from the five extremes mountain, tightly binding Ying-Wan's halberd. "You are courting death." Ying-Wan's surprise morphed into fury. Although the destructive power of these threads would not inflict immediate harm on his treasure, prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to irreversible wear. As the threads multiplied around the halberd, Ying-Wan realized he needed to act swiftly. He grasped at the halberd with both hands, sending waves of invisible fluctuations toward Han Li's five extremes mountain. Simultaneously, the halberd, entangled by the threads, emitted a chilling aura and managed to unleash several threads of law. Upon collision, a spatial rift appeared, half a foot in size. The halberd wavered slightly and slipped through the crack, returning to Ying-Wan's hand, which he swiftly swallowed back. With a thunderous roar, Han Li's sea of consciousness surged, retracting his mental energy as he retreated several hundred feet, muttering, "One strike has been unleashed, and since you have employed the power of laws, I thank you for the lesson. Humph. You dare to attack my Xiantian blood halberd, a clever strategy indeed. I promise you next time, you shall not fare as well." Ying-Wan furiously waved his sleeve, transforming into a streak of colorful mist and vanishing into the distance. Han Li also withdrew his spell, recalling the mountain and descending beside Gao Sheng. Gao Sheng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, congratulating him. "Congratulations, Dao friend Han, for withstanding a blow from a golden immortal." Han Li displayed a bittersweet smile. The depletion of his mental energy would not recover swiftly, and thus he refrained from responding. Together, they entered the cliff. Inside the cliff lay a world apart, resembling another realm. The sky was painted in a vivid twilight hue, and every plant here differed remarkably from those outside, their sizes notably larger than their counterparts, as if one had stepped into an enlarged world. Upon the arrival of Han Li and Gao Sheng, Lan Luo and the others immediately ceased their meditative practices. Approaching with enthusiasm, Lan Luo inquired, "How fares the battle?" "Daoist Han." Smoothly, Han Li replied with a wry smile, offering no further elaboration. Gao Sheng, standing nearby, spoke on his behalf, then began to survey their surroundings. Lan Luo shot a glare at Gao Sheng, clearly resentful that he had been brought in prematurely, missing out on an exhilarating confrontation. Unbothered, Gao Sheng discerned the direction and swiftly took flight. The others, of course, had no choice but to follow suit. After a day's journey, they finally halted before a vast lake, crimson as blood, appearing eerily tranquil. This lake stretched nearly 10,000 miles, its waters exhibiting a blood-like hue for reasons unknown. Yet the stillness made it hard to believe any exotic creatures could thrive within. With a flick of his finger, Han Li sent forth a streak of azure light towards the lake, causing only a few droplets to rise before the surface fell silent once more. Not even a ripple in sight. The lake was indeed peculiar. Its density surpassed that of pure blood, yet it bore no trace of any sanguine scent. Observing Han Li's actions, Niu Man scratched his large earlobe and pondered aloud, while Gao Sheng replied in earnest, "This is the red melting lake." If this is the red melting lake, then where is the evil dragon, and where might the evil dragon's reed be found? Niu Man pressed eagerly. Han Li, extending his divine sense, could find no such entities, thus he turned to Gao Sheng, awaiting his response. The evil dragon's reed takes 10,000 years to mature, and the texts do not provide precise details regarding its location. I too am uncertain, only aware that it lies nearby. Let us split up and search, but be cautious not to provoke the evil dragon. Subsequently, Gao Sheng, Han Li, and the others divided into two groups, scouring the banks of the red melting lake. However, after a meal's time, both groups reconvened, shaking their heads in disappointment, having discovered nothing. Just as their spirits began to falter, Han Li noticed Lan Luo gazing intently in a particular direction. When he looked closely, he saw a small patch of deep crimson, resembling oil, from which a six-winged dragonfly hovered. Suddenly, a gray-black tongue, 3 feet long and adorned with blood-red suckers, shot forth, swiftly ensnaring the dragonfly before retracting into the lake, leaving no disturbance in its wake. Xen Luer seemed to sense something amiss in the red melting lake, calling out softly as she focused her gaze. The others, possessing keen awareness, could not miss the commotion at such close proximity, and all eyes turned towards the oily patch. It seems the evil dragon is concealed within the red melting lake. But what of the evil dragon's reed? Xen Luer promptly inquired. Gao Sheng, oblivious to the answer, merely shook his head and offered a faint smile, falling silent. What should we do now? Niu Man asked again. Gao Sheng, at a loss for a response, was interrupted by Lan Luo, who cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. This is simple. As per our original agreement, the two of you will distract the evil dragon, while we search for the evil dragon's reed. Absolutely not. The voice that interjected was none other than Han Li, who regarded Lan Luo with a sardonic smile before casting a glance at the others, who shared similar looks of disbelief. I will not act recklessly until we have ascertained the whereabouts of the evil dragon's reed. His words resonated with gravity, rendering the group momentarily speechless. It appeared that Han Li, having suffered a blow from Ming Wan, was decidedly unwilling to risk further for a yet unverified prize, causing his countenance to darken. Lan Luo, upon hearing this, felt an unusual surge of anger. Having endured the disdain of the lower-ranked Han Li for some time, had taken its toll on his pride. As he glared at Han Li, ready to unleash his frustration, Gao Sheng swiftly moved beside Han Li, attempting to mediate with a smile. Friends, allow me to offer a suggestion. With that, Gao Sheng gestured towards the red melting lake and continued, Lan Daoist's point is valid. Yet Han Daoist's caution is also reasonable. If we act and achieve nothing, it's natural for frustrations to arise. As Lan Luo prepared to rebut Gao Sheng's seemingly redundant remarks, he was interrupted once more. Fellow Daoists, we should first investigate whether the evil dragon's reed truly exists. If it does, we will proceed with our original plan. If not, we shall retreat. Han Li remained coldly silent, gazing at the lake, while Lan Luo found himself at a loss for words. Thus, Gao Sheng exhaled deeply, contemplating how to probe the depths of the lake. Knowing full well that the evil dragon was no ordinary beast, and the inherent risks required careful evaluation. At that moment, Lan Luo brushed his spirit beast ring, summoning forth a creature resembling both fish and dragon. This extraordinary beast had a dragon-like head, a fish-like body, and 4 stout, agile legs. Its gray-white scales shimmering with a golden hue. A Lianjiao, Niu Man exclaimed softly. Han Li had never heard of this name, but discerned from Niu Man's demeanor that it was merely a common creature, and he soon returned his focus to the red melting lake. Indeed, this Lianjiao will serve us well for reconnaissance, Niu Man explained. It excels in aquatic environments, enabling it to blend seamlessly with many water-dwelling entities. Lan Luo began to chant a spell, deftly flicking his fingers, sending forth a pure surge of celestial energy into the Lianjiao. The creature eagerly consumed the energy, displaying a proud demeanor. Go, Lan Luo commanded casually, and the Lianjiao spiraled twice in the air before plunging into the red melting lake, creating not a single ripple. However, at that moment, Han Li caught a fleeting glimpse of an unusual expression flickering across Gao Sheng's handsome face as a faint crimson ray was shot into the water at great speed, which Han Li noted the others seemed unaware of. While Han Li felt a twinge of doubt, he chose to remain silent, focusing his energy with azure brilliance. Yet even his powers could not penetrate the lake's fathomless depths, and he ultimately relinquished his efforts. The wait was interminable, but for these celestial tier cultivators, it passed in the blink of an eye. 2 hours later, the Lian Jiao emerged from the lake, appearing as if it had been stained crimson, and it climbed onto the shore, transforming into a red swirl as it vanished into Lan Luo's spirit beast ring. Lan Luo then pointed towards a specific direction in the lake, declaring, "The evil dragon's reed is located there, and as for the evil dragon itself, we shall rely on the two of you." Han Li's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening, yet Gao Sheng smiled subtly and inquired, "Lan Daoist, approximately how many evil dragon's reeds are there?" 5 or 6, perhaps. Gao Sheng appeared entirely convinced by Lan Luo's assertion, smiling as he said, "Very well. We shall divert the evil dragon. I hope the rest of you can swiftly retrieve the evil dragon's reed." With a calm smile, Gao Sheng halted Han Li, who seemed ready to voice dissent, and addressed him seriously. "Shall we proceed to lure the evil dragon, Han Daoist?" Although Han Li was somewhat reluctant, he felt compelled to adhere to the prior agreement, thus refraining from further protest. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, his feet barely touching the ground before he launched into the air above the crimson molten lake. "Fellow cultivators, should you not take this opportunity to conceal yourselves? What are you waiting for?" Having said this, Gao Sheng turned his back to Lan Luo, whispering a few words to Xian Luer and Yo Man before darting after Han Li like an arrow. Lan Luo and the others, not daring to be careless, promptly cast their spells to obscure their figures, suspended in the air hundreds of feet above the crimson molten lake. Han Li's expression sharpened as he glanced at the faintly smiling Gao Sheng in the distance, and began to invoke his thunder ritual. As Han Li recited the incantation, a spherical ball of exorcising thunder, roughly the size of a human head, materialized before him, radiating flashes of lightning and crackling sounds that grew increasingly intense. Every strand of lightning within the sphere had been refined to its utmost, and even at a distance of 100 feet, Gao Sheng could sense its power, likening it to the might of tribulation lightning. Once the incantation was complete, Han Li extended his fingers towards the thunderball, which shot forth towards the crimson molten lake with tremendous force. Upon contact with the water, a hissing sound erupted as the lake's surface boiled, instantaneously vaporizing within a foot's radius and generating a vast expanse of crimson mist, akin to a grotesque splash of blood. The exorcising thunderball, under Han Li's guidance, darted around the lake, sometimes plunging beneath the surface and other times erupting above like a blazing fireball. As predicted, the thunderball did not remain airborne for long before a massive creature, resembling a dragon with a body length of several dozen feet and colossal wings, emerged, stirring up a torrent of crimson water as it charged directly towards the thunderball under Han Li's control. "Is this the evil dragon?" Han Li muttered in disbelief. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for contemplation. He directed the thunderball towards the lake's edge while simultaneously activating his spell, transforming into a thousand beasts form. The evil dragon, seemingly oblivious to Han Li's transformation or Gao Sheng's rapid escape, relentlessly pursued the thunderball. During the chase, the dragon let out a fearsome roar, summoning fierce winds that swirled around it, accompanied by relentless acid rain that quickly closed the distance to the thunderball. The exorcising thunderball barely withstood the onslaught of rain and wind for more than a few breaths before being utterly consumed by the dragon. Witnessing this astonishing display, Han Li was almost certain that this creature possessed genuine dragon blood. After all, only a being of true dragon lineage could unleash such a formidable acid rainstorm. If this dragon possessed intelligence, Han Li knew he would have no choice but to flee for his life. With the thunderball dissolved, the evil dragon let out a series of furious roars, turning its gaze towards the thousand beasts form and the fleeting figure of Gao Sheng. The dragon's eyes, which had been dull, now flared a vivid crimson as it surged towards Han Li and Gao Sheng, propelled by the tempest of wind and rain. This was precisely the outcome Han Li and Gao Sheng desired, as they swiftly turned to flee in the opposite direction of the crimson molten lake. The speed of the evil dragon rivaled that of Han Li's thousand beasts form, but as it drew nearer, Han Li released another thunderball to divert the dragon's attention, creating a temporary distance between them. As the dragon pursued, Gao Sheng, who was slightly slower, found himself on the verge of being overtaken several times. The acidic rain and gale tore through his spiritual defenses with ease, but he narrowly avoided collision with the dragon by using several thunder-sealing talismans to redirect it. Thus, through a series of feints and bursts of speed, Han Li and Gao Sheng managed to lead the dragon several 100,000 miles away. In a state of anxious anticipation regarding the situation at the Crimson Molten Lake, both Han Li and Gao Sheng received a signal from Niu Man indicating success. They quickly unleashed a few thunderballs and talismans before hastily returning, soon arriving back at their designated rendezvous point, a golden mountain peak. Chapter 43. The evil dragon retreated. Han Li and Gao Sheng landed on the golden peak, and Han Li's spiritual sense swept the area. But he found no trace of the other three. He noticed Gao Sheng hovering above the peak, an invisible wave sweeping past him and instantly merging with his body. However, Gao Sheng appeared unperturbed, gazing intently at something behind the mountain, a look of grave concern etched on his face. Han Li then swiftly propelled himself to hover a dozen paces away from Gao Sheng, peering down to observe the faintly flickering ruins, likely the location where their companions had taken refuge. But in the next moment, Han Li's gaze shifted to the horizon, where he spotted a swirling tempest racing towards the golden peak, its azure hue intensifying. It was the evil dragon once more, causing his heart to lurch. Although Han Li had endured a strike from Ming Wan and sustained little physical harm, the immense consumption of his spiritual energy left him unable to extend his perception over great distances. Consequently, he often had to concentrate on the whereabouts of his companions. Upon closer inspection, he realized this approaching dragon was markedly different from the one they had lured away. This one was even larger, with winds and acidic rain that appeared even more ferocious. Turning back, he saw Gao Sheng raising his hand, triggering the invisible barrier behind the golden mountain, which rippled with faint waves of spiritual light. Before these waves could dissipate, Niu Man and Lan Luo emerged, their attention drawn to the approaching evil dragon. Gao Han, why did you bring the evil dragon here? Lan Luo questioned, her voice laced with anger as she observed the distant dragon's menacing approach. Lan, please do not be hasty. Gao Sheng interjected. This dragon is not the one we lured away. There must be a second dragon lurking here. Lan Luo seemed skeptical, poised to retort, when Xian Luer interjected loudly. Fellow cultivators, let us not bicker. Our best course of action is to swiftly escape this dragon. Niu Man and Gao Sheng nodded in agreement. But Lan Luo insisted, why complicate matters? This dragon lacks intelligence. We can simply eliminate it. Hearing this, Han Li regarded Lan Luo with a bemused expression, while Gao Sheng spoke up. Such a course of action would not be wise. If the evil dragon is truly slain, capturing another in the future would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, should we succeed in killing this beast, we might lose far more than we gain. Fleeing is our priority. Without further ado, Gao Sheng nodded to Niu Man and Xian Luer before swiftly transforming into a streak of light, darting in the opposite direction. The others, Niu Man, Xian Luer, and Han Li, followed closely behind. Seeing this, Lan Luo realized she could not confront such a formidable beast alone. With a reluctant grimace, she clenched her teeth and followed suit, her sleeves billowing as she sped away. The five of them moved swiftly through the air, but it became apparent that the pursuing evil dragon was closing the distance with alarming speed. Of them all, Xian Luer fared the worst. Her face flushed as she exerted her power to keep pace with the others, but gradually fell behind. Finally, she retrieved her adeptly wielded moon-chasing ring, unleashing its space-bending capabilities to barely keep up with the hastening figures ahead. In the midst of their escape, Gao Sheng, appearing relatively at ease, furrowed his brow in contemplation before turning to the side to question Niu Man, junior brother Niu. My recollection suggests that the malevolent dragon would not pursue its foes so relentlessly. Pray tell, how did you manage to procure the evil dragon grass? Niu Man, taken aback by Gao Sheng's inquiry during their flight, promptly recounted their encounter with the evil dragon grass. Initially, Niu Man and his companions had seen Gao and Han divert the malevolent dragoness' attention while they each utilized their treasures to bolster their protective auras before swiftly plunging into the crimson melting lake. Within the lake, although Niu Man and his companions could navigate freely, they found their spiritual senses severely hindered, their vision barely extending beyond Tenjiang. Guided by Lan Luo, they arrived at a small cliff at the lake's bottom, where they discovered 5 plants, each about a foot tall, resembling sunflowers but deep red to black in hue. Following the prescribed methods from their texts, they fed the evil dragon grass with their essence, used sharp spiritual treasures to uproot them, and employed magical power to prevent decay before finally sealing them with restrictive forces and various talismans. After much effort, they each managed to harvest 3 plants. However, As Exine Lure and Nyo Man were about to collect the second plant, they suddenly realized that Lan Luo, who was supposed to be guarding them, had vanished. When they finally harvested the remaining 2 plants, Lan Luo reappeared with a faint smile, explaining that she had gone in search of any additional traces of the evil dragon grass, but to no avail. Upon hearing Nyo Man's account, Gao Sheng discerned that the pursuing malevolent dragon was now less than 100 miles behind them, and it would not take long for it to catch up. At that moment, after a brief moment of concentration, Gao Sheng turned to Han Li with a request. Taoist Han, might you use the exorcising thunder to divert the malevolent dragon? Given their safety was at stake, Han Li could not afford to be careless. He summoned 3 large hollow thunderballs and hurled them towards the side of their escape route. To their astonishment, the malevolent dragon merely glanced at the distant thunderballs, letting out a soft growl, as if dismissing them entirely, and continued its relentless pursuit of the 5 retreating figures. Unable to withstand the situation any longer, Gao Sheng, sensing the imminent danger of being caught, turned to Lan Luo and asked, aside from the evil dragon grass, did you take anything else from the Crimson Melting Lake? Lan Luo's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of anger crossed her face as she quickly denied the accusation. What do you take me for, Gao Daoist? Gao Sheng, gritting his teeth, interrupted her protest with a loud demand. Did you or did you not take anything else? No one responded, and even Lan Luo remained silent and evasive. Gao Sheng's frustration boiled over as he exclaimed, since everyone claims not to have taken anything that doesn't belong to them, let us each take our share and flee separately. I wish to see which of us the malevolent dragon will pursue. Upon hearing Gao Sheng's words, Nyo Man, Exine Lure, and Han Li felt a jolt of alarm. Yet they understood the implications. After all, the malevolent dragon had not been drawn away by even its natural enemy. It was clear that among them lay something it desired. They all instinctively turned their gazes toward Lan Luo. To their surprise, Lan Luo's expression shifted from anger to one of fear as she noticed Gao Sheng subtly increasing the distance between them, while the pursuing malevolent dragon drew closer. Now within 10 miles, everyone could distinctly feel the oppressive aura emanating from the creature. Moreover, Lan Luo, with her heightened senses, detected faint traces of another formidable presence behind the malevolent dragon. Unable to ascertain its nature due to the chaotic winds and acidic rains, she hesitated for a moment before sheepishly stating, perhaps the malevolent dragon is pursuing for that reason. With that, Lan Luo summoned a flash of spiritual light, revealing a small grayish-white creature with a tuft of golden fur on its forehead, which gazed fearfully in a certain direction, letting out soft cries. Quickly return it, Gao Sheng exclaimed, recognizing the creature as a young malevolent dragon when he turned to see the roaring figure of the pursuing dragon. It was evident to anyone that this was a juvenile malevolent dragon, and Gao Sheng could not help but scold Lan Luo in anger. Lan Luo, who was already aware of the reason for the malevolent dragon's pursuit, had initially intended to use her companions as shields. However, Gao Sheng's astute deduction had caught her off guard, leaving her with no choice but to surrender the young malevolent dragon. With a reluctant flick of her wrist, she encased the creature in a small luminescent circle and swiftly transported it to the approaching malevolent dragon. As the group fled while glancing back, they saw the young dragon being released, causing the malevolent dragon to cease its tempestuous advance. A crimson glow enveloped the young dragon, safely guiding it to its larger counterpart. The 2 dragons exchanged soft cries, and soon after, the adult dragon arrived, prompting all 3 to swiftly retreat towards the Crimson Melting Lake. Witnessing this scene from several thousand miles away, Gao Sheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They found a small rocky outcrop, retrieved a few spiritual treasures, and erected a simple pavilion. Gao Sheng added a few basic restrictions, and the 5 of them settled inside to discuss their next steps. In the rough pavilion constructed hastily within the Lianjin mountain range, Han Li, Gao Sheng, and the others sat together, while Nyo Man and Exine Lure glared angrily at Lan Luo. Han Li wore a bemused expression, while Lan Luo appeared unfazed by the tension. Gao Sheng, flashing a bittersweet smile, exchanged glances with Nyo Man and Exine Lure before speaking. Well, this journey has been completed. It has had its share of surprises, but thankfully, we have all made it through safely. There were indeed many surprises, but not necessarily dangers. Exine Lure retorted sharply, her brows furrowing as she directed her ire towards Lan Luo. Gao Sheng shot her a warning glance, while Lan Luo maintained her indifferent demeanor, inciting Exine Lure's growing frustration. After clearing his throat and offering a slight smile, Gao Sheng continued, now that our venture is complete, shouldn't the 3 of you present the evil dragon grass you have all acquired? No sooner had he spoken than Nyo Man and Exine Lure, still harboring irritation, retrieved 2 3-foot-long brocade boxes from their storage rings, each sealed with several talismans glowing with golden light. Lan Luo also produced her own box containing the evil dragon grass. Upon seeing the contents, Gao Sheng's expression flickered momentarily, but he quickly broke into a hearty laugh. As per our prior agreement, Daoist Han shall select one first. The others had no objections, and Han Li naturally examined each box before choosing a smaller, yet complete, specimen of the evil dragon grass. Satisfied, he placed it into his storage ring. Excellent. The remaining evil dragon grass can now be evenly divided among the 3 of you, along with Daoist Han and myself. Upon uttering these words, not only did Han Li feel astonished, but even Niu Man and Xen Luer displayed expressions of surprise, perplexed by Gao Sheng's true intentions. Naturally, Lan Luo immediately leaped to his feet, forcefully striking the stone table before him, causing splinters of rock to scatter amidst a tempestuous wind. His garments fluttering dramatically as he shouted, "Gao Sheng, what are you planning? Are you pulling the rug out from under us?" Gao Sheng, observing Lan Luo's furious reaction, merely smiled faintly and replied in a soft tone, "What is the matter? Does Daoist Lan have any objections?" Lan Luo widened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Gao Sheng, his anger palpable, as if he could devour Gao Sheng with his gaze. Through gritted teeth, he retorted, "Is it because of my private acquisition of the minor evil dragon?" At this moment, Han Li instinctively projected his consciousness outward, and his protective spiritual light flickered frequently, ready to defend against Lan Luo, who was clearly on the brink of losing control. Niu Man and Xen Luer were equally alert, their expressions tense as drawn bows. However, Gao Sheng maintained a relaxed demeanor, glancing at Lan Luo and calmly stating, "It is only natural for a Daoist friend to take a minor evil dragon. It is a trivial matter, not worth pursuing." Lan Luo's fury persisted, yet he recognized that it would be exceedingly difficult to confront Gao Sheng and his 2 companions alone, especially with the enigmatic Han Li present. He continued to shout indignantly, "Then why? Do you truly not know what I am referring to?" Gao Sheng, still composed, chose not to answer directly, instead countering with another question. Han Li, however, noticed a slight movement of Lan Luo's fingers, although his expression remained unchanged, prompting Han Li to deduce something was amiss. "I do not know." Upon hearing Lan Luo's words, Gao Sheng's smile faded, his expression becoming serious as he focused intently on Lan Luo. His fingers began to tap rhythmically on a brocade box before him, and his tone grew weighty. "Are you truly intent on making this matter public?" Once Gao Sheng finished speaking, Han Li observed a dramatic shift in Lan Luo's expression, his face a mask of indecision, which quickly turned grim, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lan Luo stared at the several brocade boxes on the stone table, torn between words, when Gao Sheng subtly moved his lips, transmitting a message to Lan Luo. The previously tempestuous expression on Lan Luo's face paled considerably, and his eyes darted about nervously. Subsequently, Gao Sheng exchanged glances with Niu Man, Xen Luer, and Han Li, and in an instant, the 4 collected all the brocade boxes from the table, leaving Lan Luo dumbfounded. "All right, since this matter is settled, let us depart swiftly, lest those 2 evil dragons return," Gao Sheng declared, casting a glance at Han Li and the others. Niu Man, Xen Luer, and Han Li nodded in agreement and transformed into streaks of fleeing light, leaving behind only Gao Sheng and Lan Luo in the pavilion. "Daoist Lan, do you intend to return with us?" After a moment of hesitation, Lan Luo hastily responded with a vague indication, and the 2 set off, racing toward the edge of the Lijian mountain range. Upon departing from this section of the Lijian mountains, Gao Sheng exerted considerable effort to lift the band that had been placed on him. However, Han Li and the others encountered none of the 2 celestial envoys they had seen earlier, prompting Han Li to stow away the concealment talisman he had previously prepared. Only after thoroughly exiting the Lijian mountains did Han Li bid farewell to the group, opting for a solitary path in a different direction. Gao Sheng did not attempt to retain him, offering a polite farewell to Lan Luo before retreating with Niu Man and Xen Luer in another direction. Left behind, Lan Luo's expression, which had already lacked much mirth, grew increasingly somber. "This is unacceptable. I had anticipated reaping considerable benefits, yet it has culminated in such a conclusion. Alas, Daoist Han, I must impose upon you, for you are but a solitary wandering soul." Muttering to himself in frustration, Lan Luo's demeanor transformed into a sinister grin as he recalibrated his direction and shot forth like a golden comet, heading unmistakably toward the path Han Li had taken. Lan Luo's speed was not particularly swift. He had no desire to catch up immediately, but relied on the faint trace of spiritual energy left by Han Li's flight, pursuing slowly over a distance of several 100,000 miles. Within the brilliance of his escape, Lan Luo produced a blue brocade box, which bore no seals or inscriptions. The lid opened effortlessly at his thought, revealing a translucent blue jade tablet within, glimmering with radiant spiritual light. A sinister smile reappeared on Lan Luo's face as he placed a familiar soul imprint upon the jade tablet. With a surge of pure celestial spiritual energy, a recognizable visage soon materialized upon its surface. The face belonged to none other than the celestial envoy named Li, whom he had encountered not long ago outside the Lijian Mountains. The Li envoy's lips moved slightly, and Lan Luo, enveloped in the brilliance of his escape, heard a deep voice inquire, "Taoist Lan, you managed to find me through the celestial mystic jade. What is your purpose? Li Taoist, are you still offering the original reward for capturing those who practice forbidden techniques?" Lan Luo replied with a smile, asking without hesitation. The Li envoy paused for a moment before responding. "Indeed, it remains the original reward. Have you discovered any other practitioners of forbidden techniques?" Lan Luo's heart leaped with joy at this news, and he quickly inquired, "Where are you located? I fear we may need your assistance this time." After a brief pause, the Li envoy asked, "Are you still in the vicinity of the Lijian Mountains?" Lan Luo nodded vigorously, and the Li envoy continued, "What kind of forbidden technique is this time?" Lan Luo burst into laughter and replied, "Li Taoist, you know my expertise. This individual practices the spirit refining technique." "Oh," the Li envoy responded with a hint of hesitation, then after a considerable pause, asked, "What level is this individual?" Lan Luo's expression turned contemplative as he noted the Li envoy's unusually meticulous inquiries, yet he answered truthfully, "He is at the initial stage of the human immortal realm. I suspect he has only recently begun cultivation and has yet to reach his peak." No sooner had Lan Luo spoken than the Li envoy immediately pressed, "Do you know this individual's surname?" "His surname is Han, just Han." "Oh." The Li envoy seemed to exhale in relief, then promptly inquired about the exact location, causing his visage to vanish from the jade tablet. Though Lan Luo found this interaction somewhat unusual, he dismissed it from his mind and continued to pursue cautiously. He understood that capturing Han Li alone would be a formidable challenge, but with an additional ally, the task would become considerably easier. Outside Tianchuang City, atop a small hill, the Li envoy similarly stored away the jade tablet, muttering to himself, "This fellow's surname is Han, not Li. Having reached the mid-initial stage, he should not be the same as that Li fellow, otherwise we would have to wait for the Grand Envoy to capture him." While pondering, the Li envoy discerned his direction and hastily took flight, summoning a message talisman which he activated and sent forth. As for Han Li, he sought a secluded place with abundant spiritual energy to recuperate and assimilate his insights, remaining wary of overusing his consciousness, and thus remained oblivious to Lan Luo's deliberate pursuit from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Chapter 45. Lan Luo's pursuit. Half a month passed like an arrow through time, vanishing without a trace. In a vast valley formed by 9 uniquely shaped peaks, spanning 1,000 miles and rich in spiritual energy, Han Li gazed intently at the dense forest below the 9 towering mountains. The forest is filled with towering trees reaching dozens of feet high, with enormous leaves akin to banana fronds flourishing in abundance, growing robustly side by side. It is difficult to discern the specifics beneath without careful observation. After scrutinizing the valley for a considerable time, Han Li noted that apart from the thriving vegetation, there were no other spiritual beings present. Even the sighting of ordinary animals was scarce. A flicker of unusual expression crossed Han Li's face, but he quickly regained composure and extended his consciousness throughout the valley, penetrating over 10 fathoms into the ground, soon grasping some fundamental details of the area. It turned out that this valley bore a striking resemblance to the natural formations he encountered upon first entering the Immortal Realm, with various native giant trees and concentrations of spiritual energy inadvertently forming a natural confinement array. However, this array lacked the formidable potency of the one he had previously encountered, perhaps still several 100 million years away from generating true sentience. Upon this realization, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he pointed downward. Immediately, 72 azure swords whirled forth, racing towards a hillside within the valley. In a short span, 5 or 6 rudimentary stone chambers, each reaching a depth of 100 feet, were completed, along with a small medicinal garden a few feet in size, hastily constructed on the nearby ground. Han Li surveyed the scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval before casually tossing out thousands of formation flags. Erecting a large-scale confinement array that enveloped the entire valley, presenting an appearance akin to an ordinary mountain range from the outside. Having completed this task, as Han Li prepared to retract the 72 swords, an unexpected situation echoed back through his consciousness from thousands of miles away. He swiftly turned, his eyes glowing with a blue radiance as he focused intently on the distance. Gazing far into the horizon, he spotted two colorful figures rushing towards him from over 100,000 miles away. Han Li's expression stiffened momentarily as he pondered the implications. Yet his hands remained busy, weaving hundreds of intricate rays of mystic light that vanished into the valley. He contemplated who these two might be. If they were of a higher tier than himself, escape would be impossible. However, if they were of the same level, he felt no fear, for he held a distinct advantage in terrain. With this reasoning, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light, swiftly descending into the valley and activating the array's concealment and illusionary powers. He then seated himself in a small stone chamber adjacent to his newly established medicinal garden, awaiting the arrival of his visitors. The individuals hastening towards Han Li's valley were none other than the unwilling Lan Luo and the invited Li, the celestial envoy. Earlier that day, Li had caught up with Lan Luo, who had been tracking Han Li from a distance. Upon their meeting, after a few formalities, Li's expression grew serious as he addressed Lan Luo. Fellow Taoist Lan, you are aware that practitioners of divine refinement often possess formidable physical bodies, many of whom wield potent mystical treasures. The further one progresses in their cultivation, the greater their capabilities become. Have you discerned to which level this individual has attained in divine refinement? Lan Luo merely smiled lightly, casting a glance at Li before responding nonchalantly. Fellow Taoist Li, are you perhaps overestimating the danger? Yet, Li's demeanor remained grave as he replied, Fellow Taoist, while the person you encountered may have just begun their journey in divine refinement, if they have reached beyond the third level, they could pose a significant threat. Before Li could finish, Lan Luo dismissively interjected, that individual is merely at the initial stage of human immortality, not even at the pinnacle of their realm. They are not to be feared. I can handle them myself. I only brought you along for assurance. With that, Lan Luo shot forth, rapidly distancing himself from Li, who shook his head in resignation and began calculating the potential outcomes, murmuring to himself, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, it is best to retreat. I hope fellow Taoist Lan arrives in time. With that thought, Li flashed forward, pursuing the confidently arrogant Lan Luo, who remained silent as they journeyed onward. Thus, the two continued their journey in silence, eventually reaching the summit of the valley where Han Li resided. Lan Luo paused in contemplation, hovering at the valley's apex, his gaze fixed ahead, revealing a hint of doubt. Li, surveying the surroundings, found no extraordinary features amidst the overlapping mountains and from a distance, inquired, fellow Taoist Lan, why have we halted? Have we lost our quarry? Without answering, Lan Luo circled the valley twice before his expression turned grave as he gazed at a small cliff emanating spiritual energy beneath them. Without further consideration, he raised his hand and flicked a streak of azure light, swiftly cleaving through the small cliff. A clear, melodious sound of metal colliding echoed from the cliff, and a significant portion of it was indeed severed by Lan Luo's azure light, silently cascading down the mountainside. Meanwhile, Han Li, nestled within the layers of his confinement array, spotted Lan Luo and the celestial envoy from afar. Reassured by the absence of other celestial beings, he felt at ease. Observing Lan Luo's actions, he realized that a test had been conducted, prompting him to activate the array's illusionary changes. However, such a simple illusion could hardly deceive two celestial cultivators. Upon witnessing the cliff's peculiar transformations, Li quickly deduced that the pursuers had arrived beneath them. Startled, he leaped 100 feet into the air, his protective spiritual light flaring brightly. Lan Luo, however, was unfazed, casting a glance upward at Li before producing a silver talisman, infusing it with pure spiritual energy. Activating it instantly. In a flash, the silver talisman unfurled wildly, unleashing countless blade lights and spear shadows that danced throughout the sky. With a thunderous shout, Lan Luo commanded, "Break!" The chaotic array of blade lights and sword shadows, as if finding their mark, surged towards Han Li's valley, where the illusory mountains were relentlessly assailed. Yet, as the multitude of blade lights and sword shadows made contact with Han Li's illusory mountains, they were inexplicably torn apart by swirling five-colored rays of light emanating from within. In an instant, the mountains trembled violently, gradually sinking into the depths below in a silent collapse. Subsequently, a man clad in azure robes, radiating spiritual light, hovered in midair. Observing Lan Luo with a faint smile, suspended before him was a five-colored hill, expanding and contracting rhythmically, exuding an aura of strangeness. Fellow Taoist Lan, it has been many days since our last encounter. To what end do you pursue Han Li to this place? Han Li inquired coldly, disregarding the astonished Li above. Upon seeing Han Li's emergence, Li was taken aback, and upon hearing Han Li's words, he was further convinced that this was indeed the individual he had previously worried about. Before Lan Luo could respond, Li interjected, "Indeed. The Han Li you speak of is none other than him." Lan Luo, without looking back, sensed the astonished expression on the face of the Li surname Immortal Envoy through his divine sense. A fleeting trace of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly donned a fierce demeanor and shouted, "Friend Han, it seems you will find it difficult to depart from this place today. You can only blame yourself for practicing the God-forbidden refining technique. I cannot show you any mercy. Is that so? I would like to see how you intend to keep me here." Han Li replied with a smile that barely concealed his disdain, his gaze icy as he looked at Lan Luo. He then glanced at the worried Li surname Immortal Envoy above, only to see the envoy's hand trembling slightly, revealing a jade ring the size of a palm. Lan Luo seemed to notice the envoy's movement and shot him a sideways glance, inquiring, "Li Dao Yu, you have taken out the moon-chasing ring. Are you planning to?" The Li surname envoy did not answer directly, but instead whispered a few words to Lan Luo. In an instant, his spiritual light flashed, and he vanished without a trace. The next moment, he appeared at the top of a towering tree hundreds of miles away, only to disappear again. Within a few breaths, the Li surname envoy had completely vanished. Fuming with anger, Lan Luo turned his attention back to Han Li. His expression twisted with rage as he shouted, "While he fears you, I do not. If you hand over the 2 pieces of evil dragon grass in your possession, I could allow you to leave unharmed. And what if I refuse?" Han Li replied calmly, his gaze fixed on Lan Luo. A glint of cunning flashed across Lan Luo's face as he declared loudly, "Then I shall not hold back. I will take what belongs to you. You've already acquired no less than 1 piece of evil dragon grass in the Lianjin mountain range, and yet you still covet my possessions. It appears this matter cannot end amicably." Han Li chuckled heartily, his originally calm demeanor now rippling with subtle waves of emotion. Lan Luo laughed boisterously, proclaiming, "Haha, it seems your schemes are not beneath mine. If I do not eliminate you today, you will surely become a future threat." With that, Lan Luo unexpectedly produced 3 colorless small blades in his hand. With a swift incantation, he propelled them towards Han Li. Chapter 46. The Principle of Verdant Wood. As the 3 colorless blades shot towards Han Li, his keen azure eyes flashed with clarity, observing the blades. Each appeared to be a common spiritual treasure, yet they were enveloped in a faint azure mist that concealed their true nature. While Han Li did not regard Lan Luo as a significant threat, he harbored no intent to underestimate him. He directed his finger towards the floating small mountain before him, the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain, and in an instant, multicolored rays of light spiraled out from its base, racing towards the 3 colorless blades. In a blink, the 5-colored rays enveloped the colorless blades. The rays, which had been cultivated through nearly 10,000 years of refinement, could injure or even destroy ordinary transcendental treasures. Yet, inexplicably, as the rays made contact with the blades, the azure mist flickered slightly, and in utter silence, the 5-colored rays were completely absorbed by this strange mist. Han Li could not ignore this phenomenon. He was acutely aware of the power of the 5-colored rays, which had vanished without a trace. His eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, could it be the power of a principle? Since ascending to the Immortal Realm, Han Li had perused nearly all accessible texts and scriptures, gaining considerable knowledge of various techniques and divine abilities. He understood that the destructive power he had comprehended from the Grand Ascension and the Xiantian Sword of Spirit was merely the most ordinary form of destructive principle. He had yet to encounter other forms of principle power. This thought barely crossed his mind when Han Li pointed again towards the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain. Several strands of invisible fluctuations emanated from the base of the mountain, appearing slow, yet they surged towards the 3 colorless blades. The strands of principal power swiftly entwined around the faint azure mist of the colorless blades, and muffled sounds echoed faintly. The azure mist was swiftly dissipated by more than half, and the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain surged, swelling to several dozen times its size, launching the 3 colorless blades away. The azure mist scattered and then coalesced, enveloping Han Li's Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain. At that moment, dozens, if not hundreds, of verdant vines entwined around the mountain, swiftly encasing it entirely. "Behold the might of my verdant wood principle." Lan Luo's face contorted, revealing several ugly wrinkles, as he laughed triumphantly, dismissing Han Li entirely. Indeed, it is the verdant wood principle. Han Li momentarily contemplated this revelation, his eyes glinting with intensity. Several strands of invisible principal fluctuations emanated from his hand, shooting towards the Yunhe 5 Extremes Mountain, which was just over 10 yards away. Humph. If I truly wish to reclaim such a treasure from the Xiantian realm, I might as well keep it safe for you. Lan Luo, noticing Han Li's actions, inadvertently revealed a hint of contempt. He immediately pinched his fingers, conjuring several strands of faint azure threads, which he then flicked towards the Yunhe 5 Extremes Mountain. Han Li felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, the power of Lan Luo's verdant wood principle was tyrannical, capable of firmly restraining the Yunhe 5 Extremes Mountain. Although his own principal power could alleviate some of the pressure, it was futile against the adept control Lan Luo had over his power, and thus, Han Li's connection with the Yunhe 5 Extremes Mountain began to weaken. Looking again, the Yunhe 5 Extremes Mountain was now ensnared in layers of verdant vines, rendering it impossible to summon back. Faced with this dire situation, Han Li's anger flared. He formed several incantations with his hands, and the surrounding landscape transformed into a faint crimson hue. Upon witnessing this, Lan Luo's expression turned icy. The next moment, as he scanned his surroundings with his divine sense, he found himself inexplicably immersed in a vast sea of blood. Moreover, within the depths of this chaotic blood sea, something formidable stirred, as if a powerful being lay in wait, poised to strike. Han Li, you dare summon such a blood path manifestation? Do you not fear the immortal envoy's wrath and the obliteration of your soul? Lan Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from the blood sea. He took a deep breath and shouted Han Li's name in alarm. In truth, Han Li had long since planned to subdue Lan Luo completely after the Li surname envoy departed. Infuriated by the envoy's initial restraint, he summoned the Xiantian blood seal, which, while not a product of condensed divine sense, could still unleash over 80% of its power. Seeing Lan Luo's panicked demeanor, Han Li's confidence surged as he replied sternly, "We shall see if you possess the ability to leave this place, Lan Daoyu." As soon as the words left his lips, Han Li invoked the incantation once more, and from the roiling blood sea, 8 crimson blood dragons, resembling living entities, surged forth, shaking off the blood that clung to them, and barreled straight towards Lan Luo, their combined might truly awe-inspiring. As Han Li witnessed the blood dragon unleashed by Lan Luo surging towards him, her expression darkened, yet she remained unperturbed. With a casual flick of her wrist, she produced a purple-red lantern, measuring 2 feet in height, its surface adorned with the grotesque images of 4 legendary beasts from beyond the heavens. The lantern's deep hue accentuated its eerie appearance. Subsequently, Lan Luo directed a surge of pure celestial spiritual energy into the lantern, producing a soft sound as it flickered to life, emanating layers of pale blue ghostly flames. The beasts depicted on the lantern began to stir. With a sudden grimace, Lan Luo bit her lip and infused the lantern with 4 droplets of her crimson blood. At that moment, Han Li observed the 4 beasts emerging from the lantern in an uncanny manner. He discerned their forms. Each had the body of a tiger with the legs of a qilin, yet their heads were incomplete. One bore the visage of a dragon, another a phoenix, a third represented the black tortoise with a snake's head, and the last was devoid of horns, resembling a qilin. As the 4 beasts fully materialized, Han Li sensed their ominous aura and the imprint of the Xiantian blood, which seemed to surpass his own. With a slight gesture towards the lantern, Lan Luo commanded the beasts, who let out a series of fierce roars and charged towards Han Li's 8 blood dragons. The ensuing clash was fierce, both sides entangled in a relentless struggle, with the blood dragons initially holding a numerical advantage but gradually finding themselves at a disadvantage. Seeing the situation unfold, Han Li's expression hardened for a moment before he rolled to the side, transforming into a towering demon, summoning a massive exorcism thunderball, which he hurled towards Lan Luo with great force. Surprised, Lan Luo realized this young man possessed such a formidable arsenal of exorcism thunder. It was indeed a challenge to contend with. However, this thought was fleeting. With a subtle gesture, she conjured a faint azure mist, which coalesced into a small shield that she sent forth to meet Han Li's thunderous assault. A thunderous sound erupted as the exorcism thunderball collided with Lan Luo's azure mist shield, causing the former to shrink rapidly, dissipating without inflicting any damage. Although Han Li was somewhat disheartened by this, he quickly regained his focus, as his demon form let out a furious roar and darted in a direction away from Lan Luo, targeting something else entirely. With a resounding crash, Han Li's demon form struck the verdant 5 Extremities mountain, shattering the green vines that enveloped it and releasing a cascade of azure mist. The laws of power that Han Li had previously summoned emerged from his demon body, crashing into the mist. Simultaneously, as Han Li re-established his connection with the mountain, he summoned threads of law from its base, effectively dissipating the majority of the remaining mist. In a flash of spiritual light, it transformed into a stream of colorful clouds, swiftly returning to Han Li's demon form. Upon a brief assessment, Han Li noted that the verdant Five Extremities mountain had sustained minimal damage and would return to normal after a short period of refinement. However, he did not allow himself to relax, as he noticed Lan Luo's sinister smile. Indeed, the dissipated mist surged back like ravenous maggots, wrapping around him with alarming speed. "You think you can reclaim that relic so easily without paying a price?" Lan Luo taunted. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, retreating 10 paces. Yet the mist seemed to lock onto him, pursuing with relentless speed. To his dismay, the mist sprouted numerous tendrils, forming a wall of verdant vines that obstructed his path. Anticipating this, Han Li hastily conjured dozens of threads of law to dismantle the wall of vines, but was startled to find Lan Luo pursuing him closely, reinforcing the wall with her own mastery of the law of trees. In an instant, Han Li found himself ensnared, the wall now encircling him on 3 sides, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Chapter 47. Confrontation with the laws. Faced with Lan Luo's dual assault driven by the law of trees, Han Li felt increasingly at a loss. While he could theoretically counter her mastery with his own laws, he knew he could not match Lan Luo's skill, rendering his efforts largely ineffective. In a moment of desperation, he transformed into a radiant phoenix, soaring upward with a thunderous cry, tearing open a rift in space, ready to escape into the inky darkness beyond. Alas, in the next instant, Han Li's phoenix form was violently yanked back from the rift by an indescribable force, crashing out into the open air just as the green tendrils reattached themselves, threatening to envelop him entirely. "You think this half-hearted spatial technique will allow you to escape my grasp?" Lan Luo scoffed, her disdain palpable as she regarded Han Li, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. As her laughter echoed, she suddenly shouted, "Not good." A massive blood seal descended from the heavens without warning, directly targeting the still laughing Lan Luo. As it fell, the seal expanded, threatening to engulf the area in a sea of blood. The blood seal descended with a deceptive speed, startling Lan Luo, who quickly attempted to escape but realized she was ensnared by its power. In desperation, she unleashed azure mist infused with the law of trees, and from her mouth, she ejected a small stone hammer, which rapidly grew in size to over 10 feet. With a mighty shout and a surge of strength, she leaped towards the enormous blood seal. With a resounding bang, a ripple of blue and red energy erupted, sending Lan Luo staggering backward several paces. The massive blood seal was propelled hundreds of feet upward, leaving Lan Luo's face pale as she gazed into the distance. The 8 blood dragons conjured from the Xiantian blood imprint began to rain down like a torrential downpour, while her beasts were left without anything to attack, howling in frustration. At that moment, Lan Luo turned to see that Han Li had completely dissolved the verdant tendrils of the law of trees. However, the flush of color on his face had diminished, perhaps due to the connection with the Xiantian blood imprint. "Impossible. How could you so effortlessly obliterate my law of trees in such a short time?" Lan Luo shouted incredulously, her disbelief evident. Han Li's expression remained calm, though an icy glint flickered in his eyes, tightening momentarily before he restored his previous demeanor. Han Li raised his hand towards the suspended Xiantian blood seal soared in the sky, and the blood seal slowly descended once more. From the surging blood sea below, 8 blood dragons erupted, fiercely lunging towards the 4 beasts. Soon, the 4 beasts were entangled with the blood dragons again, while Han Li's Xiantian blood seal descended like a massive mountain, forcing Lan Luo to wield his stone hammer once more in a desperate attempt to strike the blood seal away. The result remained the same. Both Lan Luo and Han Li suffered varying degrees of backlash from this impact, but Lan Luo appeared to bear a greater burden, as his stone hammer seemed to be a life-bound treasure. Lan Luo did not wish to continue this confrontation any longer. After a powerful strike, he charged towards the coldly indifferent Han Li. Han Li, unfazed, rolled to the ground and spun around, summoning the demon god once again. With a cold gaze, he watched as Lan Luo casually twisted his hand, pinched, and summoned several wisps of azure mist that surged towards Han Li like an overwhelming tide. Han Li, with a frigid demeanor, focused on the power of the Tsangmu law that Lan Luo relied upon. With a flicker of thought, a roll of golden mysterious light inexplicably emerged, striking directly at the azure mist. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. the azure mist dissipated as if scorched by flames, transforming into faint azure smoke that vanished without a trace. Immediately, the golden mysterious light struck another wisp of azure mist, dissolving the essence of the Tsangmu law within moments. Before long, all of Lan Luo's azure mist had been completely eradicated by Han Li's golden mysterious light. Impossible. How could this be? Lan Luo exclaimed, halting in his tracks, staring at Han Li as if witnessing something terrifying. But soon, as he was once again locked onto by Han Li's blood seal, Lan Luo shouted, "The Golden Slaughter Law. You have comprehended the Golden Slaughter Law." Han Li looked at Lan Luo with a smirk, coolly retorting, "How much Tsangmu law power do you have left? Use it freely." Upon hearing this, Lan Luo's heart sank, but with the Xiantian blood seal pressing down upon him, he could not afford to hesitate. Gripping his massive stone hammer, he prepared to strike the blood seal away once more, only to be caught off guard as another beam of golden mysterious light shot from Han Li's body, aiming directly for Lan Luo's chest. It turned out that when Han Li was ensnared by Lan Luo's azure vines, he had only thought to call upon the Xiantian blood seal to force Lan Luo to withdraw, thereby freeing himself from danger. Unexpectedly, a cold voice echoed in his mind. "Master, the counteracting power of the Tsangmu law is precisely the Golden Slaughter Law." The speaker was the ever-watchful crab Taoist. Upon hearing the crab Taoist's words, Han Li was momentarily stunned, recalling the Golden Slaughter Law he had witnessed on the Lijian mountain range, which was remarkably akin to the golden mysterious light emitted by the golden devouring insect king. The rules governing this golden mysterious light were indeed not far removed from that of the extraordinary beast's Golden Slaughter Law. He had not thought deeply at the time, but in retrospect, it was no wonder that when the golden devouring insect transformed into human form, it had intuitively grasped the power of the Golden Slaughter Law, leaving Han Li nearly wounded and unable to maintain control. With this thought, Han Li connected his mind with Jin Air, the golden devouring insect within the spirit beast ring. And soon after, Jin Air's golden mysterious light exhibited tremendous prowess, swiftly dissolving the Tsangmu law power that Lan Luo wielded. At this moment, under the heavy pressure of the Xiantian blood seal, Han Li commanded Jin Air to launch the Golden Slaughter Law's power from a distance, and the sound of the golden blade cutting through the air resonated in Lan Luo's ears. Not good. Lan Luo was no ordinary opponent. He immediately recognized that Han Li's attack was the Golden Slaughter Law's power. In an instant, he swayed and retrieved a blazing red ring from his storage ring. Engulfed in flames, he expelled a mouthful of pure immortal spiritual power, causing the red ring to conjure a golden purple flame that shot a slender fire serpent towards Jin Air's Golden Slaughter Law power, colliding with the golden mysterious light. This was the power of the law. How could it be easily countered by mere elemental opposition? Han Li thought to himself, and indeed, Jin Air's golden mysterious light only slowed for a brief moment before surging ahead once more. Lan Luo's face twisted in a grimace, his brow furrowed, and his eyes suddenly twitched. Boom! As the golden mysterious light reached the red ring, Lan Luo unexpectedly detonated the red ring, causing the intense fire power contained within to erupt tenfold. The golden mysterious light was instantly affected by the explosion, dimming significantly and veering off course. Seizing this opportunity, Lan Luo gasped for breath and forcefully struck the Xiantian blood seal away, propelling himself into the air a dozen miles away. His towering figure appeared exceptionally pale, his expression grave as he glared at Han Li, who wore a sly smile, yet also appeared ashen. He shouted, "This time, you have benefited, but I will make you pay double next time." With that, Lan Luo turned to flee in a certain direction. Upon seeing the direction in which Lan Luo was escaping, Han Li's brow furrowed, and he called out to Lan Luo, who was attempting to retreat, "Do you not think it too late to leave now, my friend?" As Lan Luo flew away, he glanced down at the rolling blood sea, involuntarily shivering at Han Li's words. At that moment, an eerie shadow suddenly emerged from an unknown location, racing towards Lan Luo from several dozen miles away, exuding an aura of complete fearlessness in the face of their impending collision. Though Lan Luo felt a surge of panic, he had no choice but to halt. He looked up to see the shadow racing towards him, momentarily stunned, and then widened his eyes in disbelief as he scrutinized the figure enveloped in thick black flames. Chapter 48, Slaying the Immortal Body. With a face full of astonishment, Lan Luo gazed at the indistinct figure emerging from the dense black flames and finally managed to utter, "Emoguan." The pursuer was one of Han Li's allies, the Demon Light. Before Han Li made his appearance, upon learning that the incoming individuals were Lan Luo and the Li surname Immortal Envoy, Han Li had dispatched the Demon Light. Given that the Li surname Immortal Envoy had departed in a timely manner, Han Li did not allow him to intercept them without absolute certainty. Wrapped in black flames. The demon light was momentarily taken aback by Lan Luo's words, his mind racing to recall who this person was. While he was deep in thought, Lan Luo spoke again. Mo Guan, my friend. On that day, we forged a bond of brotherhood, during the period of the Great Ascension, before facing the tribulation of Ascension. You ventured into the demon annihilation realm in search of aid, and since then, you have vanished without a trace. I never expected to encounter you here at this moment. Hearing Lan Luo's words, the demon light was utterly bewildered. He could not recall any mention of the name Mo Guan in his memory. Although he had heard of the demon annihilation realm, it seemed to have no relation to him. At this moment, Han Li was gradually approaching, observing the scene with a smirk, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. Mo Guan, do you truly not remember me? Lan Luo coldly glanced back at Han Li before continuing to address the figure he referred to as Mo Guan. The demon light remained utterly confused. The first half of his cultivation journey was indeed a blur, and despite his efforts to recall past events, he could not remember anything of significance. It was not until he met Ma Liang that he had been further distanced from his former self, making it even more difficult to recall such memories. At this moment, Lan Luo's hand trembled slightly, and a set of shimmering silver needles materialized. Han Li's eyes sparkled with a blue light as he scrutinized them closely. They were merely ordinary spiritual treasures. However, Lan Luo had already thrown the set of flying needles, which floated gently towards the demonic light. Upon seeing this object, the demonic light furrowed its brow, clenching its fist as if unable to comprehend the situation. At that moment, Lan Luo continued speaking, Taoist Mo Guan. This set of silver needles was a gift from you to me, and I have not erased the soul imprint within. Please, try to recall something. In this moment, Lan Luo appeared to see a glimmer of hope, gazing earnestly at the demonic light, wishing it would grant him a path to survival, even turning against its own master. The demonic light paused for a moment, then gritted its teeth, revealing a resolute expression as it called out to Lan Luo, in my opinion. You need not cling to any relationships. Even if you were my own son, today I shall not let you leave. As soon as the words left its mouth, the demonic light secretly activated a spell, transforming into a raging black flame that surged towards Lan Luo, instantly scattering the silver needles he had thrown, sending them crashing down into the tumultuous sea of blood below. Witnessing this scene, Lan Luo's face turned icy, his expression tightening as he realized that there was no turning back. He raised his hand and forcefully waved it, conjuring a mist of azure wood law to shield the space between them. The demonic light, well aware of the formidable nature of this azure wood law, attempted to activate its spell again to circumvent it, but found itself unable to escape the encroaching blue mist. The demonic light struggled with all its might, but could not break free from the binding of the azure wood law. Realizing the dire situation, it contemplated using some treasures for self-detonation to escape. Just then, a faint golden shadow flickered by, and the head of the golden figure swiftly shot forth a beam of golden light, aimed directly at the azure mist conjured by Lan Luo. In that instant, the golden light and blue mist converged. The azure mist dissipated like steam under intense heat, vanishing without a trace. The demonic light focused its gaze and saw a child, around 11 or 12 years old, standing not far away with his hands clasped behind his back. Aside from his bright, piercing eyes, the child's other features were rather indistinct, and he wore an ill-fitting golden robe. This child was none other than Jean Eyre, the king of the golden devouring insects. Golden immortal? No, wait. He is yet to transcend the immortal tribulation of the golden slaughter law. Upon seeing Jean Eyre's appearance, Lan Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that the golden slaughter law used by Han Li was most likely derived from this child. Though they had never exchanged pleasantries, the demonic light recognized the child. Seeing Jean Eyre's intervention, which had completely dissolved Lan Luo's azure wood law, it nodded slightly at him. However, it then heard Han Li's voice resonating in its mind. Brother Mo, do you have any reservations about dealing with this person? You may choose to assist me in eliminating those ferocious beasts. Upon hearing this, the demonic light intended to respond, but saw Han Li darting forward, blocking Lan Luo's path with a peculiar smile, transforming into a mass of demonic flames that surged towards the blood dragon entangled with the ferocious beasts. Realizing that the situation was beyond redemption, Lan Luo retrieved a palm-sized moon-chasing ring from his storage ring. Seeing this, Han Li would not allow him to escape. With a mental connection, Jean Eyre unleashed 2 beams of golden light, embodying the power of the golden slaughter law, towards Lan Luo. Simultaneously, Han Li transformed into a demonic deity, pointing his sword at Lan Luo, as the Xiantian blood seal ominously flickered above Lan Luo's head. "Hanli, do you truly wish to drive me to my demise?" Enraged, Lan Luo exclaimed, his voice rising in desperation. Nevertheless, he continued to incant, releasing several wisps of law-infused azure mist, then raised his hand to strike fiercely, sending the blood seal soaring high into the air. Although Lan Luo's azure mist was countered by Jin Air's golden light, the adept Lan Luo managed to conjure several waves of azure mist that still managed to dissolve some of Jin Air's golden rays. In the next moment, Hanli, suffering backlash from the Xiantian blood seal, turned pale and shot forth several strands of invisible energy towards the towering Lan Luo, leaving him no opportunity to activate the moon-chasing ring to escape. "Very well. If it is to be so, I shall perish with you." As soon as this declaration left his lips, Hanli saw Lan Luo conjuring vast swathes of azure mist, shielding himself from Hanli and Jin Air. Then, with sharp perception, Hanli noticed Lan Luo conjuring nearly 1,000 spiritual treasures, large and small, before him. Realizing the imminent danger of allowing Lan Luo to self-detonate all those treasures, Han Li's heart raced. This thought flashed through his mind as he glanced at Jin Air, subtly shifting his hands, allowing bolts of lightning to flow from his feet. Jin Air, perceiving the urgency, darted towards Han Li's demonic form and unleashed 3 beams of golden light. Though Jin Air's complexion paled, he managed to disperse much of the azure mist that separated Han Li from Lan Luo. With a pointed gesture, Han Li directed the Xiantian blood seal to once again crush down upon Lan Luo. Lan Luo, having retrieved several pills and swallowing them without hesitation, felt his protective spiritual light flickering wildly as his spiritual pressure surged significantly. He hurled a stone hammer to collide with the Xiantian blood seal. Just as Lan Luo activated his spells and began infusing pure immortal spiritual power into the nearby spiritual treasures, he suddenly realized that Han Li had vanished, leaving behind a crackling, thunderous teleportation array. A flicker of fear crossed his face as he recognized the formation. In a sudden realization, a colossal shadow appeared above him. Startled and frightened, Lan Luo did not have time to think and was about to swing his stone hammer when an agonizing, tearing pain surged through his mind, more intense than 1,000 needles piercing his heart, causing him to drop the hammer. Han Li, barely managing to activate his god-piercing strike, pressed down with one hand, summoning a 5-colored giant peak that crashed down like a collapsing sky, expanding in size as it descended upon Lan Luo's body. Lan Luo had not lost consciousness for long when he found himself ensnared by the power of the law. Glaring defiantly as the Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain descended with a thunderous roar, the base enveloped in swirling 5-colored brilliance that swiftly bound Lan Luo's form. At this moment, Han Li bellowed ferociously, a mysterious exorcising thunder spear appearing in his hands, launching with tremendous force towards the ensnared Lan Luo. Struggling against the binding 5-colored light, Lan Luo found himself unable to escape, and the exorcising thunder spear struck with such force that it pierced through Lan Luo's throat. "Ah!" Lan Luo screamed in anguish. But in the next instant, Han Li's overwhelming strength yanked downward, tearing Lan Luo's towering figure in half, causing him to slowly fall into the raging sea of blood below. However, Han Li did not immediately relax. Sure enough, before long, he spotted a small figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Lan Luo, glowing with dark light, standing not far from Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain. "Han Li, I will return to exact my revenge." The diminutive figure before us is the nascent soul of Lan Luo. After a thunderous call, the nascent soul, clutching a ring, suddenly radiates with a brilliant light, leaving only a fading silhouette in its wake. And in the blink of an eye, it appears hundreds of miles away. However, the demonic light, having abandoned the ferocious beasts behind, swiftly darts forward to intercept the nascent soul of Lan Luo, conjuring a hand gesture that summons a boundless and ethereal black mist. Although the mist is faint, it possesses an eerie quality. Upon witnessing this, the Lan Luo nascent soul, wary of a direct confrontation, turns to see Han Li and Jin Air approaching from different directions. Filled with trepidation, he promptly opts for an alternate route, while Han Li, observing from a distance, reveals a peculiar smile. Yet, Han Li does not halt. He rolls on the ground and instantly activates the 1,000 Beasts transformation, racing toward the direction of the Lan Luo nascent soul. In the secret chamber of the Mo Ling's sacred vessel, Han Li sits cross-legged on a mat, intently examining a small storage ring before him. To his astonishment, he discovers a minuscule phantom, resembling a grain of rice, that pulsates as if in rhythm with breath, a sight most peculiar. Han Li's eyes flash with azure light as he concentrates all his spiritual energy into his gaze, his consciousness surging like tidal waves toward the tiny grain, causing his eyelid to twitch, nearly prompting him to flee. However, a fleeting thought crosses his mind, and he exhales deeply, his ethereal aura returning to a steady rhythm akin to his breathing. It turns out that the minuscule grain is the initial stage of Lan Luo's spiritual domain, known as the creation realm. This spiritual domain has been concealed within the storage ring, a fact that perplexes Han Li. He recalls from various texts that many celestial-level cultivators, upon the emergence of their spiritual domains, typically store them within their consciousness or anchor them alongside their nascent souls as a means of rapid response to sudden attacks, ensuring the preservation of their nascent bodies. Feeling a twinge of astonishment, Han Li scrutinizes the minuscule spiritual domain belonging to Lan Luo, only to discover a world shrouded in faint white mist, a blend of unclear hues, pale red, delicate purple, and soft blue mingling together. Amidst this chaos, a semblance of order emerges. However, within the domain, dozens of inky black threads distinctly partition the entire realm, their intricate patterns suggesting they are not merely accidental. It becomes clear that Lan Luo's spiritual domain is in a state of disarray, heavily damaged, explaining why he did not utilize it as a defensive measure against the Xian Tian Blood Seal and Han Li's Exorcism Divine Thunder Spear Strike. You are far too arrogant to have your last line of defense so gravely damaged and still provoke me. This outcome is entirely of your own making. Han Li mutters to himself, and with a subtle movement of his consciousness, a transparent orb, 3 feet in length and width, materializes before him. The orb expands and contracts rhythmically, synchronizing perfectly with Han Li's breaths. As he examines the nearly invisible orb, he finds it utterly empty, devoid of even a hint of color, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. This transparent orb is a spiritual domain that Han Li has refined through exchanges of insights and cultivation experiences with Bao Hua. Reflecting on their previous discussions, he realizes that his spiritual domain pales in comparison to her Xian Tian flower domain, attributing the disparity to differences in understanding and enlightenment. Han Li has long pondered this matter, yet he knows such insights cannot be acquired through mere effort, and thus he reluctantly sets it aside. In the next moment, a spark of inspiration ignites in Han Li's mind. He raises his hand and gently flicks it, sending a greenish rainbow light shooting forth, which then penetrates the ring belonging to Lan Luo. Subsequently, a brilliant blue jade ring materializes, resting in his palm. As he channels his consciousness into it, his expression shifts repeatedly, delving into deep contemplation. It turns out that this jade ring contains the cultivation insights of a certain golden immortal, primarily focusing on the understanding and repair of spiritual domains. Given that a spiritual domain serves as an ultimate defensive mechanism, it is inevitable that it will face various magical assaults. Thus, the insights within detail methods of repairing spiritual domains, causing Han Li's expression to change dramatically. Furthermore, the insights emphasize that a spiritual domain must rely on the robust support of celestial essence and an understanding of spatial laws to take form. The so-called spiritual domain that Han Li and Bao Hua cultivated is akin to what the Mother of Moths described. It is merely a superficial layer of a spiritual domain, not truly belonging to its realm, but rather a form of transformation. The originator of this technique has translated their spatial understanding and mastery of spiritual domains into a form that allows cultivators below the celestial level to refine a type of spatial supernatural ability, akin to the treasures of Xian Tian, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Upon reaching this realization, Han Li is struck with clarity. His former understanding of spiritual domains has deepened significantly. What he and Bao Hua refined can only be considered a makeshift defensive treasure, the Xian Tian spiritual domain, rather than a true immortal spiritual domain. After perusing the contents of the jade ring, Han Li sighs in relief. Though the Xian Tian spiritual domain differs greatly from a true immortal spiritual domain, this newfound understanding will undoubtedly shorten the time required to genuinely master and refine a spiritual domain. Having concluded this line of thought, Han Li's fingers flicker as he attempts to absorb the minuscule spiritual domain left behind by Lan Luo into his Xian Tian spiritual domain. Yet, no matter what he does, he cannot separate Lan Luo's spiritual domain from the ring to which it is attached. After numerous futile attempts, Han Li lets out a slight sigh and projects several beams of green light, causing a series of items to manifest beside the ring left by Lan Luo. Among these, the celestial spirit stones exceed Han Li's expectations. In addition to the usual celestial spirit stones, he discovers a plethora of others imbued with attributes of gold, wood, and more, including 3 exceptional celestial spirit stones that leave him astounded. Such wealth is not something an ordinary celestial being could possess. This individual must either have an illustrious background or be a bloodthirsty slayer. Hanli reflects on the nearly collapsed spiritual domain and surmises that it is more likely the latter. Hastily collecting the celestial spirit stones, Hanli shifts his gaze to the assorted boxes strewn about, immediately spotting 2 that are approximately 3 feet long. Gently blowing on the boxes, the seals dissipate, revealing 2 evil dragon reed plants before him. Hanli merely smiles coldly, resealing the boxes and placing them into his storage ring. Next, Hanli takes stock of the over 2,000 spiritual treasures left behind by Lan Luo, a staggering number that far exceeds the total of all the treasures he had previously stored at Qing Yuan Palace. Naturally, he collects them all, setting aside those he cannot identify, and his attention is drawn to a golden handkerchief and a dark yellow silk ribbon entwined on the ground. The golden handkerchief, approximately 3 feet square, bore countless intricate golden characters etched into its surface, arranged in obscure lines and columns that even Hanli found perplexing. One side of the handkerchief was inscribed with the name Jin Xianwan, which left Hanli pondering its significance for a considerable time. Alongside this golden handkerchief was a striking black and yellow silk ribbon, also inscribed with golden characters, yet curiously devoid of any golden hue, presenting only a mysterious dark yellow that astonished Hanli. With determination, Hanli unleashed his spiritual sense and gently brushed his hands over the golden and yellow items before him, his eyes revealing a hint of strangeness. It became apparent that these 2 spiritual artifacts bore no trace of any soul imprint, leaving Hanli with a sense of uncertainty. He discreetly activated the Tongbao Ju, allowing his pure celestial spiritual energy to permeate the golden and yellow objects. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual pressure radiated outward, followed by ripples of golden energy emanating from the golden handkerchief. Hanli was taken aback, unable to react swiftly enough to evade the powerful spiritual pressure that surged toward him. His face contorted as if buffeted by a fierce wind, his clothes flaring wildly, and his ears ringing as he was pushed back half a foot. The golden ripples, sharp as blades, sliced mercilessly into his waist, severing his azure robe and leaving behind deep crimson gashes on his flesh. It was only due to Hanli's formidable physical training that he avoided severe injury. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, the consequences would have been dire. Upon glancing around the chamber, Hanli noted that the protective formations he had set up had been completely obliterated, and the vessel itself bore significant damage. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he contemplated the possible connection between the fate of Lan Luo's spiritual domain and this golden handkerchief. Without delay, he reinforced the chamber with even stronger protective formations and scrutinized the 2 artifacts anew. As time passed, despite his focused efforts, Hanli remained unable to discern the source of the terrifying backlash. His brow furrowed with intensity, and with a flick of his fingers, he summoned strands of golden lightning, which coalesced into a formidable divine thunder arrow. As he silently chanted an incantation, the Xiantian blood seal materialized before him, poised to defend. With a swift glance around, Hanli prepared himself, his eyes glinting with cold determination, as he unleashed the thunder arrow toward the golden handkerchief. A resounding thud echoed through the chamber as the divine thunder met the handkerchief, creating ripples of celestial energy that splashed outward like stones thrown into water. These waves dissipated almost immediately, vanishing without a trace. Observing the outcome, Hanli's expression shifted as he stroked his chin, deep in thought. Shortly thereafter, he tested various powerful flames and destructive forces against the golden handkerchief, but it merely produced slight ripples of spiritual energy, devoid of any backlash. However, when he infused it again with pure celestial energy, he realized that the golden handkerchief's backlash was merely a manifestation of its refined power, reaching the level of a formidable celestial treasure, its true potential not to be underestimated. Moreover, the handkerchief seemed to selectively respond to attacks, distinguishing between sentient beings and others, leaving Hanli at a loss for further explanation. This lack of communication might have been the reason Lan Luo had kept it hidden away. Although disappointed, Hanli cautiously sealed the golden handkerchief and the black and yellow ribbon with several seals before placing them into his storage ring. Looking around once more, he noted that apart from the storage ring bearing Lan Luo's spiritual domain, only a purple-red lantern and the box containing the world-connecting black jade remained. With a slight curl of his fingers, Hanli grasped the purple-red lantern, examining it closely. The lantern had lost its previous 4 beast designs, yet upon further inspection, he discerned that it was a spatial treasure. With a faint smile, he brushed away the spiritual imprint left by Lan Luo and infused the lantern with his own spiritual energy. As he chanted the incantation, one side of the lantern emitted a red glow, drawing in the ring along with the remnants of Lan Luo's spiritual domain. After a brief examination, he scoffed and stored it away, then grasped the world-connecting black jade, which shattered in his hand, erupting into flames that consumed it entirely. Had it not been for the fear of provoking your soul and drawing greater enemies, I would have long since handed your soul to Jiner for disposal. Han Li muttered under his breath. He then deactivated the chamber's protections and, with a slight shift, found himself at the bow of the ship, smiling at a figure resembling himself in azure robes, who instantly vanished. Narrowing his eyes, Han Li contemplated. Though this convoluted journey has cost me considerable time, it should allow me to evade that Li's surnamed celestial envoy and his allies. I can then return to Tianchuang City, seeking another small town to cultivate for several hundred years, hoping to reach the peak of the foundational stage. With this thought, Han Li retrieved a palm-sized circular ring, a gift from Feyre, the moon-chasing ring. He silently activated its incantation, and an invisible thread began to form in his spiritual sea, only to vanish the next moment, leaving Han Li disheartened. He diligently continued to refine his understanding of the laws and incantations. In the ensuing month, Han Li became increasingly proficient in mastering the void-breaking laws. Yet he still could not harness them at will. As the magic spirit's sacred boat sped away from the Lijian mountain range, he cast a spell upon the vessel's protective barriers, redirecting it toward Tianchuang City. Meanwhile, several tens of thousands of miles away, a yellow-robed man led two celestial envoys, Blue and Li, in hot pursuit. However, Han Li's vessel frequently changed direction, causing the yellow-robed man to become increasingly agitated. One day, the yellow-robed man released the blue orb once more, only to discover a significant deviation from the original path. Frowning, he revealed a peculiar smile. Moments later, he burst into laughter, his fists cracking with excitement as he exclaimed, "Han Kid, you are finally returning to Tianchuang City." At this moment, the cautious Li, the celestial envoy, spoke in a hushed tone, "Master Zhongshe, could this be the trickery of the young Han?" The man in the yellow robe turned his head sharply to glare at Li, who immediately lowered his gaze even further. However, the yellow-robed man burst into laughter, declaring, "The celestial capture instrument tracks the soul of a person. Unless they are forewarned and manage to split their soul, it is nearly impossible to evade its pursuit within a certain distance." Upon hearing this, Li's expression shifted slightly, and he replied in a somber tone, "Understood." The yellow-robed man then gazed up at the sky for a moment before exclaiming, "We must hasten our pursuit. If that person escapes into Tianchuang City, capturing them will become exceedingly difficult." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of yellow light, racing ahead towards the swiftly moving blue sphere. He retracted the blue sphere, and 3 beams of escape light surged forth in pursuit of Han Li. On that day, Han Li sat cross-legged at the bow of his vessel, taking a moment to recuperate before attempting to weave the threads of the breaking void's principles once more. Suddenly, a flicker of alarm crossed his eyes, and he swiftly stowed away the moon-chasing ring, turning to look back. To his surprise, he spotted a minuscule yellow dot approaching him steadily. Realizing what the yellow dot signified, Han Li quickly executed a spell, causing the demon spirit's sacred vessel to lift its concealment and accelerate forward. Having completed his actions, Han Li swiftly moved to the stern of the ship, peering into the distance. The tiny yellow dot continued to draw near, prompting him to release several thousand formation flags, which erupted in a dazzling display of mystical light, enveloping the vessel in a myriad of runes. "Humph, a mere nascent celestial being thinks they can escape from my grasp? Such folly." The yellow-robed man mused to himself as he glanced back, noting that Bai and Li were desperately trying to catch up, but still lagged far behind. Despite the demon spirit's sacred vessel's full-speed advance, the yellow dot continued to close the distance, and within half a day, they were within 10,000 miles of each other, the yellow dot gradually transforming into a yellow patch. At this moment, Han Li focused intently, recognizing within the yellow patch a figure clad in a yellow robe. And after a moment of discernment, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Golden Immortal?" His mind raced with myriad thoughts, but soon regaining his composure, Han Li's expression shifted to one of cunning. He produced a gleaming golden spear, lightly squeezing it to infuse it with an invisible wave. He then silently recited a spell, channeling it into the spear, before pointing it towards the approaching yellow escape light. "Go." The golden spear shot forth towards the yellow patch behind the demon spirit sacred vessel, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, poised to collide with the yellow-robed man within moments. The yellow-robed man, noticing this, felt a surge of anger and raised his hand to unleash a yellow rainbow that shot towards the speeding spear, the two colliding instantly. However, to the yellow-robed man's surprise, the spear merely wobbled slightly before continuing its relentless trajectory towards him. His expression shifted dramatically as he realized the power of the principles? Truly cunning. With a flick of his hand, the yellow-robed man unleashed several invisible waves of power, attempting to sweep the golden spear aside, simultaneously sending forth a small dragon-like whirlwind to intercept it. Yet, at that moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted as the golden spear, a treasured artifact, detonated violently. In an instant, shockwaves radiated outward, crashing towards the yellow-robed man, who, though caught off guard, swiftly activated his protective spiritual light, successfully warding off the explosive force. This time, the yellow-robed man was genuinely furious. Since attaining his golden immortal form, he had never been toyed with by someone of a lower realm. He accelerated, his escape light flashing with renewed speed. Just then, he spotted Hanli firing 3 small blades in succession, each glimmering with a faint light that seemed to conceal the power of principles. Infuriated yet resigned, the yellow-robed man shot out 3 strands of principle power from a distance, severing the approaching blades before they could reach him. But there is no power of principles, he muttered to himself with a wry smile. This young man possesses a depth of cunning. It is no wonder he eluded capture before. If I do not seize him today, he may become a future calamity. Hanli, unconcerned about the loss of several treasured artifacts, continued to intermittently infuse principal power into the remaining treasures in his possession, all the while pondering how to shake off his pursuers. The decision of whether to flee towards Tianshuang City was still uncertain in his mind. For half a day, he miraculously managed to keep the yellow-robed man at bay, preventing him from closing the distance to within 10,000 miles. Frustrated, the yellow-robed man gritted his teeth and retrieved a silver teleportation talisman from his storage ring. Observing the erratic silver inscriptions upon it, he furrowed his brow and muttered, "It seems that without this teleportation talisman, I cannot catch up with him." With that, he unleashed several strands of principal power to deflect the incoming treasures and infused pure celestial energy into the silver talisman. In an instant, the man cloaked in yellow light was enveloped by a torrent of silver inscriptions, and the next moment, the yellow-robed man vanished without a trace. Hanli had already noticed the yellow-robed man preparing to activate a silver talisman, initially believing it to be an offensive artifact. However, witnessing his sudden disappearance sent a shiver of unease through him, only to find the imposing figure of the yellow-robed man materializing atop the demon spirit sacred vessel. Chapter 52. The confrontation of fire. As Hanli's consciousness extended tentatively, brushing against the presence of the yellow-robed man hovering above him, a flicker of alarm crossed his face. Yet, in the next moment, he regained his composure, and with a slight wave of his arm, the demon spirit's sacred vessel pivoted sharply, speeding away in a different direction. The yellow-robed man, seeing this, felt a surge of fiery determination. His brows lifted as he let out a soft hiss, then activated his spell once more, propelling himself like a shooting comet in pursuit, still trying to escape. In that fleeting moment, the yellow-robed man closed the distance to within 100 feet of Hanli, raising his hand to deliver a crushing blow to the demon spirit sacred vessel. An enormous crimson palm descended like a mountain, accompanied by a fierce gale. Its overwhelming might unlike anything Hanli had ever witnessed. Though momentarily startled, Hanli maintained his composure. He silently chanted, and 3 massive arrows of the exorcising thunder surged forth. With the incantation of his thunderous spell, the arrows transformed into 3 golden lightning rainbows, piercing through the vessel's numerous protective barriers towards the descending crimson palm. As Hanli observed, the lightning rainbows collided with the crimson palm, seemingly lacking any formidable power, quickly enveloped by the swirling crimson clouds within the palm. The only sound that remained was the rushing wind, suggesting that the arrows had been completely absorbed without a trace. The crimson giant hand descended with an imposing force, separated only by layers of intricate barriers from the demon spirit sacred vessel. Yet, Hanli remained remarkably composed. A miniature 5-colored extreme mountain, no larger than a fist, hovering before him. The man in the yellow robe had certainly noticed the situation with the thunderous arrows, and though a fleeting smile had crossed his face, it quickly vanished upon seeing Hanli's enigmatic grin on the demon spirit sacred vessel. After a moment of sensing, his expression subtly shifted. In the next instant, a sharp, ear-splitting bang resonated as the crimson giant hand was about to make contact with the outer barriers of the demon spirit sacred vessel. Suddenly, it erupted in concentric circles of golden waves from within, engulfing the crimson hand in a cataclysmic explosion. To Han Li's astonishment, the crimson hand began to blur, dissipating into smoke within mere breaths. Amidst this tremendous explosion, Han Li activated the five-colored radiance of the Yuanhe Extreme Mountain, effectively neutralizing the majority of the explosive force. The vessel only trembled slightly, losing the outermost two layers of its protective formations before swiftly continuing its advance. The backlash from the massive explosion triggered by Han Li's thunderous technique primarily affected the man in the yellow robe, who, standing at the forefront of this tempest, experienced a tumultuous surge of energy. His complexion flickered between red and pale as he took a moment to steady himself. The sheer power of the exorcising thunder in the hands of a mere mortal cultivator was astonishing. It left the man in yellow pondering how Han Li managed to mitigate the recoil. A fleeting thought crossed his mind before he surged forward once more, chasing after Han Li. The demon spirit's sacred vessel, being but a treasure from the lower realms, could not match the speed of the yellow-robed man's golden immortal escape. Within a dozen breaths, the man had caught up, with a fierce glint in his eyes, revealing his predatory nature. He bared his teeth in a menacing snarl and extended his fingers. A torrent of searing flames erupted from his palm, morphing into a purplish-red fire serpent as it lunged toward the demon spirit sacred vessel. Han Li, feel the wrath of my spirit-burning flames. If you do not abandon your vessel, I shall reduce both you and this wretched ship to ashes. From afar, Han Li observed the malicious glare of the yellow-robed man and heard his furious taunts. Upon examining the intensity of the flames erupting from his palm, he realized that the barriers he had placed on the vessel would be utterly insufficient to withstand such heat. As anticipated, the spirit-burning flames conjured a fire serpent that, apart from its extreme heat, also possessed formidable offensive capabilities, violently assaulting the outer barriers of the demon spirit's sacred vessel, which now appeared perilously vulnerable. As the flames made contact with the vessel's outer layer, Han Li felt a wave of scorching heat wash over him, reminiscent of a long-forgotten intensity. A glance revealed that the outermost barrier runes were already beginning to disintegrate into wisps of smoke under the relentless assault. Indeed, such a dominating and searing flame. Han Li mused quietly as he noted that the three protective barriers he had summoned faltered within mere breaths, collapsing under the pressure. With a furrowed brow, he took a deep breath and exhaled toward the ship's stern. From his mouth emerged a shimmering silver firebird, soaring gracefully into the air. This firebird was none other than Han Li's soul-devouring firebird. As it burst forth, it let out a clarion call, unleashing a stream of pale blue flames toward the yellow-robed man's spirit-burning flames. Is that the essence flame? Upon catching sight of Han Li's summoned silver firebird, the yellow-robed man uttered a soft exclamation, but his expression quickly sharpened. With a surge of mana, the spirit-burning flames intensified, and the conjured fire serpent became even more ferocious. As the icy blue flames from the soul-devouring firebird clashed with the yellow-robed man's flames, a cacophony of hissing and crackling erupted. Han Li witnessed a blinding radiance at the intersection of the two fiery forces, making it difficult for even his well-trained eyes to bear. Moreover, as the two flames collided with fierce intensity, the surrounding void seemed to distort under an unseen force, warping in all directions. Despite this, Han Li's consciousness scanned ahead, and he discerned that even though the barriers of the demon spirit's sacred vessel did not directly engage with the yellow-robed man's flames, the spiritual energy fluctuations generated by their clash were still gradually eroding the outer defenses, and the pace of this erosion was alarmingly quickening. Turning his gaze back to the vessel, Han Li noticed that it too began to exhibit subtle changes under the fierce confrontation of flames. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head slightly, raising his hand to retract the demon spirit's sacred vessel. The yellow-robed man, however, was not surprised by this. After all, the opponent had demonstrated a lack of strong evasive power and was destined to confront him. As Han Li withdrew the vessel, he summoned the Yuanhe Extreme Mountain, which floated above him, but when he glanced at the blue flames emitted by the soul-devouring firebird, he saw it diminishing at a visible rate. Han Li then looked up at the spirit-burning flames unleashed by the yellow-robed man, noting the gleeful expression on his face. The corners of the man's mouth curled into a half-smile as he unleashed a surge of pure spiritual energy toward the firebird, followed by another azure spell. Just as the yellow-robed man felt a tinge of surprise, the next moment, the soul-devouring firebird unexpectedly emitted two clear calls, halting the pale blue flames it had been spewing. The fire serpent conjured by the yellow-robed man's spirit-burning flames let out a small roar and lunged forward, engulfing the firebird whole and then swiftly turning to pursue Han Li. Prepared for this, Han Li let out a soft hum, furrowing his brows slightly. He rolled on the ground, and in a dazzling display, a resplendent seven-colored phoenix appeared before the spirit-burning fire serpent. Could it truly transform into a genuine spirit? The yellow-robed man was momentarily taken aback, silently exclaiming. The seven-colored phoenix flapped its magnificent wings, its tail feathers swaying gently, and it flew several dozen miles away. The fire serpent followed closely, only to witness the phoenix suddenly engulfed in a brilliant red light, igniting its tail feathers in a roaring blaze that quickly enveloped its entire being. Then, amidst the overwhelming flames, the seven-colored phoenix let out two long cries and charged toward the fire serpent conjured by the yellow-robed man. "Huh, seeking your death." The yellow-robed man shouted loudly. "Very well, save me some effort." Muttering to himself, he coldly observed as the seven-colored phoenix collided with the spirit-burning fire serpent. The phoenix showed no sign of retreat, crashing fiercely into the serpent, producing a piercing shriek. The yellow-robed man watched in astonishment as the phoenix ripped open the serpent's maw and plunged inside. In the next moment, it burst through the serpent's body, shrieking as it soared away. The fire serpent, now severed in two by Han Li's illusionary phoenix, began to dissolve under the absence of the yellow-robed man's powerful magic. Without the yellow-robed man's formidable support, the front half of the fire serpent let out a bizarre cry, gradually becoming indistinct, before ultimately dissipating into wisps of red mist, vanishing without a trace. You actually managed to escape under my spirit-burning flames." Witnessing the vibrant, multicolored phoenix conjured by Han Li soaring far beyond him, the man in the yellow robe could scarcely believe such a phenomenon. He was well aware of the formidable power contained within the refined spirit flame he wielded, which was certainly not something an ordinary initial-stage human immortal could confront. As the colorful phoenix glided gracefully, Han Li understood that escape from a gold immortal, who was a full level above him, was utterly impossible. Moreover, in the vast expanse of the northern cold immortal domain, he had no place to flee. At that moment, the devouring firebird let out a shrill cry, emerging slowly from the side of the colorful phoenix's wings. After a couple more cries, it plunged into the body of the phoenix. The man in the yellow robe immediately felt relief. It seemed this strand of refined flame was indeed no ordinary entity. Meanwhile, Han Li's mind raced as he swiftly channeled his magical techniques, activating the Thousand Beasts transformation and darting rapidly in a particular direction. Chapter 53. The Violent Flood Axe and the Illusory Magnetic Dagger. Those who ascend from the lower realms are indeed extraordinary. If this Han kid hadn't secretly refined divine techniques, I would have genuinely considered recruiting him. Alas, such is the pity. The man in the yellow robe mused to himself, but the next moment, he noticed Han Li fleeing rapidly thousands of miles away. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he hurriedly pursued. The yellow-robed man sent out his divine sense to scan behind him, realizing that the duo of Lan and Li had yet to catch up. He cursed them under his breath and, channeling his magical power with fervor, he rapidly closed the distance between himself and Han Li. After a brief span, Han Li still could not shake off his pursuer, even as he maintained the power of the Thousand Beasts transformation. Glancing back at the yellow-robed man hot on his heels, he inwardly lamented. Since ordinary means could not deal with this individual, it appeared that without deploying treasures, he could not subdue him. I hope this Han kid does not meet his demise beneath such a treasure. The yellow-robed man thought as he raised his head to gaze at the avian form of Han Li, which seemed to resemble neither a rock nor a phoenix. Suddenly, he expelled a deep blue murky liquid, and under the subtle urging of his magical techniques, a brilliant blue axe materialized before him. Han Li, while releasing his divine sense, kept the situation regarding the yellow-robed man's pursuit stored in his mind. As he slightly turned his phoenix head to peer into the distance, he couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. The backward primordial heaven. However, Han Li found himself unable to completely shake off his pursuer. Rather, the distance between them grew shorter, closing to within 100 feet. "Hey, Han kid, let us see how you fare against my violent flood axe," the yellow-robed man declared loudly, and with a mental command, the miniature blue axe before him flickered with azure light, then suddenly flattened like flowing water. Following this, it launched toward Han Li like a water arrow, appearing to be an ordinary water-type artifact, devoid of any discernible power. Yet Han Li trusted his instincts. After all, it had only just been a treasure of the backward primordial heaven, and as a gold immortal, his opponent could not possibly resort to using low-tier artifacts. Thus, with a sharp cry from his phoenix head, several beams of azure sword light shot toward the blue water arrow. Seeing this, the yellow-robed man made no move. And as Han Li's azure sword light struck the water arrow, it vanished into it, as if a cow had fallen into the sea, encountering not the slightest resistance. Just as Han Li was about to slightly adjust his direction, he suddenly found himself locked onto by the blue water arrow behind him. He paused momentarily and then let out a piercing cry, unleashing a crimson blood arrow that shot toward the yellow-robed man's blue water arrow. In an instant, the blood arrow and the water arrow collided. Instead of the dull sound one would expect from such an impact, both Han Li and the yellow-robed man heard an overwhelming, thunderous roar echoing through the air. Han Li's thousand beasts transformation trembled involuntarily, hovering several miles away. At the moment of the deafening sound, the yellow-robed man's escape light also flickered as he momentarily halted amidst spiritual waves. Their gazes met, and they beheld a deep blue axe, flowing like water, hovering before Han Li's primordial blood seal. As Han Li, having dispelled the thousand beasts transformation, focused on the axe, he noted its appearance, neither resembling gold nor water. Although the spiritual pressure emanating from it was not significant, it was undoubtedly a treasure of the backward primordial heaven. The yellow-robed man turned his gaze to Han Li's primordial blood seal, and, sensing its violent essence, his expression darkened as he remarked, "Han Kid, possessing such a violent primordial artifact, even if I wished to spare you, I would find it difficult to explain to my superiors." Han Li was, of course, unaware of the countless lives Ma Liang had sacrificed to refine the primordial blood seal. Even Ma Liang himself had faced severe punishment from his sect, let alone Han Li, a mere rogue cultivator. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. If I do not possess this seal, would you simply cease your pursuit? Han Li furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered before responding aloud. Haha, you are quite right. A death sentence is a death sentence, whether one or two. Today, let us fulfill your wish. Dying beneath my violent flood axe is indeed a fine choice. The yellow-robed man laughed heartily, and as he began to chant, Han Li noticed the blue axe, which the yellow-robed man referred to as the violent flood axe, subtly tremble. The next moment, torrents of water began to pour forth from its axe handle. These torrents were not merely for show. From each wave emerged numerous violent flood axes. In no time, Han Li found himself engulfed in a deluge, thousands of violent flood axes shimmering within a blue light, surging toward him. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, and he swiftly executed his magical techniques, causing the primordial blood seal before him to manifest a vast sea of blood, equally tumultuous, led by 8 ferocious blood dragons, launching a counter-assault against the violent flood axes. The clash between the violent flood axes and the primordial blood seal resulted in a torrent of blood overwhelming the flood, only for the flood to instantly retaliate, plunging the scene into a stalemate. Han Li squinted his eyes, observing the unfolding spectacle, when suddenly he noticed several blue torrents breaking through the blood sea's encirclement, racing toward him. In an instant, Han Li shifted his magical techniques, and from the depths of the blood sea, enormous hands emerged, grasping at the escaping blue arrows. In this contest, a tug-of-war ensued. Just as Han Li released a sigh of relief, he caught sight of a sly grin on the yellow-robed man's face. The next moment, one of the blue torrents morphed into the shape of the violent flood axe, its azure light flashing as it severed the pursuing blood hands without a trace. And in a blink, it sped toward Han Li. Though Han Li had anticipated such a maneuver, he was still unprepared for how easily the violent flood axe could bypass the primordial blood seal. With a swift thought, he propelled himself backward and executed his magical techniques once more, positioning the primordial blood seal in front of him once again. Yet, the violent flood axe showed no signs of slowing, surging toward him relentlessly. Han Li grunted inwardly and summoned his true essence. In the next moment, instead of colliding fiercely with the primordial blood seal, the violent flood axe softened, flowing like water over the blood seal, rapidly expanding as if intending to envelop it entirely. Seeing this, Han Li swiftly unleashed his magical techniques, causing the primordial blood seal to expand wildly under the incantation he recited. Within mere moments, the primordial blood seal grew to a staggering 1,000 feet, completely isolating Han Li from the yellow-robed man. At that very moment, unable to see the yellow-robed man's condition, he inexplicably produced a small dagger that appeared grayish-black, his eyes gleaming with malice as he fixed his gaze upon the primordial blood seal before him. The dagger, approximately 3 inches in length, appeared to be a shade of gray or black, gleaming with a metallic sheen that suggested it was neither gold nor silver, emanating a barely perceptible aura of spiritual energy. As the yellow-robed man silently recited his incantation, he hurled the dagger forcefully towards the top of his head. It seemed that without resorting to the illusionary magnetic dagger, he would be unable to harm this young man. The yellow-robed man muttered to himself, then quietly chanted again, causing the flood axe to shrink back to its original size. hovering above the turbulent sea of blood. In the next instant, the flood axe struck again, aimed directly at Han Li, who, perceiving the impending danger, flicked his finger slightly. The Xiantian blood seal, activated by his incantation, met the flood axe head-on. A tremendous sound erupted, and both Han Li and the yellow-robed man trembled slightly from the backlash. But Han Li instinctively thought, "This is bad." An unseen wave suddenly surged from above him, and it was not his spiritual consciousness that detected it, but the miniature Yuna 5 Extremes mountain hovering above. In a moment of clarity, Han Li focused his thoughts, and the diminutive Yuna 5 Extremes mountain began to spin, rapidly enlarging as it struck towards a point in midair. A sharp, piercing sound echoed as the Yuna 5 Extremes mountain trembled slightly, yet no trace of any spiritual artifact was visible nearby. The yellow-robed man, momentarily startled, displayed an expression of disbelief. This young man could even sense the illusionary magnetic dagger, which was truly unfathomable. But in the next moment, he noticed that the Yunhe 5 Extremes mountain was swaying towards an unseen location, emanating dozens of strands of multicolored light from its base, prompting him to exclaim, "The power of Yuan magnetic?" However, sensing the situation, an invisible light flickered, breaking free from the entangling multicolored rays of the Yunhe 5 Extremes mountain, and swiftly shot back into the yellow-robed man's hand. Han Li focused his gaze and was astonished to find a gray-black dagger, a treasure from Xiantian, whose peculiar nature sent a chill down his spine. Had it not been for the Yunhe 5 Extremes mountain's warning, he would have been mortally wounded by that strike. "Young Han, it appears you possess quite a few treasures. Here's the deal. If you surrender, I can guarantee your survival." The yellow-robed man did not rush to capture Han Li, instead glancing at the flood axe not far away, attempting to persuade him. Han Li, however, regarded this with great disdain. Being captured by mistake was one thing, but to disarm and cease fighting was out of the question. Seeing Han Li's indifference, the yellow-robed man continued to press. "If you are hesitant, I can swear the heart demon oath." Han Li ignored him entirely, channeling his incantation to retract the Xiantian blood seal, turning to activate the Thousand Birds transformation and escape. The yellow-robed man shook his head and, gritting his teeth, gave chase. Chapter 54. The Law of Fire pursued relentlessly. Han Li felt a great deal of distress. Within less than half a tea's brewing time, the yellow-robed man had closed the distance to within 100 feet. As Han Li glanced back with the phoenix head of the Thousand Birds transformation, he was startled to discover that the yellow-robed man had inexplicably vanished from sight. Alarmed, the Yunhe 5 Extremes mountain floated out, and with his spiritual consciousness extended, Han Li quickly sensed the yellow-robed man had abruptly stopped in midair ahead, raising his hand to unleash a towering crimson whirlwind that rushed towards Han Li. Having identified the threat, Han Li steadied himself, transforming back into the form of the demon god. The Yunhe 5 Extremes mountain loomed like a giant before him, and he gazed intently as his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. The crimson whirlwind surged forth, expanding rapidly within a breath, reaching a height of over 100 feet. The fierce rotational force distorted the surrounding void, and within the eye of the whirlwind, several strands of invisible energy surged towards Han Li. "Humph. Since you are so ungrateful, then what purpose do you serve?" After unleashing the whirlwind, the yellow-robed man crossed his arms and glared at Han Li with a menacing expression, his earlier nobility replaced by a fearsome demeanor. Han Li, witnessing this, couldn't he help but let a bitter smile flicker across his face. Furrowing his brow, he began to form seals, but in such a brief moment, how could he conjure enough power to counteract the overwhelming force? Silently reciting his thoughts, in the blink of an eye, 3 streams of golden light spiraled forth, surpassing the strands of law he had previously unleashed, and rushed into the heart of the yellow-robed man's crimson whirlwind. Instantly, a dazzling circle of golden light erupted from the center of the whirlwind, causing both Han Li and the yellow-robed man to avert their eyes from its brilliance. Boom! The blinding golden light lasted barely half a breath before dissipating, followed by a tremendous roar as countless small whirlwinds scattered in all directions. Yet, these insignificant whirlwinds posed no threat to Han Li or the yellow-robed man. With a flicker of spiritual light, they subsided, merely causing their garments to flutter wildly in the wind before finally settling. However, both Han Li and the yellow-robed man had noted the emergence of a fissure in space, roughly a foot long, at the epicenter of the explosion. The yellow-robed man's expression shifted slightly as he muttered, "The law of golden slaughter?" But it seems this was not the doing of Han Li. In the next moment, his complexion changed again, a flicker of unusual realization crossing his eyes. With a slight push off the ground, he found he could not move an inch. The power of the law. The yellow-robed man thought to himself, activating the protective spiritual light surrounding him, and a black arc shot towards him, causing his protective barrier to surge up. Yet, it could not restrain the encroaching black line, which struck him in the blink of an eye. Although the yellow-robed man appeared grave, no fear was evident on his face. In the next moment, the black line seemed to penetrate his body, but Han Li, extending his consciousness, perceived something extraordinary. The yellow-robed man's expression twisted further as he glanced at Han Li and then at the threads of law that were locking onto him, ready to disperse them, only to suddenly find that Han Li had vanished without a trace right before his eyes. Where Han Li had stood was now only a small circle of exorcising divine thunder, which flickered briefly. The yellow-robed man immediately recognized it as a teleportation array. His heart leaped as he realized the towering form of the demon god had suddenly appeared above him, a colossal blood seal descending like a mountain, enveloping the yellow-robed man within the tumultuous sea of blood. In that moment, the yellow-robed man was shocked. He had never anticipated that Han Li would take the initiative to strike back. However, his heart sank as he spewed forth a small orb of blue murky liquid, intending to transform it into the flood axe to counter the descending Xiantian blood seal. Yet, he suddenly felt an intense pressure in his spiritual consciousness. A sharp prick awakening his mind. A spiritual attack? The yellow-robed man realized this, but before he could react, an enormous shadow he had never seen before suddenly loomed over him, and 4 massive thunderballs surged towards him without warning. This was dire. The man in the yellow robe was indeed in deep distress this time. Han Li had simultaneously unleashed such a multitude of strategies that managing to counter them all appeared exceedingly challenging. It was inevitable that some of the attacks would reach him. As thoughts raced through his mind, a fleeting moment later, the man in the yellow robe subtly shifted his focus, conjuring an invisible sphere that was as transparent as glass, yet vibrant with a kaleidoscope of colors, which unexpectedly erupted from his body without warning. In an instant, Han Li's Xiantian blood seal, 4 enormous golden thunderballs, and the earlier streams of the power of laws, along with the sea of blood, were all repelled by this sphere. The spiritual domain? Han Li swiftly recognized that the protective artifact of the man in the yellow robe was indeed a spiritual domain he had refined himself, though not identical. It bore a certain resemblance to Lan Luo's shattered spiritual domain. With this spiritual domain in place, the golden immortal before him not only possessed magical powers far superior to his own, but was also assuredly in an invulnerable position. It was possible that the earlier attack utilizing the spatial rift had been similarly neutralized by this very force. Han Li's contemplation was fleeting. Looking down from his elevated position, he perceived that the sea of blood had no effect whatsoever, and the Xiantian blood seal was forcefully blocked by the spiritual domain. Although several strands of the power of laws managed to infiltrate somewhat, they were effortlessly annihilated by an unknown divine ability. As he narrowed his eyes, the 4 thunderballs emitted by the crab Taoist, upon contact with the spiritual domain, adhered to its surface, creating superficial cracks that sizzled and popped. However, in the next moment, the man in the yellow robe ferociously swung his flood axe, sending Han Li's Xiantian blood seal flying. Han Li would not allow such an easy escape. He instantly transformed the Yuanhe 5 extreme mountain into a colossal entity, crashing down with immense force. Yet, the man in the yellow robe's spiritual domain expanded to a height of 1,000 feet in an instant, and as it contracted, the glass sphere was swiftly absorbed. With a leap, he executed a peculiar evasion technique, retreating over 100 feet, his gaze fixed on Han Li with a fierce intensity, as if he intended to devour him. Having summoned the crab Taoist back, Han Li's transformed demonic figure also fixed its gaze on the man in the yellow robe, but spoke first. "Will you cease this and depart in peace?" Not a chance. The man's visage, flushed with alternating hues of red and white, took a moment to recuperate before he bellowed loudly, flicking his fingers to unleash several strands of intangible fluctuations. With his other arm slightly raised, a blazing fire dragon surged forth. In response, Han Li remained unfazed, promptly opening his mouth as the spirit-eating firebird soared out, exuding a stream of pale blue cold flames to confront the fire dragon. Several strands of the power of laws were summoned to dissipate the intangible fluctuations from the man in the yellow robe. Thereafter, the man unleashed dozens of strands of law power in quick succession. Though Han Li found himself hard-pressed to respond, he resorted to the golden killing power of Jin Air. Although he was at a disadvantage, he managed to utilize the spatial rift generated to execute surprise attacks with the power of annihilation, barely keeping up. In the next moment, Han Li caught a glimpse of a strange flicker in the man's angered countenance, noticing a red wave unexpectedly igniting in his eyes, which swiftly merged into the fiery blaze he conjured. Han Li inwardly cursed, intending to summon the spirit-eating firebird back, only to find it unable to budge. Letting out 2 faint cries instead. Law power? The thought barely crossed Han Li's mind when he immediately directed the strands of law power he had summoned toward the fire dragon. It became apparent that this action was too late. Han Li witnessed the red wave pierce through the flames, directly striking the spirit-eating firebird. With a heart-wrenching cry, the firebird was violently thrown aside by the opposing fire dragon, subsequently transforming back into pale blue ice flames, gradually disappearing into the tumultuous sea of blood below. As Han Li suffered from this blow, he was immediately struck by a backlash on his spirit, his face paling momentarily before he managed to regain composure. Yet, several strands of law power, accompanied by the fire dragon, surged toward him. With a sudden tightening of his expression, Han Li swiftly summoned the Yuanhe 5 Extreme Mountain, unleashing 5-colored divine light that quickly ensnared the ferocious fire dragon. A strand of golden mystical light from Jin Air also emerged, strenuously blocking some of the man in the yellow robe's law powers. Even if it is the essence of flame, under the fire laws, it will dissipate into nothingness. The man in the yellow robe laughed heartily, his expression brightening as he gazed at Han Li. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze shifted to the distance, his smile intensifying. Chapter 55. Han Li arrives. Han Li's consciousness had already detected the unusual expression on the man in the yellow robe's face. Glancing back, he noticed 2 beams of escape light, one blue and one purple, swiftly approaching. With a flash of blue light in his eyes, he recognized them as the 2 celestial emissaries he had encountered upon his initial arrival in the celestial realm. Han Li's heart raced as he heard the man in the yellow robe bellow, "You 2 need only to observe." Upon hearing the man's grand proclamation, Han Li felt a surge of anger and frustration, but had no choice but to endure it. He observed as the 2 celestial emissaries, Lan and Li, nodded respectfully and positioned themselves a distance of 10 miles away from him, one to the left and one to the right. Noticing their expressions, the Li emissary appeared extraordinarily calm, while the Lan emissary's face was fully marked by fury, ready to charge forward had it not been for the man in the yellow robe's commanding shout. Han Li took in the scene, only to see the man in the yellow robe unleash several strands of law power once more, immediately locking on Han Li, seemingly intent on exhausting him to death in this place. Han Li naturally recognized the man's intentions, but, constrained and unable to escape, could not simply resign himself to capture. Thus, he steeled himself and again summoned several strands of law power, raising his arm to strike at the law power of the man in the yellow robe. In the next moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Han Li's eyes gleamed with brilliance as golden streams of light surged from beneath the feet of his demonic form, gradually coalescing into a small teleportation thunder array. A sneak attack? Not a chance. The man in the yellow robe had already caught sight of Han Li's teleportation thunder array from a distance. A strand of destructive law power aimed to lock onto him. But Han Li's demonic figure displayed an unexpected shift in expression. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic figure spontaneously pounded its chest with its fists, unleashing an invisible wave that shattered the binding power of the law, allowing it to vanish from sight. Yet, the man in the yellow robe, whose consciousness was keenly attuned, saw no trace of Han Li's demonic form. He coldly gazed around until a circle of exorcising divine thunder appeared 10 feet above the head of the Lan emissary, and Han Li's demonic form materialized without warning, startling the Lan emissary into visible shock. In an instant, Han Li unleashed the Xiantian blood seal, exerting immense force as he drew a divine thunder spear, charging fiercely toward the Lan emissary. The Lan emissary, taken aback, seemed to have been prepared, raising 2 short forks and unleashing several fierce punches, followed by a flurry of magical treasures. As the forks, punches, and treasures met the Xiantian blood seal, they merely slowed it momentarily. Yet the blood seal continued its relentless descent. Upon witnessing the situation, the blue-clad celestial envoy was overtaken by astonishment, prompting him to plummet rapidly in an attempt to employ a particular divine ability to escape from below. However, Han Li would not allow such an easy escape. He subtly cast a spell, and beneath the blood seal, a tumultuous sea of crimson blood mysteriously materialized, completely encircling the blue celestial envoy. The expression of rage on the envoy's face was swiftly replaced by one of dread, and with gritted teeth, he revealed a glint of coldness in his gaze as he deftly conjured a net of divine laws with his hands. First, I shall shatter your blood seal," the blue envoy exclaimed, forcing himself to maintain a semblance of calm. Naturally, Han Li could not allow this net of divine laws to collide with the blood seal. for doing so would severely diminish its efficacy and potentially reduce it to a mere remnant, leaving him vulnerable to backlash. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he unleashed the exorcising divine thunder spear from his hand. The blue envoy, recognizing the threat of Han Li's self-detonating spear from previous encounters, did not dare to linger, preparing to retreat once more. Yet, as Han Li's demonic visage revealed a single eye, the spear detonated with a resounding bang. As anticipated, the exorcising divine thunder spear erupted, and at the epicenter of its clash with the blue envoy's net of divine laws, a dark fissure, measuring 5 zhang in diameter, was violently torn open. In that instant, Han Li's annihilation gaze activated, shooting into the fissure and curving within to strike the blue envoy's body. Taken by surprise, the blue envoy was sent reeling backward. Han Li, seeing this, was about to hasten forward to seize the blue envoy's nascent soul as leverage. However, sensing a presence, an invisible dagger suddenly surged down from the heavens towards him. Han Li's mind flickered slightly, but the Yuanhe Wujishin was ensnared by the fiery spirit serpent of the man in the yellow robe. The invisible dagger approached with alarming speed, reaching directly above his head in an instant, leaving him with little time to utilize alternative methods. A swift thought coursed through him. In the blink of an eye, a transparent, intangible sphere spontaneously expanded from within Han Li's body, enveloping him entirely. A spiritual domain? No, that is not right. The man in the yellow robe, fixated on Han Li, displayed a hint of suspicion on his face. At that moment, the Li envoy appeared, swiftly carrying the blue envoy several dozen miles away. Standing beside him despite his pallid complexion, seemingly unharmed except for the shock he had endured. Han Kid, attempting to ambush others as well? You shall not escape with your life today, the yellow-robed man declared coldly, having assessed the blue envoy's lack of serious injury. Han Li, however, focused on the shimmering dagger floating before the yellow-robed man and retorted, "How shall we interpret your previous actions, esteemed sir?" The yellow-robed man's expression darkened as he retorted, "Han Kid, despite your various tactics, you cannot evade death today." After speaking, Han Li observed the yellow-robed man's unusual behavior. His hands continued to wield strands of divine law, but his countenance flickered, brow furrowing as if in contemplation. A mental assault? Han Li's consciousness received an overwhelming surge of mental energy, which swiftly ensnared him in mere moments. Looking on coldly, Han Li noted the yellow-robed man's face revealing a glimmer of triumph, as if victory were assured. Yet, Han Li knew that within a short span, the yellow-robed man's mental assault would not breach his divine sea, and although his mental prowess far surpassed that of his peers, success in a direct confrontation was nearly impossible. Thus, he promptly confined his consciousness, compressing it to a minuscule realm. Over the course of the next half-day, unable to disperse the yellow-robed man's mental attack, Han Li was compelled to frequently conjure threads of divine law to counter the assaults, utilizing the spatial fissures produced by their clashes to disrupt his opponent with annihilation glances. In the end, he relied on his immense strength to break free from the constraints of the divine law, distancing himself from the yellow-robed man's lethal threads, thus maintaining a precarious stalemate. Gradually, Han Li's previously abundant mana began to dwindle under the relentless attrition of the yellow-robed man. Realizing this precarious situation, Han Li decisively consumed several replenishing pills obtained from the Lanluo ring, feeling a semblance of relief thereafter. Meanwhile, the Li envoy, who had remained cautiously behind the yellow-robed man, whispered to him, "Lord Commander, this young man's mana is exceptionally dense, and he seems to possess an ample supply of replenishing pills. Prolonging this battle may not guarantee our victory." The yellow-robed man's expression darkened at this transmission, and he retorted angrily, "Humph. Were it not for your weaknesses, I would not need to employ such tactics against him." The Li envoy internally cursed, realizing that the commander's intent had inadvertently led to the blue envoy's dire predicament, nearly costing him his life. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, replying, "Lord Commander, the spiritual domain this young man exhibited earlier appears to be merely a contingency ability, not a true celestial spiritual domain. This implies his spatial abilities are not particularly formidable. You should be able to ensnare him effectively with your own spiritual domain." After delivering this counsel, the Li envoy received no further response from the yellow-robed man. He glanced at the blue envoy, whose complexion had improved slightly, then turned to observe Han Li, who was managing to counter the yellow-robed man's offensive with apparent ease. Han Li, still oblivious to the shifting tides, continued to endure, finding escape impossible and victory elusive. Just then, he noticed the yellow-robed man halting his assault with the threads of divine law, narrowing his eyes as he began to chant obscure runes at a measured pace. As he breathed, Han Li realized the mental attacks surrounding his divine sea had suddenly dissipated, while the yellow-robed man unleashed a slender red thread. This thread, akin to a strand of hair in thickness, evoked changes reminiscent of divine law. Yet it also radiated a faint crimson glow, exuding an eerie aura. The flame law? Han Li observed keenly, recognizing it as identical to the threads that had targeted the spirit-devouring firebird. This thread was several times longer than a typical divine law thread, manifesting from the yellow-robed man's eyes with an uncanny secrecy. In the next moment, the thread began to spiral and whirl under the yellow-robed man's incantations, surging forth like a flaming wheel as Han Li attempted to retreat. Indeed, it was the power of divine law. Feeling the overwhelming might of the binding force, Han Li thought to himself, yet in the next instant, he regarded the seemingly frail, yet formidable red wheel before him with an inscrutable smile. It was impossible. The man in the yellow robe once again revealed a look of astonishment. His eyes widened as he stared ahead. Before him, a flicker of ethereal flame, accompanied by an exceptionally muffled and peculiar sound, drifted past, instantly radiating a circle of searing crimson light, followed closely by a ring of pale blue cold light. This halo leisurely spread out, causing Han Li beside him to be momentarily engulfed in a realm of blazing heat and chilling ice. His protective spiritual light flickered, and the unscathed Han Li soon found a diminutive silver firebird floating before him. Upon closer inspection of this resuscitated soul-devouring firebird, its entire body and the outstretched wings gleamed a rich silver hue. However, two strands of peculiar flame flickered within its eyes, one crimson, the other blue, creating an eerie spectacle. The yellow-robed man mused inwardly. Could it be that this strand of ethereal flame has already reached a profound understanding? Yet, a glimmer of avarice surfaced in his gaze as he looked upon the ethereal flame before him. In contrast, Han Li remained unfazed. He had not suffered significantly from the backlash of mental force, thus realizing that the soul-devouring firebird was merely incapable of dispelling the yellow-robed man's law power, which had caused it to exhibit signs of distress. The yellow-robed man did not pursue, so Han Li paid no heed. Now, seeing the soul-devouring firebird return safely, he displayed a look of relief, then raised his hand to unleash a robust surge of true essence, which swiftly entered the firebird's body. The soul-devouring firebird emitted a sharp cry, its silver exterior becoming even more radiant, and its pair of crimson and blue eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. It then expelled a swirling halo of flames, a blend of red and blue with hints of purple, which collided with the approaching wheel of fiery law. With an ear-piercing screech, the wheel of fiery law, caught in the tumultuous sound, gradually slowed down. The soul-devouring firebird, with another sharp cry, shot forth an extraordinary crimson arc of profound light from its eyes, which swiftly traversed the flame halo and struck the wheel of fiery law. Despite the wheel's deceleration, it continued to spin rapidly, and the crimson arc could not hinder its motion in the slightest, ultimately dissolving upon contact with the law's power. Witnessing this scene, Han Li maintained his composure. After all, it was beyond his imagination that the soul-devouring firebird could withstand the fiery law's power. In the fleeting moments, with Han Li's continuous infusion of true essence, the halo expelled by the firebird finally brought the wheel of fiery law to a complete stop. And under the persistent influence of the crimson arc, the wheel began to visibly decelerate. Han Li then directed a blue spell toward the soul-devouring firebird, which let out a soft cry and flapped its silver wings fiercely, charging towards the nearly halted wheel of fiery law. Under the watchful gaze of the yellow-robed man, the firebird expelled a more intense halo of flames, completely enveloping the wheel. In the next moment, the soul-devouring firebird took a deep breath, swallowing the halo that encapsulated the strands of fiery law, spiraling twice before plunging into Han Li's demonic form. The yellow-robed man was taken aback by the firebird's ability to consume the strands of fiery law in such a brief span. After all, profound spirits are typically drawn to objects of a similar nature. Moreover, the fact that this strand of ethereal flame could endure under the fiery law's power suggested that its comprehension of the corresponding law power was only a matter of time. With this thought, a flicker of greed crossed the yellow-robed man's face once more. In the next moment, Han Li's demonic form suddenly manifested a palm-sized circular ring, which he grasped tightly. Within his consciousness, an invisible wave of energy swiftly emerged, flowing towards the ring as he silently chanted. This action did not escape the attention of the yellow-robed man, who experienced a fleeting thought in his mind, yet maintained a facade of indifference. Suddenly, Han Li vanished without a trace. The yellow-robed man, with an expression of calm, seemed to sense Han Li's intended destination and hastened towards a specific direction. Clutching the moon-chasing ring, Han Li found himself atop the, encircled by layers of blazing flames. He delivered a powerful punch towards the mountain, and simultaneously, the blood imprint atop the mountain unleashed 8 ferocious blood dragons, pouncing towards the fiery serpent atop the. As Han Li's fierce punch was about to strike he noticed the yellow-robed man rushing towards him with a cold gaze. Without hesitation, Han Li summoned Jin Air, a small golden figure with indistinct features, who immediately appeared. A beam of golden profound light shot towards the yellow-robed man, who recognized the golden figure and exclaimed, "Golden Devourer?" Just in time. At that moment, a thin crimson thread erupted from his red eyes, instantly activated by a cryptic incantation. The golden light was evidently more robust, yet upon colliding with the crimson thread, it vanished as if into the void. However, the thread dimmed significantly, and under Jin Air's casual flick, it was reduced to mere wisps of smoke. With this slight obstruction from Jin Air, Han Li's fierce punch struck out fiercely, and the blood dragons conjured by the blood imprint ensnared the fiery serpent, revealing half of the mountain's visage. Suddenly connected to the, Han Li was taken by surprise as an invisible, transparent sphere began to expand wildly from his demonic body, enveloping him entirely. With a thunderous crash, Han Li remained composed, retracting the back into his grasp, focusing intently as the transparent sphere surged towards a particular direction. "Humph. You may be fortunate, but you still wish to seize my illusionary magnetic dagger. Futile." The yellow-robed man scoffed softly, his mind sharpening as an invisible wave surged towards him. In the next moment, a dagger, gray and black with a gleaming sheen, appeared in his hand. Han Li merely smiled coldly, aware that even if he could seize the opponent's illusionary magnetic dagger, it would not be easily wielded as his own. It was merely a feint. In the next instant, Han Li's mind shifted again, and Jin Air charged towards the yellow-robed man once more, his eyes blinking as 2 beams of golden profound light shot forth like arrows. Meanwhile, Han Li retracted the blood imprint, and an invisible wave of energy surged into the moon-chasing ring. The demonic form cast a fierce glance at the yellow-robed man before vanishing from sight. Observing from a distance, the 2 celestial beings, Lan and Li, constantly monitored Han Li's movements. Each time Han Li vanished, they felt a surge of anxiety as they activated their protective spiritual lights and readied their respective weapons. However, at this moment, sensing Han Li's sudden disappearance, the Li celestial being felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Han Li reappeared just above the 2 of them. Han Li was acutely aware that escaping from the pursuit of the golden immortal yellow-robed man was impossible. The only viable strategy was to capture one of the Lan or Li duo as leverage, in hopes of preserving his life. Thus, as the 2 approached, Han Li had been contemplating for a long time. Finally, it was time for Jin Air to temporarily hold off the yellow-robed man, and Han Li surged forward. Just as Han Li appeared, the 2 celestial beings grasping the moon-chasing ring infused it with their escape energy, only to discover, to their astonishment, that they had been locked in place. Suddenly, Han Li's Yuanhe Wujishin transformed into a towering mountain, crashing down upon the 2 adversaries. 2 threads of the law had already drifted out, enveloped by a myriad of colorful rays that surrounded them completely. Meanwhile, 8 blood dragons, each a manifestation of overwhelming power, surged from various directions, accompanied by a gigantic blood seal that struck fiercely towards the 2 individuals. Faced with Han Li's formidable display of power, the Li clan celestial envoy, overwhelmed by his aura, immediately transmitted a message to the Lan clan envoy. "Lan, do not confront him head-on. Let us first seek refuge in the spiritual domain. Although we may sustain some damage, our master will surely intervene in time." Upon hearing this, the Lan envoy, who had intended to summon the Xiantian and self-destruct several treasures to perish alongside Han Li, turned pale and swiftly retreated into the spiritual domain he had meticulously refined. "Humph. I anticipated such a strategy from you. Brother Crab, it's your turn now," Han Li observed coldly, calling out as a golden mist swirled into existence. From this golden brilliance emerged a massive crab, which then unleashed 2 enormous spheres of lightning towards the 2 minuscule transparent orbs below. In an instant, the lightning spheres struck the orbs, denting them significantly. However, under the guidance of the 2 envoys, the orbs quickly regained their form. The lightning spheres crackled violently against the exterior of their spiritual domain. The giant crab, witnessing this spectacle, did not cease its assault but continued to unleash several more lightning spheres until the 2 envoy spiritual domain was thoroughly enveloped. It then transformed back into a human-like figure, observing the scene with cold indifference while clapping its hands. The spiritual domain of the two envoys faced not only the intense erosion from the lightning spheres, but also the relentless assault of the 8 blood dragons conjured by the Xiantian blood seal, all while being ensnared by countless colorful rays. Their attempts to escape became increasingly arduous. Chapter 57. Trapped in the spiritual domain. Seeing the two envoys ensnared, Han Li lingered for only a brief moment before rushing towards Jin Air, who appeared pale and on the verge of collapse. Despite Jin Air's adeptness in wielding the golden slaughter laws, the immense true essence required to activate such profound powers was overwhelming, and he could hardly sustain it any longer. Han Li, noticing his distress, promptly channeled a stream of pure celestial energy into Jin Air and then withdrew him, casting a cold gaze at the enraged figure in the yellow robe opposite him. Surely, you do not wish to see your subordinates perish. If you depart now, I vow to the heart's demon that I shall not harm them in the slightest. The man in the yellow robe fixed his gaze upon Han Li, and after a moment of contemplation, he unexpectedly broke into laughter instead of fury. Since you have chosen to take on the role of an inspector, you must constantly contend with individuals like yourself who defy authority. They should have long since disregarded life and death in this place. Furthermore, I shall soon exact vengeance for them. Han Li maintained his icy demeanor, but in the next moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of energy emanating from the man in the yellow robe. In the blink of an eye, before he could react, he found himself transported to a vibrant, yet desolate realm. A spiritual domain. Han Li surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was no longer amidst the towering mountains. Instead, he was within a vast, nearly transparent world. Suddenly, he heard the clear voice of the man in the yellow robe. Han, you will remain in my spiritual domain for half a day while I deal with your companions, and then I shall deal with you at my leisure. Following this, Han Li was met with the man's boisterous laughter. Although astonished, he maintained a facade of calmness, scanning the endless expanse around him. Chanting an incantation, Han Li conjured a half-foot-sized, evil-repelling thunderball in his palm. He then silently recited the well-practiced thunder sacrifice technique, causing the thunderball to expand at a visible rate. Within moments, the thunder sacrifice was ready, and with a commanding shout of "break," the thunderball began to rise slowly into the void. At that moment, the voice of the man in the yellow robe echoed again. Han, even if your evil-repelling thunder is formidable, it cannot inflict any harm within my spiritual domain. Ignoring the taunt, Han Li's eyes gleamed with determination. The suspended thunderball suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden light, and dozens of serpentine golden bolts surged forth from it, racing in all directions. After a brief moment of swirling, these golden serpents halted several miles away. With a sudden surge of cold light in his eyes, Han Li shouted once more, "Explode!" The nearly 100 twisting golden serpents emitted a chorus of howls before detonating in a cacophony of explosions, reminiscent of hundreds of golden lanterns igniting. The resulting blasts caused the space within the yellow-robed man's spiritual domain to warp violently, with certain vibrant areas dimming significantly. The next moment, Han Li noted the changes within the yellow-robed man's spiritual domain and quickly recited the thunder sacrifice again, crafting another evil-repelling thunderball comparable to the last. The yellow-robed man, who was just approaching to subdue Han Li's companions, immediately sensed the formidable power of Han Li's evil-repelling thunder, which was precisely why he had hesitated to trap Han Li in his spiritual domain at the outset. After all, once a spiritual domain reaches a certain level, it becomes inextricably linked to the cultivator. Should the domain suffer damage, it could impede their progress, potentially stalling them at their current stage or even causing regression. The yellow-robed man had attained the golden immortal physique, yet his spiritual domain remained at the initial stage of creation. To advance further, he needed to comprehend the stage of creation beyond the spiritual domain. Now, Han Li's simple action with the evil-repelling thunderball threatened to nullify thousands of years of insights, inciting profound agitation within him. As he gazed several miles ahead at the turbulent blood sea and the Yuanhao Wujishan, he noticed a wooden figure gazing back at him coldly. Han Li had already summoned a second evil-repelling thunderball, and in weighing his options, the yellow-robed man's eyes gleamed with resolve. It was imperative to first deal with the young man within the spiritual domain, otherwise he would surely regret it later. As for the two subordinates, if they could hold on, that would be ideal. If not, he would simply seek others more suitable for the task. With this thought, the yellow-robed man stood gravely in place, fixated on the cold gaze of the crab-like figure before him. Within the spiritual domain, Han Li's thunderball was prepared and ready to be suspended when he suddenly spotted a shadow darting through the air, none other than the yellow-robed man who had drawn him into the spiritual domain. The thunderball Han Li had just summoned was instantly met with an invisible force, rendering it unable to detonate. Reluctantly, he withdrew the evil-repelling thunder. Upon the appearance of the man in the yellow robe, Han Li was, of course, taken aback, but more than that, he felt a sense of slight relief. After all, without his guidance, the Xiantian Blood Seal and the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain, even with the assistance of the Crab Taoist, would find it difficult to withstand for long. At that point, not only would the Crab Taoist be in dire peril, but the two treasures of Xiantian might also be confiscated, leading to an unpredictable outcome. Young Han, it appears I have underestimated your evil-repelling divine thunder. However, within the spiritual domain I preside over, it is impossible for you to escape from here. The man in yellow sneered, revealing a sinister expression. With a flick of his wrist, a pair of formidable flood hurricane axes and illusory magnetic daggers suddenly manifested in his hands. Han Li's heart sank upon witnessing the opponent's intention to employ two Xiantian treasures within the spiritual domain. Nevertheless, he coldly cast a glance at the man in yellow and spoke, "Are you truly intending to wield Xiantian artifacts within your own spiritual domain? Humph. No matter the extent of the destruction, it will only be a fleeting moment, yet you shall perish here. Such minor damage is something I can easily bear." The man's anger flared once again. With a fierce wave of his hand, the illusory magnetic dagger vanished without a trace, while the flood hurricane axe surged forth, drawing forth a torrent of water that rushed violently toward Han Li. Although the flood hurricane axe was a Xiantian treasure, Han Li showed no sign of fear. The true threat lay in the silent, illusory magnetic dagger. With the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain still absent, Han Li had no choice but to invoke his spell, summoning a flurry of azure bamboo be-cloud swords that swirled into formation, quickly establishing a sword array. This sword array, infused with the powers of his original Spring Dawn and Azure Pansy, had also comprehended some new abilities, amalgamating illusions, defense, entrapment, and lethality into one. It had already achieved the capability to annihilate foes of the same level during his ascension phase. However, since the Azure Bamboo be-cloud swords were his life-bound treasures, any damage to them would severely impact Han Li's cultivation and foundation. Thus, he refrained from using them unless absolutely necessary. This time, he activated the sword array primarily for protection, to guard against the sudden assault of the illusory magnetic dagger. As the sword array took shape, a succession of azure lotuses blossomed around Han Li. Yet, he did not ease his tension, facing the surging tidal waves and the massive flood hurricane axe. He narrowed his eyes and chanted a spell. Two colossal demonic hands began to whirl rapidly, and in an instant, a fierce golden vortex was summoned forth by Han Li. Han Li silently chanted, and in the next moment, a crimson arcane light shot forth from his body, striking the flood hurricane axe. With a swift leap, he propelled himself toward the axe. The man in yellow narrowed his eyes at this sight and began to chant a spell, only to suddenly realize that the flood hurricane axe could not budge an inch. At that moment, Han Li, enveloped in the golden light, collided with the flood hurricane axe. With a push of his palm, the golden light engulfed the axe. The sound of countless clashes echoed as the flood hurricane axe initially maintained its original trajectory, but within moments, it could not withstand the rapid rotation and destructive force of the golden light, spiraling violently within. This is bad, the man in yellow thought to himself, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes. He hurriedly recited incantations, causing the flood hurricane axe within the golden light to flicker with blue radiance, transforming into a flowing state in an instant. However, Han Li's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as he shot forth a blue spell toward the golden light, only to find that one of the azure lotuses in his sword array was suddenly pierced by an object. In an instant, Han Li's mind reacted, and a transparent sphere automatically ejected outward, momentarily blocking the assault of the illusory magnetic dagger. Yet, with this brief respite, the man in yellow unleashed a whirlwind that scattered Han Li's golden light. The next moment, a blue water arrow and an invisible wave rushed back, swiftly coming to rest in the man's hand. Fortunately, the flood hurricane axe did not damage my foundation. This kid's demonic golden light is even difficult for my whirlwind, infused with the power of the laws, to erode easily, the man in yellow muttered to himself. But in the next moment, he gasped softly, his expression shifting dramatically as he vanished without a trace within his spiritual domain. Chapter 58. Master Tao Zhu in the towering heights of the overlapping mountains. The man in yellow suddenly opened his eyes wide, glancing at the cold-faced crab Taoist standing atop the Yuanhe 5 Extremes Mountain. He then squinted toward a particular direction, his expression shifting in surprise multiple times. Before him stood a young woman in palace attire, who, in an instant, had traversed from a peak over 10,000 miles away to the top of a colossal tree just a few miles distant, gazing at him with a faint smile. Beside her stood a handsome young man, none other than Gao Sheng, who had parted ways with Han Li not long ago. The man in yellow slightly suppressed his astonishment, casting a glance at the smiling Gao Sheng behind the palace-attired woman. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully bowed and said, "What brings the esteemed Master Tao to this humble place?" The palace-attired woman retracted her gentle smile, her demeanor shifting as she countered with a question. "Yindu, what has transpired? Your expression seems rather off. Have you encountered a troublesome matter? Do you wish for me to intervene on your behalf?" Hearing the words of the palace Master Tao, the man named Yindu felt his eyes widen slightly, as if he perceived something unusual. After a brief pause, he clasped his hands and replied, "Master Tao, it is merely an ordinary rebellious individual. There is no need for your esteemed presence. I am confident in my ability to handle it properly." Master Tao merely smiled faintly, her gaze fixed intently on Yindu, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy, silently lamenting. What could Master Tao Zhu of the Golden Invitation Palace possibly want at this time? This Han kid is merely a scattered cultivator who has ascended. He should have little to do with her. Yet, she would not come here without reason, leaving him at a loss. As Yindu pondered this, his expression suddenly paled, his brows knitting tightly. Master Tao Zhu, seemingly noticing his condition, immediately fixed him with a cold gaze, stating icily, "Yindu, if you truly face difficulties, do not hesitate to speak. Within the jurisdiction of the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace, I will certainly cooperate to uphold your duties as an inspector." In truth, Han Li, seeing the man in yellow Yindu depart silently, grew increasingly concerned about the situation with the crab Taoist outside. He promptly activated the evil-repelling divine thunder again. Under the invocation of the thunderous spell, Yindu's spiritual domain suffered significant damage once more, and the vibrant aura swirling within dimmed considerably. Furious, Yindu found himself unable to enter the spiritual domain to contend with Han Li. Otherwise, if Tao Zhu caught on, it would provide her with an opportunity to strike, resulting in even greater losses for him. Yet, Han Li was recklessly destroying the fruits of his labor amassed over thousands of years. In this dilemma, Yindu weighed the pros and cons and ultimately deemed it best to release Han Li. Thus, after a moment of rapid contemplation, Yindu spoke to Tao Zhu, "Master Tao, as I previously mentioned, I am currently pursuing a rebellious individual and hope that you might provide a bit of assistance." As Yindu finished speaking, he slightly raised his head, and a 100-foot-tall demon appeared before the crowd. Han Li was about to unleash the exorcising divine thunder once more, but suddenly found himself transported to a mountainous realm, his heart filled with joy. However, his expression shifted as he caught sight of Tao Zhu and Gao Sheng several miles away, prompting him to retreat a short distance. Positioning himself in a triangular formation with Tao Zhu and Yindu, Tao Zhu, the elegantly dressed woman, observed Han Li's demonic visage with a flicker of surprise in her eyes, though she quickly regained her composure. Beside her, Gao Sheng wore a bitter smile as he gazed at the demon Han Li, casting a sidelong glance at Tao Zhu before bowing his head once more. Since departing from Tian Shuang's residence, Tao Zhu had merely absorbed a trace of his energy fluctuation before sealing him within her spiritual domain. When she reappeared, she found herself facing the Inspector General Yindu, and in his bewilderment, he was unaware of Tao Zhu's intentions, merely waiting for the situation to unfold. Realizing that another individual of unknown cultivation stood before him, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He glanced towards the crab Taoist atop the Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain and communicated with him to ascertain the specifics of the situation. It turned out that the crab Taoist had also been aware of the female palace masteress presence. Her ability to traverse vast distances in an instant was not something an ordinary golden immortal could easily achieve. But only one who had ascended to the rank of immortal monarch could manage such feats. Furthermore, there was the conversation between Yin and Tao. When the crab Taoist voiced his suspicions, a flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's features. "Han, you have escaped your predicament. Release my two subordinates at once, or I shall show no mercy," Yindu exclaimed, as if recalling something important. Although Han Li was astonished by Tao Zhu's royal status and significant cultivation level, he could not afford to relinquish his final bargaining chip. He promptly responded, "Mercy? The terms remain the same. You shall depart, and I will release your subordinates. I vow it." Yindu's anger flared at this, but he understood the presence of the Golden Immortal Palace Master across from him. He turned his gaze to her, seeking her opinion. Tao Zhu smiled gently and then vanished from her original position. In the next moment, Han Li sensed Tao Zhu appearing beneath the Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain. Completely disregarding the intricate multicolored rays of light entwining above, and the 8 ferocious blood dragons swirling around. A circle of enigmatic light, resembling neither purple nor brown, enveloped the 2 massive thunderballs in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Tao Zhu appeared beside Yin Du, accompanied by 2 flickering thunderballs. With a graceful motion, she brushed away the 2 uneven, transparent spheres, revealing the spiritual domains of the Blue and Li Immortals. Just as Han Li was still in shock, Tao Zhu suddenly vanished again. Han Li's consciousness immediately picked up on a faint ripple of spiritual energy nearby. As he prepared to retreat, an invisible barrier unexpectedly appeared before him, enveloping him entirely. Witnessing this, Han Li was filled with a mixture of fear and anger. He swiftly unleashed a punch directed at Tao Zhu, but as a flash of flowing light passed by, the fierce punch seemed to dissipate into nothingness. Meanwhile, a few feet away, Tao Zhu regarded Han Li with a calm smile. In an instant, a wave of cold washed over Han Li. Yet he quickly regained his composure as his internal energies resumed their flow. Without hesitation, Han Li conjured a thread of laws to strike towards Tao Zhu. But as soon as it touched the invisible barrier, it vanished without a trace, as if it had entered the depths of the ocean. The next moment, Han Li transformed into a radiant phoenix, letting out a soft cry before shooting forth a black thread from its beak. However, the expected dark spatial rift merely flickered and vanished. Spatial laws, Han Li mused inwardly, still able to maintain his mental connection with the crab Taoist and the 2 treasures. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, "Friend Han, cease your futile struggles. With your cultivation, you cannot possibly break through the spatial laws I have established." Han Li was both astonished and enraged, but in the face of absolute power, he had no recourse. He calmly recited the incantation, reverting to his ordinary appearance in a blue robe, quietly observing the palace-clad woman, Tao Zhu, from a distance. At this moment, the Blue and Li Immortals, having retracted their spiritual domains, appeared pale, particularly the Blue Immortal, who was drenched in cold sweat. The prolonged assault of the divine thunder had indeed drained their spirits and vitality. They each took a pale blue and a blood-red pill from Yin Du's hand, immediately consuming them and sitting cross-legged to recuperate. Palace Master Tao, this individual has practiced forbidden techniques of the spirit refinement arts. Please allow me to deal with him. Yin Du glanced at the condition of the 2 beside him, frowning slightly before glaring at the trapped Han Li and bowing to Tao Zhu. However, Tao Zhu did not respond immediately. With a flick of her hand, a small flash of lightning appeared, and upon closer inspection, her expression turned to one of surprise. "Gao Sheng, this thunder is not the exorcising divine thunder. How could you make such a mistake?" Tao Zhu's voice carried a hint of irritation, causing Gao Sheng to startle slightly. He quickly turned his gaze toward her, his beautiful eyes flashing with cold light, before bowing his head and murmuring, "Reporting to the palace master, how could I dare deceive my sect? The item in your hand is indeed not the exorcising divine thunder, but I clearly saw that this Han possesses it." After a moment of silence, Tao Zhu ignored Gao Sheng and turned to Han Li, her lips moving as she transmitted her voice, "Friend Han, do you cultivate the exorcising divine thunder?" Taken aback by her inquiry, Han Li furrowed his brow, silently contemplating and remaining speechless for a while. "Friend Han, must I resort to other methods to elicit your honesty?" Tao Zhu pressed again. Han Li noticed that the invisible barrier surrounding him, which had a radius of over 200 feet, was slowly tightening. Within a few breaths, it had shrunk to about 50 or 60 feet, compelling Han Li to respond. His expression shifted slightly as he transmitted back, "I indeed possess the exorcising divine thunder. I will unleash a few." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Tao Zhu's delicate hand clenched tightly, causing the lightning in her grasp to vanish without a trace. Not even a hint of smoke produced. A chill flashed across her face as she transmitted once more, "You leave me no choice." Reluctantly, Han Li raised his hand and flicked 3 strands of exorcising divine thunder towards the barrier, which passed through without any obstruction, striking Tao Zhu directly. As the 3 strands of divine thunder approached the palace-clad woman, a flow of light enveloped her form, and the 3 divine thunder blades came to a halt before her. The youthful palace master cast her gaze over the strands of thunder, her eyes flickering with delight. After carefully observing the restored threads of exorcising divine thunder for a short while, she suddenly looked up and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" The assembled crowd remained bewildered, yet none dared utter a word, instead choosing to await the outcome in hushed anticipation. The Taoist leader, however, cast a fleeting glance at Han Li, smiled gently while clapping her hands, and turned to Yin Du, issuing her command with an air of authority. "Yin Du, this person shall be entrusted to me." Yendu was taken aback by Tao Zhu's unexpected request and found himself at a loss for how to respond. He stroked his chin, entering a contemplative silence. Time passed, and the tension among the crowd was palpable, with only Tao Zhu's smile growing more pronounced. Her delicate hand swept over the strands of the divine lightning, seemingly unperturbed. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze on Yendu, her impatience evident as she coldly remarked, "What is this? Do you have any objections to entrusting this person to me?" Upon hearing this, Yendu's heart sank. The individual before him had the capability to annihilate him and his companions with ease, leaving him no room for defiance. Yet, where he had once appeared meek, his expression solidified with determination. Tao Palace Master, this rebellious individual poses a significant threat if left unchecked. I must take him to the Valley of Nine Slaughters to await the judgment of the Elder Council. At the mention of the Elder Council, Tao Zhu's expression hardened, her brows knitting together as she muttered a few curses under her breath. However, she quickly retrieved a white jade ring, which seemed to move of its own accord, darting toward Yendu with an air of indifference. "Yendu, I understand your intention to send this person away is merely for a bit of reward. The value contained within this matter far surpasses such trifles." Though the ring approached swiftly, it came to a steady halt before Yendu. His eyes widened, and after a moment's hesitation, he accepted the ring, channeling his consciousness into it. A flicker of realization crossed his face, as if deep in thought. Next, Tao Zhu produced 3 pills, 2 blue and 1 silver, offering them to the 2 celestial envoys and Yendu with an air of nonchalance. "Take these. They will benefit you immensely without any detriment." The pills rested before them, and upon inspecting them, they discovered they were potent elixirs capable of restoring a significant portion of their vitality in no time. The envoy named Lan reached for the pills, but upon catching a glance from the envoy named Li, he promptly refrained, both looking to Yendu for guidance, not daring to overstep. Yendu felt a wave of frustration. Although the pills were indeed valuable, consuming them would mean burying today's events forever, never to be mentioned again. Should their superiors become aware, the consequences would be dire. Weighing his options, Yendu ultimately grasped the silver pill, swiftly consuming it. Observing this, Lan and Li exchanged knowing glances and followed suit. Almost immediately, the pallor that had clouded Yendu's face transformed into a radiant glow as vitality surged through him, while Lan and Li's previously ashen faces regained their color, sharing wry smiles. Han Li observed this scene with keen interest, noting the previously sealed path to survival had begun to reveal a glimmer of hope. Yet, it was evident that the palace master was no benevolent figure. Maintaining his composure, he pondered his next move. Seeing that Yendu and the others had consumed the pill she provided, Tao Zhu smiled knowingly and turned to Han Li, saying, "Friend Han, you stand before 2 paths, one of life and one of death. Which will you choose?" Her flowing robes danced as she spoke, her words light as air. Yet to Han Li, they struck like thunder, and he noticed the constricting barrier around him had tightened further. Undeterred, he calmly replied, "I would like to hear more about what life entails and what death entails." Tao Zhu, taken aback by Han Li's unwavering demeanor, smiled again, saying, Since you are eager to listen, allow me to elaborate." After a brief pause, she continued, "The path of death entails me compressing the power of this spatial law to its limit, reducing it to a mere speck of dust. Whether you survive then would be left to fate." After hearing this indifferent description of the path of death, Han Li had already made his decision. His expression remained unchanged as he stroked his chin and fixed his gaze on Tao Zhu, who seemed in no rush to reveal the path of life. Instead, she regarded him with amusement, taking her time before finally stating, "As for the path of life, it involves you performing a task for me. In return, I shall grant you a chance at survival." A chill crept into Han Li's eyes as he discerned the deeper implications of her words. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Surely, the task you speak of does not simply entail my departure?" Tao Zhu's brow arched, and she broke into a light laugh. "Indeed, friend Han, you are a true ascendant, surpassing your peers in both cultivation and temperament. It's no wonder you could contend with 3 mid-tier celestial beings without faltering." Han Li managed a bitter smile at this compliment, yet he remained silent, fully aware that she would eventually reveal her intentions. Sure enough, after a brief moment, her expression shifted to a more serious demeanor as she continued, "This path of life does not mean you can leave freely. Rather, you will be confined as my disciple in the Valley of Nine Slaughters, left to your own devices. Only upon mastering the 7th tier of the divine refinement technique will your freedom be restored." Han Li silently repeated Valley of Nine Slaughters to himself. He had never heard of this place, and even He Kong had failed to mention it. After a moment of contemplation, He asked, "Elder, do you know if anyone has ever achieved mastery of the 7th tier of the divine refinement technique and regained their freedom in this valley?" Upon hearing his question, Tao Zhu displayed no surprise or hesitation, promptly responding, "No." Han Li was taken aback, realizing this path she spoke of did not seem to lead to survival, and his expression betrayed his uncertainty. Tao Zhu, however, made no effort to pressure him, casually toying with strands of lightning as if unfazed. After a lengthy pause, Han Li finally stated, "Elder, it appears that the choices you present me with are both paths of no return." With a flick of her wrist, the strands of divine lightning vanished. She then raised her voice, stating, "Indeed, one path leads to certain death, while the other offers a slim chance of survival. You may choose." Han Li, angered by her blatant candor, looked skyward before casting his gaze downward for a long while, still indecisive. Tao Zhu's impatience became evident, and her previously playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, stern tone. "Friend Han, do not think you hold any advantage. I can obliterate you at any moment." No sooner had she spoken than the invisible barrier before Han Li began to constrict once more, its pace quickening. In mere moments, the barrier shrank to a circle of merely 10 yards in diameter. Despite Han Li's unwavering composure, he could not turn a blind eye to the situation at hand. He was uncertain of the weight he held in the eyes of his opponent, which prompted a flurry of thoughts in his mind. After a brief moment, he responded, "Then what does the esteemed senior require of me?" Upon hearing Han Li's words, Tao Zhu immediately relinquished her icy demeanor, offering him a radiant smile. "There is no need for you to know the details for now, Daoist Han. First, please consume this pill." Han Li managed a wry smile, but suddenly noticed that Tao Zhu had made no movement. A green pill swiftly flew towards him, creating ripples upon the luminous barrier before halting right before him. Chapter 60. The Condensing Immortal Pill. And mark with a swift motion, Han Li reached out, and a purple pill with silver undertones appeared in his grasp. He carefully lifted it, exhaling gently twice, causing an invisible wave to ripple through the barrier, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance. This aroma was invigorating, alleviating a significant portion of his fatigue. Yet, Han Li felt a sense of déjà vu regarding the pill, though he could not recall where he had encountered it before. As he pondered, he heard Tao Zhu's soft voice, "Daoist Han, this pill is known as the Condensing Immortal Pill, renowned for its miraculous effects in solidifying both essence and corporeal form." Han Li ruminated on the name for a considerable time, but could not recall any relevant records. However, he noticed a slight change in Yen Du's expression, prompting him to focus his attention on Tao Zhu. Unfazed, Tao Zhu scrutinized Han Li for a while before explaining, as the name suggests, the essence of the Condensing Immortal Pill lies in its ability to solidify. Once ingested, it allows your magical power to function normally for a millennium. But recovery will be exceedingly difficult until you consume a third Condensing Immortal Pill. Han Li instinctively loosened his grip, about to reject the pill, when Tao Zhu continued, "Daoist Han, I have faith in your ability to remain unscathed amidst the joint assaults of Yen Du and the 2 celestial envoys, and to even contain 2 of them. This is largely due to your exceptionally dense magical power, thus the pill will not significantly affect you." Han Li could not help but smile wryly. Once his magical power was depleted, it could not be replenished. No matter how robust it was, there would inevitably come a day when it would run out. Tao Zhu paused briefly before continuing, "There is no need for excessive concern. You may cultivate in a special formation outside the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace, where you can easily restore your lost magical power." Han Li focused his thoughts for a moment before asking, "Apart from cultivating in the special formation, are there any other methods to remove such restrictions?" He was aware that his inquiry would likely yield no answer, yet he wished to try. To his surprise, Tao Zhu candidly replied, "Daoist Han, as long as you consume 3 of these pills, the limitations will be automatically lifted. However, one of the primary ingredients is exceedingly rare, which is why only those who have rendered great service can typically obtain even one." Han Li scrutinized the Condensing Immortal Pill before him, still deep in thought. When he heard Tao Zhu's cold voice once more, "Daoist Han, do you truly wish to choose the path of demise?" Han Li let out a bitter laugh and suddenly realized that the constricting space was visibly shrinking. If his opponent truly wished to eliminate him, he would have no chance of survival. Thus, he narrowed his eyes and swallowed the Condensing Immortal Pill. The moment the pill was ingested, an intense warmth surged from his throat to his internal organs, flowing through his meridians and ultimately permeating his bones, leaving him in an unprecedented state of comfort. Soon after, a wave of coolness enveloped him, making him feel as though he were submerged in pristine water. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch, expelling long-stagnant energy from within him. After scanning his body, he found no anomalies. His manipulation of magical power remained as fluid as ever. However, as he attempted to further examine his body, he abruptly noticed the outer barrier tightening, contracting to a radius of only half a zhang around him. Fury surged within Han Li, and he gritted his teeth in anger, only to see Tao Zhu casually flick her finger. A gold and silver chain shot forth, hurtling towards Han Li within the barrier. In response, Han Li roared, activating his protective spiritual light. A black vertical line appeared between his eyes, and in the next moment, the approaching chain vanished without a trace. Releasing his spiritual sense, Han Li's eyes flashed with blue light, sensing a tremor of spiritual power above him. He swiftly unleashed a black arc of light towards the source. A faint sound of metal colliding echoed, and a charred spot appeared above him, slowly descending. Tao Zhu merely smiled before vanishing from her previous location, her afterimage lingering for a moment before it too dissipated. Despite his enhanced spiritual sense, Han Li was unable to locate Tao Zhu's presence due to the constraints of the space. However, he vaguely sensed the gold and silver chain surging towards the back of his head, piercing through his spiritual defenses before he could fully react. At that moment, Tao Zhu reappeared at her original position, her smile unwavering as she regarded Han Li. Yet, Han Li, still oblivious to any abnormalities, glared at her, only to suddenly perceive the light of a fleeting aura sealing his space, causing the barrier to vanish entirely. Tao Zhu, still beaming, remarked, "Taoist Han, there is no need for anger. I merely placed a mark upon you." Her tone was as light as a feather, as though it were the most mundane of occurrences. Han Li's anger swelled, but he could not express it. So he simply offered a forced smile before turning to flee towards the crab Taoist and the two figures in the Xintian realm. Noticing his departure, Tao Zhu did not intervene, but glanced back at Gao Sheng before turning her attention to Yen Du and the two celestial envoys nearby. Smiling as she addressed Yen Du, "Yen Du, you may return now. You should know how to proceed regarding today's events." Yen Du said nothing, merely exchanging polite pleasantries before departing with a flash of light at Tao Zhu's nod. The two celestial envoys, Lan and Li, followed suit, keenly aware of the situation. After flying for over half an hour, the blue-clad envoy could no longer contain himself and inquired of the Li envoy beside him, "Li Taoist, are we truly letting this go?" The Li envoy sighed, casting a sidelong glance at the blue envoy. "What do you propose, Lan Taoist? We've not only suffered injuries, but nearly lost our lives here." The blue envoy, still discontent, replied, "Had that woman not intervened, I believe the grand envoy, and we would have certainly captured that young Han." The celestial envoy of the Li surname immediately widened his eyes, and after observing the motionless figure of the stern overseer several miles ahead, he finally calmed down. However, the two soon heard a voice transmitting from the overseer, "Let the events of these past few days be put to rest. No one is to mention them again." The celestial envoy of the Lan surname was about to inquire further, but upon catching the gaze of the Li envoy and hearing his silent command to cease, he promptly swallowed back his words. On the other side, Han Li had just put away the Xiantian blood seal and the UNF5 Extremes Mountain, when he spotted the hurried approach of Gao Sheng. With a bitter smile, Gao Sheng clasped his hands, greeting Han Li, "Dao friend Han, I trust you are well." Han Li cast a cold glance at Gao Sheng, causing the latter's expression to tighten. As he was about to step forward and explain, a light, melodic laughter from a woman in palace attire echoed from a distance. "Dao friend Han, are you ready?" Han Li, unwilling to respond, observed as Gao Sheng respectfully replied, "Yes, Palace Master. Both I and Dao friend Han are prepared." Just as he finished speaking, the figure of Tao Zhu suddenly vanished, and in the next moment, Han Li found himself transported into a vibrant realm. A spirit domain? Han Li's understanding of spirit domains came primarily from some basic texts and insights acquired from Lan Luo. But now, stepping into the spirit domain of a celestial monarch, all his worries were cast aside as he began to observe intently. In the spirit domain of Tao Zhu, though the sun did not blaze overhead, the sky was brilliantly clear. Small fields were interspersed with gentle streams, and peculiar flowers and plants flourished within the fields. In the distance, towering trees of various kinds rose majestically. Yet, as Han Li scrutinized, he noticed a few small rabbits lying beneath the trees, and upon probing with his spiritual sense, he found them identical to the rabbits he had seen outside. Furthermore, in the far distance, several children could be faintly seen playing joyfully. The transformation to the spirit realm? Han Li mused silently, but to his surprise, Gao Sheng, who was also observing from afar, responded, "You are correct, Dao friend Han. The Palace Master's spirit domain is indeed a transformation realm. Given time, This place will flourish with lively creatures and abundant vegetation. Han Li paid no heed to Gao Sheng's words, instead extending his spiritual sense to comprehend the realm's essence while gazing thoughtfully at the vast expanse of sky, seemingly searching for something within it. Chapter 61. The Emergence of the Spirit Domain in the Colorful World of Tao Zhu's Spirit Domain. Han Li sat cross-legged on a patch of level yellow earth, his hands resting gently. As a thought flickered in his mind, his spiritual sense surged forth, rapidly encompassing nearly every corner of this spirit realm. From a distance, Gao Sheng appeared unfazed by Han Li's indifference, attentively observing his actions. Under the feedback of his spiritual sense, Gao Sheng murmured to himself, "What is Dao friend Han attempting to achieve? Is he trying to comprehend a certain divine ability within the Palace Master's spirit domain?" As Gao Sheng pondered, a subtle, formless disturbance passed through a secluded part of the spirit domain, forming into a pair of feminine phoenix-like eyes that, though hollow, seemed to gaze fixedly at something afar, unnoticed by both Han Li and Gao Sheng. Before long, Han Li detected an unusual change within his spiritual awareness. Among the previously distant children, one 3-foot-tall boy clad in yellow began to fade into obscurity. Sensing this, Han Li furrowed his brow. In the span of a mere breath, the boy in the yellow cloth, wearing knee-length shorts, vanished without a trace. Could it be that the palace master intends? Gao Sheng also sensed this unusual scene, raising his gaze to the endless azure sky, a hint of suspicion fleeting across his face. Shortly thereafter, another boy in green began to blur and subsequently disappeared from Han Li and Gao Sheng's perception. Gao Sheng's expression shifted from suspicion to a subtle smile. In the subsequent breaths, one after another, the children engaged in play gradually vanished. Han Li's previously furrowed brow tightened further. Just then, the area where they had been frolicking underwent yet another change, as the footprints left behind began to fade away. At that moment, Gao Sheng noticed Han Li's brow suddenly relax, observing as Han Li raised a finger, revealing an exceedingly faint point of colorless light at the tip of his index finger. So delicate it could rival a strand of hair. Had he not been paying close attention to Han Li, Gao Sheng would not have detected it. Upon closer inspection, the faint point unexpectedly vanished. It was evident that Gao Sheng recognized the significance of Han Li's faint point. He merely smiled lightly and closed his eyes, beginning his own exploration within Tao Zhu's spirit domain. The sudden disappearance of the faint point did not dishearten Han Li. With a gentle flicker of thought, his body emanated a flow of spiritual light. A slight smile crept across his lips as the tiny point of light reappeared at the tip of his finger. This time, Han Li focused intently, and under a relaxed brow, this faint point persisted for half a T's worth of time before finally dissipating. As this faint point faded, Han Li suddenly noticed further changes occurring within certain regions of Tao Zhu's spirit domain. Lowering his arm, he perceived that small animals were beginning to blur and vanish within mere moments. Han Li furrowed his brow once more, his lips moving silently as if attempting to utter something, and a peculiar, nearly imperceptible mist emerged from his beard. In less than the time it takes to eat a meal, all the small animals within Tao Zhu's spirit domain had completely vanished. At this moment, Han Li raised his hand again, his index finger slightly lifted, and another faint point of light flashed into existence. This time, the faint point remained visible for nearly half a day under Han Li's diligent maintenance before it finally disappeared. In the subsequent half-day, Han Li's spiritual sense observed as tree after tree gradually shrank in size until they reverted to saplings, fading from view. Likewise, the seedlings in the small patch of field beside him vanished with the slightest breeze. Ultimately, within the entire spirit domain that Han Li could perceive, one after another, the lush green trees and vibrant flowers completely disappeared. Han Li's eyes widened as he surveyed the realm, which now, aside from the barren yellow earth, left only a few meandering streams, creating a desolate, arid landscape. Han Li felt no surprise. Rather, he gazed into the distance with a faint smile, raising his finger slightly as another faint point of light re-emerged. This time, the point persisted for an astonishing 2 days before finally dissipating under Han Li's patient endurance. As the faint glimmer within Han Li began to fade, a sudden brilliance illuminated his surroundings. In the farthest reaches of his divine consciousness, an imperceptible wave surged forth, causing the edges of the yellow earth to vanish without a trace. What followed was astonishing. The invisible wave approached with the ferocity of a tempest, sweeping across the land without disturbing a single grain of sand, yet miraculously leaving no mark behind. Within mere moments, this extraordinary phenomenon enveloped Han Li, who found himself and Gao Sheng unexpectedly transported to a realm adorned with swirling, colorful clouds. Unperturbed, Han Li raised his hand and pointed with his sword finger. A faint light sustaining itself for 5 days before dimming into obscurity. This vibrant world of flowing colors was not unfamiliar to Han Li. He had encountered it within the spiritual domain governed by the stern man in yellow robes. However, the scope was broader, and the colors were deeper, infused with a more potent essence of power. Unsurprisingly, as the faint light in Han Li's hand vanished, a delicate thread, entwined with another, dissipated without warning within half a day's time. Gao Sheng and Han Li found themselves enveloped in a colorless, formless void, the original boundaries extending beyond the reach of their divine consciousness. This realization momentarily startled Han Li. He was acutely aware of the extent of his own divine consciousness and how far it could reach. The fact that this celestial lord's spiritual domain could stretch so far exceeded his expectations. However, upon reflection, he understood that being within her spiritual domain meant even the most ephemeral consciousness was under her influence, which brought him some measure of comfort. With this thought, Han Li once again raised his sword finger, causing the faint light to flicker back into existence. He withdrew his divine consciousness and scrutinized the ephemeral glimmer he had conjured, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as the point expanded at a visible pace. Yet, in the next instant, as the glimmer swelled to the size of a grain of rice, a muffled sound echoed, and the small light vanished, leaving Han Li momentarily pale. The backlash of energy surged through him, but he quickly regained his composure, stabilizing himself within 2 breaths. Indeed, the essence of the celestial fruit was formidable. Even the backlash of energy was not easily subdued. It became clear to him that he must devise a strategy swiftly or face dire consequences. While Han Li mulled over these thoughts, a delicate voice rang in his mind. Han Daoist friend, do not rush. It is no small feat to sense the embryonic form of a spiritual domain in less than half a month. Do not let haste lead you astray. The tone and inflection of the voice were unmistakable. It belonged to Tao Zhu, the master of the spiritual domain. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, he raised his sword finger once more, reigniting the faint glimmer of the embryonic form of the spiritual domain. This time, however, Han Li did not attempt to expand it further. With a serious demeanor and narrowed eyes, he allowed the embryonic form to gradually materialize at the tip of his finger. As time flowed by, Gao Sheng opened his eyes slightly, disappointment flickering across his face. Yet, he quietly observed Han Li and the faint glimmer in his hand, a contemplative expression emerging. Suddenly, a thought crossed Han Li's mind, and the embryonic form of the spiritual domain began to shift slowly. This movement required immense effort from Han Li. Soon, beads of sweat formed on his brow, and he grimaced in discomfort. Yet the embryonic form only managed to shift a short distance. Han Daoist friend, controlling a spiritual domain demands an immense amount of true essence, and you are still inexperienced. It is wise to act within your limits. Tao Zhu's voice echoed in Han Li's mind once again, but he paid it no heed. For the next half hour, he gritted his teeth, persistently maneuvering the embryonic form of the spiritual domain, which moved ever so slowly, eventually returning to the tip of his sword finger. At that moment, the invisible wave resembling a woman's phoenix-like eyes blinked gently, revealing a human-like expression of surprise. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Han Li nonetheless wore a satisfied expression. With a mere thought, the faint glimmer of the embryonic form of the spiritual domain vanished without a trace. As he retracted the newly grasped embryonic form, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, and he felt rejuvenated. After assessing his internal state, Han Li sighed lightly. He had expended nearly half of his power. A common occurrence. Yet in this context where recovery was not easily achievable, he had to set aside his exploration of the spiritual domain for the time being. In the next moment, after a brief contemplation, Han Li waved his hand, producing a silver ring that shimmered with ethereal light. The moon-chasing ring? Gao Sheng, not far away, noticed and murmured to himself. Han Li held the moon-chasing ring delicately in his palm. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he invoked a strand of the spatial laws from his sea of consciousness. In an instant, Han Li embedded this fragment of law into the ring. In the blink of an eye, Han Li seemed to vanish from Gao Sheng's sight, appearing 100 miles away, only to flicker again and disappear once more, reappearing elsewhere. Han Li had become adept with the moon-chasing ring within Tao Zhu's spiritual domain, leaving Gao Sheng perplexed. Meanwhile, Tao Zhu's voice resonated in Han Li's mind again. Han Daoist friend, your resilience truly surpasses that of many disciples within our sect. Han Li remained silent. But a thought emerged. Given the difficulty of restoring his power, it was best to continue familiarizing himself with the spatial laws. Half a day passed swiftly, and Han Li had nearly mastered the moon-chasing ring. Finding a small grassy area, he settled into a meditative posture. For over a month, Han Li took brief rests before once again practicing the activation of the spatial laws. However, at critical moments, he still struggled to achieve the desired fluidity. Meanwhile, Gao Sheng remained seated in the same spiritual domain, and Han Li could not discern his actions, perhaps due to the nature of their shared space. Han Li chose to ignore it. One day, as Han Li was about to store the moon-chasing ring, a maiden clad in palace attire appeared gracefully before him. Noticing her, Gao Sheng immediately approached, bowing slightly before standing beside her with trepidation. The woman in palace attire is none other than the master of the spirit domain, Tao Zhu. Han Li, his eyes shimmering with a profound blue, gazes at Tao Zhu as if she were but an endless void, concealing his surprise. Tao Zhu, noticing Han Li's demeanor, displays little irritation, offering a gentle smile as she addresses him. Friend Han, are you aware of the millennia-long battle for boundary control between the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace and the Silver Flame Immortal Palace? Han Li, slightly taken aback, listens intently but finds himself perplexed. While he has heard of the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace and the Silver Flame Immortal Palace, the notion of a millennia-long battle for boundary control was unfamiliar to him. Observing Han Li's lack of reaction, Tao Zhu smiles again and greets Gao Sheng beside her. Gao Sheng, understanding the cue, steps forward and thoughtfully explains, Friend Han, the battle for boundary control involves our two palaces dispatching several low-tier and high-tier immortals to engage in duels, resulting in 20 slots to enter the illusory demon realm and deploy boundary stones, preventing catastrophic overlaps with several key cities of our two palaces. Low-tier? High-tier? Han Li inquires. Though we differ by 2 tiers, we are still both considered low-tier. Only when one reaches the 4th or 5th tier of human immortals can they be deemed high-tier. Nodding, Han Li glances at Gao Sheng and asks, why not send higher-tier golden immortals into this realm? Is the illusory demon realm somehow suppressive to cultivation? Gao Sheng reflects briefly before responding with a smile. Indeed, it exerts a significant suppressive force. Even those who attempt to mask their cultivation will face the overwhelming pressure of the realm's energy. There have been instances where a golden immortal rashly entered, resulting in not just the detonation of a congenital treasure, but also the self-destruction of their immortal body to escape the illusory demon realm. Oh, after casting a sidelong glance at Tao Zhu, Gao Sheng continues, however, the illusory demon realm is far from tranquil. It is rife with demons. And even higher-tier black demons are not uncommon. Black demons? Han Li perceives the implication in Gao Sheng's words. Prompting an explanation, black demons are akin to the golden immortal realm in our true immortal world. Perhaps due to their cultivation of dark magic, they are less affected by the realm's suppressive force. If you encounter them, it is best to withdraw swiftly. Han Li, hearing Gao Sheng's counsel, can't help but chuckle ruefully, recognizing that if escape were so simple, he would not find himself in his current predicament. You need not be so distressed, friend Han. As long as you avoid the specific areas we have delineated through years of experience, your chances of encountering black demons will diminish significantly. This is precisely why some comrades, trapped at cultivation bottlenecks for years, strive to secure one of the slots to enter the illusory demon realm, seeking their own opportunities for enlightenment. Upon hearing Gao Sheng's words, Han Li furrows his brow and turns to Tao Zhu, asking, does that mean you wish for me to participate in this millennia-long battle and enter the illusory demon realm? Tao Zhu nods, a slight smile gracing her lips as she continues. Moreover, you must not release even a fragment of your consciousness during battle. You must not be defeated or yield. Otherwise, I will show no mercy and will eliminate you immediately. Han Li, stirred by her words, feels a flicker of apprehension but quickly suppresses it. He contemplates and inquires again. It seems your request of me entails more than merely securing a slot for entry. Does it not? Tao Zhu beams once more and replies, indeed, your destination must be the purple mist ridge within the illusory demon realm, where you are to retrieve a certain item for me. Otherwise, regardless of where you flee, you will be relentlessly pursued by the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace for the rest of your life. With a pause, her smile fades into a serious expression as she adds, there will be no rest for the dead. Han Li, taken aback by her ominous words, can only manage a wry smile. However, in that moment, he perceives a peculiar expression on Gao Sheng's face as Tao Zhu speaks. Following a subtle gesture from Tao Zhu, Gao Sheng begins to elaborate on the general conditions of the illusory demon realm. Han Li listens attentively, but suddenly inquires about the locations frequented by black demons, specifically mentioning the purple mist ridge. Han Li squints slightly, redirecting his gaze to Tao Zhu, who maintains an air of composure. Han Li chooses to endure this minor setback. Although he remains indifferent to Gao Sheng's demeanor, he remains cautious, absorbing every word he utters. Thus, Han Li listens to Gao Sheng's exposition for a considerable time, while Tao Zhu continues to greet him with a smile. Eventually, Han Li's attention shifts back to Gao Sheng. After providing an overview of the essential information, Gao Sheng's words linger in Han Li's mind, when suddenly, Tao Zhu vanishes without a trace. Unperturbed, Han Li and Gao Sheng exchange glances before moving toward the small grass hut ahead. Han Li gazes toward the spot where Tao Zhu disappeared, contemplating deeply before following Gao Sheng to the quaint abode, the Golden Yuan Cottage. As Han Li approaches within 3 zhang of the grass hut, he notices a small wooden sign at its center inscribed with a few characters. "Come in. Gao Sheng, you may leave now." Gao Sheng, about to perform a courteous gesture, halts upon hearing a deep voice emanate from within the grass hut, promptly responding, "Yes, Master Jin, I will comply." After exchanging a rueful nod with Han Li, Gao Sheng discerns the direction and swiftly transforms into a streak of light, departing with haste, leaving Han Li alone, deep in thought as he gazes at the grass hut, his eyes shimmering with a profound blue as he contemplates a particular direction within. Chapter 63. The 3 trials. It turns out that before this grass hut known as the Golden Yuan Cottage, Han Li's eyes widen as he concentrates on what lies ahead, a rather common artifact for arranging formations within the True Immortal Realm, the Xianluo restriction. According to reason, it is entirely justifiable to activate a protective array around the modest grass hut that houses the mysterious Xianluo prohibition. However, Han Li observed that the position of this prohibition served a purpose far beyond the mere safeguarding of the hut itself. "What? Are you afraid to enter?" The somber voice echoed once more from within the hut. Han Li's half-closed eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stepped forward towards the hut. After taking just 2 steps, he caught sight of the Xianluo prohibition he had previously noted. A flicker of spiritual light enveloped him, and he found himself transported to a world of biting cold, where snowflakes danced in a vast expanse. Han Li's eyes glimmered with intensity as his consciousness swiftly expanded outward, discovering that this place resembled reality so closely that he could scarcely discern any difference. "Young one, if you wish to become a disciple under this sect, you must pass 3 trials. This is the first." The voice resonated in Han Li's mind, tinged with a hint of pride, yet underscored by an air of resignation. Han Li could not identify the source of the voice, and he offered a slight, wry smile before regaining his composure. He gazed upward at a half-hanging sun in the sky, which, despite its radiant light, failed to impart any warmth to him. Turning around, he surveyed the area. The falling snow was light, and although the thin ice was cold, it could not penetrate the protective aura surrounding him. At that moment, Han Li's eyes shimmered with a deep blue radiance as his consciousness swept across his surroundings, eventually catching a faint glimpse of a milky white pattern. A smile crept upon his lips, and a slender black vertical line appeared between his eyes. In the next moment, this delicate line unfurled, revealing Han Li's long-cultivated destruction eye, which swiftly unleashed a beam of black light, shooting forth in an instant. "The destruction eye possesses some intrigue." This time, the somber voice did not directly enter Han Li's mind, but emanated from somewhere within this snowy realm, its echo lingering for an extended duration before gradually fading away. Han Li paid no heed to it, observing as the power of the destruction eye struck the milky white pattern, yet he heard no reverberation in return. The vast snowy world remained unchanged, leaving him momentarily astounded. Han Li quickly activated his blue eye and focused intently, discovering that the milky white pattern remained suspended in midair, utterly devoid of any signs of change. Faced with this scene, Han Li felt a jolt of surprise. With his profound understanding of formations, he recognized that the array he was within was merely an illusion. Even the mightiest of illusions could be dispelled by shattering the array's core, and it was evident that this formation had yet to be completely unraveled. With this realization, Han Li swiftly dismissed any lingering contempt, his blue eyes flaring brightly again as he unleashed his consciousness to meticulously inspect the vicinity for potential array nodes. After a brief interval, he retracted his thoughts and spoke. "Your array is indeed profound, yet should I break free, I fear it may damage the entirety of your formation. I suggest you withdraw it for your own benefit." "Haha, since you are so confident, feel free to attempt breaking the array. This minor loss does not concern me in the slightest." The voice suddenly shifted from its previous somber tone to one filled with vigor and confidence, echoing loudly. Han Li smiled lightly, and, with a surge of spiritual light, launched 2 azure sword beams in opposite directions, their sharp sounds piercing the air as they shot forth. In the blink of an eye, the destruction eye opened again, and a beam of black light silently shot towards the radiant sun above. A resounding clang echoed, causing the sunlight to dim. And in the wake of Han Li's azure beams, two miniature beasts resembling Kirin suddenly materialized. Although surprised, Han Li quickly adopted a bemused expression. In the next moment, the two azure beams struck the swaying Kirin, yet all was silent. The white light before Han Li shimmered, revealing a wide seven-tiered staircase. Haha, with a bit of refinement, your mastery of formations may even surpass mine. Now, on to the second trial. Before Han Li could fully comprehend the words, he felt an immense weight pressing down upon him, as if 1,000 pounds bore down relentlessly, and this pressure continued to mount. In that instant, nearly breathless from the crushing weight, Han Li's azure robe fluttered, the sound of tearing fabric echoed, and his footwear disintegrated into threads, sinking into the ground. Sensing this, Han Li's gaze sharpened as he looked up to see a stone door hovering above the seventh step, realizing that to pass this trial, he must first ascend to the top. Confronted with the intensifying gravitational force, Han Li, now nearly devoid of clothing, shook his shoulders vigorously, feeling as though the surrounding void could not withstand the pressure, which began to twist and warp around him. In that fleeting moment, Han Li chanted a spell, rolling on the ground to summon a transformation. A massive mountain ape, only slightly smaller than himself, appeared before the seven steps. True spirit transformation? The voice in the void returned, but Han Li, undeterred, let out a series of roars, each resonating powerfully from his form. Suddenly feeling lighter, he took his first step towards the seventh tier. The immense force continued to bear down, but the mountain ape he had transformed into withstood the pressure of 1,000,000 pounds. Nevertheless, Han Li pressed onward, effortlessly reaching the second step. The mountain ape ascended rapidly, taking 3 more steps. Yet Han Li soon realized that the crushing force had multiplied nearly 100-fold, reaching an overwhelming magnitude. All the fur on the ape's body fell flat, and the sound of bones clashing echoed beneath him. At this moment, Han Li's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he forcefully lifted his shoulders, causing the void to twist once more. In that fleeting instant, he swung his arms upward, delivering 3 powerful strikes above his head. Bang, bang, bang. As the force of his strikes distorted the surrounding void, he took 2 more steps, finally reaching the 7th tier. Upon his arrival, Han Li beheld the stone door above, which was an impressive 10 zhang thick, obscured by swirling dark mist, rendering the world beyond it indistinct. Recognizing that the power of the mountain ape was insufficient to push open the door, he activated his spell, causing his 3-headed, 6-armed Vajra body to briefly manifest before merging with the mountain ape. In an instant, a dark-skinned demon god, slightly larger than the mountain ape, appeared. Han Li's demonic form pressed its palms together, releasing a golden light that dispelled the pressure remarkably. Then, the demon god took 2 steps forward and struck the colossal stone door with tremendous force. Nirvana transformation? Bang! A thunderous sound resounded, and the stone doors were suddenly blasted hundreds of feet away, vanishing in an instant. At that very moment, in a flash of lightning, Han Li caught sight of a white-faced Taoist, appearing to be 17 or 18 years old, seated on a small bamboo chair, holding a small cup and seemingly savoring something. However, as soon as Han Li glanced over, a chilling glimmer shot from the Taoist's eyes, sending a wave of coldness surging through him. Yet, the very next instant, the white-faced Taoist before Han Li flickered and disappeared, while the body of the demon god materialized in a searing desert. Haha, this final trial awaits you. Be cautious. Han Li, undeterred, channeled his spells and withdrew the demon god's form. Clad once more in his azure robe, he summoned a protective aura that deflected the oppressive heat of the desert. As his consciousness expanded, Han Li discerned that dozens of mental arrows were rapidly converging upon him from all directions. He was taken aback. Did this individual intend to assault him directly? After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li steadied his mind and, with a subtle thought, sent forth dozens of mental blades to intercept the incoming arrows. As the mental arrows entwined with Han Li's blades, they were promptly obliterated. Just then, a look of astonishment crossed Han Li's face. Countless illusory forms of mental attacks followed. Each one met with Han Li's adept counteractions. However, as he took a moment to rest, he suddenly noticed a torrent of countless mental arrows descending upon him. Yet, he remained unfazed. At the center of this barrage, a silver dragon with fierce eyes was diving downwards, and Han Li could no longer afford to ignore it. Is that the power of heavenly tribulation? Han Li gasped in shock. The formidable aura emanating from the silver dragon bore a striking resemblance to the tribulation lightning he had faced during his ascension. Memories of that fateful day flooded back. and it was impossible for him to remain composed. Chapter 64. The drawbacks of refining the divine Han Li quickly suppressed his astonishment, reasoning that the opponent likely would seek his life. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant. With a swift motion, he shrank his body and expelled a miniature five-colored mountain, which rapidly expanded to a height of 10 zhang in mere moments, rushing to meet the descending silver dragon. As Han Li summoned the primordial five extremes mountain, the multitude of mental arrows surged forward, aiming to penetrate his consciousness. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Han Li unleashed nearly all of his mental energy, cascading like 1,000 waterfalls to counter the incoming arrows. As anticipated, upon mere contact with his mental force, the countless arrows dissipated into thin air. Regaining his focus, he found the terrifying silver dragon, akin to heavenly thunder, colliding with the primordial five extremes mountain. To his dismay, the mountain proved utterly incapable of halting the dragon. With a slight shift in its form, the silver dragon pierced through and lunged directly at Han Li. Taken aback, Han Li managed a faint smile as he redirected the torrent of mental energy toward the silver dragon, overwhelming it like a colossal wave, causing it to vanish entirely. After a brief incantation, Han Li withdrew the mountain and his mental energy, and in an instant, he found himself within a quaint little grass hut. Before him stood the very same white-faced Taoist he had glimpsed earlier, appearing no different than before. The room was furnished with a few tables and chairs, a delicate silver kettle, and 2 small cups. The fragrant aroma of medicinal tea wafted through the air, instantly alleviating Han Li's weariness and clearing his mind. Han Li surveyed the Taoist, noting with no surprise that he could not discern the depth of his cultivation, only that he was undoubtedly at least a golden immortal. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I am Han Li, the junior, and I pay my respects to you, senior." The white-faced Taoist chuckled heartily, raising the whisk in his hand, and remarked, "Haha, you have managed to pass my 3 trials with mere early-stage human immortal cultivation. It seems you are destined for greatness. When we are alone, you may simply call me Taoist Jin." With that, the Taoist, Jin Yuanzi, returned to his seat. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the Taoist before hesitantly taking a seat opposite him. "Haha, young Han. I did not expect you to be so bound by conventions. Out there, you are my nominal disciple, but here, we shall address each other as equals." Han Li felt somewhat at a loss in response to Jin Yuanzi's casual demeanor. Nonetheless, he took his seat cautiously, and to his surprise, the silver kettle glided silently to his cup, filling it perfectly without spilling a drop. After observing the tea for a moment, Han Li was intrigued by its fragrant aroma, which seemed to rejuvenate him. Jin Yuanzi then glanced at Han Li and inquired, "Why did you encounter our palace master?" Taken aback by the question, Han Li took a moment before replying, "I was merely a wandering cultivator. How the palace master found me is beyond my knowledge." Despite Han Li's vague response, Jin Yuanzi showed no sign of displeasure and continued, "You must have exhausted quite a bit of true essence during the trials. Drinking this tea should help replenish your energy." Having confirmed that the tea posed no threat, Han Li drank it down in one gulp. Immediately, he felt his true essence surging within him, and curiously, the surrounding celestial aura began to flood into his body with increasing intensity. This revelation astonished Han Li. After consuming the celestial condensation pill, he had previously attempted to restore his power, but found the process painfully slow. In stark contrast, the influx of celestial energy from this tea seemed to restore him at a remarkable rate. Jin Yuanzi observed Han Li as he diligently cultivated, and after a long pause, he cleared his throat and said, "Friend Han, the formation within my humble abode contains certain restrictions. Upon your entrance, I placed a seal that will allow you to cultivate here with peace of mind. The solidifying power of the celestial condensation pill will be entirely suppressed by this restriction." Realizing the implications, Han Li nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and after a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Taoist Jin, will the effects of the celestial condensation pill truly influence my power recovery for a millennium?" Upon hearing Han Li's question, Jin Yuanzi merely smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, that is certainly the case." Jin Yuanzi took a small sip of tea and continued, "The Ningxian pill was originally created for those who cultivate their physical bodies or for the Xianxian to refine their forms. However, the adverse effect of limiting the recovery of magical power was not given much attention, since a millennium passes in the blink of an eye for cultivators like us. It was only later that we learned to suppress these side effects through the restrictions of magical formations. Now, we often use it to prevent certain offenders from escaping. But I wonder if you, Taoist Han, belong to this category." Han Li could not help but smile wryly at this, but he swiftly changed the subject. asking, Taoist Jin. The aroma of the Ningxian pill is rather peculiar. It seems familiar to me, yet I cannot discern its primary ingredient. Upon hearing Han Li's inquiry, Jin Yuanzai exhibited a fleeting expression of cunning, but then burst into laughter, saying, Taoist Han, do you truly wish to concoct this medicine yourself? Han Li merely smiled faintly. Yet a moment later, Jin Yuanzai chuckled, it won't hurt to tell you. This ingredient is known as the purple Huai mushroom, which flourished 1,000,000 years ago. Yet now, it is nearly extinct within the confines of the Jinyao Immortal Palace, with only a small quantity carefully cultivated in its forbidden grounds. Haha. So do not entertain such thoughts. Upon hearing the name of this primary ingredient, Han Li discreetly committed it to memory. Jin Yuanzai, noticing Han Li's subtle smile, paid it no mind and continued savoring his green tea. After a brief interval, the silver kettle poured Han Li another cup of tea, and Jin Yuanzai blinked playfully, asking, Taoist Han, what was that transformation you performed earlier? Han Li felt a stir in his heart at this question. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, it is merely a common absorption of true blood power, nothing extraordinary. Yet, he soon heard Jin Yuanzai reply with a serious tone, Taoist Han, I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from using such transformations in public, lest you attract perilous consequences. Startled, Han Li was about to inquire further, but he noticed Jin Yuanzai's subtle shake of the head, prompting him to suppress his words and ponder in silence. Jin Yuanzai continued, Taoist Han, do you practice the refining spirit technique? Han Li displayed no signs of surprise, instead responding with a faint smile. Yet, a moment later, Jin Yuanzai remarked, I trust you are aware of the general teachings regarding the practice of the refining spirit technique. One must not halt their progress until reaching the final layer. However, there may also be another drawback in this cultivation process. Han Li remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Jin Yuanzai, who soon sighed and continued. A dear friend of mine once practiced this technique, and upon reaching the 4th layer, he began to grow increasingly indifferent and irritable. By the 5th layer, he had developed a penchant for bloodshed, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of an elder in our sect, his spirit extinguished. I only learned of this after his soul tablet had vanished. Han Li contemplated Jin Yuanzai's every word, reflecting on past events, his mind racing. After a while, he took the initiative to ask, is there any way to counteract or avoid such drawbacks, Taoist Jin? Jin Yuanzai merely shook his head and drained his cup of tea. The silver kettle floated over and gradually poured out more green tea. He then said, I have had little contact with those who practice this forbidden technique. My friend, after taking up this path, may have feared discovery, thus he rarely met with me. However, I have heard that Lord Deyue has attained the 6th layer of the refining spirit technique and has not committed many bloodthirsty acts. Lord Deyue. Han Li silently repeated this name, pondering the implications of this previously unheard of immortal as he gazed at Jin Yuanzai, who wore a melancholic expression, feeling a deep sense of frustration within. Chapter 65. Shiyu Island. Several hours later, Jin Yuanzai finally cast a glance at Han Li, who was focused on absorbing the aura of celestial spirits, and spoke, since you have become my disciple, albeit nominally, some formalities must still be observed. Han Li was momentarily taken aback as he noticed a polished, dark object materializing before him, emanating a faint mist. This object resembled neither gold nor wood, and upon closer inspection, he discerned its true nature. It was a soul tablet, although different from the one he had left in the Qingyuan Palace. Han Li quickly recognized the intricate symbols inscribed upon it. Taoist Jin, do you wish for me to leave a trace of my soul energy upon it? Jin Yuanzai did not respond, but smiled knowingly. Han Li understood and bowed his head, focusing intently on the jade tablet before him, his eyes gleaming with determination as he silently recited a mantra. The black soul tablet before Jin Yuanzai trembled slightly and shot toward Han Li. Without any movement from Han Li, a wisp of black smoke suddenly erupted from the crown of his head. This wisp, half a foot long and as thick as a finger, revealed a faintly discernible male visage upon closer inspection, closely resembling Han Li himself. The black soul tablet halted just inches before Han Li, and then a surge of dark light erupted, creating a violet-black aura that enveloped the wisp of smoke, swiftly drawing Han Li's celestial soul into the tablet. Han Li maintained his composure, continuing to examine the floating soul tablet before him, astonished to find intricate runes flowing across its surface, gradually revealing his vague likeness. This was distinctly different from the soul tablet he had left in the Qingyuan Palace. Just as he was about to observe further, Jin Yuanzai cleared his throat and waved his hand, causing the soul tablet to vanish without a trace. Han Li could only smile again as a palm-sized tablet appeared beside his small cup. This newly manifested tablet was a deep greenish black, exquisitely carved, bearing the weighty character Yao, radiating a chilling energy. As a disciple of our sect, you will require this passage token. With it, you may freely traverse the halls of the Jin Yao Immortal Palace. Jin Yuanzai paused, took a sip of tea, and continued, "Of course, it is best that you refrain from trespassing into certain forbidden areas of our sect." Han Li nodded slightly, and Jin Yuanzai added another warning. "Daoist Han, be sure to keep your thoughts guarded when you are outside, otherwise, you may invite deadly misfortune. The palace master will show you no leniency." Han Li nodded once more, and then a beautiful woman appeared at the edge of the thatched cottage, smiling warmly at Han Li and inviting him to step outside. As Han Li left the small table within the cottage, Jin Yuanzai sighed again, muttering to himself, "Ah, as the palace master, I have merely done a small favor for myself, yet I have been burdened with this troublesome individual. I wonder what kind of chaos he will unleash in the future. I hope it does not impede my path to tranquility." Under heavy restrictions, Jin Yuanzai sighed once more, lifting his cup of green tea to savor it thoughtfully. Under the guidance of a captivating woman, Han Li wandered for nearly half a tea's worth of time before arriving at a small thatched cottage that looked exactly like the one he had seen outside. Along the way, Han Li carefully scrutinized the stunning woman leading him. Her graceful steps were light and ethereal, yet she seemed to possess an almost lifeless quality, resembling a puppet indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Intrigued, Han Li couldn't help but express his astonishment. Upon reaching their destination, the enchanting woman slightly swayed before vanishing without a trace. Han Li's consciousness swept through the area once more, but he could discern neither her origin nor her destination. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned his attention back to the thatched cottage before him. Indeed, apart from the absence of the magical array and the Xian Luo prohibition on the roof, the cottage appeared identical to the one he had encountered earlier. Stroking his chin in thought, Han Li soon realized that this place was a spatial treasure. Raising his hand, he struck a azure ray at a magical restriction on the door, causing the cottage to open. As he scanned the interior with his consciousness, he noted several secret chambers, complete with a medicinal garden and a training area for spirit beasts. However, Han Li merely smiled faintly, under the watchful eyes of others. It was utterly impossible to transplant those medicinal herbs here. With a fleeting thought, he stepped into one of the secret chambers. With a flick of his hand, hundreds of formation flags fluttered about, and Han Li began to survey the surroundings, finding nothing unusual. After giving a brief instruction to the crab Taoist in the spirit beast circle, he settled down cross-legged to meditate. As expected, while his cultivation speed in this place could not compare to that before taking the Ningxian pill, he managed to restore 2/3 of his previous recovery rate. After a brief sweep through his body, Han Li commenced his recuperation. Unbeknownst to him, a decade slipped by. On this day, Han Li completed a full cycle of true essence circulation and abruptly opened his eyes. He forcefully scanned his body with his consciousness, discovering that his abundant magical power had restored to over 90%. With a wave of his hand, the formation flags were collected, and he stepped outside. Having walked a short distance, Han Li found himself 10 zhang away from the thatched cottage, where scattered stones lay about. However, a square area within was remarkably clean, prominently inscribed with a small transmission array. Han Li had learned from the captivating woman that this array was indeed a peripheral formation leading to the Jin Yao Immortal Palace. Approaching it with quickened steps, Han Li refrained from activating the array immediately. Noticing the absence of Jin Yuanzi, he smiled faintly, took out the passage jade token, and infused it with a touch of celestial spiritual power. The formation began to hum with activity, and moments later, Han Li vanished from outside the cottage. Meanwhile, within a forbidden chamber inside the cottage, Jin Yuanzi merely glanced up and then continued to manipulate a peculiar magical artifact in his hands. In a central location of an expansive ocean, the Jin Yao Immortal Palace was established on a small island measuring several hundred li in circumference. This island featured only one structure, a grand and resplendent palace, which housed various facilities including a front hall, main hall, deliberation chamber, training grounds, medicinal gardens, and arenas for competitions. Naturally, Han Li, having used the transmission array, could not teleport directly to the Immortal Palace, but instead arrived at a small island within an archipelago located tens of thousands of li away from the Jin Yao Immortal Palace. Lacking stable magical arrays for support, even a body as strong as Han Li's experienced a wave of dizziness upon his arrival. However, after circulating his magical power briefly, he swiftly recovered. At this moment, Han Li did not intend to depart for the Jin Yao Immortal Palace immediately. After all, if the entire palace sought to capture him, he would find it nearly impossible to escape. His priority was to swiftly eliminate the mark on him. which even his powerful consciousness could not detect, before devising his next strategy. As soon as Han Li materialized, a youthful figure approached him swiftly and bowed. "Greeting, welcome, esteemed immortal, to Shiyu Island. How may this junior assist you?" Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression turned serious, as he had initially believed he had arrived within the Jin Yao Immortal Palace. He then coldly inquired, "Do you know how to reach Jin Yao?" The young man hesitated at Han Li's words, but he promptly pointed towards a distant location to his right and respectfully replied, "To reach the Jin Yao Immortal Palace, you only need to go to the Shiyu Golden Hall, where the guards will verify your identity before you can be transmitted to the Jin Yao Immortal Palace." Han Li perceived the young man's hesitance, and, noting his mere foundation establishment stage cultivation, tossed him 2 high-grade spirit stones, coldly stating, "Tell me about this Shiyu Island." "Certainly. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Thank you." The young man hurriedly accepted the spirit stones, stowing them in a storage pouch at his waist without a glance, and immediately began to introduce the island to Han Li. He explained that Han Li was on one of the defensive islands surrounding the Jin Yao Immortal Palace, which had evidently failed to serve its purpose over the years. Consequently, it had developed into a sizable town, with its native population exceeding 10 million. Moreover, many individuals from the Jin Yao Immortal Palace frequented these islands, resulting in a bustling atmosphere comparable to that of some small to medium-sized city markets. Han Li couldn't help but be secretly impressed. The young man also mentioned an intriguing rumor that the vast expanse of ocean was once a frozen glacial land, extending for billions of li, and that similar tales had circulated throughout other immortal palaces under various jurisdictions. Thus, he speculated that the cold in the northern cold immortal domain might have originated from this legend. Upon hearing this, Han Li could only smile faintly and remained silent. After nearly half an hour of the young man's incessant chatter, Han Li cleared his throat lightly, signaling for him to stop. Dismissing the young man, Han Li walked lightly onto the main street, but did not head directly to the conspicuous Shiyu Golden Hall. Instead, he entered a relatively large pawn shop. "May I inquire, esteemed immortal, whether you require pawning treasures or purchasing materials?" Upon entering the largest store on the island, Han Li was warmly greeted by a graceful female cultivator who emerged from within. Han Li was quickly escorted to an elegantly decorated room, where he sat on a bamboo chair and casually inquired, "Do you have any collections of texts?" The graceful female cultivator promptly replied, "Our shop boasts a comprehensive array of texts and cultivation methods. What type of texts does esteemed immortal seek?" After a moment of thought, Han Li continued, "Do you have any texts on the Ningxian pill or its formulation?" Perhaps Han Li's inquiry was too obscure, for the graceful female cultivator's expression momentarily faltered, and her brows knitted slightly. Nevertheless, she soon smiled softly and said, "Please wait a moment, esteemed immortal. Allow me to check." With Han Li's nod of approval, the graceful female cultivator exited the room and walked towards the front desk, swiftly entering a restricted chamber. Before long, she returned to Han Li's room, her face full of apologies. "Esteemed immortal, I regret to inform you that our shop does not possess the Ningxian pill or its refinement texts. Is there any other type of text you require? Some introduction to the Zihui grass is surely available in the store." However, the graceful female cultivator unexpectedly responded without needing further inquiry, "I'm terribly sorry, but our humble shop does not possess any texts on this herb." Upon hearing this, Han Li was taken aback. According to Jin Yuanzi, the Ningxian Dan was a rather rare item. Even if the elixir was unavailable, it was hard to believe there were no texts on its refinement. Clearly, this female cultivator was utterly ignorant of the matter. Even attempting to probe her mind would yield little result, so he immediately turned frosty and coldly commanded, "Summon your shopkeeper." The graceful female cultivator dared not linger and quickly flashed a smile towards Han Li, repeatedly affirming her compliance before exiting the room. Shortly thereafter, a man of medium stature and slightly plump build entered, bending slightly as he approached Han Li with a beaming face. "Esteemed immortal, our shop truly does not possess the Ningxian Dan you seek." Just as this slightly rotund man was about to continue speaking, Han Li shot him a cold glance. A fragment of his consciousness surged forth from his mind, enveloping the shopkeeper. Quietly chanting under his breath, Han Li observed as the shopkeeper, seemingly pricked by needles, slowly closed his eyes. After a couple of breaths, he opened his eyes again, but they were devoid of life, staring blankly at Han Li, his face betraying no expression. It turned out that while cultivating the soul-snatching technique, Han Li had independently comprehended this soul-seizing art, which specifically targeted cultivators below the integration stage. The advantage of this technique was that it did not harm the target's intellect. Those ensnared by it felt as if they were dreaming and would awaken with no recollection of what had transpired. Han Li raised his hand to cast a simple restriction within the room and inquired of the slightly plump man. Does your shop possess the Ningxian Dan? No. The shopkeeper replied curtly. What about texts on its refinement? No. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, as this diverged from his expectations. However, he quickly pressed on. Are there any texts regarding Zihui grass? Yes. Han Li's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this, and he promptly instructed the man to retrieve the texts. After embedding his consciousness briefly, his face lit up with delight. Once he regained his composure, he continued to question the shopkeeper. Why conceal this matter? It is a requirement of the Immortal Palace. We are forbidden from disclosing anything regarding the Ningxian Dan. Han Li could only manage a wry smile upon hearing this. The power of the Immortal Palace was indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, he requested the return of the Zihui grass texts. With a shift of thought, Han Li retracted his consciousness entirely. The slightly plump shopkeeper, having slapped his forehead a few times and stifled several yawns, continued to smile apologetically as he escorted Han Li to the entrance of his shop. As Han Li walked slowly, he began to ponder deeply. It turned out that the primary ingredient for the Ningxian Dan, Zihui grass, possessed a unique medicinal fragrance that was, as he had anticipated, one of the several unidentified herbs he had collected from the Guanghan realm. It was no wonder he had sensed its peculiar nature when it had been sent alongside the ceramic pearl. The likelihood of other shops having texts on the refinement of this elixir seemed quite low. It appeared that a visit to the Jin Yao Immortal Palace was indeed necessary. As he walked, Han Li's attention was suddenly captured by a familiar figure, who also seemed to notice his presence at the same moment. Han Li's expression brightened, and as he focused his gaze, the individual abruptly turned and hurried away in another direction. With his consciousness tightly contained, Han Li could only manage a bitter smile before discerning the direction and making his way towards the Shiyu Golden Hall. Before he could enter the hall, two guards at the entrance halted him. One of the round-faced guards asked, "Fellow Taoist, this is a restricted area of the city. No idle passers-by are allowed." Han Li glanced at them. Noticing they were merely at the Yuanying stage, he smiled and promptly produced the passage jade token given by Jin Yuanzi. The round-faced guard scrutinized the token carefully, even bringing out a small compass to verify its authenticity before permitting Han Li to enter. Once Han Li had entered, the bald guard remarked to the round-faced one, "Li brother, judging by the token this person carries, he should be at least a great Ascension cultivator. Aren't you worried he might take his anger out on you? Tsuxian, if someone were to infiltrate the Immortal Palace and it turned out we were the ones who let him in, we could very well face annihilation." The round-faced guard continued, "Let us not forget the incident a century ago when a thief was allowed entry by a certain transformation stage elder, who has since vanished without a trace. We should exercise caution. Most at their level conduct themselves discreetly, especially in the Immortal Palace. They wouldn't create chaos." Li Brothers' words hold merit. I have indeed learned much from this. The bald guard squinted and smiled, exchanging a glance with the round-faced guard before resuming his post at the entrance. Han Li did not overhear their conversation as he moved into the Shiyu Golden Hall, activating the passage jade token and stepping through a shimmering golden barrier, revealing a transmission array adorned with several small formations. Han Li smiled faintly as he approached and flicked his finger, instantly activating the formation to depart from the hall. In the next moment, Han Li found himself in a small chamber measuring 10 feet in square, glancing around to find the room empty save for the transmission array. There was not a soul in sight, and even the exit to the chamber was completely concealed. Just as he puzzled over this, he noticed a flickering light on one side of the chamber. With a quick step, he dashed towards it, and upon closer inspection, a gentle smile appeared on his face. It turned out this was a mysterious restriction that required the passage jade token to unlock. Otherwise, it would trigger an alarm, leaving any intruder trapped like a fish in a barrel. Clearly, the Jin Yao Immortal Palace had indeed put considerable effort into its defenses. However, the effectiveness of these measures remained a matter of debate. Han Li once again produced the passage jade token, infusing it with pure celestial spiritual energy. The token glowed brightly, and in an instant, a dazzling light shot forth, allowing Han Li to step into the restriction. As expected, it was yet another transmission array. Upon activation, Han Li found himself transported to a picturesque world. Before him lay rolling hills, with azure waterfalls cascading down, reflecting the vibrant hues of exotic flowers and plants, creating a magnificent landscape akin to an ethereal painting. However, Han Li could not discern the authenticity of this scene. "Senior, may I ask where you wish to go?" spoke a plain-looking white-haired man in his 50s, exuding the aura of a great Ascension cultivator. Han Li smiled slightly and replied, "I wish to visit the repository of the Immortal Palace. Could you kindly guide me on how to get there?" The white-haired man raised his hand. pointing towards a distant transmission array, saying, "You can activate the transmission array over there to reach the repository." Han Li nodded subtly, but at that moment, another transmission array flickered with vibrant light, and a figure emerged. The newcomer cast a hasty glance around before fixing his gaze on Han Li. Seemingly unable to believe his eyes, his consciousness brazenly sweeping over Han Li, which caused Han Li great annoyance, prompting him to turn and return the stare. Chapter 67. Li Ming. Under Han Li's careful scrutiny, the man opposite him, brazenly staring back, was a tall and lean Taoist with a dark complexion. Clad in an 8 trigrams Taoist robe and holding a silver-threaded whisk, he exuded an aura devoid of any worldly essence. His level of cultivation was inscrutable, but he was unmistakably a golden immortal. After a brief assessment, Han Li withdrew his piercing gaze. He was acutely aware that the other party would never resort to violence within the confines of the Immortal Palace. Yet he could not afford to provoke an adversary he could not contend with. The white-haired man presiding over the situation promptly took a couple of steps forward and bowed deeply to the dark-faced Taoist, saying, "Senior Li, this individual is a disciple of our palace. I hope you will be lenient." Upon hearing this, the Taoist Li's eyes glinted with coldness as he asked, "Is he a person of the Golden Invitation?" The white-haired man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a respectful bow, according to his access token. "He indeed belongs to our palace." His words were cautious. Having resided in this place for over a century, he had never encountered Han Li. The access token Han Li held was genuine, easily recognizable with a mere glance, yet the white-haired man's ambiguous phrasing incited a cold glare from Han Li. The Taoist Li scanned Han Li once more, and unexpectedly softened his demeanor, offering a slight bow as he introduced himself. "I am Li Ming. And may I inquire your esteemed name, fellow Taoist?" Han Li was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt shift in attitude, which he had not anticipated. He then bowed in return to the dark-faced Taoist who called himself Li Ming, stating, "I am Han Li." Upon hearing the name, Li Ming furrowed his brow, mentally sifting through the names and events he had encountered throughout his life, yet he could not find a match. He smiled faintly and said, "Ah, so you are Taoist Han. May I ask which sect you belong to?" Han Li once again scrutinized the golden, immortal Li Ming before him. Although he had never met this person, it seemed that Li Ming held great interest in him. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li replied truthfully, "I am a disciple of the Jin Yuanzi sect. Has Senior heard of it?" Upon hearing the name Jin Yuanzi, Li Ming's face brightened. "I have long been acquainted with Taoist Jin, though we have yet to meet in person. I shall certainly pay a visit one day to discuss matters of the Tao." Han Li responded with a smile, but he noticed a flicker of surprise on the white-haired man's face. Just as he was about to bow and take his leave, his vision suddenly blurred, and he found himself transported to a realm of icy white snow. The spirit realm? Han Li was taken aback, and his protective spiritual light surged forth as he saw Li Ming's smiling figure materialize before him once more. Han Li raised his voice, "Senior Li, this place is a crucial location within the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace. Do you intend to become a treacherous villain who slaughters and pillages?" Li Ming chuckled lightly and replied, "Taoist Han, it is indeed inappropriate to summon you here, but it is for the purpose of discussion. I hope you will not take offense." Han Li felt a jolt of surprise. Although he anticipated that the other party would not harm him within the Immortal Palace, his sense of caution remained unyielding. The Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain emerged from his body, firmly grasped in his hands. Li Ming squinted slightly, wearing a relaxed smile, and inquired, "Are you a native cultivator of the Northern Cold Immortal Domain, Taoist Han?" Han Li's mind raced, recognizing an ulterior motive behind the question. He chuckled and replied, "Since I am within the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace, how could I not be a cultivator of the Northern Cold Immortal Domain? I implore you to be clear, Senior." Li Ming's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he continued, "It seems this is a question on my part, so allow me to be direct. Do you know of Ma Liang?" Having anticipated this, Han Li quickly reviewed the individuals he had encountered in the Immortal Realm and found no connection to this person. Most likely, the inquiry pertained to matters concerning the Spirit Realm. Nonetheless, he was taken aback that Li Ming could ascertain any connection with Ma Liang at a mere glance. With a slight frown, he responded, "I have not had the pleasure of meeting the person you mentioned, Senior. I kindly request that you release me from this Spirit Realm." Li Ming gazed intently at Han Li for a while, then raised his whisk and burst into laughter, saying, "Perhaps my celestial intuition was mistaken, and I have startled you. Taoist Han, I sincerely apologize." Han Li managed to smile, but soon heard Li Ming's tone shift sharply as he continued, "Taoist Han, it seems you have yet to grasp the essence of my spirit realm. Would you care to explore it with me for a moment?" A bitter smile crept onto Han Li's face as he quickly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but I have pressing tasks to attend to and cannot linger here. I hope you can grant me this favor." Before Han Li could finish speaking, Li Ming raised his whisk, and suddenly, the once gently falling snowflakes in the icy world transformed into a raging wave of snow, surging toward them from afar. Han Li understood that Li Ming's spirit realm could only reach the second tier of creation, and its might could not pose a threat to him. However, as his thoughts raced, he still summoned his protective spiritual light, and the five-colored radiance of the Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain enveloped his body in an instant. Not far away, Li Ming observed this scene with an air of ease, shifting his gaze to the approaching avalanche of snow. Han Li inwardly lamented, realizing he had no means to escape this spirit realm, nor could he afford to confront Li Ming directly. Based on their conversation, it seemed Li Ming was not affiliated with the Golden Invitation Immortal Palace, so he had no choice but to endure. As the colossal wave of ice and snow approached, Han Li remained focused, noticing a peculiar aspect within the swirling tempest. As the wave surged closer, his protective spiritual light flickered, and the five-colored radiance of the Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain twisted violently. In the next moment, Han Li sensed an unusual force encroaching upon him. He glanced at the smiling Li Ming opposite him and felt a slight tremor in his body. A circle of azure light burst forth, causing a faint glow at his waist to dim and vanish after several cycles of the azure light. This young man, Han Li, has indeed cultivated a method to strengthen his internal organs. He cannot be an ordinary person from the lower realms. A fleeting thought crossed Li Ming's mind as he observed this spectacle. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly resumed his previous smile, silently watching Han Li without uttering a word. The wave of snow rushed past, and Han Li, maintaining his composure, focused on a particular aspect of Li Ming's spirit realm. After a moment of contemplation, he turned back to Li Ming with a slight smile, asking, "Thank you, Senior, for revealing the grandeur of your spirit realm. I have greatly benefited from it. Would you allow me to take my leave?" As Li Ming realized that his scheme had failed, he found it impractical to persist further, especially since other circumstances seemed to have arisen outside. He returned a smile and remarked, "Since you, Taoist Han, are unwilling to linger here, it would be inappropriate for me to insist." With that, Han Li felt a flash of white light and found himself several paces away from the white-haired man. However, upon surveying the area, he discovered that a cold-faced monk had appeared behind the white-haired man, a fellow whose cultivation level remained inscrutable. Yet he exuded the aura of a golden immortal. Just as Han Li was about to bow in greeting, he heard Li Ming chuckle beside him, saying, "Feng Taoist, it has been a millennium, and your cultivation has evidently advanced further." The cold-faced monk, upon witnessing Han Li's sudden manifestation, displayed a fleeting look of surprise. Yet, upon noticing Li Ming's appearance, the monk's expression softened momentarily with a hint of amusement before swiftly reverting to his usual icy demeanor. He addressed Li Ming, saying, "Taoistly, please remember that this place is not your golden Hanjian palace. Should you act recklessly again, I might be compelled to report to the palace master and confine you here as a guest for a millennium." Li Ming merely smiled slightly, offered a slight bow, and in the next instant, he had already positioned himself at the teleportation array, activating it to depart. Han Li quietly observed Li Ming's departure. Feeling a tumult of emotions within him, the path ahead seemed fraught with challenges. He noticed the monk, Feng, casting a brief glance in his direction before vanishing without a trace, allowing Han Li to finally relax. "Taoist Han, you did not suffer any losses at the hands of the Senior Li, I trust?" The white-haired man approached briskly, his brow slightly furrowed with concern. "I am well. Thank you for your kind consideration," Han Li replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. After further conversation, Han Li learned that the man was named Bai Si, and the cold-faced monk was Bai Si's master, Feng Xian. Following this exchange, Han Li stepped onto the teleportation array and departed. After Han Li's exit, Bai Si began to murmur to himself, "This individual shares my level of cultivation and has managed to enter the discipleship of Master Jin Yuanzi. It is truly difficult to discern what abilities he possesses." With a deep sigh, Bai Si returned to his original position,